Transcending into the world of Dou, one becomes the illegitimate son of the sole emperor, Hun Cang. Well-versed in the narrative, Hun Cang, unwilling to succumb to the fate of becoming a blood sacrifice for the sole emperor, resolves to alter his destiny. However, he soon discovers that his innate talents are severely limited, capping his cultivation at the pinnacle of Dou. Fortunately, as a postmodern time traveler, Hun Cang awakens a system that rewards him by providing items to those fated for greatness. Thus, just before the elder Yao awakens, Hun Cang confronts Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan exclaims, "You too are a time traveler. Why is it that I am merely at the third stage of Dou strength while you have already attained Dou?" He further insists, "No, given our shared origins, you must acknowledge me as your younger brother today." Chapter 1. The mysterious Dou descends upon Wutan City. Under the cerulean sky, a figure streaks across the horizon. Not a bird or beast, but a person adorned with ethereal wings upon their back. This individual soars forward until a city emerges within their line of sight. At last, they have arrived. May it not be too late. Landing atop a mountain peak, they gaze with a complex expression at the city's name, softly murmuring, "Wutan City." The sound barely dissipates before they take to the air once more, their formidable aura radiating openly, drawing the attention of countless gazes from the streets and city walls. Wings of Dou Qi. At the very least, a Dou. What is happening? How could a Dou arrive in Wutan City? Hold your tongue. Perhaps that individual is a Dou Huang. Murmurs arise, the faces of the onlookers reflecting envy, curiosity, and excitement. It has been at least a century since a Douang's presence graced Wutan City. Within the city, several figures leap to the rooftops, sensing the oppressive waves of Dou Qi, their gazes solemnly fixed on the descending figure. After a breath, they all rush towards that location. Wutan City, the Gale family, Gale Bai, pays respects to you, my lord. Wutan City, the Mitre Auction House, Guni, pays respects to you, my lord. Wutan City, the Xiao family, Xiao Yan, pays respects to you, my lord. Wutan City. Representatives from several powerful factions of Wutan City have come forth, respectfully bowing to the descending figure. The newcomer responds indifferently, their gaze sweeping over the crowd, momentarily lingering on Xiao Yan. Gale Bai clasped his hands and spoke first. "What is your esteemed name? Have you come to Wutan City with an errand? The Gale family stands ready to serve your every command." This remark instantly drew the attention of the other families, who secretly cursed the old fox in their hearts. In the next instant, they followed suit. San Wang. Hun Cang's tone was devoid of emotion, causing a startle among the listeners, their eyes involuntarily sweeping over his remarkably youthful visage. Wings of Dou Qi, proclaiming oneself as a king. Clearly, this young man, appearing no older than 20, is a bona fide Douang powerhouse. Xiao Yan could not suppress a gulp, recalling his son Xiao Yan, hailed as the most astonishing genius of the Xiao family in a century. Even without subsequent encounters, it is likely that he could not reach the level of Douang at this age. As such thoughts coursed through his mind, Xiao Yan increasingly regarded this Tsang Wang as terrifyingly gifted. Moreover, the power backing him must be substantial. Why would such a figure suddenly arrive in Wutan City? Han Cang spoke calmly. "There is no need for alarm. I am merely here to seek someone. If I find them, splendid. If not, I shall take my leave." Seeking someone? Xiao Yan and the others were momentarily taken aback, their faces revealing confusion, yet none dared to voice their questions in Han Cang's presence. "I'm somewhat parched." Under their scrutiny, Han Cang offered no further explanation, casually stating, "My lord, please allow me to escort you to the Mitre Auction House for a brief respite," Guni swiftly proposed. "Very well." Han Cang nodded, signaling for him to lead the way. Gale Bai watched as Han Cang was escorted by Guni towards the auction house, lamenting and striking his thigh in regret. To have the opportunity to connect with the Douang was a rare chance he had let slip away. If he could forge a relationship with the Douang, what concern would there be for other families in Wutan City? Inside the auction house, Han Cang took a seat of prominence, and immediately, a maid approached with a tray of tea. He accepted a cup and took a sip. At that moment, he sensed a gaze upon him, turning to see a beautiful woman concealed behind a curtain. Upon making eye contact, the woman seemed startled, hastily lowering the curtain. "That must be a fae." Murmuring this thought, Han Cang set down his cup, a hint of a smile gracing his lips as he regarded the few individuals seated in the hall, who dared not breathe too heavily. While Xiao Yan and the others were strategizing how to assist and showcase their abilities to cultivate a favorable relationship with Han Cang, he flipped his left hand adorned with a ring, revealing a stack of papers. With a gentle wave, the papers unfurled, landing in the hands of everyone present. Before they could examine them, Han Cang stated nonchalantly, "Post these as swiftly as possible. Whoever can answer the 3 questions above shall meet with me." Answer 1. And you will receive a gathering chi powder. 2. An earth tier Dou technique. 3. An earth tier cultivation method. Hiss. As his words fell, the hall erupted in gasps of astonishment, all eyes widening in disbelief as they stared at Han Cang, as if questioning whether they had misheard. The gathering chi powder, a powerful elixir aiding cultivators in condensing their chi vortexes to become Dou practitioners, was a coveted treasure sought after by all families. However, when placed alongside earth-tier Dou techniques and cultivation methods, its significance diminished considerably. Regaining his composure, Xiao Yan quickly opened the paper, scanning the contents, only to be taken aback. Odd changes even do not change the next line. What is the interpretation of the 4 characters Yin Huang Zi Sun? What is the nature of Earth? What manner of questions are these? Xiao Yan raised his head, noticing the same bewilderment reflected on the faces of the others. Ordinarily, when seeking someone, one would provide specific names or characteristics, would they not? Sang Wang, my lord. Galeby could no longer contain himself, eager to inquire, but was interrupted by Han Cang's gesture to silence him. His calm gaze swept over the crowd as he uttered, "Do not inquire further. Knowing too much about certain matters could be detrimental to you. Do you understand?" The subtly threatening words caused everyone to retract their necks, silencing them entirely. Xiao Yan, Jelly Bai, and the others departed reluctantly. After all, this was the Mitre auction house, and they still had business to attend to, making it decidedly unsuitable for them to linger. "My lord, do you require rest at this moment? The guest room has been prepared. Allow me to escort you there." Gu and I wore a smile, exuding politeness. After several days of travel, Hun Cang indeed felt somewhat fatigued, and he nodded in agreement. During their journey, he casually inquired, "Are there any intriguing events or grand ceremonies occurring in Wutan City recently?" Gu and I pondered briefly before responding. "My lord, if we speak of recent happenings, tomorrow, the Xiao family is set to conduct a strength assessment for the younger generation, which involves testing their fighting spirit to evaluate a year's worth of cultivation results." Speaking of the Xiao family inevitably brought to mind Xiao Yan's son, Xiao Yan, who achieved the rank of fighter at the tender age of 11 and became renowned in Wutan City. Unfortunately, over the past 3 years, he had grown weaker with each passing year. One could only wonder whether he would manage to surpass the 4th stage in tomorrow's assessment. "Oh, I see," he replied. Upon hearing this, a flicker of joy crossed Hun Cang's eyes as he silently rejoiced at having finally caught up. Upon reaching the guest room, Hun Cang feigned the need for rest, effectively dismissing Gu and I, who still wished to curry favor. He lay on the bed, his gaze fixed upon the ceiling, and murmured in a tone only he could hear, "I never imagined that one day I would traverse into the world of Dou Pa." To the onlookers, Hun Cang appeared to bask in boundless glory, yet in reality, his circumstances were far from favorable. This all must be traced back to the identity he bore. Chapter 2. The Return System and Xiao Yan's Astonishment. Previously, he was not known as Hun Cang. After an unexpected awakening, he discovered that he had traversed into another world. Becoming Hun Cang, the name Hun Cang suggests his origins from the Hun clan, one of the 8 ancient clans in the world of Dou Pa. Upon learning that he was born into the Hun clan and that his father was the Hun Emperor, his initial reaction was not one of exhilaration, but rather of dread and trepidation. According to the narrative, the Hun Emperor, in his pursuit of becoming a Dou Di, had descended into madness, annihilating countless lives in Zhongzhou and even sacrificing the entire Han clan in his battle against Xiao Yan. Thus, Hun Cang's future appeared to be a path to destruction. He had contemplated the notion that, given his connection to Xiao Yan, he could simply eliminate him before he matured. However, upon further reflection, he realized the flaw in this reasoning. What if, after killing Xiao Yan, another figure like Li Yin or Zhao Yan emerged? In contrast to other unknown entities, Hun Cang at least possessed knowledge of Xiao Yan's entire growth trajectory. Therefore, he resolved to observe Xiao Yan first before devising a strategy, whether to forge a friendship or otherwise. Yet, Hun Cang encountered an additional dilemma. Despite being born of the Hun clan, his innate gifts had been tragically limited due to unforeseen circumstances, capping his cultivation at the pinnacle of Douwang. While a Douwang might appear formidable in the early stages, as one progressed, Douzone would become commonplace. Douzun would abound, and Dousheng would proliferate. What significance could a mere Douwang hold? To put it bluntly, he would need to maintain a considerable distance to avoid being crushed by the residual shockwaves of battle. This situation was indeed vexing. Fortunately, fortune favored the ambitious. As a postmodern type of transmigrator, Hun Cang had acquired a system. This system was known as the Return System, and its premise was quite simple. By bestowing items upon the fated children of this world, one could receive corresponding rewards in return. Hun Cang promptly sought confirmation from the system, which assured him that he could utilize the reward from this return to transcend his limitations, achieving the ranks of Dou Huang, Dou Zong, or even Dou Di. In that moment, Hun Cang thought to himself, I am destined to soar. In other worlds, he might remain oblivious to the identity of the fated child, but in Dou Pa, how could he not know? He had begun reading this book in middle school, and the myriad details remained etched in his memory, even after a decade. Thus, Hun Cang contemplated how to approach Xiao Yan and replace Yao Lao to become Xiao Yan's guiding star. Soon, he devised a plan, self-disclosure. Yes, he resolved to reveal his identity and confess to Xiao Yan. This decision was undeniably risky, but considering his own strength in comparison to Xiao Yan, he felt a newfound confidence. According to the book's portrayal, had it not been for Yao Lao siphoning away his Dou Qi, Xiao Yan would certainly have been a person unwilling to settle for mediocrity, yearning to shine as a prodigious talent. With this in mind, would he be able to resist the temptation to seek assistance from a fellow Dou Wang? After reevaluating his plan, Hun Cang found no flaws. He articulated his identity as a transmigrator through 3 questions. However, this inquiry, aside from fellow transmigrators from Earth, would be incomprehensible to the denizens of the Doupa world. He felt a thrill of anticipation regarding Xiao Yan's reaction. A smile crept onto Hun Cang's lips as he relaxed his spirit and gradually drifted into slumber. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in Wutan City was anything but tranquil, as various families and factions disseminated the news of the problem and the corresponding rewards. A wave of excitement surged through the populace. Crowds thronged the places where notices were posted. What does this say? An elderly man with a rugged appearance and a thick accent asked, pointing at the paper. The clues to find a Dou Wang-level individual. Anyone who can answer the question may receive a reward, including high-level Earth-ranked fighting techniques and skills, replied the person being questioned. Upon hearing this, the old man's eyes lit up, and he tugged at the other man's clothing, urging him to elaborate on the question. The man, however, scoffed disdainfully. Old man, you can't even read. What makes you think you can join in? I advise you to save your effort and go home to rest. His words elicited laughter from those around them. Though the old man blushed with embarrassment, he did not leave. Instead, he mingled in the crowd and finally overheard the question from others, though he was left tearing his hair out in frustration, unable to come up with an answer. In the back mountain of the Xiao family, a young man sat cross-legged, fingers forming a peculiar seal, faintly revealing the flow of Dou Qi as it entered through his nose and settled in his dantian. Yet, mere seconds later, the hard-won Dou Qi dissipated silently. I absolutely adore you all. Opening his eyes, a flash of anger crossed the young man's face as he erupted into curses, his frustration evident as he raked his fingers through his hair. After over a decade of traversing this world, he had believed himself a genius, only to encounter this inexplicable calamity. Xiao Yan bit down on a blade of grass, his face reflecting displeasure as he descended the mountain. Upon returning to the Xiao family, he sensed a peculiar tension in the air. What's going on? He noted that from the elders to the clan members and even the servants, everyone wore furrowed brows, casting furtive glances at the papers in their hands. With growing curiosity, he entered the main hall, where he found his father and several elders gathered. Typically, this was the time when a younger generation would be immersed in cultivation, yet they were all clustered together. Brother Xiao Yan, a pure and innocent girl resembling a lotus flower, waved at him from the corner with a smile. Nodding slightly, Xiao Yan approached and, after sitting down, inquired Sun Er, "What is happening with everyone?" Sun Er pushed a piece of paper towards him, explaining, "Today, a person of at least Dou Wang level has come to Wutan City, claiming to seek someone. This is the question he posed. Anyone who can answer one will receive a gathering chi powder, and those who answer 2 or all may obtain Earth-ranked fighting techniques and skills." Gathering chi powder? Earth-ranked fighting techniques and skills? Xiao Yan inhaled sharply, utterly astonished. He knew that the Xiao family's most formidable technique was merely high-level Xian rank. To casually offer Earth-ranked fighting techniques and skills was indeed a grand gesture. At that moment, Xiao Yan comprehended why everyone in his family bore such expressions. After all, even a single high-level Xian rank technique could elevate the Xiao family to become one of the top 3 clans in Wutan City. If they were to acquire an Earth-ranked technique, could they not establish a formidable presence in the imperial capital of the Jiama Empire? With this thought igniting a fire in his heart, Xiao Yan hurriedly sought to glimpse the question, hoping to ascertain whether he could answer it. The next moment, his gaze fell upon the paper, and his pupils constricted suddenly, trembling uncontrollably. This isn't. Brother Xiao Yan, are you all right? Do you know the answer to the question? Sun Er, seated beside him, immediately noticed his unusual demeanor and gazed at him with deep concern. Xiao Yan's agitation drew the attention of Xiao Yan and others as well. No, I merely feel a bit unwell. Under the scrutiny of the crowd, Xiao Yan suppressed his expression from betraying his turmoil, rising to exit the hall and retreating to his room. Chapter 3. Speculation and Dou Qi Testing. Huffing and puffing, Xiao Yan returned to his room, unable to contain the tumult of emotions surging within him, gasping for breath in an attempt to regain composure. A fellow transmigrator? Someone akin to himself? From birth until now, Xiao Yan had always believed he was the sole transmigrator. What could the other party possibly want by seeking out transmigrators? A wave of questions flooded his mind, mingling fear of his secret being uncovered with anxiety over potentially missing an opportunity. Restricted by the confines of Wutan City, Xiao Yan's horizons were limited. The ranks of Dou Wang appeared to him as formidable entities. For such a powerful figure to arrive in Wutan City in search of a transmigrator? Furthermore, to offer Earth-ranked fighting techniques and skills, how extravagantly bold must one be? Frankly, at this moment, Xiao Yan was almost tempted to volunteer himself in exchange for something. No, that won't he do. Yet, Xiao Yan quickly dismissed this notion. As the saying goes, when countrymen meet, a shot is fired from behind. Xiao Yan understood that harboring malicious speculation about others is not a commendable trait. However, the vast chasm between the two parties compelled him to exercise utmost caution. After all, he was not merely a seemingly adolescent child. Within him resided a mature soul. Sitting cross-legged on his bed, Xiao Yan propped his chin in contemplation, gazing into the distance. Soon, a spark ignited in his eyes. He devised a plan. As night descended, the city of Wutan illuminated with vibrant lights. In a dim alley opposite the middle auction house, a seemingly malnourished youth trembled before a figure shrouded in a black robe. "Did you remember everything I said?" came the deep, hoarse voice from the black cloak. The boy quivered as he replied, "Yes, I remember. But will there really be no problems? I heard the other party is at least a Dou Wang. What if I provoke him?" The cloaked figure interrupted the boy's spiraling thoughts with a stern voice. "Think of your father. If you assist me in this matter, I will provide the money for his medicine, and he will survive. Do you wish to witness your father's demise?" Upon hearing this, the boy's expression shifted, determination flickering in his eyes. "I hope you keep your word," he said, casting a resolute glance at the robed figure before turning towards the middle auction house. The figure concealed in the shadows slightly raised his head, revealing a hint of a youthful face. Observing the boy being led inside, his breath quickened and his heart raced. Inside the auction house, Hun Cang was awakened, and upon learning someone had come to answer questions, he was jolted into alertness. "Is it Xiao Yan?" He entered the reception hall and was momentarily taken aback when his gaze fell upon the boy. This is not Xiao Yan, judging by the boy's frail appearance. Hun Cang was certain, though he masked his thoughts and waved his hand to dismiss the auction house staff, turning to the boy. "Do you know the answer to the question?" The boy stared at Hun Cang, momentarily taken aback by his youthful visage, a tinge of envy gleaming in his eyes. Clearly, he pondered how fortunate it would be to possess such talent and achieve the rank of Dou Wang at such a young age, thus alleviating the burden of his father's medical expenses without risking so much. Regaining his composure, he noticed Hun Cang's displeasure, likely linked to his lack of response, and hastily nodded, "Yes." Hun Cang's gaze flickered as he remarked, "Then speak." The first question was, "Odd changes, even remains unchanged. Symbols observe the quadrants." The second question was the boy's voice trembled as he spoke, glancing at Hun Cang's expression before daring to continue. After a hesitant discourse lasting the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, he finally recounted everything the black-robed man had instructed him to memorize. At that moment, the boy anxiously regarded Hun Cang, his fingers fidgeting restlessly. "Are you also Chinese?" Hun Cang suddenly inquired. The boy's world darkened momentarily. He was bewildered. "Chinese? What sort of people?" He was a citizen of the Gamma Empire, from Wutan City. "Indeed, you are deceiving me. Speak the truth. Were those your own fabrications? Or did you hear them from someone? If you do not speak honestly, I shall kill you." Observing the boy's reaction, Hun Cang harbored some suspicions and deliberately threatened him menacingly. Thud. As an ordinary person, the faint aura of Dou Wang emanating from Hun Cang, coupled with the disparity in their identities and the looming threat of death, caused the boy to collapse to his knees. He prostrated on the ground, trembling uncontrollably as he pleaded, "Lord, spare my life. These are not my fabrications. Someone paid me to say them. If you do not believe me, I can take you to find him. He is just outside." Faced with the specter of death, the boy decisively betrayed the black-robed man without hesitation. A test, perhaps? A smile crept onto Hun Cang's lips as he inwardly marveled at this countryman's unexpected caution. Fixing his gaze upon the boy, he waved his hand, and the boy was astonished to find an inexplicable force lifting him, leaving his limbs in disarray as he anxiously stared at Hun Cang. You have been deceived. However, that individual did speak a truth. I can grant you a chi gathering powder, but you must convey a message for me. Lord, please command me. Learning that he could survive and receive a chi gathering powder, the boy's face lit up with joy. After a moment's contemplation, Hun Cang said, "We are both wanderers in this vast world. Why must we have met before?" The boy, perplexed, repeated the phrase twice to ensure he remembered it, accepted the chi gathering powder, bowed deeply, and exited the auction house. In the alleyway, having paid the other party and watched him depart, Xiao Yan murmured with a complex expression, "We are both wanderers in this vast world." After gazing for a moment longer, Xiao Yan ultimately lacked the courage to enter the auction house and turned to leave. Unbeknownst to him, a watchful gaze from the darkness above the auction house had fixed upon him. Only when Xiao Yan's figure vanished to the streets and did Hun Cang withdraw his gaze, a slight smile of relief gracing his lips. He should understand the meaning of that phrase. It matters not, for I can wait. Whether it be the Dou Qi testing or nailing Yanron's annulment of the engagement, you will inevitably come seeking my assistance. The following day, the plaza of the Xiao family was bustling with activity. It was the annual testing day. The younger generation gathered in throngs, engaging in lively conversation. Soon, the testing commenced, with each name called to the stage, descending with expressions of various hues. Next, Xiao Yan. As the middle-aged man called out the name, the crowd fell abruptly silent, all eyes shifting to the boy at the back. Xiao Yan stepped onto the stage and reached out to touch the obsidian stone tablet. Momins Lete, Xiao Yan. Dou Qi level, 3rd stage. Rank, low level. The middle-aged man scanned the stone tablet, his tone indifferent as he announced. Instantly, a cacophony of derisive laughter and pitying sighs erupted from the crowd. Xiao Yan's gaze swept across those present, a self-deprecating smile curling at his lips, oblivious to the pain of his nails digging into his palm from the force of his grip. As he exited the throng, Xiao Sun called out to him, "Brother Xiao Yan." However, as if he hadn't heard, Xiao Yan continued on his path without a glance back. Returning to his room, he gazed at the black robe hanging on the rack, his expression flickering before solidifying into determination. He reached out and took it, departing from the Xiao family. Chapter 4. Greetings, countrymen. Hun Cang, Peak Do Wang. Upon exiting the Xiao family, Xiao Yan was suddenly beset by regret. He should not have ventured out so early. The sky had not yet darkened, and donning a black robe was far too conspicuous. He clenched the cloth bag in his hand, which contained a black robe he had purposely purchased the day before, having worn it only once. At that moment, several individuals clad in black robes swaggered past him, heading towards the middle auction house. Xiao Yan was left bewildered. What was happening? Stepping onto the street, he was greeted by a sea of black-robed figures. Those unfamiliar might think there were special regulations in Wutan City. Filled with confusion, Xiao Yan entered a shop specializing in robes, where the proprietor was busy promoting his wares. Upon hearing that there were no black robes available, a potential customer departed. "Boss, why are there so many people in black robes on the street?" Xiao Yan inquired casually, leaning in. "You are Xiao Yan, young master? What a rare visit. Are you looking to purchase a robe?" The owner recognized him and eagerly began his pitch. After being sternly declined by Xiao Yan, he sighed and recounted the events. It turned out that a person had mustered the courage to enter the auction house last night, and the news spread rapidly. The specific individual responsible for the gossip was unknown, but it was clear that someone had followed that person home and discovered money and a chi gathering powder on him. As the saying goes, wealth should not be flaunted. For ordinary folk, a chi gathering powder was not merely wealth. It resembled a life-threatening treasure. That boy's entire family was murdered, and others believed that since the boy had faced a Dou Wang without being killed, it indicated that Dou Wang had a good temperament. Thus, everyone sought to test their luck. What if they answered correctly and struck it rich? Having learned from the mistakes of others, they all adopted disguises, fearful of being targeted by thieves. After the boss finished speaking, he noticed that Xiao Yan seemed momentarily lost in thought, just as other customers entered. He hurried off to attend to them. Once he was done with his duties and turned back, he found that Xiao Yan had vanished. The boss merely shrugged, dismissing the incident from his mind. At the miter auction house, a long line of individuals clad in black robes extended before the entrance, exuding a peculiar aesthetic. In this queue, everyone kept their heads down, refraining from conversation, terrified of revealing their true identities. Xiao Yan stood among them, lips pressed together, his expression a complex tapestry of thoughts. He had only wished to find someone to gauge the true intentions of this Dou Wang, never anticipating that his actions would result in such catastrophic consequences. This realization struck him with profound clarity. In a world rife with combat energy, the survival of the fittest was the norm, and to avoid being targeted, one must become stronger. With a fellow Dou Wang hailing from his homeland, it was worth meeting, irrespective of whether the individual was benevolent or malevolent. Perhaps this person could assist him in addressing the looming threat of his dissipating fighting spirit. Inside the auction house, in a secluded room, Gunny sat with a serious expression, observing the black-robed figures entering, monotonously posing the same question. The song that bends its neck to the heavens. What was the previous line? What? The black-robed individual stared blankly at Gunny. Next, Gunny replied with indifference, sensing that no one would guess the answer bestowed by the esteemed Lord Songwon. Wait, this question wasn't even posted. Change the question. I paid for the answer. How can you cheat? I refuse to accept this. I bought the answer. The black-robed man protested, but was swiftly subdued, unable to escape despite his struggles. As the sounds of his protests faded, Gunny rubbed his temples, having contemplated revealing the answer to his trusted aide and then claiming the reward for himself. However, that fleeting thought dissipated. He dared not delve deeper. Based on various indicators, it was evident that Lord Songwon had specific reasons for seeking individuals, and utilizing such methods would not only yield no reward, but could also cost him his life. Lost in thought, another black-robed figure stood before him. Gunny barely lifted his eyelids, apathetically inquiring, "Goose, goose, goose." A somewhat hoarse voice emerged from beneath the robe. "A what? Wait, what did you just say?" Gunny abruptly halted, his body suddenly electrified, straightening in disbelief as he aimed to pierce through the black robe to discern the face beneath. This fellow Dou Wang seemed to possess a wicked sense of humor, as Xiao Yan furrowed his brows and reiterated his previous statement. At that moment, Gunny truly understood. Indeed, it was the answer provided by Lord Songwon. Someone had managed to respond. Who could it be? Suppressing his desire to investigate, Gunny invited the individual to the front hall and instructed someone to notify Hun Cang. In the front hall, Xiao Yan stood alone in quiet contemplation. Shortly thereafter, footsteps approached from behind. He turned halfway, peering out from beneath the brim of his black robe. A young man approached, handsome features and piercing eyes radiating vitality, each step echoing with the potent essence of fighting energy coursing through him. "You answer my question?" Hun Cang asked coolly as he took a seat. "Indeed," Xiao Yan replied, maintaining a poised demeanor. "Did you come up with it yourself, or were you told to come?" Hun Cang probed. "Does it matter?" Xiao Yan countered. Hun Cang shot him a glance, icy in tone. "Yesterday, someone tried to play clever, and given the current circumstances outside, you should have seen by now that I am not as unoccupied as they assumed. If this continues, I will become displeased." As he spoke, the aura of the Dou Wang began to radiate from Hun Cang's body, pressing down upon Xiao Yan. In an instant, Xiao Yan felt an overwhelming pressure, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, his back instinctively bending. Just as he felt on the verge of collapse, the oppressive aura vanished. Gasping for breath, Xiao Yan proclaimed, "I can provide you with that answer, but first, you must take an oath. What qualifications do you have to negotiate terms with me?" Hun Cang stood abruptly, startling Xiao Yan into retreating several steps, a wave of regret washing over him for having come to the miter auction house. Yet, Hun Cang abruptly shifted his tone, asking, "What kind of oath?" Xiao Yan froze, instinctively lifting his gaze to meet Hun Cang's eyes. Realizing the implications, he quickly lowered his head. "You swear that a Chinese person will not deceive another Chinese person, nor will they harm one another, and I will disclose who sent me." Upon hearing this, Hun Cang was momentarily speechless, a dark line appearing on his forehead. This isn't a world of immortal heroes. What good is an oath? After a brief silence, he complied with Xiao Yan's request and uttered a simple vow. Once this was concluded, he smiled faintly and inquired, "May I now remove my hood? You recognize me?" Upon hearing Hun Cang's words, Xiao Yan could not contain his emotional turmoil, exclaiming in surprise, "Will he kill me?" Or, just as he felt a surge of anxiety, he noticed Hun Cang extending his right hand, revealing an amicable smile as he said, "I am Hun Cang, Peak Dou Wang. Let us be acquainted, fellow countrymen." Xiao Yan hesitated, sensing that Hun Cang hardly bore any malice. He removed his hood, revealing a somewhat youthful visage, and extended his hand, offering a wry smile. Xiao Yan, third tier of fighting power. Chapter 5. The secret of the dissipating fighting energy. Xiao Yan was convinced. In the front hall of the miter auction house, Hun Cang and Xiao Yan sat side by side, their expressions indicating a pleasant exchange. Xiao Yan rubbed his nose. "So, you knew it was me last night?" Hun Cang nodded. "Of course. Do you think I jest with my Dou Wang strength?" "Indeed." Xiao Yan chuckled ruefully, embarrassed that he had thought he was being so cautious. Hun Cang continued with a smile, At the time, it seemed you were reluctant to meet me, so I resolved to wait another day. If you did not come, I would not intrude. Listening to Hun Cang's candid words, Xiao Yan felt increasingly awkward. After all, he had harbored various suspicions and conjectures about Hun Cang just the previous day. Hun Cang regarded him with curiosity, asking, by the way, "What prompted you to seek me out today? Did you ponder it overnight and come to a conclusion?" Something like that. Xiao Yan responded with a bittersweet smile, sharing his experiences with Hun Cang, his eyes glimmering with hope. Hun Cang realized, no wonder you are only at the third tier of fighting power. It seems there is more to your situation than meets the eye. After all, we traversers have an innate advantage in spirit, which you must have sensed as well, right? Indeed. Xiao Yan nodded in agreement, recalling how he had leveraged this advantage to become a fighter at the age of 11. Unfortunately, he had since faced some form of retribution, leading to the gradual dissipation of his fighting energy, culminating in his current third-tier status. You are Dou King, strong and knowledgeable. Do you think there's a way to resolve my predicament? Noticing Hun Cang lapse into silence, Xiao Yan felt a surge of impatience and pressed on. Of course, the reason you find yourself in this situation is entirely due to the influence of Yao Chun, Hun Cang replied without hesitation in his mind. However, he was not inclined to divulge this information to Xiao Yan so readily. After a moment of contemplation, he instructed Xiao Yan to stand. Confused, Xiao Yan quickly rose, maintaining a straight posture before Hun Cang, his expression a mix of anxiety and anticipation. Raising his hands, Hun Cang summoned his fighting energy, layers of mist-like energy rising from his body before enveloping Xiao Yan from above. Upon witnessing this, a flicker of envy crossed Xiao Yan's eyes. Both were traversers. Why was it that one was a Dou King, while he was merely a pitiful figure, inferior even to a fighter? In the stillness, Xiao Yan's fingers instinctively tightened from his heightened concern. A few breaths later, Hun Cang withdrew his fighting energy, a sheen of sweat appearing on his forehead. "Thank you for your efforts. Please have some tea." Xiao Yan respectfully offered a cup of tea, placing it before Hun Cang with a nearly obsequious smile. Hun Cang paused for a moment before accepting the tea. It is indeed ironic that the illustrious Flame Emperor would find himself in such a servile position. As Hun Cang set down his teacup, Xiao Yan eagerly inquired, "So, have you discovered the cause?" Hun Cang nodded, observing the overwhelming joy that illuminated Xiao Yan's face, his lips quivering and his eyes brimming with excitement. This reaction did not surprise Hun Cang in the slightest. Despite Xiao Yan's 3 years of silence, mocked and ridiculed due to his vanished Dou Qi, he had always regarded himself as a prodigy, vowing to shine as brightly as the moon above. It was the inexplicable disappearance of his Dou Qi that forced him to confront harsh realities. Now that he finally glimpsed a potential solution, it was nearly impossible for Xiao Yan to contain his emotions. He refrained from further questioning, choosing instead to await Hun Cang's words. In his heart, Xiao Yan silently resolved that should Hun Cang propose a remedy, he would be willing to pay any price. At that moment, Xiao Yan noticed Hun Cang's gaze shift, following it until it landed on the ancient black ring adorning his right hand. "Does my loss of Dou Qi relate to this?" he asked, lifting his hand, trembling with anticipation. "Indeed," Hun Cang replied gravely. "If my senses are not mistaken, there resides within it a remnant soul that has been siphoning your Dou Qi to sustain itself." "What?" Xiao Yan exclaimed, astounded by this revelation. Understanding the situation, the ring felt almost scalding in his hand. In a flurry, he removed it, disregarding the fact that it was a keepsake from his mother, and hurled it forcefully to the ground. Just as the ancient ring was about to strike the floor, a surge of energy caught it. As the ring floated into Hun Cang's grasp, Xiao Yan hurriedly cautioned, "Throw it away quickly, or your Dou Qi will be drained as well." "Not to worry. It lacks the power to do so," Hun Cang assured confidently. A glimmer of light emanated from his palm, and soon Xiao Yan beheld a spectral, aged figure emerging from the ring. Initially, Xiao Yan had harbored suspicions that the ring might possess some treasure-like quality, and that Hun Cang's intention was to seize it. However, this foolish notion was swiftly extinguished. The ethereal figure seemed to remain in a state of slumber, perhaps due to insufficient Dou Qi nourishment or some other reason. Hun Cang, while seeking confirmation to avoid any mix-up with the ring, also aimed to dispel Xiao Yan's doubts regarding him. Retrieving the soul back into the ring, Hun Cang instructed, "Now, try cultivating and see if your Dou Qi still dissipates." "All right," Xiao Yan replied, his excitement palpable as he sat down, assuming his cultivation posture. Just as he was about to begin, Hun Cang added, "This is spirit-nourishing liquid. Consuming will enhance your Dou Qi absorption speed, particularly benefiting those below the Doja realm." Lifting his head, Xiao Yan beheld a crystalline vial hovering before him. Gratefully glancing at Hun Cang, he said, "Thank you." Without hesitation, he uncorked the vial and drank deeply, trusting that Hun Cang would not harm him. Even if there were ill intentions, there was no need for poison, as their power disparity was evident. The liquid was slightly sweet and refreshingly cool as it coursed down his throat and settled in his abdomen. Xiao Yan focused his mind, casting aside all distractions, and soon felt his Dou Qi converging towards him. He stabilized the strand and inhaled it into his body using familiar techniques. The Dou Qi successfully entered his dantian. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. The Dou Qi did not vanish. It truly resided within him. Realizing this, Xiao Yan opened his eyes, his gaze a tapestry of gratitude, excitement, and elation as he looked at Hun Cang. He had indeed helped resolve the issue that had plagued him for 3 years. He was a transmigrator, a kind-hearted fellow villager, a formidable Dou Wang. In a flash, various thoughts raced through Xiao Yan's mind. Suddenly, he inhaled deeply and, before Hun Cang's astonished gaze, bowed deeply. "Hun Cang, thank you for your assistance. You were right. As fellow wanderers of fate, we should trust and support one another, striving for mutual advancement. Today, I, Xiao Yan, wish to pledge myself as your little brother. If you do not mind, please accept me, Brother Hun Cang. From now on, let us share both fortune and adversity." His impassioned declaration was utterly sincere, devoid of any pretense. Sitting in his chair, Hun Cang was utterly taken aback. Could it be that the future flame emperor wishes to become my little brother? Kneeling on the ground, Xiao Yan buried his face, anxiety etched across his features. Would he agree? Surely, out of consideration for a fellow villager, he would. While becoming a sworn brother may not be a glorious affair, after enduring 3 years of cold disdain and mockery, Xiao Yan had come to understand one pivotal truth. Power. That was his greatest reliance after transmigrating. If only he had met Hun Cang earlier, perhaps he could have alleviated the plight of his vanished Dou Qi from the outset. Driven by this realization, Xiao Yan displayed unwavering determination. "You may rise." In the stillness, he heard Hun Cang's voice, followed by a gentle force lifting him from the ground. "No, if you do not acknowledge me as your little brother, I shall remain here kneeling," Xiao Yan declared resolutely, preparing to kneel once more. Hun Cang, witnessing the scene, appeared somewhat exasperated. All right, I agree to your request," he sighed, adding, "Why must we engage in such trivialities since we are fellow villagers?" From his tone, it seemed Hun Cang was not particularly keen on taking advantage of Xiao Yan. However, to Xiao Yan's ears, it sounded as though the Dou Wang before him merely sought a companion from his homeland, and that he might depart at any moment should his mood shift. At that instant, Xiao Yan felt a twinge of relief regarding his decision to pledge allegiance. Thank goodness I was wise. Otherwise, if my fellow villager were to leave, who would assist me should I encounter difficulties? Moreover, to forge a connection with the Dou Wang was no small feat. One might need to offer the entirety of the Xiao family's wealth for even a single promise. Yet, all he required was to call him brother, and everything was settled. Having grasped the significance of his situation, Xiao Yan could not help but feel elated. Simultaneously, a long-lost system notification echoed in Hun Cang's mind. Ding! Detected that the host has gained the trust of the child of fortune. Binding process initiated. Following the completion of the binding, any items provided by the host, Xiao Yan, would yield rewards. No wonder Hun Cang suddenly understood. He had just provided a portion of spirit liquid, and he had wondered why there was no reward. It turned out there was this underlying connection. Perhaps it was indeed a case of serendipity. Feeling a flicker of joy, Hun Cang looked at Xiao Yan and beckoned. "Second brother, since you have acknowledged me as your elder brother, why maintain such formality? Come, sit and enjoy some tea." "Of course, brother." Xiao Yan beamed, sitting beside Hun Cang and eagerly pouring tea. The two engaged in light-hearted conversation. With the threat of his lost Dou Qi resolved, Xiao Yan felt immensely relaxed, and the newfound brotherly bond brought him greater ease than before. After refilling Hun Cang's cup, Xiao Yan, filled with anticipation, proposed, "Brother, since you are in Wutan City, which is considered part of my territory, how about visiting my home? Allow me to extend my hospitality." Though the invitation seemed generous, Hun Cang surmised that Xiao Yan, after enduring 3 years of coldness from his family, sought to reclaim his pride now that he had a Dou Wang brother. Taking a sip, Hun Cang set down his teacup and shook his head. "Not today. I have some matters to attend to. In a few days, I will personally pay you a visit. Since I am coming to your esteemed family, I must prepare some modest gifts." Hun Cang arriving with gifts would surely elevate Xiao Yan's status. He could hardly contain his excitement at the thought, imagining the elder's shocked expressions. He humbly replied, "Ah, brother, your mere presence is already a great honor for our Xiao family. There is no need for gifts." "That may be so, but I am still your elder brother, Hun Cang insisted earnestly. Subsequently, under the envious gaze of Xiao Yan, Hun Cang withdrew several low-grade spiritual herbs from his storage ring, which he had previously gathered within the clan. He placed them upon the table and slid them toward Xiao Yan, smiling as he spoke. To be honest, I never expected to gain a younger brother today, and thus I was unprepared with a gift. These are the qi condensation pills I had left from my past training. Just a spoonful in a bucket of water can accelerate the condensation of fighting spirit, making it most suitable for use during the Dou Qi stage. Thank you, brother. Xiao Yan swiftly tucked the pills into his bosom. However, he remained seated, fixated on Hun Cang, his lips poised to speak yet hesitating. Hun Cang was momentarily taken aback, before recalling something as he lightly tapped his forehead and chuckled. Ah, how could I forget? Younger brother, since you answered the question correctly, I should have bestowed upon you an earth-ranked cultivation technique and fighting skill. But now, if you trust your elder brother, focus on your training first. When you achieve the status of a fighter, I shall present you with a top-tier technique that rivals the heavenly rank. Heavenly rank. In that instant, Xiao Yan's breath caught in his throat, disbelief washing over him. In the Dou Qi continent, heavenly rank techniques were legendary, a rarity of the highest order. That his elder brother possessed such a treasure and was willing to bestow it upon him left Xiao Yan feeling euphoric to the point of wanting to kneel in gratitude once more. As for the notion of Hun Cang possibly uttering falsehoods, Xiao Yan dismissed it. After all, at his current juncture, who else would be interested in a mere villager like him? What words are these? Brother, from the moment I first called you that, I have unconditionally believed in you, Xiao Yan declared with righteous fervor. He rose, took a few steps, then turned back to say, Brother, I await your esteemed presence at the Xiao residence. Indeed. Hun Cang nodded slightly, observing Xiao Yan's uncontainable joy, and sighed softly. Shaking his head, if all goes as expected, Nail and Yanran will soon arrive at the Xiao family. Will you still be able to smile then? With his objective in Yuten City accomplished, Hun Cang did not immediately instruct Gu and I to cease their inquiries. Instead, their dialogue continued until nightfall, at which point he finally told Gu and I to stop searching. Gu and I sensed the change, realizing that this esteemed individual had likely found what he was seeking. Curiosity piqued. He wondered who the person might be and what significance lay behind their exchanges. The following day, Hun Cang silently departed from the miter auction house, making his way to a nearby mountain outside of Yuten City. After providing Xiao Yan with the qi condensation pills, the system rewarded him with a medicinal pill capable of enhancing one's aptitude and enabling a breakthrough. Ascending to the rank of Dou Huang was the first step toward a promising future. Hun Cang gazed at the pill in his hand, murmuring softly before unhesitatingly swallowing it. In an instant, an overwhelming surge of power coursed through his body, akin to being immersed in boiling water, accompanied by an excruciating sensation of being torn apart by intense heat. Amidst this agony, Hun Cang discerned a certain restraint within him being relentlessly pulled until it shattered entirely. The once dormant and potent fighting spirit within him erupted joyously, roaring forth like a raging river. The commotion was immense. The creatures of the forest were startled, fleeing in all directions. At that moment, Hun Cang found himself lifted by an unseen force, suspended in midair as fighting spirit gathered above him, eventually forming a swirling vortex that continued to expand. Chapter 7. Reactions from all sides. A distinguished guest of the Xiao family? At the Xiao family's rear mountain, Xiao Yan lay upon the grass, raising his hand to allow sunlight to filter through his fingers onto his face. Whenever he felt troubled, he would retreat to this tranquil place, free from disturbances and the cold glares and mockery of others. Today, however, was different. Xiao Yan appeared relaxed and elated. Suddenly, the distant trees rustled, producing a sound. Moments later, a figure leaped from within, heading straight toward Xiao Yan. Father! Without turning, Xiao Yan confidently called out, I had Butler, Missouri search for you. He reported back empty-handed. So, I surmised you had once again come to the rear mountain. What's the matter? Are you still fretting over the exam? Xiao Zhan inquired with concern. Xiao Yan replied nonchalantly, Not at all. Alas, Xiao Zhan sighed softly. Intending to convey his understanding of his son, yet wary of causing him distress, he shifted the topic. A Dou Wang has arrived in the city. I had hoped to consult him regarding your vanishing Dou Qi issue, but alas, I am but a poor father. No need for that, father. Xiao Yan sprang to his feet, standing before Xiao Zhan with a radiant smile. I have already resolved the issue of my vanishing Dou Qi. Really? Xiao Zhan's eyes widened in astonishment. What was the cause? How did you manage it? Father, that's a secret. You'll find out in a couple of days. Xiao Yan replied with a mysterious smile, contemplating what expression his father would, whereupon discovering that the Dou Wang was none other than his elder brother. Xiao Yan regarded him intently, sighing, "You've grown, now harboring secrets." Feeling a bit awkward, Xiao Yan scratched his nose, thinking, "What's this? My age across 2 lifetimes surpasses yours." Not wishing to linger on the matter, Xiao Yan proactively changed the subject. "Father, did you summon me for something specific?" Xiao Zhan chuckled. "Tomorrow, a distinguished guest will arrive at the clan, and it pertains to you. Prepare yourself, so as not to be caught off guard." "A distinguished guest? Who could it be?" Xiao Yan inquired curiously. Xiao Zhan smiled mysteriously. "You'll find out tomorrow." With that, he prepared to leave. "What's the matter? Why not tell me how to resolve the Dou Qi issue?" Xiao Yan pouted, thinking how childish it was for his father to be upset with him over this. At that moment, a powerful wave of Dou Qi emanated from outside Yuten City as a massive vortex suddenly formed, threatening to draw the very sky down. What a terrifying pressure. Xiao Zhan's expression turned grave. What is happening in Yuten City lately? First, a Dou Wang arrives seeking someone. And now we have this formidable disturbance outside the city. "Father, is someone fighting?" Xiao Yan, with limited experience, turned to his father, who had trained longer. Xiao Zhan gazed into the distance, pondering for a few seconds before uncertainly replying. "It doesn't seem like it. Rather, it feels more akin to a breakthrough." What level of power would cause such a commotion during a breakthrough? Xiao Yan murmured in shock. In the next moment, a thought struck Xiao Yan, and he abruptly turned to look at his father, only to find Xiao Zhan doing the same. They both exclaimed in unison, "A Dou Wang breaking through to Dou Huang?" It was not hard to deduce, given that the only powerful individual who had recently arrived in Yuten City was the one who referred to himself as the Tsang Wang. "Yania, I'm gonna step out for a moment." Xiao Zhan inhaled deeply, resolved, and leaped away from the rear mountain. Meanwhile, in a certain loft of the Xiao residence, a refreshing and exquisite young lady stood by the window, grasping an ancient tome. Noticing the disturbance, she turned to gaze at the colossal vortex outside the city. "Ling, what is that?" Xiao Xun inquired, pointing outside. Ling, emerging from the shadows, respectfully bowed. "Miss, that is the Dou Wang from a few days past, currently breaking through to Dou Huang. There is no need for concern. He is not a match for this old servant. If possible, without alarming him, ascertain his purpose for coming to Yuten City." Xiao Sun commanded, her beautiful eyes narrowing slightly. "Yes." Ling nodded in agreement, remaining silent for a few seconds. Noticing Xiao Sun had no further instructions, he swiftly vanished into the air like a shadow. Xiao Sun leaned against the windowsill, frowning. Could it be that he has come for that item? Yet, the information regarding the Xiao family being one of the ancient 8 clans in Yuten City has been long lost. Even our clan only discovered relevant clues in a tattered notebook. Within Yuten City, as Xiao Zhan drew near the area, he discovered that Gali, Gu Inai, and others were also hastening toward the location. None spoke, each understanding the urgency, quickening their pace. After a while, they finally discerned the scene at the center of the vortex. There, Hun Cang remained suspended in midair, his eyes closed, as fighting spirits swirled around him, condensing into a crystal-clear liquid that flowed into his body from above. With each breath, mist escaped from Hun Cang's nostrils. The mere act of subconscious breathing enveloped me in an overwhelming sensation akin to a piercing arrow, an irresistible force. Is this the terrifying prowess of a Dou Huang? Galabai's body trembled, his complexion paling. What is there to fear? A Dou Huang is a being capable of establishing their own sect. In my opinion, the most alarming aspect is the age of Lord Tsang Wang. He appears to be barely in his 20s, yet is on the verge of breaking through to Dou Huang. If I hadn't witnessed it with my own eyes, I would scarcely have believed it. Gunny cast a disdainful glance at Galabai. His experiences in the capital of the Gama Empire had afforded him the opportunity to witness Dou Huangs, and although they were formidable, he had been fortunate enough to see them. Thus, the impact on him was somewhat diminished compared to Galabai. However, among the Dou Huangs he had encountered, none had been as youthful as Hun Cang. This individual undoubtedly possesses an immeasurable future. If only I could forge a connection with him. Thoughts of Xiao Zhan surged within me. Such youth, capable of transcending to Dou Huang. Not only talent, but the forces backing him must not be underestimated. For the resources required for cultivation are by no means insignificant. A derisive snicker arose from the side, and Xiao Zhan turned his head to see Galabai, wearing a look of contempt. You of the Xiao family dare to seek a connection with the Dou Huang? How laughable. A daydream. Xiao Zhan replied coldly. And your Galabai family is any better? Show silence. Do you wish to perish? If you disturb the Lord's breakthrough, none of us shall escape. Gunny admonished in a hushed tone. At this reminder, Galabai and Xiao Yan suddenly came to their senses and promptly fell silent. Soon after, others arrived, their gazes filled with envy as they observed Hun Cang's breakthrough. Among the crowd was a strikingly beautiful woman, her figure voluptuous and her demeanor exuding a unique charm. Even in a throng, she was a presence that could not be overlooked. If only I could be with him, Yafei murmured softly. She had been dispatched by her family to manage the auction house in Wutan City, which, in a sense, felt like being cast aside. After all, this place was too backward. Without remarkable accomplishments, returning to the capital of the Gama Empire would be utterly impossible. Initially resigned to her fate, upon seeing Hun Cang, an unexpected surge of discontent stirred within her. Regardless of the outcome, it would be worth a try. Chapter 8. The Awakening of Yao Chun, Arrival of Nalen Yanran. The breakthrough lasted for an hour, and the Dou Qi within a 100-mile radius seemed to be nearly exhausted by Hun Cang alone. At last, as the whirlpool dissipated, Hun Cang descended to the ground, slowly opening his eyes. Upon seeing Galabai and the others approaching with smiles, he indifferently retorted, "Get lost, don't bother me." The smiles on their faces instantly froze, and without hesitation, they turned to leave. The onlookers around them dared not linger either. Along the way, hushed murmurs could be heard. Indeed, a Dou Huang, such a formidable aura. The so-called three great families of Wutan City dared not even make a sound in the presence of a Dou Huang. I have made my decision. Tomorrow, I shall venture into the Monster Mountain Range. I must grow stronger. I will become a Dou Huang. As they made their way into the city, Galabai finally dared to glance back, perplexed as he asked, "Why did Lord Song Wang suddenly lose his temper?" "I do not know." Xiao Yan shook his head, unwilling to speculate recklessly. Gunny shot a warning glance at Galabai and said solemnly, "I suggest you refrain from inquiring further. Be cautious not to bring disaster upon Wutan City." The others sighed and departed, having initially intended to present gifts and praise during Hun Cang's breakthrough, hoping to leave a favorable impression in his moment of joy. Such a lack of self-awareness. If it weren't for Xiao Yan, who would willingly come to this desolate place? Hun Cang wrinkled his nose, feeling somewhat irritated. Given his status, he would receive adulation wherever he went. Such occurrences, once or twice, brought him a sense of pleasure and pride. But too many times, and anyone would grow weary. Moreover, this was Wutan City, a peripheral city of the Gama Empire. Befriending such individuals offered him no advantage, merely a waste of time. Breaking through to Dou Huang was a weight lifted from his heart, and with a deep breath he collected his thoughts, a smile gracing his lips as his gaze settled upon an ancient black ring. Suddenly, a jade vial appeared in his hand, containing an unknown liquid that flowed onto the ring without slipping off. It seemed to be absorbed. This was a potion beneficial for the soul, a substance of the soul clan, of which Hun Cang possessed many. Within mere seconds, a shimmering aura glimmered upon the ring. Since the master of medicine has awakened, why conceal yourself any longer? After waiting a few moments without any response from the ring, Hun Cang spoke indifferently. A wave of intangible energy surged, and an ethereal figure materialized before Hun Cang, somewhat translucent yet discernible as an elderly man. "Who are you? How do you know me?" Yao Lao scrutinized Hun Cang, a hint of surprise flickering across his features. For many years, he had been in a stupor, occasionally awakening just to absorb Dou Qi, remaining largely oblivious to the external world. Yet, even so, Yao Chen was aware that the individual he had previously absorbed appeared to be merely a fledgling Dou practitioner. The fact that this person could recognize him was indeed peculiar. "Hun Cang." He introduced himself nonchalantly, disregarding Yao Chen's astonished expression as he continued, "Let's make a deal. What is your relationship with the Soul Palace?" Yao Chen's tone was cold, his eyes betraying a sliver of animosity. His current predicament was undoubtedly intertwined with the Soul Palace. "The Soul Palace is merely a dog raised by my family," Hun Cang replied nonchalantly, for his father was the Soul Emperor, and this statement was devoid of fault. Yao Chen scoffed. "I see. You still dare to dream of striking a deal with me? Go back to sleep." Hun Cang remained unfazed, saying, "I am currently conversing with you amicably. Do not be ungrateful. If I wish to compel you to speak, the Soul Palace has ample means. I simply prefer to avoid trouble." Without allowing Yao Chen to interject, he continued, "If you agree, I can assist in restoring your physical form, and even capture that traitor Han Feng, bringing him before you for your disposal." Yao Chen's gaze flickered, a hint of temptation surfacing. With a body, he would have countless methods to swiftly regain his strength. After all, the power of an 8th-grade alchemist was no jest. He regarded Hun Cang and asked, "What do you desire?" "The burning formula." A smile crept across Hun Cang's lips as he uttered those two words, causing Yao Chen's expression to shift dramatically. In the depths of the forest, a well-maintained flat road bore witness to a fast-moving carriage. Soon, as the city loomed ahead, the pace slowed slightly, and the young driver turned to the carriage, saying, "Junior Sister Nalan, we have arrived at Wutan City." The next moment, a corner of the curtain was lifted, revealing a stunning yet somewhat youthful face, her fair skin smooth and delicate, with an inadvertent hint of arrogance in her gaze. After glancing at the diminutive city walls, Nalan Yinran nodded calmly and remarked, "Thank you, senior brother, for your efforts in driving." Upon hearing this, the disciple's fatigue seemed to vanish, as if he could continue driving for 3 days and nights. Inside the carriage sat an elder, leaning against the window, his eyes closed. He wore a robe adorned with the insignia of the Yunlan sect, a silver crescent moon depicted on his chest, surrounded by 7 radiant stars. He was undoubtedly a 7-star Dome Master. "Elder Go," Nalan Yinran spoke, "do you think the annulment of the engagement will proceed smoothly? I feel somewhat uneasy." Elder Gu Yi slowly opened his eyes, a faint smile gracing his lips as he replied, "A fallen small family would not dare to oppose our Yunlan sect, would they?" Observing Nalan Yinran's unease, he added, "With the sect master backing you, the Xiao family would not dare to offend a Dou Huang, unless they have one themselves." "How could that be? If they had such power, the Xiao family would not have relocated from the capital of the Gamma Empire to this wretched place." Nalan Yinran quickly countered. Just as she finished speaking, she suddenly felt much lighter in spirit. Elder Gu's words indeed held merit. Perhaps she had been overly anxious and suspicious. Reflecting upon this, Nalan Yinran settled down quietly. The carriage entered the city of Wutan, heading straight for the Xiao family. Along the way, many passers-by were drawn to the emblem on the carriage, their gazes converging from all directions. Who are these people? I feel as though I have seen that emblem before, yet I cannot recall it at the moment. Naturally, it is the symbol of the Yunlan sect of the Jiamar Empire. The Yunlan sect? Is it not the legendary top sect capable of rivaling the imperial family? Goodness, such a dominant force has come to Wutan City? Look, they are heading to the Xiao residence. Could it be that the Yunlan sect is here to recruit disciples? You must be jesting. Recruit disciples? Who? Please don't tell me it's Xiao Yan, who is merely at the 3rd stage of Dou Qi. Discussions were incessant along the sides of the road. At the entrance of the Xiao family, the servant on duty had already received word. Upon seeing the splendid carriage approaching, one of them immediately turned and rushed inside to report to the family head. Shortly thereafter, in the Xiao family hall, Xiao Yan sat at the head, with the other elders and some clan disciples taking their seats. Patriarch Xiao, Elder Yi of the Yunlan sect, has come to pay a visit. Welcome, welcome. Xiao Yan rose to greet them, ushering the 3 distinguished guests to their seats. While engaging in casual conversation, he discreetly searched for Xiao Yan's figure, feeling a tinge of anxiety upon not finding him. Chapter 9. The Cancellation of Engagement, the Overbearing Yunlan Sect. "Third young master, are you ready?" "Right away, Butler, Missouri." The door opened with a creak, and Xiao Yan emerged with a smile. "Let us go," he said. It had been quite some time since Butler, Missouri had seen the 3rd young master so joyful, momentarily taken aback as he led the way. Upon reaching the front hall, Xiao Yan was momentarily stunned to see the elders and various disciples gathered. It had been a long time since he had witnessed such a grand occasion at home. "Father, esteemed elders." Regaining his composure, Xiao Yan bowed respectfully. "Yinner, find a place to sit," Xiao Zhan instructed. "Yes," Xiao Yan nodded, but as he turned his gaze, he found himself awkwardly standing still, as there were no extra seats in the hall. Immediately, Xiao Zhan turned to one of the 3 elders beside him, furrowing his brow. "Second elder, what is the arrangement here?" The elder in the yellow robe smiled faintly, as if feeling guilty, and slapped his forehead lightly. "Apologies, Patriarch. I seem to have become a bit forgetful. Someone, bring a stool for our young clan leader." Standing there, under the scrutiny of numerous gazes, Xiao Yan felt quite displeased, especially as the mocking laughter of his peers echoed around him. "Xiao Yan, over here." At that moment, a clear and melodious voice rang out from a corner, a fair arm waving gently. Xiao Yan sighed in relief and walked over, casting a displeased glance at the 2nd elder. Xiao Zhan turned back to converse amicably with Guyi. In the corner, as soon as he sat down, Xiao Yan heard Xiao Suna ask Brother Xiao Yan, "Do you know where they have come from?" "Where?" Xiao Yan reflexively replied. "The Yunlan sect," Xiao Suna answered, then added, "Do you know who that girl is?" Xiao Yan glanced at the girl sitting next to Guyi. She was young, yet strikingly beautiful, exuding an innate air of pride. After a moment of contemplation, he could not recall, and shook his head in response to Xiao Suner's gaze. "Her name is Nalan Yinran," Xiao Suner articulated slowly. "Nalan Yinran? That name sounds somewhat familiar," Xiao Yan repeated, frowning in thought. Xiao Suner stared into his eyes. "Does it ring a bell?" She is your betrothed fiancée, arranged by our families. In an instant, Xiao Yan recalled that this was a match made by their grandfathers. Noticing Xiao Oxun es unwaffling Gaza. He felt a bit guilty and scratched his nose, puzzled. What is she doing here at the Xiao family? It's not yet time for the wedding. Brother Xiao Yan, what do you think a woman chosen by the head of the Yunlan sect to be his direct disciple would feel upon learning she has a fiancé in Wutan City? Especially when that fiancé has only been cultivating for 3 years and is merely at the 3rd stage of Doqi. Xiao Oxun remarked casually, her gaze fixed on the book in her lap. Xiao Yan was taken aback, a sudden realization dawning upon him. Just then, the voices in front grew louder, and he looked up to see his father, Xiao Zhan, wearing an expression of fury. Mr. Guyi, the engagement is a matter between our Xiao family and the Nalan family. There is no need for the Yunlan sect to meddle. Don't you think you are overstepping? Anger flickered in Xiao Zhan's eyes as he clenched his fists, a faint azure, Dou Qi emanating from his body, forming a phantom lion head above him. Guyi sighed helplessly, his tone firm. Miss Nalan is being groomed as the next sect leader by our esteemed master. Due to certain regulations, the direct disciple cannot have entanglements with men before officially becoming the sect leader. He continued, as his own Dou Qi surged furthermore. This is the will of our esteemed master. I hope Patriarch Xiao can consider the masteress standing and dissolve this engagement. Xiao Zhan's expression darkened. At that moment, the 3 elders of the Xiao family suddenly interjected, exclaiming, Xiao Zhan, stop right there. Do not forget that you are the patriarch of the Xiao family, and every action represents the clan. The Yunlan sect is such a colossal entity that even the imperial family of the Jiamar Empire dares not openly wage war against it, merely stationing troops at the foot of Yunlan Mountain. If today, Xiao Zhan were to offend the Yunlan sect, the 3 elders would tremble, not daring to imagine the consequences. The abrupt turn of events caught the family disciples completely off guard. Initially, upon learning that individuals from the Yunlan sect had arrived, they felt exhilarated and excited at the thought of possibly being selected as disciples. After all, it was the Yunlan sect. Gaining admission would lead to limitless prospects and universal respect. However, upon realizing that the visitors were merely engaging in idle chatter with the clan leader, their enthusiasm waned. When they later discovered that this was all related to the useless Xiao Yan, and that it was about the cancellation of an engagement, they could not help but relax. Even displaying expressions of delight, their eyes filled with various mockery and derision directed at the figure in the corner. Cancellation of engagement? In front of so many people. Xiao Yan's fists clenched tightly. Seeing his father being scrutinized by various odd gazes, a fire seemed to ignite within him. Patriarch Xiao, while this request may seem excessive, we must adhere to the sect's rules. As a token of apology, our master specifically instructed me to bring a small gift. I hope Patriarch Xiao will not find it lacking. Guyi noticed Xiao Zhan's silence and understood that invoking the sect master had taken effect, preparing to smoothly conclude the cancellation. Upon hearing about the gift, curious gazes turned towards Guyi as he retrieved a verdant ancient jade box from his storage ring. Cautiously opening it, before anyone could discern its contents, an unusual aura began to permeate the air, wafting around the noses of the onlookers. The 3 elders could no longer contain their excitement, craning their necks to see clearly, and upon recognizing what it was, they trembled in unison, exclaiming, Gathering chi powder? The hall erupted into a flurry of activity. Such grand generosity to casually present gathering chi powder. The Yunlan sect truly lives up to its reputation as the premier sect of the Jiamar Empire. With gathering chi powder, the Xiao family could produce another fighter. This gathering chi powder is undoubtedly meant for me, they thought. Xiao Yan was indeed fortunate. Although he was somewhat of a waste, he still possessed some value. He was never worthy of her, and now that the engagement was being called off, it would spare the Xiao family from further troubles. Among the crowd, a youthful girl with a hint of allure licked her lips, her eyes fervently fixed on the gathering chi powder. Turning to the middle-aged man beside her, she asked, Father, do I have a chance to obtain this gathering chi powder? The middle-aged man replied, Mayor, you certainly have a chance, apart from Miss Suner. You possess the closest Dou Qi level in the family. I will certainly help you secure it. Thank you, Father, Xiao Mei responded with a smile. However, a voice laced with faint anger interrupted her unfinished words. Mr. Guyi, you may take back the gathering chi powder. I will not agree to today's demands. Chapter 10 Xiao Yan. Does a Yunlan sect truly possess a Dou Huang? Swish. In the corner, Xiao Yan had risen to his feet at some point, oblivious to the multitude of gazes directed at him, and he strode purposefully to the center. Clenching his fists, he locked eyes with Guyi and reiterated his earlier words. Guyi momentarily faltered before a flicker of anger ignited on his countenance, akin to a senior being provoked by a junior. After all, even the patriarch of the Xiao clan, Xiao Yan, would not dare to speak to him in such a manner. What right did this young upstart possess? Xiao Yan, what are you saying? Return to your place. This is not a venue for your prattle. A waste is still a waste, unable to discern the gravity of the situation, daring to cause a ruckus. Before Guyi could utter another word, the three elders of the Xiao clan took the initiative to voice their indignation. The eldest elder forcefully slammed his teacup down, shattering it into a myriad of pieces at Xiao Yan's feet. He bellowed, on ordinary days, I might overlook your antics due to your status as the young patriarch, but today, do you comprehend who stands before you? That is Guyi, an elder of the Yunlan sect. Do you understand what the Yunlan sect is? Crushing our Xiao clan is as effortless as squashing an ant. You better leave this place immediately. Xiao Yan's gaze shifted from the scattered fragments on the ground to the elder's face, a sudden smile breaking across his features. Elder, if the one being called off the engagement today were your grandson, would you still have the audacity to utter such words? The elder's expression froze. Xiao Yan, cease your attempts at obfuscation. Miss Nayland is destined to become the head of the Yunlan sect. Naturally, looking down upon you is to be expected. You ought to behave like a man and relinquish this matter. The second elder interjected. Xiao Yan's smile turned icy. Am I obfuscating? It seems you are truly becoming senile. Old man, the engagement was a promise made by the previous generation. If it is to be dissolved, it should be done by the elders themselves. If the Xiao clan were to acquiesce to a young girl's demands, what face would we have left to continue our existence in Wutan City? Impudent! How dare you insult an elder? The second elder's face turned crimson, his finger trembling as he pointed at Xiao Yan, as if he might spew blood at any moment. Seeing this, the third elder abruptly stood up, his voice stern. Bring the young patriarch away. What kind of decorum is this? Instantly, several family disciples rose to comply. Enough. At that moment, Xiao Zhan, who had remained silent, bellowed, shattering the table beside him in his fury. Those who had intended to drag Xiao Yan away begrudgingly returned to their seats. The three elders, gazing at Xiao Zhan, who resembled an enraged lion, also fell into silence. Their eyes filled with disdain directed at Xiao Yan. Clearly, they had taken his retorts to heart, harboring a deep-seated resentment towards him. Xiao Zhan exhaled sharply and said, Yinner, you are a party to the engagement. You possess the right to express your opinion. As soon as he finished speaking, the eldest elder prepared to respond, his mouth agape, but was met with Xiao Zhan's cold glare, causing him to shut it once more. Thank you, father. Xiao Yan cast a grateful glance at him. He then turned towards Nayland Yinran and inquired, Miss Nayland, I have a question to ask. Go ahead. Nayland Yinran, who had been observing Xiao Yan, nodded gently. Xiao Yan smiled lightly and asked, Does the elder Nayland know of today's events? I do not know, Nayland Yinran replied honestly, then shifted her tone. But I am no child. I have the right to make my own decisions, including those regarding marriage. I can understand that. Frankly, I have no interest in you either. I was contemplating going to Nayland family in a couple of years to discuss dissolving this engagement. Xiao Yan initially agreed, but just as a smile appeared on Nayland Yinran's face, he abruptly changed his tone. Instantly, the smile on Nayland Yinran's face froze. Moments latte. A flicker of anger crossed her exquisitely crafted features, her voice rising. You find me unworthy? Xiao Yan, I expected you to behave like a normal man, but it appears you are just as stubborn as the rest. I am a disciple of the future head of the Yunlan sect, destined to inherit it. What gave you the right to look down on me? A disciple of the Yunlan sect's head? Xiao Yan replied with a tone laced with disdain. Indeed. What are you laughing at? My master is a Dou Huang, and I shall become one too. What about you? By that time, you might not even be a Dou Shi. Nayland Yinran shot back, her words sharp and unforgiving. Oh, how terrifying. Dou Huang, the Yunlan sect, what a monumental existence. Is this really so impressive? Xiao Yan's mocking tone left everyone in the hall in stunned silence. Many disciples gazed at him as if he were a fool. Did he even comprehend what he was saying? The Yunlan sect was a colossal entity in the Jiamat Empire, one that even the royal family feared. Xiao Yan appeared to dismiss it entirely. A Dou Huang, a legendary powerhouse, was an existence that warranted reverence. Yet, Xiao Yan seemed utterly unimpressed. He must be insane. There was no other explanation. The elders, initially infuriated, began to chuckle at Xiao Yan's words. After all, why waste anger on a fool? What sane person would utter such nonsense? Even the eldest elder exhibited a trace of pity, as if he felt sorry for Xiao Yan, who could not withstand the blow of the engagement dissolution and had lost his mind. Oh, how tragic. Yania. Xiao Zhan's hand trembled against the chair, concern evident in his eyes. Had he known such an incident would transpire today, he would have done anything to prevent Xiao Yan from appearing. Xiao Yan, how dare you insult the Yunlan sect? I demand you kneel and apologize immediately, or do not blame us for being unmerciful. A youth who had accompanied them abruptly rose from his seat, the aura of a five-star Dou Shi erupting as he glared at Xiao Yan. Xiao Zhan stood up as well, his own Dou Shi aura surging forth. This is the Xiao clan. Do not bully us excessively. Do you wish to start a conflict? Xiao clan leader, have you truly considered the consequences of offending the Yunlan sect? Guyi slowly rose, shielding the youth behind him. Xiao Zhan, cease this at once. Are you willing to let a madman ruin the entire Xiao clan? The three elders could no longer remain seated and hurriedly attempted to restrain Xiao Zhan. It was a joke. Even if Xiao Yan was not mad, it was inconceivable that they would jeopardize the entire Xiao clan for him. Moreover, Xiao Yan appeared increasingly unhinged now. Xiao Yan chuckled, utterly unfazed by being labeled a madman, and calmly stated, "Who is mad? Have I spoken erroneously? The Yunlan sect possesses a Dou Huang. Does our Xiao clan not have one?" Silence. A suffocating stillness enveloped the room. Guillotine adopting a defensive stance. The three elders and Xiao Zhan were left dumbfounded, staring blankly at Xiao Yan. Their expressions were frozen as if questioning. When had the Xiao clan ever produced a Dou Huang? Around them, the disciples exhibited a mix of astonishment, excitement, and curiosity. In the corner, Xiao Suner froze momentarily, a flicker of anxiety crossing her features as she lowered her voice. Elder Ling, has Brother Xiao Yan discovered anything? Chapter 11. I don't think so. After a brief silence, Ling Ying replied, clearly hesitant, as the situation within the Xiao clan was far from a secret. Indeed, the Xiao clan had no Dou Huang. Xiao Suner nodded slightly, her beautiful eyes reflecting a hint of confusion and concern. If there were no Dou Huang, why would Brother Xiao Yan utter such claims? Could it be that he truly had lost his sanity? Yet, she shook her head, unwilling to entertain such a notion. Xiao Yan, you assert that your Xiao clan possesses a Dou Huang? Very well, summon this esteemed Dou Huang. Coming back to herself, Nailin Yinran sneered. Guyi turned to Xiao Yan. Echoing, indeed. Around them, curious and incredulous gazes were fixated on the calm young man. Not at the moment. Xiao Yan shook his head. My elder brother has matters to attend to and will not arrive for a couple of days. If you wish to meet him, you'll have to wait a few more days. Ha! The youth from the Yunlan sect erupted into boisterous laughter, pointing at Xiao Yan. Elder brother? Did I hear that correctly? You have sworn brotherhood with a Dou Huang and refer to him as elder brother? Xiao Yan nodded earnestly. Why? Is there a problem? The youth's eyes brimmed with palpable disdain as he mockingly retorted. Have you even taken a moment to reflect? A mere third-tier Dou Qi practitioner. And you dare dream that a Dou Huang expert would take notice of you? His words instantly ignited a flurry of discussions. Indeed, how had I overlooked such a blatant truth? Xiao Yan had evidently lost his senses. Having languished for 3 years in mediocrity while fantasizing about possessing a Dou Huang elder brother. At least he did not claim to have a Dou Di elder brother, which was a small mercy. Goodness, you truly are deluded. A Dou Di? One has not appeared in millennia. Members of the Xiao clan, including several elders, directed scornful glares at Xiao Yan, their contempt unmistakable on their faces. It seemed the mere existence of someone like Xiao Yan within their family was a source of profound embarrassment. The three elders, initially taken aback by Xiao Yan's audacity, momentarily furrowed their brows in contemplation, as if pondering whether the Xiao family might indeed harbor a Dou Huang ancestor that Xiao Yan had encountered. However, upon realizing it was merely Xiao Yan's elder brother, their composure shattered. The third elder shook his head in disappointment, stating, youth is indeed folly, unable to boast convincingly. He resorts to calling someone his brother. At the very least, he could have claimed it was an ancestor of the Xiao family, which would lend a modicum of credibility. How utterly disgraceful. If word of this spreads, the entirety of Wutan City will mock our Xiao family. Xiao Yan has become a veritable shame upon us. The second elder remarked coldly, his disdain palpable. The first elder nodded in agreement, asserting, once this matter concludes, Xiao Yan must be expelled from the family. He should be relegated to managing the family shop. We cannot allow him to remain within the Xiao household, lest he influence the younger generation. At that moment, the three elders openly expressed their sentiments before Xiao Zhan, disregarding his status as clan leader. Xiao Zhan felt a deep sense of discomfort within, yet he refrained from countering their remarks. Instead, he gazed at Xiao Yan with sorrowful eyes, realizing that his son had been so profoundly affected by the unkind words of others over the past 3 years. It was a failure on his part as a father. Overwhelmed by guilt and self-reproach, Xiao Yan sighed heavily and approached Xiao Yan. Yinner, it is my fault as a father. I have been ineffectual and failed to care for you properly. Do not concern yourself with today's events. You may return to the rear courtyard for now. Once this is resolved, I will come to see you, all right? He patted Xiao Yan's shoulder, his voice laden with remorse. Xiao Yan, taken aback, surveyed the myriad expressions around him, some skeptical, others derisive, accompanied by smirks and scorn. Yet, not a single soul seemed to believe him. Staring at Xiao Yan, he stammered, Father, do you not believe me either? I speak the truth. I truly have a Dou Huang elder brother. A chorus of sighs echoed from those present. Xiao Yan's eyes trembled, devoid of reproach, only filled with concern as he replied, Yinner, your father believes in you. For now, please listen to me and return to the courtyard. Once this matter is settled, I will come to see you, all right? His tone softened, almost as if coaxing a child. He then motioned towards the door, beckoning for the steward. Xiao Yan shrugged off Xiao Yan's hand on his shoulder, speaking earnestly, Father, I am telling the truth. You previously asked me about the secret behind my vanished Dou Qi, and I can now reveal it. It was my elder brother who helped me resolve it. Huh? Xiao Yan paused, feeling a flicker of uncertainty. Stop with the lies, Xiao Yan. You are about to turn 16. Can you not face reality? The first elder laughed heartily, his voice sharp with reprimand. When the Dou Qi had inexplicably vanished, the entire clan had been on high alert. The first elder had sought answers, but had found none. Even just days ago, Xiao Yan had still been a mere third-tier Dou Qi practitioner. Now he claimed the issue was resolved. Who would believe that? Third young master, please. Do not speak further. Come with this old servant. And Mo urged gently, concern etched on his face. He had watched Xiao Yan grow up, recalling a time when the boy was bright and polite with considerable potential. However, after turning 11 and experiencing the loss of his Dou Qi, it was as though he had become a different person. And Mo regretted not recognizing the signs earlier. Perhaps had he noticed sooner, Xiao Yan might not have harbored such deep-seated pain, culminating in today's outburst. Xiao Yan was now desperate to voice his frustration. Were these people truly mad? He was merely speaking the truth, yet they refused to believe him. Wait, who said Xiao Yan could leave? The youth interjected sharply. Xiao Yan turned to him, furious. What do you intend to do? My son is on the brink of madness due to your incessant torment, and yet you continue to pursue him? The youth raised his chin defiantly. I have made it clear. Xiao Yan publicly slandered the Yunlan sect and insulted its leader. He must apologize today. Should there be no satisfactory resolution, do not blame the Yunlan sect for flattening your Xiao family on a chosen day. If you doubt my words, feel free to test me. This blatant threat incited outrage among the Xiao clan. Yet upon observing the youth's attire, their indignation was tempered. Shifting their gaze back to Xiao Yan. Though no words were spoken, Xiao Yan could sense the collective animosity directed towards him, as if they wished for nothing more than to see him harmed. A wave of unjust grievance surged within him. Why was he being bullied so mercilessly? Simply for his lack of strength? Never before had he yearned for power as intensely as he did in that moment. Xiao Yan, quickly apologize. Take responsibility for your actions. Each person must bear the consequences of their deeds. Yes, do not drag the family down with you. As the first voice rang out, others quickly joined in. The first elder scrutinized Xiao Yan. When one errs, they must own up to it. You lack the talent, so humbly agree to the annulment of the engagement. Do not bring trouble upon the family. Have you heard, Xiao Yan? I have decided to annul this engagement. Nailin Yinran scoffed coldly, a smirk of disdain gracing her lips. Noticing her father's helplessness and inability to intervene, Xiao Yan's heart twisted in anguish. He felt a deep-seated hatred towards that cursed ring that had stolen his Dou Qi. Had it not been for that, perhaps today he might have been a 4 or even 5-star Dou practitioner. Just as Xiao Yan wallowed in his helpless regret and pain, a deep, cold voice suddenly resonated from outside. Who dares to bully my younger brother? Chapter 12. The Appearance of the Soul Song. The Might of the Dou Huang. Who spoke? The murmurs of disbelief swept through the Xiao family hall. Could it be that Xiao Yan was speaking the truth? Surely not. How could a Dou Huang possibly take notice of a mere waste? Confused glances among the younger generation were exchanged, filled with astonishment, envy, skepticism, and disbelief. Xiao Zhan turned to Xiao Yan, asking, Yinner, have you truly befriended a Dou Huang elder brother? Indeed, father, Xiao Yan replied, a bittersweet smile gracing his lips as he nodded. I have told you multiple times. Do you truly believe I would fabricate such a story? Xiao Zhan lowered his head, feeling a wave of shame wash over him. Young master, when did you come to know the Dou Huang expert? The first elder rushed over, eagerly grasping Xiao Yan's hand. The second elder, too, wore a smile. You've grown so much. If you have an elder brother, you should invite him to our home. While our Xiao family may not be the greatest, we are certainly one of the 3 prominent families in Wutan City. Xiao Yan shot him an incredulous glance. Second elder, your tone was quite different just moments ago. Oh, I've simply grown older and a bit hard of hearing. Sometimes my voice carries a little too loudly. Please do not take offense, young master, the second elder chuckled, his smile unwavering. The third elder interjected. What are we standing here for? The young master, as elder brother, has come to our home. We must go out to greet him. This is a Dou Huang, and we cannot afford to be negligent. Yes, let's hurry. The first elder, finally grasping the situation, turned to rush outside. There's no need. A voice called from the entrance as a young man entered, garbed in dark clothing, devoid of any embellishments. His expression was stern, his countenance betraying no emotion, and his pitch-black eyes emanated an aura of chilling detachment. Wow, he looks so young. He can't possibly be over 20. Is this truly a Dou Huang? Even if one were to cultivate from the moment of birth. Could it truly be possible? The instant the illustrious Soul Song made his appearance, a collective gasp escaped the lips of the majority of the Xiao clan members. This was especially true for the younger generation, who had only heard tales of the arrival of a Dou Huang powerhouse in Wutan City, having never laid eyes upon him before. Thus, witnessing the youthful visage of Soul Song, it was nearly impossible not to be beguiled. Silence. What kind of disorder is this? The Grand Elder felt a cold sweat trickle down his back as he overheard the discussions among his kin, his piercing gaze sweeping across the youthful disciples. Just because they were unfamiliar did not imply that the elders were equally oblivious. To dare speak so openly about a Dou Huang was to invite calamity. He thought with trepidation. A glimmer of realization flashed in Xiao Zhan's eyes as he couldn't help but glance at Xiao Yan. Just yesterday, he lamented to Xiao Yan about his own inadequacy as a father, lamenting that a Dou Huang had arrived at their doorstep. And yet he was unable to forge a connection. Now, it seemed, his son had stealthily recognized the other as his elder brother. Xiao Yan appeared to grasp the implication in his father's gaze, scratching his nose awkwardly before stepping forward with a smile, saying, "Elder brother, didn't you mention you'd be busy for a few more days?" Soul Song casually draped an arm over Xiao Yan's shoulder, seemingly indifferent to his astonishment and joy, replying, "What is this? Am I not welcome for arriving early?" Xiao Yan hastily replied, "What are you saying? Our Xiao family welcomes you at any time, elder brother." "Indeed, Lord Song Wang, your presence is always a delight." Xiao Zhan approached with a cheerful demeanor, observing the intimate exchange between Soul Song and Xiao Yan. A myriad of questions swirled in his mind, yet the current atmosphere was ill-suited for inquiries. "Lord Song Wang, please take a seat." The Grand Elder hurriedly procured chair, meticulously wiping it with his sleeve. The third elder brought forth a cup of tea, nearly bowing to the ground as he presented it. "Lord Song Wang, please enjoy this tea." The 2 impertinent second elders shot glares at the pair before scurrying to fetch their own chairs, placing them beside Xiao Yan. "Young master, please have a seat." Xiao Yan was taken aback, unable to believe his eyes. "What happened to your earlier arrogance?" "Please don't act this way, second elder. It feels strange." "See, today is such a grand occasion. Did you anticipate my arrival?" Soul Song took a sip of tea, a hint of a smile gracing his austere face. Xiao Yan, seated nearby, responded to Soul Song's words with a shake of his head. "There are other guests." "Them?" Soul Song gestured subtly towards Nalan Yanran and the others, receiving a nod of affirmation from Xiao Yan. At that moment, as Soul Song's gaze fell upon them, Nalan Yanran and Gu Yi were also scrutinizing him. The first thought that crossed their minds was simply 2 words: youthful. Gu Yi narrowed his eyes, attempting to discern any flaws in Soul Song's demeanor. Indeed, he harbored doubts about Soul Song's claim of being a Dou Huang. Instead, he perceived this as a ruse orchestrated by the Xiao clan, possibly to pressure them into retracting the engagement. Whether it be from Yunlan's sect or the Jiama Empire, the young and talented were plentiful, with many possessing substantial gifts. However, to rise to the rank of Dou Huang before the age of 20 was exceedingly rare, even unprecedented. Gu Yi had yet to witness or hear of such a phenomenon. "Second brother, I overheard that you seemed to be bullied earlier. Who was it? Them?" Soul Song tilted his head toward Xiao Yan, feigning ignorance. Gu Yi and Nalan Yanran's hearts tightened at his words. The young man stood up, coldly declaring, "Who do you think you are? This is a matter between our Yunlan sect and the Xiao family. It has nothing to do with you. Mind your own business. How dare you speak to my elder brother like that?" Xiao Yan rose, emboldened by the presence of Soul Song, his demeanor instantly fierce. The youth cast a glance at Soul Song before addressing Xiao Yan. "Don't think that just because you have a Dou Huang backing you, you can act with impunity. Our Yunlan sect has no shortage of Dou Huangs." Furthermore, at this point, the young man's gaze turned icy as it fixated on Soul Song. Whether or not you truly are a Dou Huang remains to be seen. I could just as easily claim to be a Dou Shang. In the Yunlan sect, the young man had already established himself as one of the top 10 talents, and with the resources of the sect and his diligent efforts, he had only reached the status of a 5-star Dou Shi at 18. How could someone just a few years older than him possibly be a Dou Huang? The young man preferred to risk offending a Dou Huang rather than accept the truth. Guyi regarded him with a hint of admiration, satisfied with his performance. Was it genuine or merely an act? Nalan Yinran's heart raced. If Xiao Yan dared to employ such tricks repeatedly, deceiving her time and again, she would surely inform her master and senior brothers to teach the Xiao family a lesson. Foolishness. Soul Song's tone was indifferent as a pair of black wings suddenly unfurled from his back, a pressure akin to a mountain emanating from his being. Thud! The aura of the Dou Huang was too overwhelming. The young man couldn't withstand even a second before collapsing to his knees, his face ashen. How is this possible? He is so young, yet he has become a Dou Huang. In a Xiao family hall, silence fell like a shroud. Astonished gazes were fixed upon Soul Song. Under Soul Song's deliberate restraint, he directed his pressure solely towards the youth from Yunlan sect. Otherwise, not a soul in the hall would have remained seated comfortably. Please, my lord, cease. Emoli did not intend to offend. Guye's forehead beaded with sweat, yet he paid no heed to wiping it away. Soul Song snorted coldly. Retracting his Dou Qi wings, had I not been in my second brother's home today, I wouldn't have hesitated to turn him into a corpse. Upon hearing Soul Song's words, Xiao Yan puffed out his chest with pride. Listen, everyone, hear how much our elder brother cares for us. The younger generation of the Xiao clan looked at Xiao Yan with envy so intense it could almost be physically felt, their hearts filled with bitterness. Why had such fortune not befallen them? Guyi helped the young man to his feet, urging him to apologize. Sorry. Now aware of Soul Song's strength, the youth dared not act recklessly, for if he truly angered a Dou Huang, the sect would not lift a finger to intervene. The balance of power between Dou Shi and Dou Huang was well understood by all. Soul Song turned away from him, addressing Xiao Yan, second brother. If anyone else dares to bully you, tell your elder brother today, and I shall teach them a lesson. Oh, this elder brother is truly worth having. Xiao Yan was on the verge of tears from gratitude. As Xiao Yan's gaze swept over, the three elders' expressions soured, nearly moved to tears themselves. Please spare us. To kneel before the Xiao family's younger generation and apologize was an unbearable humiliation. Xiao Yan merely intended to frighten them with a glance. And now he withdrew his gaze with a smile, saying, Elder brother, I'm not as miserable as you think. After all, I'm still the young master of the Xiao family. At that moment, Xiao Zhan exchanged a knowing glance with his son, saying, Yener, since your elder brother has come to visit, take him around. Today, the primary focus remained on the engagement matter between Nalan Yinran and Xiao Yan, a family matter best kept from prying eyes. Xiao Yan immediately grasped the implication. About to speak when Soul Song interjected, Second brother, don't you still have matters to attend to? I have no pressing engagements and can wait. Truly, a fellow townsman, his penchant for watching the spectacle had not waned. Internally, Xiao Yan scoffed, realizing the need to temper his expectations. Sometimes, when someone is courteous, it should not be taken lightly, lest it breed a sense of entitlement. Soul Song was undoubtedly a genuine Dou Huang, and Xiao Yan dared not impose excessively. To provoke him could jeopardize the hard-won brotherly bond, potentially capsizing their friendship. Miss Nalan, shall we return to our previous discussion? Xiao Yan adjusted his collar, stepping forward to tower over the seated young woman. Nalan Yinran glanced at the impassive Soul Song, ignoring Guyi's persistent tugging at her sleeve, resolutely declaring, Xiao Yan, I am retracting from this engagement today. Regardless of who stands behind you, it shall not impede. As soon as the words left his lips, Guyi anxiously glanced towards Hun Cang. Hun Cang adjusted his posture, showing no inclination to speak. Why would he wish to alter the course of the narrative? Following the original storyline would render it far simpler for him to oversee Xiao Yan's forthcoming path of growth. Thus, his actions would become considerably more manageable. He merely needed to intercept Xiao Yan's resources in advance and redirect them to him, thereby reaping the rewards from the system. Xiao Yan scoffed, asserting, I have made it abundantly clear that I harbor no interest in you. Our engagement is not unbreakable. It merely awaits a 2-year period, after which I shall personally visit the Nalan household to clarify matters with the elder. Impossible, Nalan Yinran immediately retorted. The smile vanished from Xiao Yan's face as he seethed. Nalan Yinran, what do you truly mean? Are you intent on casting my Xiao family into disgrace in Wutan City? A fleeting shadow of grievance crossed Nalan Yinran's expression as she defiantly replied, Does only your Xiao family possess dignity? Is my face not worthy of consideration? Xiao Yan was momentarily taken aback. What do you mean? I am Nalan Yinran, the widely recognized future vice master of the Yunlan sect in the Jiama Empire. If others were to discover that I am bound by an engagement to someone who has only cultivated for 15 years and possesses merely a third-tier Dou Qi, what would they think of me? How would they perceive me? Would they not ridicule me in secret? Nalan Yinran exclaimed vehemently. If only you, Xiao Yan, could behave like a normal individual. Nothing too extraordinary is required. At the very least, do not become the object of ridicule in others' conversations. I would not find myself compelled to bring this matter up now, for the sake of becoming the future master of the Yunlan sect. Being the direct disciple of the master is one aspect. Personal reputation is equally paramount. Nalan Yinran did not wish to be known as the master who was forever linked to a fiancé of merely third-tier Dou Qi. Xiao Yan staggered back several steps, as though struck by lightning. He fixed his gaze upon Nalan Yinran, struggling to accept the reality. Am I truly so inadequate? I became a doja at 11. I am the fastest in my family to achieve this in a century. If it were not for that cursed ring, how could I have fallen to this state? Suddenly, a weight pressed down upon his shoulder. Turning, Xiao Yan saw a hand resting there and instinctively spoke, Elder brother. Hun Cang gave a couple of light pats, signaling Xiao Yan to refrain from speaking. You are Nalan Yinran, disciple of Yun Yin? Hun Cang inquired. Nalan Yinran felt a twinge of panic at Hun Cang's intervention, but concealed it well, nodding in affirmation. Yes. What guidance does the Dou Huang wish to impart? If this concerns the engagement, I must insist that you abandon it unless I perish. No one can change my mind today. Hun Cang chuckled softly, shaking his head. I have no interest in coercing others. What, then, does the Dou Huang wish to express? Nalan Yinran queried. Hun Cang ignored her and turned to Xiao Yan. You, younger brother, what are your thoughts? Fear not. I shall stand by you. Even if you wish to consummate matters with her today, I assure you it shall be without issue. As for Yin Yin, you need not worry. I shall handle that. Brother, you are quite direct, Xiao Yan replied, a hint of embarrassment in his voice, glancing at Nalan Yinran, whose face had turned pale and whose eyes reflected fear. He shook his head. Brother, I merely feel aggrieved. I became a dojo at 11. If it were not for that, if that incident had not occurred, I would not have fallen to this humiliating state. Xiao Yan clenched his fists tightly. Hun Cang pondered for a moment and said, I have a proposal. Let's see if this works for you. Please go on. Nalan Yinran said, casting a wary glance at Hun Cang, seemingly unsettled by his earlier remarks. Hun Cang continued, how about you establish a 3-year agreement? In 3 years, my younger brother will challenge you at the Yunlan sect. Regardless of victory or defeat, this engagement shall be considered dissolved. What do you think? Just him? Nalan Yinran cast a disdainful glance at Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan's fists tightened further. Hun Cang smiled faintly, saying, Nalan Yinran, allow me to impart a piece of wisdom. 30 years on the East Bank, 30 years on the West Bank. Do not underestimate the youth and poverty. Do not look down upon my younger brother. Chapter 14. Xiao Yan is moved. Xiao Xuner visits Hun Cang. 30 years on the East Bank, 30 years on the West Bank. Do not underestimate the youth and poverty. A myriad of gazes turned towards Hun Cang, clearly astonished that this Dou Huang would utter such words. As the principal party, Xiao Yan's eyes trembled with emotion. His elder brother truly believes in me. He was aware that over the past 3 years, since the disappearance of his Dou Qi, he had endured the cold stares and ridicule of his family. If previously, when he acknowledged Hun Cang as his elder brother in an attempt to curry favor, he had felt some reluctance, at this moment, he had fully embraced it. Nalan Yinran remained silent for a moment, her gaze shifting between Xiao Yan and Hun Cang, before stating, very well, I shall await him at the Yunlan sect in 3 years. A deal is struck. In 3 years, I shall certainly arrive at the Yunlan sect, and I shall repay today as humiliation. Xiao Yan choked back his emotions, speaking with unwavering determination. Elder Ge, we shall take our leave. Nalan Yinran cast a cold, indifferent glance and exited. Elder Ge, filled with trepidation, bowed deeply to Hun Cang, moving as if propelled by the wind, eager to escape the Xiao family. Wait. As they neared the door, Hun Cang's voice suddenly rang out. Guye's heart sank, and he turned, only to see a shadow flying toward him, instinctively raising his hand to catch it. It was a box. Hun Cang remarked indifferently, my younger brother does not require your possessions. Yes, yes. Guye obediently stowed it away, waiting for a moment. Seeing that Hun Cang had no further instructions, he hastily pulled the youth beside him and fled the Xiao family. Nalan Yinran had already boarded the carriage, and Guye followed suit, while the youth continued to drive. However, the young man's previous air of arrogance had been replaced with pallor and trepidation. Never did I imagine that Xiao Yan would have a Dou Huang-level elder brother. Through the carriage window, Guyi gazed at the gradually fading Xiao family, his tone laden with mixed emotions. It is indeed true. With a Dou Huang as his elder brother, Xiao Yan is bound to soar in the future. I cannot fathom what stroke of luck Xiao Yan has encountered to be so fortunate. Lower your voice. Henceforth, he shall be addressed as young patriarch. The Xiao family members were expelled from the hall by Xiao Zhan, shattering their hopes of gaining favor in front of Hun Cang. A group of individuals whispered amongst themselves, casting glances back inside. As their gazes swept past Xiao Yan, the envy and admiration in their eyes were palpable. If only I had not shifted my attitude towards brother Xiao Yan, perhaps I too could have been like sister Suner. Among the crowd, Xiao Mei observed Xiao Yan introducing Xiao Suner to Hun Cang, watching as the young Dou Huang affectionately ruffled Xiao Suner's hair. Her heart sank, and her steps felt heavier. Soon, only Xiao Zhan, the three elders, Xiao Yan, and Xiao Suner remained in the hall. Hun Cang was invited by Xiao Zhan to occupy the seat of honor, flanked by Xiao Yan and Xiao Suner. After some pleasantries, the topic of Xiao Yan's broken engagement fostered a sense of camaraderie among them. Elder brother, I have embarrassed you, Xiao Yan lamented, his head bowed in dejection. He had long believed that upon traversing to this realm, he was the protagonist, destined to explore and soar in a vast and splendid sky. However, consecutive setbacks had led him to feel a sense of shame. Especially upon meeting Hun Cang, he felt utterly humiliated. First and foremost was the disparity in strength. Hun Cang had attained the status of Dou Huang, a formidable presence in the Jiama Empire, while he himself remained at the third tier of Dou Qi. Moreover, it was striking that their ages were not significantly different. Truly, comparing oneself to others can be infuriating. Additionally, the unexpected cancellation of his engagement with Nalin Yanran had caught him completely off guard. He never anticipated that it would be his elder brother who intervened on his behalf in such a pressing situation. What a social death this is. Hun Cang felt a twinge of amusement, but restrained himself, not wishing to mar his image as a dependable elder brother. A true man stands tall. If you fall, simply rise again from where you stumbled. In 3 years, you shall triumph over her, he said. Xiao Yan nodded, then shook his head, replying, It's not that simple. Elder brother, I shall cultivate, but she too will progress. I have already wasted 3 years. It won't be easy to catch up. His face was clouded with frustration as he recalled the cursed ring, gritting his teeth in annoyance. Fear not, with your elder brother by your side. You can focus on your cultivation. The rest is for me to handle, Hun Cang reassured him. Xiao Zhan chimed in, Indeed, Yinner, your father will assist you. Concentrate wholeheartedly on your training. Absolutely, young clan leader, the entire family stands behind you. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to approach us old fellows. The grand elder affirmed. The second elder and third elder nodded in agreement. Xiao Yan looked at Hun Cang, whose expression was earnest, and said with a quiver in his voice, Elder brother, rest assured, I will devote myself to my cultivation and not let you down. After a lengthy conversation, Xiao Zhan and the 3 elders took their leave, allowing the children some privacy. Xiao Suner scrutinized Hun Cang for a few seconds before also excusing herself. Alone with Hun Cang, Xiao Yan felt a mix of nervousness and shyness, as this was only their second meeting. Yet, Hun Cang treated him like a brother, draping an arm around his shoulder and reminiscing about his past life. This instantly bridged the gap between them. After dining at the Xiao residence, Hun Cang graciously accepted Xiao Zhan's invitation to stay. In the following days, he instructed Xiao Yan to procure medicinal herbs, which Yao Chen refined, subsequently passing them on to Xiao Yan. The rewards flowed in abundantly, and the system's benefits surged. You've gone too far, young man. It is I who labored over the concoctions, and yet you claim all the credit, Yao Chen remarked as Xiao Yan left. Elated with his newfound resources, after spending a few days together, Yao Chen discovered that although Hun Cang belonged to the Soul Clan, he was unlike the sinister individuals typically associated with it. Hun Cang's boldness allowed him to crack a few jokes. Hun Cang stored the medicinal pills from the system and smiled at Yao Chen, saying, Had he not secretly siphoned my second brother's fighting spirit, he would not have been so easily bullied. Now you're compensating him with medicinal concoctions. Isn't that only fair? Yao Chen retorted, That is hardly the same. My circumstances were exceptional, and I had no choice but to draw from him. I assure you, once I awaken, I will make amends. Consequently, every time Xiao Yan visited, he would grumble about his predicament. After shooting Hun Cang a glare, Yao Chen sensed the tension and retreated into the ring. Hun Cang Gij, may I come in? A melodious voice rang from outside. Come in, Hun Cang replied, and, as the door swung open, a girl in a pale blue dress, exuding an aura akin to a blue lotus, entered. "Suner, what brings you here?" Hun Cang asked, maintaining a calm demeanor. He had sensed her gaze lingering on him ever since Nalan Yanran had called off their engagement. "Hun Cang Gij, why are you so kind, Xiao Yan Gij?" Xiao Suner inquired, her expression inscrutable, her tone measured, with a flicker of golden flames visible in her eyes, while others might remain oblivious. She was acutely aware of Hun Cang's origins. Chapter 15. The perceptive Xiao Suner, Yao Chun was stirred. Doubting yourself? This young girl truly cares for Xiao Yan, he pondered, quickly discerning the reason. Hun Cang replied nonchalantly, "Sister Suner, what is your aim in questioning me?" He emphasized the word ancient deliberately. Upon hearing this, Xiao Suner's expression shifted dramatically before she composed herself, stating, "What ancient? My name is Xiao Suner, Hun Cang Gij." "Enough. You can deceive others, but not me," Hun Cang chuckled. As he spoke, he glanced toward the shadows. "Ling, will you not come out to greet me?" After a moment, the shadows shifted and a figure emerged. "Greetings, young Master Hun Cang," Ling Ying said. Hun Cang nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Xiao Suner scrutinized him, asking, "Few in my clan know my true identity. How did you discern it?" "You need not worry about that. It's my secret. However, you can rest assured that I will not hinder your quest for the ancient Emperor's jade." Hun Cang replied with a faint smile. Yet, to Xiao Suner, his smile carried an icy undertone. In an instant, she felt a chill run down her spine, as though her deepest secrets had been laid bare. Hun Cang continued, "Sister Suner, I hope you remember this, since Xiao Yan calls me elder brother. I cannot turn a blind eye to him. You may do as you please, but should you harm him, even the ancient clan will be powerless to shield you." "I would never harm Xiao Yan Gij," Xiao Suner countered, then, after a pause, added with a warning tone, "I return your words. While the Soul Clan may be formidable, they are not without enemies." The two locked eyes, then burst into laughter. "Hun Cang Gij, those questions you asked earlier, were they a code of sorts? Can you share them with me?" Xiao Suner asked, her eyes gleaming with curiosity. Ling Ying extended his neck slightly, his gaze lingering on his master's face for a couple of seconds, momentarily stunned. Just moments ago, the young lady had seemed ready to confront Hun Cang, and now she was sweetly calling him Gij. The rapid shift was astonishing. Hun Cang chuckled and shook his head, a secret. Xiao Suner stomped her foot in frustration and turned to leave. She had posed the same question to Xiao Yan, receiving a similar response, which left her feeling quite discontented. It felt as though her beloved was being taken away from her. "Hun Cang Xiao Yi, I take my leave." As Xiao Suner departed, Ling Ying also bid farewell, nodding to Hun Cang before vanishing into the shadows. Yao Chan emerged once more, gazing at the doorway, and remarked, "That girl is from the ancient clan?" Hun Cang nodded. "No wonder I sense an aura about her that is not typical of Wutan City," Yao Chen mused. He tilted his head slightly and asked, "You mentioned the ancient Emperor's jade. Is it the same one I am familiar with? Have you ever heard the saying, the more you know, the deeper the trap?" Hun Cang calmly addressed Yao Chen's scrutiny. Yao Chen fell silent. Curiosity was one thing, but risking his freedom was not worth the potential cost. After a moment of contemplation, he asked, "I have fulfilled my end of the bargain. When will you honor your promise regarding my body?" Hun Cang pondered briefly. "After my second brother's 3-year pact concludes." 3 years? Yao Chen exclaimed. Hun Cang replied nonchalantly, "Why not? You've already slept for so long. What another 3 years? Is that all the value I possess?" Yao Chen retorted. "You are generalizing," Hun Cang sighed. "To be frank, I have already inquired about your body. There's a rather remarkable half-saint skeleton available, though the restrictions have yet to be lifted. If you are truly impatient, I could arrange for a Douang skeleton to be sent to you immediately." Half-saint. Yao Chen's eyes widened in disbelief. The Soul Clan certainly had extensive channels for information. If he could utilize that skeleton with his own prowess to refine it, he would undoubtedly preserve all its effects. Would that not mean he could ascend directly to half-saint status? Such an opportunity was beyond his wildest dreams. "Hey, old man, would a Douang suffice?" "If you're in a hurry, I can have someone bring it to you right now," Hun Cang offered. Yao Chan snapped out of his daze, adopting a serious demeanor. "I'm on a rush. Don't misinterpret my words. I simply had anyone to converse with for ages and was merely venting a bit." After a brief pause, he added with a smile, "Young Master Hun Cang, please keep a close watch on that half-saint skeleton. Are you truly not in a rush?" Hun Cang tilted his head in inquiry. Yao Chen nodded, his frequency akin to that of a chick pecking at grains. Hun Cang pondered and said, "If you are not in a hurry, could you assist me with a small matter?" Yao Chen immediately became vigilant. "Fear not. It is a trivial task, not particularly arduous. Besides, have you considered the value of a half-saint's remains?" Hun Cang observed his expression with disdain. Speak, Yao Chen replied, still unable to dismiss the temptation of the half-saint's allure. You have seen my second brother. His soul power is quite formidable, a promising candidate to become an alchemist. Since you have nothing better to do, why not take some time to teach him alchemy? Hun Cang stated calmly. Yao Chen fell silent. It was not merely a matter of teaching or not, but that teaching in the field of alchemy inherently meant accepting a disciple. Over the past 3 years, Xiao Yan had left a reasonably good impression on him, despite his penchant for cursing the heavens and expressing his love for them in a rather irreverent manner. Nevertheless, he had not given up on his cultivation despite facing disdain, mockery, and cold stares from others. Reflecting on those 3 years, Yao Chen had indeed enjoyed absorbing Dou Qi. However, he suddenly recalled that during this period, Xiao Yan would often vent his frustrations to Hun Cang about him, which irked him somewhat. Hun Cang glanced at him and said in a nonchalant tone, "If you agree, I will entrust my second brother's cultivation to you. Should he ever slack off or disobey, feel free to discipline him. I will not interfere, only observe the final results." How does that sound? Discipline him at will? Yao Chen's eyes instantly brightened. Is that truly the case? Indeed, Hun Cang replied, observing Yao Chen's sudden exuberance, akin to a switch being flipped. After their agreement, that very night, Hun Cang summoned Xiao Yan. Brother, did you call for me? Xiao Yan asked, his face brimming with excitement and anticipation. In recent days, he had received numerous benefits from Hun Cang, leading to an increasing sense of gratitude and respect toward him. Seeing Xiao Yan's expression, Hun Cang felt a pang of reluctance to speak. After all, since he had taken Yao Chen under his wing, every time Xiao Yan had scolded Yao Chen, it had been with genuine fervor and heartfelt sincerity. Second brother, Hun Cang looked at Xiao Yan. Do you wish to become an alchemist? Absolutely, brother. Xiao Yan responded without hesitation. If the fighters of the Dou Qi continent were considered a revered profession, respected and admired, then alchemists were even more sought after and idolized. As their name implies, alchemists possess the remarkable ability to concoct various mystical pills that enhance strength. This extraordinary skill renders them desirable to any faction, endowing them with an illustrious status. If one were to choose between eliminating a Dou Wang and a fourth-tier alchemist, 99 out of 100 would opt to eliminate the Dou Wang. This is because an alchemist, through their unique skills, can amass a complex network of connections. To eliminate an alchemist may yield success, but if one fails, they would incur the wrath of those who have benefited from the alchemist's craft. However, as Xiao Yan's excitement faded, he came to a sober realization. Brother, the requirements to become an alchemist are quite stringent. I may not meet them. Hun Cang smiled faintly. Second brother, have you ever heard me speak of chasing shadows? Xiao Yan paused, then, overwhelmed with joy, exclaimed, Brother, do you mean that I meet the requirements? Precisely. Hun Cang nodded. If you wish, I will find you a teacher who can guide you step by step, provided you commit yourself to diligent study and do not become complacent. Of course, brother, I am eager. You may not know this, but during my high school days, I would rise at 6 in the morning to study and read under the lamp until 2 in the morning. Xiao Yan said excitedly, somewhat incoherently. Only 4 hours of sleep a day. Are you cultivating? Hun Cang was taken aback, instinctively stating, with such dedication, you must have been accepted into a prestigious university, right? Xiao Yan scratched his nose, somewhat bashfully admitting, not quite. I mostly read novels. Hun Cang was speechless. What novels? I used to enjoy them too. Share the titles with me. Like golden scales are not mere fish in the pond. The fragrance of flowers in the fields, Yin Yang Abin. Xiao Yan frowned in contemplation. The titles slipping from his memory after so long. Hun Cang's eyes widened. Is it rainy night with a blade, no umbrella? Wow, brother, so you're also a kindred spirit. Xiao Yan revealed a charming smile. Were these books? I have never heard of them. Yao Chen, unable to contain himself, emerged from the ring. Ahem. Hun Cang shot a warning glance at Xiao Yan. It is perfectly normal that you are unfamiliar. These are books from my hometown. He gestured toward Xiao Yan, adding with a hint of warning, do not mention them again. I study the spring and autumn annals. How could I discuss these matters with you? As he spoke, Hun Cang let out a sigh. Xiao Yan chuckled, feeling an increasing sense of camaraderie with Hun Cang. No wonder you are my fellow townsman. Our interests are quite similar. Suddenly, recalling something, he turned sharply to Yao Chen. Old man, what are you doing here? Eavesdropping. Have you gotten used to it? Show some respect. What? You little brat, do you dare insult me? Yao Chen, who had been contemplating the conversation between Hun Cang and Xiao Yan, erupted like a lion upon hearing Xiao Yan's words. Xiao Yan, hands on his hips, boldly declared, did I say anything wrong? You stole my Dou Qi for 3 years, leaving me a laughingstock for 3 years. Now, every time I see you, I am annoyed. If not for your status as a soul, I would have shattered your skull. With Hun Cang present, Xiao Yan fully embodied the concept of a fox relying on a tiger's might. Hun Cang raised his hand to calm them. Enough, stop the bickering. Humph. A pair of cold snorts echoed, one after the other. Yao Chun, displeased, turned his head away, while Xiao Yan followed suit, gazing in the opposite direction. Hun Cang looked at Xiao Yan, silently thinking, "Second brother, do not blame your brother for this. The path must continue as planned, and you shall endure some hardships." He spoke in a low, serious tone. "Second brother, earlier I mentioned the alchemist." As he gestured towards Yao Chun, he added, "This gentleman here is the teacher I spoke of. His alchemical mastery is exceptional, and you will undoubtedly learn under his tutelage." Upon feeling Xiao Yan's gaze upon him, Yao Chun crossed his arms and lifted his chin defiantly. Xiao Yan retorted, "Brother, can this old man truly teach? If he were capable, he would not be reduced to a remnant soul." Hun Cang found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Xiao Yan's statement held merit. Yao Chun's current state was indeed pitiful. Who would have imagined that Yao Chun had once been a dignified individual, a Dou Zun strongman, and an 8th-tier alchemist? "You little brat, you are being ungrateful." Yao Chun, who had been trying to maintain an air of superiority, could no longer contain himself, his expression twisting in indignation. "You should not strike at the face, nor reveal the truth in insults. Humph. If you do not wish to learn, very well. I have no desire to teach you." At 15, only possessing the strength of the 3rd stage of Dou Qi, such a waste. "I have lived for so long and have never seen such foolishness. I cannot teach you. You old fool. Do you even have the face to mention this? Who caused it? Do you not possess a shred of self-awareness?" Xiao Yan stormed up to Yao Chun, throwing a flurry of punches. Unfortunately, in his current soul form, Yao Chun was impervious, each blow merely passing through him. Yao Chun wore a smug expression, watching as Xiao Yan gasped for breath and paused, chuckling. "You are already winded at such a young age? After only a short while? Keep going. Hey, my brother, look at this old geezer bullying me. Help me out." Xiao Yan turned to seek assistance from Hun Cang. "In the past, you could bully me, but now I have an elder brother. I will not allow you to act so arrogantly." Hun Cang rubbed his forehead, exasperated. "This is quite the spectacle. How did it come to this? Where's the harmonious teacher-student dynamic?" As the instigator, Hun Cang found himself lamenting. "Enough. You are both driving me to distraction." Collecting his thoughts, Hun Cang raised his voice, his demeanor turning stern. Instantly, Yao Chun and Xiao Yan resembled two misbehaving schoolchildren, obediently standing before Hun Cang, not daring to move. "Second brother. Brother, I am here. Our time together has been brief, and you may not know me well. I detest those who do not honor their promises the most. As the saying goes, a word is a bond. Since you have promised me, you must diligently follow Yao Chun and learn. The profession of an alchemist, if mastered, will ensure that wherever you go in the future, you will never be looked down upon." Soul Song spoke earnestly, his tone tinged with a hint of anger. Upon finishing his words, he found himself momentarily taken aback. Why did it sound so reminiscent of New Oriental? "Brother, I will be obedient. Rest assured, I shall diligently study to become an alchemist as soon as possible," Xiao Yan declared with utmost seriousness. Soul Song nodded with satisfaction. "From now on, let Yao Chun accompany you. You can consult him regarding any cultivation issues. As for your Dou Qi, fret not. I have employed a special potion, and he no longer requires your Dou Qi." "Thank you, brother." Xiao Yan felt a swell of emotion in his heart. The potion that could restore souls must not be inexpensive. My brother has truly devoted himself to my well-being. I must strive hard and not let him down. Chapter 17. An Unexpected System Reward. Soul Song departs. Though the process encountered some twists and turns, the outcome remained highly satisfactory to Soul Song. Despite his initial resistance, Xiao Yan adhered to the customs and formally accepted Yao Chun as his master, donning the ancient ring that Soul Song had returned to him. As for returning Yao Lao to Xiao Yan, Soul Song held no concerns. He had already extracted everything from Yao Chun. Apart from his bone spirit cold fire and personal experiences, all items, including the burning formula and flame-splitting wave scale, were now with Soul Song. After all, he intended to reserve these for Xiao Yan and subsequently reap benefits from the system, utilizing what originally belonged to him to garner favor while simultaneously growing stronger. This system was simply brilliant. Soul Song mused silently, a sense of admiration crossing his face. How unscrupulous this was. It was akin to selling someone out while having them assist in counting the profits. Suddenly, Soul Song's expression sharpened as he listened to the system prompt echoing in his mind. Ding! Reward triggered. A compilation of the ancient alchemy insights of the Shi Ancient Emperor. No sooner had the words left the system's voice than a torrent of information surged into his mind, causing Soul Song to brace his forehead, struggling to absorb the overwhelming influx. After a considerable time, he lifted his head, his eyes brimming with astonishment, murmuring, "I never imagined that by returning Yao Chan to Xiao Yan, I would inadvertently fulfill the conditions for this reward." Moreover, he had gained insights into the alchemical prowess of the Tuo Shi ancient emperor. It is worth noting that this Tuo Shi ancient emperor was no ordinary figure. He was the final Dou emperor of the Dou Qi continent, a being nurtured by nature itself, who achieved the status of Dou emperor through the continuous consumption of flames. The Tuo Shi ancient emperor was a master of fire, embodying flames himself, and was adept at wielding them. His alchemical expertise was evidenced by the emperor pill he left behind in his ancient cave, a testament to his formidable strength. Now I too am an alchemist. Soul Song couldn't help but laugh. Once he digested this newfound knowledge, he would leap into the ranks of the strongest alchemists on the Dou Qi continent. This truly was an unexpected stroke of fortune. As time sped by, half a month passed. The back mountain of the Xiao family had seemingly transformed into a forbidden zone. Apart from the clan leader, several elders, Xiao Yan, and Xiao Suner, no one else was permitted to venture there. In the training grounds, the Xiao disciples were diligently practicing when they suddenly heard a bone-chilling scream, glancing toward the back mountain. "Has anyone gone to the back mountain? We can't go. If discovered, we would be expelled from the clan." What do you think that sound was? It sends shivers down my spine. It sounds so tragic. I find it somewhat familiar. It resembles the voice of Brother Xiao Yan. Eyes turned toward the last speaker, a youthful girl with an air of delicate charm, Xiao Mei. You must have misheard. The young clan leader has the support of a Dou emperor brother. Who would dare to punish him? Someone shook their head. Indeed, we should refrain from discussing the young clan leader behind his back. One must be cautious about what might be overheard. Another agreed, speaking softly while casting wary glances around. The gathered crowd gradually dispersed, leaving Xiao Mei alone. Is there any chance for redemption? Xiao Mei murmured softly, regret flickering in her eyes. Just as she was about to leave, she spotted a slender figure, exuding a purity akin to a blooming lotus, making her way along the narrow path. A smile gracing her lips. That path was the only small trail leading to the back mountain. And that person was Xiao Suner, the one destined to follow Xiao Yan as the next prominent fighter of the Xiao family. A wave of regret washed over Xiao Mei. She should never have acted as she did. What is it? In a room, Soul Song gazed at the floating jade talisman before him. The talisman glimmered with brilliance, emanating a voice. "Young Master Tsong, the annual clan assessment is upon us. You are 18 this year and must participate. Please return promptly." "Understood. I will return shortly." Soul Song replied, raising his hand to grasp the jade talisman and storing it within his spatial ring. Much like the Xiao family, the Soul clan, an ancient lineage, also conducts assessments for the younger generation. Those with potential and worthy of cultivation would remain within the clan for training and resource allocation. Conversely, those who do not meet the criteria would be assigned to manage external affairs, akin to overseeing a segment of the Soul Hall. Despite Soul Song's commanding presence in Wutan City, where none dared to refute him, his status within the Soul clan was not particularly high. This was partly due to his identity as an illegitimate child and partly due to his long-criticized talent, limiting him to the peak of Douwang. Under such circumstances, Soul Song had previously endured mockery, much like Xiao Yan. However, everything had changed since he traversed here and bound himself to the system. As evening fell, the sun dipped below the horizon, and two figures sat side by side on a cliff, a wisp of lingering soul suspended beside them. "Brother, are you leaving?" Upon hearing Soul Song's words, Xiao Yan sprang to his feet, standing before Soul Song, gazing at him in astonishment. Soul Song nodded slightly, indicating for him to sit down. "Indeed, I was born into a prominent family, which comes with its own challenges. Now the clan has summoned me, and I must return. How long will you be gone?" Xiao Yan inquired. Soul Song furrowed his brow for a moment, shaking his head. "I cannot say for certain, but rest assured, as long as I am able to return, I will seek you out." "Ah, brother, even you cannot say for sure?" Xiao Yan expressed his surprise. Soul Song nodded candidly. Xiao Yan fell into a contemplative silence. "What is it?" Soul Song asked, perplexed. Xiao Yan raised his head, speaking from his heart. "Brother, I had thought you, being a Dou emperor, would hold a place of esteem within a clan. I never imagined you would also face restrictions when venturing out. It seems your life may not be better than mine. In this situation, you still selflessly provide me with cultivation resources, seeking a master to help me become an alchemist. It makes me feel particularly uneasy." Soul Song was taken aback by Xiao Yan's words, a tremor of surprise coursing through him. For his kindness toward Xiao Yan had always carried a purpose. Yet it seemed Xiao Yan genuinely regarded him as an elder brother. After pondering briefly, Sun Cang placed a hand on Xiao Yan's shoulder. Younger brother, in this life, not everything unfolds as we desire, unless we possess sufficient strength to disregard the opinions of others. Brother, even you must lower yourself. Xiao Yan was somewhat stunned. Sun Cang recognized Xiao Yan's misunderstanding, but chose not to elaborate, instead affirming, "Indeed, in this world, few can be trusted. You, my younger brother, are one of them. During my absence, I hope you will strive to grow stronger. Should you ever face formidable foes, I hope you will stand by my side. Brother, I will not let you down," Xiao Yan declared, clenching his fists and nodding earnestly. Until now, Xiao Yan's aspirations had not been lofty. He merely wished to become a Dou emperor, like his brother, gaining respect wherever he went. Now, however, he had a new direction. He aimed not only to become a Dou emperor, but even to ascend to Dou Zun, Dou Sheng, and ultimately the mightiest Dou emperor. Suddenly, Yao Chen raised his hand and playfully tapped Xiao Yan on the back of his head. Facing the aggrieved glare, he chuckled, "Aren't you supposed to be getting stronger? Get up and continue your training." Having prepared for a verbal spar, given how things had gone in recent days, Yao Chen was taken aback when he saw Xiao Yan rise to train without uttering a word. Chapter 18. The Soul Clan's Prosperity. Sun Cang seeks an opportunity. In the barren expanse, a rift abruptly appeared in the void, continuously widening, with a swirling halo of light emanating from within. A figure shot forth from within. The young man possessed a strikingly handsome visage, with a pair of ebony eyes that emanated a profound tranquility. He was none other than Hun Cang, who had recently departed from the city of Wutan. Behind him, his wings of fighting spirit unfurled, allowing him to hover gracefully in the air, his gaze directed skyward, fixated on a particular area. Moments later, a wisp of smoke, reminiscent of black mist, surged forth from the direction he was observing, rolling towards him. Unperturbed, Hun Cang allowed it to envelop him. As the smoke dissipated, his figure vanished from sight. "Master Cang, it is an honor to meet you, Master Cang." Just as he steadied himself, respectful greetings reached his ears. Before him loomed a majestic city, vast enough to accommodate millions, aptly described as a thriving metropolis. Hun Cang nodded with a cool demeanor and strode directly into the city. The streets within were adorned with vibrant lanterns, bustling with life and excitement. The annual assessment was of paramount importance to the entire Hun clan. After all, through millennia of development, the Hun clan had transformed from a small tribe of mere thousands into a formidable presence. As time progressed, the disparities in individual talents became increasingly pronounced, giving rise to distinctions in status and lifestyle. Hun Cang's mother was not of noble birth. She had been favored by the Emperor of Souls, resulting in his birth. Consequently, Hun Cang had been granted a residence in the heart of the city. Upon returning home, he pushed open the door, and a woman rushed out, clutching a spatula. "So, you've returned. Have you suffered outside? You look as though you've lost weight." The woman expressed with genuine concern. Hun Cang smiled and replied, "Mother, do you wish for me to become as plump as a pig before you are satisfied? Enough of your nonsense. What does a good person have in common with a pig?" Hun Linhua playfully swatted her son's arm, pulling him inside and urging him to sit at the table while she busied herself in the kitchen. Shortly after, she set 4 dishes and a soup before him. As they began their meal, Hun Linhua hardly ate, focusing instead on serving Hun Cang. "Mother, how do you expect me to eat like this?" Hun Cang exclaimed, exasperated as he gazed at the mountain of food before him, both amused and dismayed. "Simple, just follow your mother's example," Hun Linhua replied, completely misunderstanding him. She brought over a bowl of rice and poured it over the dishes, then thrust the bowl into the bewildered Hun Cang's lap. "Now you can eat rice without delay," she said with a satisfied smile. Hun Cang, speechless, realized he could not refuse his mother's good intentions. He quickly finished eating and grabbed his mother's hand as she began to clear the table. "Mother, I have something to discuss with you." "What is it? Have you found a wife outside?" Hun Linhua placed her hands on her knees, her face alight with anticipation. Hun Cang could only shake his head, various lines of worry crossing his forehead. "No, I'm speaking seriously, Mother. I have broken through to the Fighting Emperor level." "Fighting Emperor? Wait, are you saying you've truly broken through to the Fighting Emperor?" Hun Linhua initially dismissed it, but suddenly froze mid-sentence. She stared at Hun Cang, struggling to believe it. Hun Cang nodded earnestly, demonstrating his power to affirm the truth of his claim. "But the assessments indicated that your strength could only reach the peak of Fighting King." Hun Linhua felt her mind whirl. "I encountered fortuitous events outside," Hun Cang replied vaguely with a smile. After a pause, he added, "Mother, I wish to compete in this test." Initially, Hun Linhua smiled at the news of her son surpassing his previous limitations, but her expression faltered upon hearing his subsequent words. After a long moment, her gaze turned complex. My son, it's all right for me to endure some hardships. We lack a strong background and cannot compete with them. Do not worry, mother. Trust in me. My desire to compete is not solely for you. There are other reasons as well, Hun Cang asserted with unwavering determination. Within the Hun clan, a particularly stringent rule dictated that to rise above, one must showcase their abilities and stand out among opponents to garner more support. Otherwise, life in the Hun clan would only amount to being an ordinary clansman. Hun Cang did not wish to find himself powerless in a situation where he would have to sacrifice for the Emperor of Souls years later. Days passed, and the Hun clan erupted in cheers, with figures soaring through the skies. For Wutan City, the fighting kings and fighting emperors were akin to messengers flitting about. In the eyes of the Gamma Empire, the fighting zone experts merely held a slightly elevated status as patrolling guards. This was the true face of the Dou King continent, the profound heritage of the ancient 8 clans. At times, Hun Cang found it perplexing that despite the Hun clan's long-standing legacy and profound roots, they allowed Xiao Yan to grow unchecked, ultimately becoming insurmountable. Wisps of black smoke drifted across the sky, converging into a figure beside him, soon accompanied by another presence. Powerful, imposing, and aloof, this was the first impression Hun Cang had upon seeing the figure. Bow before the clan leader. The members of the Hun clan, upon seeing that figure, bowed in unison. The Emperor of Souls wore a face seemingly encased in ice, devoid of any smile, and spoke with indifference, rise. After a brief exchange, the assessment ceremony commenced. Not everyone was gathered in one place. Otherwise, the testing would likely take over half a year to conclude. Arrangements would be made at different locations depending on the identities of the participants. As a child born out of wedlock, Hun Cang was categorized as a relative and underwent testing alongside the direct descendants within the inner arena. The Emperor of Souls was also present, accompanied by Su Wu Tunyan. Hun Cang did not wait long before stepping onto the platform. When he was identified as a 1-star fighting emperor, a murmur of astonishment rippled through the crowd. However, the Emperor of Souls displayed no change in expression. After all, even with a breakthrough in talent limitations, a 1-star fighting emperor held little significance within the Hun clan. Shortly thereafter, the testing concluded, and the Emperor of Souls stood to call out several names, such as Hun Yu, Hunya, and Hunli. Taking a deep breath, Hun Cang stepped forward and called out, "Father!" A stir erupted among the audience, gazes of surprise and curiosity directed at Hun Cang, with many faces displaying confusion. "What is it?" The Emperor of Souls turned to him. "I seek an opportunity," Hun Cang declared boldly. "I wish to contribute to the Hun clan, just like them." "You?" The Emperor of Souls furrowed his brow. Among those selected, many regarded Hun Cang with mocking smiles, for even the weakest among them possessed strength above 6-star fighting zone, while the strongest neared 2-star fighting zone. A 1-star fighting emperor like Hun Cang hardly seemed comparable to them. As a family that had once produced a fighting emperor, they boasted a lineage referred to as divine bloodlines, granting them strength surpassing that of ordinary individuals from birth. It had been many years since anyone had dared to self-recommend in such a manner. The Emperor of Souls pondered for a moment and stated, "Give me a reason." Chapter 19. The Plan Achieved. The Crisis at the Xiao Family Market. Your blood flows through my veins. Meeting the Emperor of Souls' gaze, Hun Cang spoke sincerely. "I can accept my mediocrity, but only if I have tried and exerted effort. Otherwise, I cannot reconcile myself, father." Quite ambitious, the Emperor of Souls remarked coldly, a slight smile tugging at the corners of his mouth, before glancing at Su Wu Tunyan. Su Wu Tunyan nodded slightly, also smiling. "No wonder he is your offspring." A hush fell over the gathering, every eye fixed on the Emperor of Souls, curious about how he would respond. After deliberation, the Emperor of Souls declared, "Take him with you." "Understood." Su Wu Tunyan complied, beckoning Hun Cang forward. Subsequently, under the gaze of many, Hun Cang stood beside Hun Yu and the others, allowing the black smoke to envelop him. The Emperor of Souls and Su Wu Tunyan also vanished from sight. "Hun Cang is quite bold to dare negotiate with the clan leader," murmured one onlooker. "As far as I know, throughout the years, those who enter the trials possess a minimum strength of fighting zone. Hun Cang is merely a 1-star fighting emperor. He is likely to meet a dire fate. If he perishes, it is his own doing." In the crowd, someone stared with envy at the spot where Hun Cang had just stood, their voice laced with a bittersweet tone of jealousy. Regrettably, their courage was insufficient to compel them to step forward. They could only mutter a few words after the departure of Soul Cang. A year later, the Soul Clan examination square was thronged with a bustling crowd. At the very center, A sudden eruption of black smoke materialized, swirling and expanding as though something were emerging from within. He has returned. Soul Cang has surprisingly survived. He is alive. Among the throng, Soul Cang's mother was present, her complexion appearing somewhat haggard. Throughout the past year, she had been consumed with worry for her son's safety, praying day and night. Now, witnessing Soul Cang's return, she could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Soul Cang, a year has passed, and you have only attained a rank of 5-star battle emperor? Truly pathetic, Soul Li scoffed, his gaze sweeping over with derision. Soul Li interjected, shaking his head. You're simply idling away, engaging in conversation with a waste. Before long, the Soul Emperor made his entrance, casting his gaze over the crowd before resting it upon Soul Cang. Remarkably, you have managed to survive. However, given your pace, perhaps it is best to accept reality. The Soul Emperor remarked dismissively, waving his hand. Father, Soul Cang raised his head, a smile breaking through his stern expression. My slow progress has reasons behind it. Oh. The Soul Emperor's curiosity was piqued. That region belongs to the core area of the Soul Clan, specifically designed to accelerate the strength breakthroughs of the younger generation. Even the passage of time there differs from the outside world. Under such conditions, to have only advanced 4 stars in the Battle Emperor phase demonstrates a lack of guidance. With a flick of his hand, a cauldron appeared before him. If Yao Chan were present, he would recognize this as a treasure that Soul Cang had pilfered from him. Lifting the lid, a rich aroma of medicinal herbs wafted forth, and in an instant, the sky darkened, thunder and lightning crackling. The elixir had attracted a formidable lightning tribulation. Void-devouring flame appeared beside the Soul Emperor, murmuring in astonishment. The next moment, a pill shot forth from the cauldron, seemingly imbued with a spirit, ready to flee. The Soul Emperor's gaze flickered, and that space was immediately sealed. In the blink of an eye, the pill was before him. A 7th-grade pill, flawless in quality, truly impressive. Void-devouring flame remarked, discerning the exceptional nature of the pill with a mere glance. Noticing the Soul Emperor's gaze, Void-devouring flame nodded. Indeed, the ingredients for this pill were sourced from within that area. This statement effectively informed the Soul Emperor that this pill was not pre-prepared by Soul Cang, but rather concocted within that region. How did you accomplish this? The Soul Emperor inquired solemnly. Soul Cang replied, I encountered a mysterious cave in the outside world, where I obtained the legacy of a pharmacist. Utilizing the pills crafted within, I shattered my own limitations and have now digested most of the legacy, allowing me to refine 7th-grade pills. Under 20 years old, 7th-grade pharmacist? The onlookers, including Soul Yu, Soul Ya, and Soul Li, cast astonished glances at Soul Cang. While 5-star Battle Emperor may not be remarkable, the status of a 7th-grade pharmacist is entirely different, especially considering Soul Cang's youth. Soul Li recalled his earlier mockery of Soul Cang and felt a flush of embarrassment. The Soul Emperor inhaled softly, a glimmer of surprise flickering in his eyes. I did not anticipate you to have such an opportunity. Well done. At this moment, he refrained from mentioning his earlier dismissal of Soul Cang. After a brief assessment, he assigned the group their next significant task. Soul Cang listened intently, his eyes sparkling. As he had surmised, they were to travel to various soul halls to manage relative matters and gather information on the ancient Emperor Tuashi. Once the Soul Emperor concluded, Soul Cang proactively expressed his desire to oversee the region of the Gamma Empire. The Soul Emperor, without hesitation, acquiesced. As the crowd dispersed, Soul Cang spotted his mother, and they made their way home. Along the journey, he could not help but feel the myriad of gazes upon him, accompanied by audible expressions of admiration. A faint smile graced Soul Cang's lips, and he chose to disregard it. Upon returning home and spending a brief moment with his mother, he proclaimed his intention to depart from the Soul Realm. Having accomplished both of his objectives during this visit, he saw no reason to linger further. Soul Cang's mother understood her son's lofty aspirations and did not impede his decision. In the Gamma Empire, Yutan City, at the Xiao family estate, Xiao Yan reclined on the grass of the back mountain, reveling in the tranquility, a faint smile gracing his lips. Half a month prior, the Xiao family's annual examination had commenced once more. Xiao Yan had achieved a commendable result of 8 segments in battle power, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the crowd as incredulous gazes fell upon him, filling him with immense satisfaction. Years ago, he had been subjected to such scrutiny. Now, the experience was equally delightful. What is there to celebrate about attaining 8 segments after a year of cultivation? The voice of Yao Chun, laced with disdain, disrupted his reverie. Xiao Yan opened his eyes to find Yao Chun regarding him with a scornful expression. Raising a middle finger, Xiao Yan remained silent. Yao Chun raised his hand as if to strike, but Xiao Yan interjected, "Old man, you promised me 3 days of rest. Do not renege on your word." "Umph. I have noted it down. We shall settle accounts in 3 days." Yao Chun lowered his hand. Xiao Yan continued to smile, unaffected, just as he was about to speak again when Yao Chun suddenly vanished. Sensing someone's approach, he immediately stood, spotting his father's figure drawing near. Upon their reunion, Xiao Yan could not help but express his delight at witnessing his son's growth and liberation from the label of being useless. They conversed for a while before the topic shifted to Soul Song. A year had passed since Soul Song's departure, and if not for Yao Chen's presence, Xiao Yan might have doubted the reality of it all. "Father, what do you need from my elder brother?" Xiao Yan inquired, puzzled. Xiao Yan sighed, bitterness lacing his words. "That old rascal, Galabai, has somehow managed to enlist a pharmacist, utilizing the elixirs produced to usurp our Xiao family's marketplace." "And so?" Xiao Yan pressed. Xiao Yan offered a wry smile. "Your elder brother is a battle emperor. He must know some people. I was hoping to ask him to find a pharmacist for us. Or else, at this rate, the Xiao family marketplace is bound to collapse." Chapter 20. Xiao Yan's Admonition. Xiao Yan returned to Yutan City. Yutan City, situated on the outskirts of the Gama Empire, predominantly sees foot traffic for mercenaries undertaking tasks. These individuals frequently traverse various locales and are prone to injury, necessitating various healing potions, which pharmacists can conveniently provide. Due to the superior efficacy of the elixirs crafted by pharmacists compared to ordinary means, albeit at a higher cost, Galabai had seized upon this opportunity, sparing no expense to engage a first-grade pharmacist. After listening to Xiao Yan's account, Xiao Yan pondered before responding, "Father, you need not worry. Our Xiao family is soon to have a pharmacist of our own." Xiao Yan chuckled wryly. "Yinner, do you think pharmacists are as common as street vendors?" "Because I am that pharmacist, father," Xiao Yan declared proudly. He had studied the fundamentals with Yao Chan for a year and was merely a step away from advancing to a fighter before he could attempt refining elixirs. Now, everything was in place. He was just waiting for his brother's heavenly-grade technique. Xiao Yan's eyes widened in disbelief as he hurriedly inquired about the details. Upon learning that Soul Song had arranged for a pharmacist instructor for Xiao Yan before his departure, Xiao Yan could not suppress his smile. "Yinner, your elder brother has indeed done a splendid job." Xiao Yan beamed, exclaiming, "And that's not all, father. My elder brother also stated that when I become a fighter, he will give me a top-tier, heavenly-grade technique. I will undoubtedly lead the Xiao family to soar to greater heights, departing Yutan City for a larger metropolis." However, Xiao Yan noticed his father's expression darken, and he questioned, "Father, what is it? Did I say something wrong?" Xiao Yan's tone turned serious. "Yinner, you cannot accept the heavenly-grade technique. Do you understand?" "Why not?" Xiao Yan asked, bewildered. Xiao Yan explained, "Think carefully about how much you have benefited from your elder brother. And what have you offered him in return? Even if Lord Song willingly provides it, accepting without reciprocation over time will paint a picture of insatiable greed." "Father, I understand now." Xiao Yan suddenly realized, no longer a child, he had momentarily forgotten the principles of reciprocity. Yet, what could the Xiao family possibly offer that would be worthy of his elder brother's regard? The elder brother is no longer young, and being single, there might be a chance for him to forge deeper connections. Observing Xiao Yan lost in contemplation, Xiao Yan let out a slight sigh of relief. He genuinely feared that his son would succumb to the allure of the heavenly tier martial arts. The Jiama Empire has finally returned. Hun Cang stretched his body, a smile of anticipation gracing his lips. At the subchamber of the Jiama Empire, the vice-chamber master, Hun Xiaochang, respectfully greeted the chamber master. At the entrance of a pitch-black grand hall, several figures rushed to Hun Cang's side and knelt in reverence. The foremost, a burly man, rasped him, "Rise." Hun Cang raised his hand. As they stood, Hun Xiaochang stepped forward to brief Hun Cang on the conditions of the Jiama Empire's territory. After listening briefly, Hun Cang found it aligned with his own thoughts. The Soul Hall had taken root quite deeply, with even the previous master of the Yanlan sect, Yin Shan, having developed into an outer member of the hall. "Very well. Continue to oversee the internal affairs of the hall. Additionally, while you search for relevant information, inquire about the news of the Ioa," Hun Cang commanded. Hun Xiaochang was momentarily taken aback and tilted his head. "Chamber Master, why seek information about the Ioa? Is that a question you should be asking?" Hun Cang's expression grew cold. Though merely a Dou Huang, his demeanor was enough to make the already trembling Hun Xiaochang, a Dou Zong, bow down in immediate recognition of his error, as did the other Dou Huangs present. "Such is the advantage of status. There shall be no next time. Otherwise, I won't hesitate to replace you as the Vice Chamber Master." Hun Cang's gaze swept over them sharply, a cold snort escaping his lips as he tossed a jade talisman, instructing, "Notify me upon receiving any news." Subsequently, Hun Cang did not enter the Soul Hall, but departed directly. On the way to Wu Tan City, Hun Cang recalled the Vice-Chamber Master's question and couldn't help but smile. Why search for the Yuan? Undoubtedly, in this current Dou Qi continent, there are only two paths to becoming a Dou Di. One is the Emperor Dan within the Tua Shi Ancient Emperor's cave, and the other is to devour the absorbing the essence left by the Tua Shi Ancient Emperor to ascend to Dou Di. It goes without saying that Hun Cang undoubtedly chose the latter. After all, becoming an emperor through the Emperor Dan required his father, Hun Tiandi, to sacrifice nearly the entirety of Zhongzhou and the Hun clan to achieve. Calculating the time, Xiao Yan should be on the verge of breaking through to a Dou Shi. I can also present him with the Flame's decision. Hun Cang's heart began to brim with anticipation, pondering what rewards the system would bestow at that time. Would it be a brand new martial art, a pathway to another route of becoming an emperor, or perhaps the complete version of the Flame's decision? Initially, the Tua Shi Ancient Emperor had personally informed Xiao Yan that his cultivation also relied on the Flame's decision, and this version was not the complete one. Before long, time had passed significantly. As Hun Cang soared through the sky, he finally beheld the silhouette of Wu Tan City, this time equipped with the spatial jade slip. He was determined to reserve a piece for Xiao Yan. After all, relying solely on flight for travel, while the scenery is splendid, could still be rather exhausting. He muttered to himself. Meanwhile, at the Xiao family, in the market, Xiao Yan and Xiao Sun Air strolled together, frequently stopping at various stalls to purchase a few items. In recent days, Xiao Yan had been diligently preparing to break through to a Dou Shi, engrossed in training, and had neglected to accompany Xiao Sun Air. This day, however, Xiao Sun Air had sought him out, and as he was merely one step away from his breakthrough, he ceased avoiding her and agreed to her request for a shopping outing. Xiao Sun Air linked her arm with Xiao Yan's, occasionally picking up some jewelry and asking for his opinion. After several distractions from Xiao Yan, Xiao Sun Air could no longer contain her frustration and pouted. "Xiao Yan, could you be a bit more serious? Don't you know that being half-hearted while accompanying a girl shopping is quite infuriating?" Yes, I was wrong. Don't be angry." Sun Air, Xiao Yan instinctively rubbed his nose, grinning apologetically. Xiao Sun Air huffed, walking a few steps before saying, "Are you troubled by the cultivation methods, Brother Xiao Yan? If you need anything, I have some here, feel free to take it." "No need. The Xiao family possesses sufficient martial arts," Xiao Yan decisively declined. As the two conversed, they unknowingly reached the entrance of the Xiao family's market, only to be suddenly blocked by a group of people approaching. "Oh, isn't this the useless third young master of the Xiao family?" Among the crowd, a youth clad in luxurious attire, surrounded by admirers like a star, wore a mocking expression. Jalio recognized the individual, and Xiao Yan's brow furrowed slightly. The two prominent families were vying for business in the market, and upon encountering each other, the young clan leaders were filled with animosity. As one of the pale-faced youths in white beside Jalio spoke, the tension between the two sides intensified further. "Brother Lu Shi, the Xiao family is not to be trifled with. They have a Dou Huang backing them," Jalio advised, though inwardly he cursed the foolish Lu Shi, who seemed only to think of alchemy and women, unable to entertain any other thoughts. Ignoring the counsel, Lu Shi remained indifferent, skepticism evident in his gaze as he doubted the presence of a Dou Huang in such a place. Seeing that the other party not only teased Xiao Sun Air, but also slandered his elder brother, Xiao Yan immediately called for help. In an instant, all of the Xiao family's guards surrounded them, and upon realizing the situation was dire, the Jalio family quickly retreated to summon reinforcements. Chapter 21. Lu Shi terrified. Heavenly tier martial arts rejected. What's happening down there? High in the sky, Hun Cang immediately spotted Xiao Yan amidst the chaotic crowd. It appeared that the two factions were embroiled in a scuffle, and Xiao Yan was temporarily at a disadvantage. Fortunately, a woman had stepped in to mediate, though it seemed she couldn't hold out for long. Who might that be? Hun Cang mused, his gaze sweeping over the woman's exquisitely long legs. As the woman protecting Xiao Yan was about to be harmed, Hun Cang bellowed, "Stop!" His voice echoed like thunder from the heavens, reverberating throughout the surroundings. Lu Shi, grasping the whip in the hand of the woman named Xiao Yu, was about to reach towards her smooth, fair thigh when he instinctively halted his actions, looking up. His vision was filled with a figure descending gracefully, wings unfurling. Dou Qi wings. Lu Shi's heart jolted, and memories of Jalio's earlier warning surged into his mind. There really is a Dou Huang. Realizing the implications of his recent remarks, Lu Shi's legs turned to jelly, collapsing to the ground in submission. In the next moment, Xiao Yan's voice further drained the color from his already pale face, leaving his eyes devoid of life. Brother! Xiao Yan exclaimed with joy and excitement upon seeing Hun Cang land. Hun Cang descended before Xiao Yan, affectionately ruffling his hair as he said, "Little brother, it's been a year, and you've grown taller." Xiao Yan chuckled, unfazed by the gesture, as it was customary for elders to show such affection towards their younger kin. Hun Cang's instinctive pat on his head signified his recognition of Xiao Yan as his brother, filling Xiao Yan's heart with delight as he quickly recounted the events. Realizing that he had triggered a plot, Hun Cang nodded slightly, recalling the segment involving the first-tier alchemist Lu Shi. His gaze swept over Lu Shi's lower garments, which were evidently darkened in color, and Hun Cang frowned. What a disgrace! I haven't even made a move, and he's already soiled himself? At that moment, Hun Cang discarded any thoughts of reprimanding him. It was simply too embarrassing. Perhaps it would be better to keep him around, allowing Xiao Yan to deal with him, thereby exerting some pressure on his younger brother to avoid complacency. In the midst of this silence, several figures rushed in from the distance, notably Jalio, Xiao Zhan, and Gu and I. They first bowed to Hun Cang, and upon seeing the terrified Lu Shi, the trembling Jalio, and Xiao Yan standing beside Hun Cang, Jalio's heart sank. Without hesitation, he knelt before Hun Cang, apologizing profusely. "Enough, I need not lose my temper with a bunch of children," Hun Cang said, listening to Jalio's tearful pleas for mercy. He waved his hand, lifting Xiao Yan by the shoulder and soaring away. "Thank you, Lord Song Wang, for your mercy," Jalio called out, expressing his gratitude towards Hun Cang's retreating figure. He then pulled Jalio up and ordered others to assist Lu Shi as they left the scene, utterly humiliated. "Congratulations, clan leader Xiao." Gu and I withdrew his envious gaze from Xiao Yan, smiling as he clasped his hands in greeting to Xiao Zhan. Xiao Zhan responded with a gentle smile, remarking that it was Xiao Yan's fortune. Subsequently, he dismissed the Xiao family guards who had gathered around, departing with Gu and I amidst light-hearted banter. Returning only to have my brother Xiao Yan snatched away. Once the crowd dispersed, Xiao Suner stood fuming in place, glaring at the retreating figures of Hun Cang and Xiao Yan, stamping her foot in frustration. "Cousin Suner, has Xiao Yan really acknowledged a Dou Huang as his elder brother?" Xiao Yu approached, unable to contain her curiosity. The moment Hun Cang appeared, she was utterly mesmerized. After all, even at the Jianan Academy, Dou Huangs were not commonly encountered, and whenever they were seen, they seldom exhibited the approachable demeanor displayed by Hun Cang. Xiao Xun nodded affirmatively. Without further ado, she dashed towards the back mountains of the Xiao family, as though fearing Hun Cang might do something untoward to her brother Xiao Yan. Once Xiao Yan's silhouette vanished completely, Xiao Yu turned her gaze to the young man beside her. "Brother, your defeat to Xiao Yan is hardly unjust." The young man, named Xiao Ning, was considered one of the more distinguished members of the younger generation in the Xiao family. Previously, he had actively challenged Xiao Yan during the assessment competition, only to end up bettered for an entire month. Upon hearing his sister's words, a flicker of resentment appeared in Xiao Ning's eyes as he retorted, "If I also had a Dou Huang brother, I wouldn't be any inferior to him." Xiao Yu shot him a disapproving glance, replying, "Do you think Dou Huangs are as common as cabbages on the street? Who could just bump into one? Moreover, you and he share no familial ties. Why would he acknowledge you as his younger brother? What benefits would he gain from it?" These thoughts, which she worried might hurt her brother, were only voiced internally. However, Xiao Ning looked at his sister and said, "Sister, why not put in some effort?" "What do you mean?" Xiao Yu asked instinctively, not quite grasping his implication. Xiao Ning chuckled, "Sister, you're so beautiful, especially with those long legs of yours. Who wouldn't take a second glance as you walk by? I just saw Lord Song cast a couple of glances your way. Why not give it a try? I may not have a Dou Huang brother, but perhaps I could have a Dou Huang brother-in-law." "You brat, what are you saying?" Xiao Yu's face instantly flushed crimson, her ears turning pink. Realizing he had misspoken, Xiao Ning took off running, with Xiao Yu chasing after him, whip in hand. Atop the back mountain, Hun Cang and Xiao Yan touched down in succession. Xiao Yan, with a nostalgic gleam in his eyes, exclaimed, "The sensation of flying through the air is truly delightful." Hun Cang chuckled, "If you train diligently, you too may soar like me in the future." Xiao Yan, coming back to his senses, scratched his head and replied, "Brother, your talent is unparalleled. I cannot compare." "Second brother, I recall you were never one to lack confidence. Don't forget, you have a 3-year agreement to uphold. Cheer up." Hun Cang encouraged, patting Xiao Yan on the back while producing a jade talisman with his other hand. Xiao Yan's gaze fell upon it, and a spark of fervor ignited in his eyes. Hun Cang smiled, saying, "Second brother, I keep my promises. You are about to become a fighter, and this cultivation technique is a gift for you. With that, a glimmer of anticipation flashed in his eyes. However, Xiao Yan did not move to take it. Hun Cang paused, shaking his hand to indicate Xiao Yan should take it. Brother, I cannot accept. Xiao Yan pushed Hun Cang's hand back with both hands, his expression earnest. What's the matter? Hun Cang stared blankly at Xiao Yan and inquired. Second brother, what are you doing? This is the cultivation technique I promised you a year ago. Why can't you accept it? Xiao Yan smiled and shook his head, saying, No, brother, you have already assisted me so much. I cannot even express my gratitude adequately. If I were to accept your cultivation technique, how could I face you? Please take it back. But if you don't accept it, how will I receive my reward? Hun Cang's eyes showed a hint of urgency. Second brother, given our relationship, there is no need to be concerned about such matters. Listen to your brother and accept it quickly. Hun Cang insisted again. Yet, no matter what Xiao Yan said, he refused to take it, and even Hun Cang's mock anger had no effect. Finally, Hun Cang, bewildered, directly asked Xiao Yan what he needed to do to convince him to accept it. Xiao Yan, with a mysterious smile, said, Brother, I also wish to present you with a gift. If you agree, I will accept it. All right, let us have it. Hun Cang immediately replied. As for what Xiao Yan could offer, he was indifferent, as the only valuable item remaining in the Xiao family was an ancient jade from the Tua Shi ancient emperor. However, Xiao Yan was still oblivious to its true worth. I'm not yet prepared. Please wait a moment, brother. I need to return and discuss it with father and the elders, Xiao Yan said with a mysterious smile. Watching Xiao Yan's excited figure depart, Hun Cang was somewhat puzzled. What gift requires discussion with Xiao Zhan and the others? Just give me anything. I am not picky. Chapter 22. Absurd Proposal. Unwilling Xiao Mei. At the Xiao family hall, you rejected the heavenly grade cultivation technique that was within your grasp. The elder's eyes widened, mouth agape, his face a canvas of disbelief and confusion. To think that a mere earthly grade technique could plunge Wu-Tan City into chaos, and yet he had just heard that Xiao Yan audaciously declined a heavenly grade technique? Was this normal? The gathered crowd, save for Xiao Zhan, could not comprehend. Clearing his throat, Xiao Zhan, facing the scrutinizing gazes of the assembly, slowly spoke. This is what I instructed Yenner to do. Why? The second elder pressed. Xiao Yan is just a child. His ignorance is understandable. But how can you, as the clan leader, not consider the family's interests? Xiao Zhan replied earnestly. I only learned recently that Lord Song not only provided Yenner with training resources, but also secured a teacher for him in alchemy, along with several other benefits, which I shall not elaborate upon. An alchemy teacher? This news was another heavy blow, striking deep into the hearts of the assembly, eliciting a wave of bitterness that nearly spilled from their mouths. Not only had he gained a powerful brother, but his future was also meticulously arranged. This was no mere brother. One might as well call him a father. Xiao Zhan continued. My intention is that since Yenner has received so many benefits from his brother, he should learn to be content. Accepting the heavenly grade technique would paint Lord Song as greedy and ungrateful, which would not bode well. As his words concluded, the hall fell into silence. The assembly held a modicum of agreement with Xiao Zhan's viewpoint. After all, the Xiao family possessed little of value that would attract a Dou Huang's interest. The elder, somewhat reluctant, lamented a heavenly grade technique. And we are just going to let it slip away? At this moment, Xiao Yan spoke up. Actually, I have an idea. The crowd turned their curious gazes towards him. Speak quickly, the second elder urged eagerly. My brother is not as terrifying as one might think. He is quite easy to talk to. However, the truth remains that I have received so many benefits from him. Since our Xiao family has little to offer, why not present a wife to my brother? He is not young anymore, and it would indeed be appropriate. Xiao Yan spoke slowly. As fellow transmigrators, he felt he understood Hun Cang quite well. What man had not dreamt of multiple wives? Previously, he had no opportunity, but now that his brother possessed strength and influence, it was inevitable he would marry in the future. If he could arrange for one in advance, he would not have to worry about future sisters-in-law being at odds with him, potentially setting traps against him. Indeed, Xiao Yan considered the long-term implications. To firmly cling to this benefactor, he began to strategize for Hun Cang's future. Xiao Zhan and the three elders were momentarily taken aback. However, upon further reflection, it seemed not entirely unreasonable, though it was somewhat embarrassing to voice, from another perspective, who among the Xiao family's daughters could guarantee a husband of Dou Huang caliber in the future. Moreover, Hun Cang was still so young, with limitless potential ahead, and ample room for growth. Thus, a discussion ensued, inquiring if Xiao Yan believed Hun Cang would agree. Xiao Yan, brimming with confidence, asserted that as long as someone from the clan was willing, he would certainly find a way to persuade his brother. Consequently, Several elders summoned suitable young women from within the clan, along with their parents. After a brief explanation, Xiao Mei stepped forward, saying, "Clan leader, esteemed elders, I am willing." She yearned to become stronger, having once managed to surpass Xiao Yan, only to find that her joy was short-lived. Within a year, Xiao Yan had overtaken her once more. The root of all this, ultimately, lay in Xiao Yan's acknowledgement of Hun Cang as his elder brother. "You are still too young. Perhaps it's best to let it go," Xiao Yan remarked as he gazed at her. Xiao Mei, upon careful reflection, realized she had yet to turn 16. A middle-aged man promptly rose, asserting, "She is not too young. Children from ordinary families at her age are already nurturing their own." This man was none other than Xiao Mei's father. The others began to express their opinions in succession. To establish a connection with a Dou Huang was akin to a humble chicken transforming into a phoenix. Who could resist such an allure? Even if Xiao Zhan reiterated that, given the Xiao family status, she might ultimately only serve as a maid, they would still be willing. After a fervent discussion, Xiao Zhan and the three elders settled on Xiao Yu as the candidate. Xiao Yu was close in age to Hun Cang, having studied at the Jianan Academy, and her status was certainly more favorable than that of the other members of the Xiao clan. In the end, Xiao Mei cast an angry glance at Xiao Yan before storming out. "Shaolin, you should go and console her." The third elder urged Xiao Mei's father upon witnessing her distress. Meanwhile, Hun Cang had lain down for a while in the back mountain before returning to his guest room. As he surveyed the immaculate surroundings, a glimmer of satisfaction flickered in his eyes. He had anticipated that the discussion would be straightforward. However, he found himself waiting until nightfall without a sign of Xiao Yan. This prompted him to consider rushing over to tell Xiao Yan that it was unnecessary. He should simply accept the burning technique, and once he obtained the system reward, he would take his leave. During this time, Yao Chun, having nothing better to do, decided to wander around and struck up a conversation with Hun Cang about some amusing anecdotes involving Xiao Yan from the past year. Yao Chun casually inquired why Hun Cang was so generous toward Xiao Yan, providing him with cultivation resources, arranging for himself to serve as Xiao Yan's teacher, and gifting him techniques. It was as if he were almost outright asking, why was Hun Cang being so sycophantic? Hun Cang shot him a sidelong glance, but refrained from responding, thinking to himself that the old man didn't understand a thing. In the Dou King continent, there were two clear paths to imperial ascension, the Emperor Dan and the Yao. His system, while not entirely useless, offered only marginal benefits. Knowing that Yao could aid in achieving imperial status, and that the key lay within the burning technique, Hun Cang naturally desired to obtain a complete version or an improved one through the system. A flawed version of the burning technique would entail risks in cultivation, which was not in line with the style of a transmigrator like himself. While lost in thought, Hun Cang suddenly heard a faint noise, followed by the door being opened. "Who is it? What do you want?" The strength of a Dou Huang left him unfazed. The figure stood silently by the bed for a moment before the sound of rustling filled the air. Before Hun Cang could comprehend the situation, a cool, slender body, imbued with a captivating fragrance, slipped into his embrace. "Xiao Mei." Hun Cang was taken aback upon recognizing her. Xiao Mei's cheeks were flushed, her eyes betraying a hint of anxiety as she slowly spoke. "Your Highness Hun Cang, I heard that you offered techniques to my elder brother Xiao Yan, but he rejected them." Hun Cang was astonished. "Yes, but what does that have to do with you coming to my room?" Xiao Mei replied, "I overheard them say that since you and I are not closely acquainted, it would be inappropriate for them to accept. However, if you were to accept me, then a connection would be established between you and the Xiao family, and they would have fewer reservations." Hun Cang paused, bewildered by this line of reasoning. Yet, given that it was Xiao Mei speaking, he was not entirely surprised. However, if it were to proceed in such a manner, he ought to be forthright about it, rather than sneaking around. After all, he was a Dou Huang. As he pondered this, Hun Cang realized that the reins of the situation had slipped from his grasp. In an instant, fueled by youthful impulsiveness, he cast caution aside. After all, he was a Dou Huang. Chapter 23. Hun Cang's Astonishment. The technique finally in hand. The following morning, as sunlight streamed on a Hun Cang's face, he awoke, reaching out only to find emptiness. When did Xiao Mei leave? Hun Cang sat up, still able to catch a whiff of her lingering fragrance. After taking a moment to dress, he stepped outside, intent on finding Xiao Yan. Now that he had established a connection with Xiao Mei, it seemed appropriate to offer the burning technique. Just then, Xiao Yan approached. "Second brother." Hun Cang smiled upon seeing him. Xiao Yan returned the smile, saying, "Elder brother, if you want a wife, just say the word, and I will bring one to you." "What?" Hun Cang was taken aback. Xiao Yan, without waiting for a response, pulled him into the hall. Inside, Xiao Yan and the three elders awaited. "We pay our respects to your highness Hun Cang." They greeted respectfully upon his arrival. Seated at the head of the table, Hun Cang looked at Xiao Yan, confused. "Second brother, what is all this?" Xiao Yan grinned. "Elder brother, didn't I mention yesterday that I would present you with a gift?" Hun Cang nodded slightly, but he wondered what that had to do with the earlier mention of a wife. Then, Xiao Yan proceeded to recount the discussions he had with their father and the elders. After hearing their deliberations, Hun Cang stared blankly at Xiao Yan, his mind in turmoil. "What nonsense is this? To express gratitude, you think the best course of action is to select a woman from the family to serve as my personal maid? Was this really the best they could come up with?" Xiao Yan continued to nudge Hun Cang, as if urging him to agree quickly. "Wait a moment," Hun Cang interrupted, grabbing Xiao Yan's shoulder and leading him to a secluded corner. "Second brother, what on earth are you doing? It's one thing to refuse to give you the technique, but to go so far as to offer a girl? Does this fit your character? Have you been possessed by someone?" Xiao Yan replied earnestly, "Elder brother, we are fellow townsmen. How could I harm you? Let us not dwell on past lives. This life, you're not getting any younger. It's time to think about settling down." Upon hearing this, Hun Cang couldn't help but chuckle. "Second brother, don't jest. My goodwill toward you is predicated on our shared background. Your growth will also benefit me in the future. Don't you understand?" Hun Cang was utterly flabbergasted by this convoluted scheme. Moreover, he had just spent the night with Xiao Mei, and now they were proposing Xiao Yu? Wouldn't that lead to utter chaos? Xiao Yan insisted, "Elder brother, if we don't proceed this way, my father will not agree. I can't reveal those secrets to him." Sighing, Hun Cang thought to himself that he should have simply given the burning technique to Xiao Yan from the outset. "Elder brother, you need to broaden your horizons. We're in another world now. It's time to expand your thinking," Xiao Yan urged, sensing Hun Cang's hesitation. "No. And besides, I'm still processing last night's events." Hun Cang felt overwhelmed. The Xiao family didn't seem to operate like this. How had everything become so chaotic since his arrival? In truth, Hun Cang had grossly underestimated the influence a Dou Huang wielded over Wutan City. Particularly, his goodwill towards Xiao Yan easily led to misunderstandings. The mere acknowledgement of Xiao Yan as an elder brother resulted in Hun Cang's various acts of kindness towards him. If he were to become Hun Cang's wife or someone close to him, what might the implications be? Yet they had no idea that Hun Cang's favors towards Xiao Yan always yielded even greater rewards. "Elder brother, what's the matter?" Xiao Yan inquired with concern. "Nothing." Hun Cang waved his hand in resignation, conceding that he would proceed as Xiao Yan suggested, but he made it clear, "Just a maid. Don't let this get out of hand." Xiao Yan laughed, "Rest assured, elder brother." Soon, Xiao Yan and the three elders learned that Hun Cang had genuinely agreed, and they were elated. For the Xiao family, securing Xiao Yu for Hun Cang would solidify a more profound connection, and if a child were to be born from this union, the Xiao family would truly possess a formidable ally. In the ensuing moments, a new figure appeared beside Hun Cang, Xiao Yu. This woman, renowned for her fiery temperament, revealed a gentle side that was completely unfamiliar to the Xiao family. On this particular day, as Xiao Yan was on the verge of a breakthrough, Hun Cang entrusted him with the burning technique. Can one truly absorb Yoa to elevate its power? Such a technique exists, brother. How astonishing. Xiao Yan exclaimed in awe after hearing the introduction. Hun Cang nodded affirmatively, reassuring him, "Indeed, you may rest assured in your cultivation regarding the I will be here to support you." Xiao Yan, brimming with enthusiasm, replied, "Fear not, brother. I shall not disappoint your expectations." Subsequently, he entered a state of cultivation. Not long after, Hun Cang observed that Ochi was converging around Xiao Yan. "He has commenced his breakthrough," Hun Cang murmured softly. Just as Xiao Yan's aura surged dramatically, a voice resonated within his mind, heralding the presence of the system. Immediately, a flood of information surged into his consciousness, leaving Hun Cang with a sensation of swelling fullness, causing his brow to furrow slightly. After a moment, Hun Cang slowly opened his eyes, a glimmer of joy flickering within them. I was not mistaken. The system has indeed refined the burning technique. As he absorbed the information within his mind, a satisfied smile graced Hun Cang's lips. As it turned out, simply providing the technique to Xiao Yan was insufficient. He must actively cultivate it to fulfill its requirements. At that moment, Hun Cang found himself endowed with a new technique named Jun Fenjie, which surpassed the simple functions of Fenjie in absorbing Yoa. Not only could Jun Fenjie devour Yihua, but it also enabled the user to sense the locations of other Yoa and possessed 6 seals capable of suppressing Yoa while launching formidable attacks. The more he learned, the more exhilarated Hun Cang became, for he was already well aware of the locations of most Yoa. Given his identity, the task of gathering them would be relatively effortless. By the time Xiao Yan's 3-year agreement concludes, I may very well have ascended to Hun Cang mused. At that moment, Xiao Yan's voice interrupted his reverie. Brother, I have broken through. I have become a Hoja. A smile crept onto Hun Cang's lips as he replied, Excellent. Now, you shall begin alchemy and show the Yao Lao family what you're capable of. I will, brother, Xiao Yan declared, his fists clenched with confidence. After spending an additional 3 months with the Xiao family, Hun Cang observed that the business in the market was thriving, bolstered by the potions produced by Xiao Yan. Taking a moment, he gave Xiao Mei some items. This girl was remarkably obedient, behaving as if nothing had transpired, greeting Hun Cang with respect each time they met. If not for the occasional quiet nights, when she would sneak into Hun Cang's bed, even he would have believed it all to be a dream. On this day, Hun Cang presented Xiao Yan with 2 jade slips. Take good care of these. One can transmit sound, while the other can provide location coordinates. If you encounter any insurmountable issues, just let me know, and I will come to your aid at once, understood? Xiao Yan hesitated. Brother, are you not coming with me to the Monster Mountain Range? Nonsense. With me around, how could you cultivate properly? Chapter 24, Desert City. Are you deliberately seeking trouble? In the golden sands of the desert, a city of yellow earth stood tall, its walls exuding a hue reminiscent of the soil. At the city gates, a steady stream of people flowed in and out. Among them, most men walked about bare-chested, while women merely draped cloth over their modesty, their waists and long legs boldly exposed to the sunlight. The atmosphere was a stark contrast to the reserved style of Wutan City. The swaying figures exuded a unique allure. Hun Cang withdrew his gaze and looked up at the city gates, where 2 large, light red characters were etched into the walls. Desert City. He spoke with an air of anticipation. After departing from the Xiao family, he had promptly returned to the Soul Palace of the Gama Empire, expecting that Soul Xiao Chong and the others might have gathered news regarding the Yoa. However, the outcome left Hun Cang deeply disappointed. Thus, he resolved to rely on himself. According to the original storyline, there indeed existed a type of Yoa in the Tagore Desert, ranked 19th, the Blue Lotus Earth Heartfire. The precise location of this flame was information that Xiao Yan had obtained from the Ice Emperor, Haibo Dong. Consequently, Hun Cang made his way directly to Desert City. If I'm not mistaken, this should be the place, he mused, standing before a shop with the sign Ancient Map. Entering, he found the interior to be somewhat cramped, illuminated sufficiently by the glow of 2 moonlight stones to discern the wares within. The shop appeared nearly devoid of customers, suggesting a rather lackluster business. Behind the counter, an elderly man lowered his head, one hand gripping a pen, indicating he was likely sketching a map, though his hair was silver and his figure slightly hunched. The steadiness with which he held the pen suggested he was not an ordinary elderly man. What do you wish to purchase? The old man inquired, pausing his work and looking up at the young man who had been observing him intently, his brow furrowing. Just browsing, Hun Cang replied, diverting his gaze as he casually rifled through the shelves. The old man's frown deepened, his tone becoming colder. Be careful. If you break something, will you be able to compensate? Ignoring the old man's warning, Hun Cang continued his search, disappointment flashing in his eyes. The child of destiny truly lived up to his reputation. Xiao Yan had casually discovered a fragment of a map concerning the purifying lotus demon fire during his visit, while Hun Cang found nothing of significance. Kid, I see you are not here to buy anything. You are deliberately seeking trouble, aren't you? The old man slammed his pen down on the counter, producing a loud clatter. Typically, customers would inquire directly about items they wished to purchase, not rummage through a store's belongings haphazardly. The old man's eyes narrowed slightly, a dangerous glint flashing within as he fixed his gaze on the young man standing in the center of the shop. I am indeed not here to make a purchase, Hun Cang replied with a smile, observing the old man's rising anger with a leisurely demeanor. I am here to find someone. Then you are in the wrong place. There is no one else here, the old man replied coldly. Hun Cang smiled nonchalantly and said, Not necessarily. What if the person I seek is you, old sir? Who would bother looking for an old codger like me? The old man retorted with a frigid smile. Beneath the counter, an aura of icy chill seemed to seep out, forming a thin layer of frost on the wooden floor. It was worth noting that outside the shop, the sun shone brightly, the air distorted by the heat. Hun Cang slightly lowered his gaze, as if he could pierce through the counters wood to glimpse the scene behind it, causing the old man's expression to grow increasingly grave. What do you intend to accomplish? The old man asked again, his tone icy. Raising his gaze, Hun Cang looked at the old man, whose demeanor suggested an imminent eruption, and with a slight smile at the corners of his mouth, he replied, As I stated before, I am here to find someone known as the Ice Emperor. Crack. As the words Ice Emperor left Hun Cang's lips, a wave of cold surged from behind the counter, and the shop's door swung shut of its own accord. The sudden loss of sunlight plunged the room into darkness, illuminated only by the faint glow of the moonlight stones. The once stooped old man now emanated an imposing coldness, a powerful aura radiating from him and spreading throughout the space. It seems I have come to the right place, Hun Cang mused to himself, his expression unperturbed as he faced the oncoming chill. A glimmer of coldness appeared on the old man's weathered face as he declared, regardless of your intentions. Now that you know my whereabouts, to ensure my continued seclusion, I can only ask you to die. How curious. The Ice Emperor has a temperament even more volatile than those who play with fire, Hun Cang could not help but remark as he stamped his foot on the ground. A surge of black mist erupting from within him, forming a circle with a radius of 1 meter around himself. The icy aura that approached was unable to penetrate this layer of black mist. Seeing this unfold, the old man was momentarily taken aback, then gritted his teeth. No wonder you dare to come alone. It seems you have some tricks up your sleeve. However, having lived for so many years, I am not to be trifled with. Before his words could fully resonate, he summoned an even more intense chill, instantly filling the room with a dense white mist, reducing visibility to less than a meter. Truly, he was once among the top 10 Dou emperors. He possesses considerable prowess. Hun Yuan remained unperturbed, seemingly intrigued as he reached out to touch the mist, feeling a frigid sensation at his fingertips. This coldness penetrated his skin, burrowing into his flesh and meridians, seeking to delve deeper. However, Hun Yuan mobilized his power, swiftly extinguishing the icy aura. Although my strength may not match my former zenith, I am not some inexperienced brat you can easily manipulate. Sensing Hun Yuan's movements within the mist, the old man darted forward like lightning from behind the counter. His hands were poised, fingertips encased in ice crystals, accompanied by the whistling sound of compressing wind. As he lunged towards Hun Yuan's neck, should he succeed, the consequences would range from a punctured throat to a severed neck. Just as the old man brimmed with confidence, a fist unexpectedly thrust forth from a mist. What? A surge of alarm coursed through him, leaving no time to evade. He collided head-on and was propelled backward at an even greater velocity. How could he possibly detect my presence? Shock colored the old man's face. For the white mist was a technique he had mastered, capable of cloaking all senses, allowing him to sense the movements of others through fluctuations within the fog. Impossible. It must be mere coincidence. The old man rose once more, swiftly forming seals with his hands, as countless icy breaths surged forth, coalescing into dozens of spiraled ice spikes. Go! With a low shout, the ice spikes whistled through the air, aimed directly at Hun Yuan's position. After the initial strike, the old man was about to catch his breath when the white mist churned violently, revealing a humanoid silhouette. Then another fist emerged, striking the old man squarely in the unguarded eye. How could this be? As he was sent reeling, a gasp of disbelief escaped his lips. Chapter 25. Hebadong Shock. The map in hand. The white mist dissipated, unveiling the true state of the shop. Amidst the scattered wooden debris lay an elderly man with snow-white hair, his gaunt visage accentuated by deeply shadowed eye sockets. Hun Yuan stood before him, looking down and inquiring. Ice Emperor, shall we not continue? Continue? How can I possibly continue? Hebadong cast a sidelong glance at him, unwilling to speak further. His only support had proven futile, leaving him with no hope for victory. Feeling the weight of Hun Yuan's gaze, Hebadong grew uncomfortable and snapped. What are you staring at? You've won. Do as you please. The more he tried to avert his gaze, the more Hun Yuan squatted before him, his eyes roaming over the old man's features, and he couldn't help but gesture, lamenting. The second punch was poorly executed. It was slightly askew, quite asymmetrical. Hebadong rose from the ground, exasperatedly asking, What on earth do you want? I've come to find you, Hun Yuan replied. Hebadong regarded him. Yes, I am the Ice Emperor. You found me, so feel free to make your move. Make a move. Hun Yuan was taken aback. Kill me, Hebadong exclaimed, driven to the brink of madness by the impudent youth before him. Hun Yuan, puzzled, replied, Why would I want to kill you? Hebadong glared. If you don't intend to kill me, then what is the purpose of your visit? Hun Yuan shrugged. Who said I sought you out solely to kill you? Or did you think I've spent the last 20 years in seclusion for nothing? Wait, are you not sent by that group? Hebadong, poised to rage, suddenly froze mid-sentence. He scrutinized Hun Yuan closely and inquired, What is your name? Hun Yuan, truly not. Hebadong was momentarily taken aback, then quickly recovered. Then why did you not explain when I attacked? Hun Yuan responded in astonishment. Why would I need to explain? You, an old fool with sealed strength, could not possibly harm me. In fact, I was merely seeking someone to practice my skills upon. How splendid. He Badong turned away, covering his face with his hands on the verge of tears. Had he merely spoken a single word, the old man could have avoided those two painful punches. After a moment's effort to compose himself, He Badong pushed the shattered debris aside, reopened the shop door, and returned behind the counter. Looking at Hun Yuan, he inquired, "Now what is it that you seek from me?" Transitioning to serious matters, Hun Yuan's smile vanished, and he stated with gravity, "I have heard that the Ice Emperor possesses knowledge of certain information regarding the Yi in the Tagore Desert. Who told you this?" He Badong's expression grew solemn. Hun Yuan smiled, "Forgive me, but that is a secret." He Badong chuckled softly. "What you claim to have heard must surely be a misunderstanding. How could an old man like me venture deep into the desert? The serpentine beings there do not take kindly to intruders." Hun Yuan replied earnestly, "What I have heard is based on facts. Do not attempt to deceive me. It will be futile." He seemed to possess some underlying confidence as he observed Hun Yuan's expression, causing He Badong to feel a twinge of unease. Indeed, he had collected some intelligence regarding the Yaoa. However, that information was meant for future use, a bargaining chip for when the appropriate opportunity arose, and it also pertained to whether he could regain his peak strength. Thus, He Badong lowered his gaze, speaking in a deep tone, "Please leave. I know nothing of the Yaoa you speak of." Hun Yuan's gaze sharpened. "Are you not afraid I will kill you and seek it out myself?" He Badong chuckled at this suggestion. "Do not threaten me with death. I have lived through a considerable portion of my life and have witnessed many storms." "Are you certain?" Hun Yuan, who had been leaning on the counter, slowly stood upright, appearing somewhat at a loss. As he turned to leave, he remarked, "I initially thought you pitiful, your strength reduced to nearly nothing due to the serpent's sealing curse. I considered aiding you if I acquire the Yaw, but it seems you are simply not destined for it. He knows, and he is an alchemist?" He Badong's heart raced as he watched Hun Yuan approach the door, contemplating for a moment before raising his hand. "Wait." Hun Yuan turned around, observing He Badong emerge from behind the counter, chuckling softly. "Have you remembered something? Are you an alchemist?" He Badong asked. Hun Yuan nodded. He Badong pressed further. "What grade of pills can you refine?" Ever since his strength was sealed, he had been seeking a solution, finally discovering a formula. If he could produce the pill described, consuming it would break the seal Queen Medusa had placed upon him. However, that pill was of the 6th grade. 7th grade, Hun Yuan stated. 7th grade? At such a young age? He Badong's eyes widened in disbelief as he scrutinized Hun Yuan from head to toe, taking a few steps back and sighing. "Forget it. You may as well leave." "Huh?" Hun Yuan was taken aback, perplexed as to why He Badong's attitude shifted after his confession. He asked, "Do you not wish to break the seal?" He Badong responded, "Of course I do. But, young man, you underestimate this old man. I have lived long enough to not be easily deceived. You appear to be merely in your early 20s. How could you possibly be a 7th grade alchemist? That is simply absurd. If only you understood what it means to lead a life of exceptional fortune." Hun Yuan mused internally, releasing his own aura. A torrent of Dou Qi surged within him, cascading outward towards He Badong. The old man's gaunt face transformed abruptly, his steps retreating as disbelief flooded his features. You're a Dou Emperor?" He Badong's voice trembled. Hun Yuan retracted his aura. Lifting his chin slightly, he chuckled. "Have you ever encountered a Dou Emperor so young?" He Badong's face still bore traces of shock as he shook his head, his expression wavering as he cautiously queried, "But how can you prove your alchemical prowess?" "Perhaps you could procure the materials for a 7th grade pill, and I shall refine it before your very eyes," Hun Yuan suggested, feeling somewhat overwhelmed by the old man's incessant inquiries. He Badong displayed a wry smile. "You think the materials for a 7th grade pill are as easily found as cabbages in the market?" After a long moment of contemplation, He Badong decided to take a gamble. "Very well, I shall trust you this once." Hun Cang revealed a smile. "Now this is more like it. After all, you were once one of the top 10 Dou Emperors. Where's your spirit?" The two returned to the counter, where He Badong retrieved a map from his spatial ring. "This is the most likely 3 locations where Yaoa might be found based on my reconnaissance. As for the specifics, you shall have to seek them out yourself," He Badong said. Casting a glance at the markings on the map, Hun Cang reached out to take it, only to find He Badong gripping it tightly. He sighed. "Could you not just relay everything at once?" He Badong chuckled apologetically. "Actually, I would like you to assist me with a small task. I have gathered most of the medicinal materials for alchemy, but I am still short of the final ingredient, the sand mandrake." "Very well, that is a trifling matter," Hun Cang replied without a hint of surprise, accepting the map. After glancing at it a couple of times, he stored it in his spatial ring and turned to leave. Pausing at the door, he added, "Do not wander off during these days. If I cannot find you later, Do not blame me for your missed opportunity. Rest assured, I won tea. Heibadong replied promptly, watching Hun Cang depart. Chapter 26, Shimo City, searching for the green lotus earth fire. Beneath the cloudless azure sky, the scorching sun blazed down upon the golden desert, rendering it unbearably hot, devoid of any signs of life or human presence. At that moment, a shadow darted across the sandy expanse. Upon closer inspection, it was a winged figure soaring through the sky, cast in shadow by the sun. As Hun Cang approached the distant city of Shimo, he slowed his flight. According to the timeline, Queen Medusa had come here to retrieve the green lotus earth fire 6 months after Xiao Yan had entered the Monster Mountain range for training. Shimo City, situated within the Taggart Desert, bore similarities to Mashing City, albeit oriented differently. Within Shimo City thrived numerous mercenary teams of varying sizes. Aside from the power of the City Lord's Mansion, the strongest factions were the Sand Mercenary Corps, the Mo Tai Mercenary Corps, and the Storm Mercenary Corps. Notably, the Sand Mercenary Corps, led by a great Dome Master, firmly held the position of top mercenary group, unassailable. Hun Cang pondered that the Mo Tai Mercenary Corps seemed to have been founded by Xiao Yan's 2 elder brothers, though he had no intention of seeking their acquaintance. Simply put, they were unworthy, just 2 Dome Masters, who in the later stages would be of little relevance and could not offer assistance like Xiao Yan could. There was no need to make their acquaintance. As Hun Cang slowed his speed, the City Lord's Mansion and various mercenary quarters in Shimo City seemed to sense his presence, their expressions growing grave as they hastily exited to gaze at the sky. Dou King transformation wings, at least a Dou Wang level powerhouse. Why would such a significant figure suddenly arrive in Shimo City? Issue a command for the brothers to remain cautious. Keep an eye out, lest we offend the esteemed one. If anyone dies, do not blame me for not warning you. Descending from the sky, Hun Cang surveyed the figures rushing towards him and spoke slowly. Who is in charge here? Greetings, esteemed one. I am Su Guang, the City Lord of Shimo City. What brings you here from afar? A middle-aged man stepped forward, bowing respectfully while cautiously inquiring. With a flick of his fingers, Hun Cang produced a map received from Heibadong and tossed it towards Su Guang, stating indifferently, locate the positions marked on this map. I care not what methods you employ. By dawn tomorrow, I expect to hear the news I wish to hear. Catching the falling map with both hands, Su Guang quickly scanned it, inwardly marveling at the detailed craftsmanship. Such a meticulous map. Then, as he absorbed Hun Cang's command, he focused on the 3 locations marked in flames, one of which conveniently lay to the southeast of Shimo City. Is there truly a treasure to be found there? Su Guang frowned slightly. Shimo City was home to numerous mercenaries who frequently undertook various missions, and many nearby areas had already been scoured. If there were indeed valuable items, they would have been discovered long ago. Su Guang glanced upward, observing the Dou King wings gently fluttering behind the stern youth, who appeared disinclined to provide further explanation. Suddenly, the youth looked down, locking eyes with Su Guang, and inquired, Do you have any questions? Su Guang tensed up, hastily bowing his head. None. Time seemed to stretch as Su Guang awaited further instructions, only to sense a fleeting gust of wind passing by. City Lord Su, what did that esteemed one give you? A voice inquired nearby. Su Guang raised his head, scanning the vicinity, but finding no trace of the youth. Ultimately, his gaze settled on the middle-aged man beside him. Su Guang handed the map over without hesitation, saying, Rob, review this promptly and organize your mercenary team to commence excavation immediately. Turning to the other mercenary leaders behind him, he called out, Listen closely, summon your men and bring your digging tools. All of you must assemble in the southeast of Shimo City. A pair of similarly featured youths approached. One, clad in white robes, exuded an air of scholarly demeanor. City Lord Su, was that esteemed one here in search of something? Xiao Ding, Xiao Li, Su Guang acknowledged the two with a slight nod, then hesitated. The esteemed one provided me with a map, which should relate to the item in question, but I am uncertain of the specifics. You were present. I know no more than you. Rob had just finished examining the map and returned it to Su Guang, who then passed it to Xiao Ding, allowing them to review it and share with others. The esteemed one stated he wishes to see results by tomorrow, given that the City Lord's Mansion alone might not ensure swift efficiency. Su Guang hoped to rally all mercenaries in Shimo City to join forces. Many hands make light work. With a multitude of individuals, even a single night would suffice to excavate thoroughly. However, just as Su Guang shared his thoughts with everyone, Rob cleared his throat. Facing Su Guang's scrutinizing gaze, he grinned mischievously. City Lord Su, I apologize, but our team has recently accepted a commission and may not have the time. Besides, with so many of us here, our absence shouldn't matter much, right? Rob, I advise you to reconsider your reckless words. Su Guang replied, suppressing his anger. Rob's insinuation was all too clear. He was attempting to shirk responsibility. The likely reason behind Rob's reluctance was that he saw no benefit in participating. Rob shrugged nonchalantly, still smiling. City Lord Su, I genuinely have matters to attend to. With Rob setting the tone, others among the mercenary leaders soon voiced their refusals, not wishing to partake in the endeavor. It was unavoidable. They had all heard that the esteemed one had not clarified what he sought, merely tossing out a map and instructing them to search. How could they possibly proceed? They could not simply turn the entire region upside down. The workload was immense, coupled with the need for efficiency, and they might even need to consume some medicinal herbs to sustain their energy. Why would anyone wish to engage in a venture that promised nothing in return? Rob, are you certain you wish to offend that esteemed one? If looks could kill, Su Guang would have likely killed Rob hundreds of times by now. Offend? Only Dou emperors are worth fearing. Dou Wang must adhere to the regulations of the Gama Empire. Rob thought, assessing the young man's appearance. He seemed quite youthful. To advance to Dou Wang at such an age was indeed a rare talent. He surely couldn't be a Dou emperor, could he? City Lord, our MOTI mercenary corps is willing to assist, Xiao Ding offered with a smile. Rob scoffed. There are truly fools willing to ingratiate themselves. Rob, mind your tone. Do not think that just because you're a Dou master, we of the MOTI mercenary corps will fear you. Xiao Li's expression turned cold, his eyes glinting ominously. Rob chuckled. Come at me. I am ready. Subsequently, Rob and his group departed, followed by several mercenaries who hesitated briefly before leaving only a handful behind. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. This was a stark reality. Su Guang cast a grateful glance at the Xiao brothers, summoning the remaining individuals to return to the city lord's mansion to discuss future arrangements. Chapter 27, The Passage. The surprised Su Guang and company. After wandering around Shimo City for a while, Hun Cang casually sought out a restaurant that appeared decent enough to satisfy his hunger. After a brief nap, as the sun began its descent, he ventured southeast of Shimo City for a quick inspection. Su Guang astes weebly, primarily driven by the urgency of Hun Cang's instructions. After a brief discussion with Xiao Ding and others, he promptly set the plan into motion. The desert, unlike other terrains adorned with trees and flowers, offered no cover, making it exceedingly convenient to search for items. Su Guang pondered that the esteemed figure would not require them to scour the skies. Thus, the only viable option left was the depths below. Consequently, the team toiled under the blazing sun, fervently excavating the earth. As twilight approached and the oppressive heat of the desert began to dissipate, they paused for a moment to rest and partake in their evening meal. Xiao Li plopped down beside Xiao Ding, his eyes alight with curiosity as he gazed at the sunken sand. Brother, what do you suppose that treasure might be? Xiao Ding, momentarily halting his chopsticks mid-meal, cast a sidelong glance at his younger brother and admonished sternly, refrain from such curiosity. It suffices to diligently attend to our tasks. How remarkably prudent, Xiao Li mused, noting his brother's cautious demeanor, even forbidding casual speculation. He then glanced around and lowered his voice. Brother, have you forgotten the elder brother I acknowledged? If it truly is a treasure, we could consider concealing a portion for him, should the opportunity arise. Xiao Ding was taken aback, his eyes widening in astonishment. A flicker of hesitation crossing his brow. He remained silent thereafter, his furrowed brow indicating he was deep in contemplation. After a brief respite, the excavation resumed. Torches were scattered across the dunes, while the moonstone overhead provided illumination for the laborers. Through the concerted efforts of nearly 1,000 individuals, a vast pit soon emerged in the sandy expanse. Standing atop a dune, Su Guang examined the map and surveyed the scene, his brow knitting into a tight frown. Based on the flame markers on the map, he had instructed his team to triple the excavation area, delving nearly 50 meters below, yet they had yielded no results. Could it be that the esteemed figure had erred? A troubling thought surfaced in his mind. Suddenly, a piercing scream shattered the stillness of the night sky. Su Guang swiftly followed the sound, racing across the sand. Upon arrival, he discovered that someone had inadvertently unearthed a passageway and had fallen into it. A passageway? Su Guang's eyes widened. What manner of tunnel could exist beneath the desert, dozens of meters deep? He looked around to find similar expressions of disbelief mirrored on the faces of his companions. Just then, a voice echoed from above. Impressive. Far quicker than I had anticipated. The crowd looked up to see a figure materializing from the ether. My lord, Su Guang exclaimed, relieved to learn that the task had been completed ahead of schedule. A smile breaking across his face. Hun Cang nodded slightly, retrieving a bag the size of a head and a jade vial from his spatial ring. Su Guang instinctively caught them, but before he could inquire, Hun Cang's voice resonated. Inside the bag is a medicinal powder. When mixed with water, it will enhance the cultivation speed of those below the Great Dome Master rank by tenfold. The vial contains a boundary-breaking pill, which can assist you in directly overcoming a minor realm. The medicinal powder was something Hun Cang had previously given to Xiao Yan on a whim, a reward from a system that held little value for him, now conveniently used as a reward. The boundary-breaking pill was a concoction he had crafted during his leisure time. It was only fitting to offer a small reward for Su Guang's prompt completion of the task. Hun Cang had no desire to be labeled as stingy behind his back. "Thank you, my lord," Su Guang replied, gripping the pills tightly, his joy evident on his face. Xiao Ding and the others, having heard Hun Cang's words, expressed their gratitude in unison. Such a substantial bag of medicinal powder, when mixed with water, would surely provide enough for their large group. A tenfold enhancement in cultivation speed, even without knowing the duration, was already a remarkable boon. "My lord, do you have any further instructions?" Su Guang inquired eagerly, emboldened by the rewards. Hun Cang waved his hand dismissively. "No need. You may all depart. The matters ahead are beyond your purview." The primary reason for summoning them to excavate was to expedite the process. Otherwise, even with his Dou Huang strength, it would take considerable time and effort to search this area beneath the desert. Hun Cang preferred to delegate whenever possible, displaying a distinct reluctance to exert himself. As the crowd gradually dispersed, Xiao Ding and Xiao Li lingered, casting glances back with a hint of reluctance. "Such a pity," Xiao Li lamented, realizing the esteemed figure had been watching them all along. "Better this than to see something only to have it discovered by the Lord," Xiao Ding reassured him, draping a comforting arm around his brother's shoulders. He refrained from voicing the thought, knowing his brother understood. After leaving the pit, the group did not immediately depart but stood atop the dunes, intrigued by the unfolding events. What treasure could possibly pique the interest of such a formidable individual? Ignoring the gazes directed towards him, Hun Cang unleashed a torrent of black mist from within, transforming it into serpentine shapes that slithered into the passageway. Minutes passed, and a smile crept onto Hun Cang's lips. "Found it." He gestured towards a specific direction, unleashing an attack that coalesced the black mist into a cylinder, which plunged directly beneath the sand dunes. A resounding roar echoed through the still night, as sand and debris cascaded like liquid, revealing a passageway emanating with blinding red light, accompanied by an intensely scorching heat. "Is that lava beneath?" Su Guang stared, momentarily stunned. It was typical to encounter lava underground, yet how deep had they truly excavated? They were still leagues away from the actual bedrock. Hun Cang enveloped himself in a layer of dou qi and propelled himself into the depths like a cannonball. The colossal impact sending fiery magma splashing upwards dozens of meters high. What terrifying power, able to dismiss even the searing heat of lava. Xiao Ding swallowed hard, his gaze fixated on the rapidly descending magma. If it were to land upon him, he would surely be incinerated. As time passed, no one was willing to leave. Curiosity intensified with the emergence of the lava. In the distance, dawn gradually broke, casting golden hues upon the sands. Countless figures sat cross-legged on the ground, eyes closed in meditation. Last night, Su Guang and the others had, out of sheer boredom, filled a large vat with water to test the medicinal powder provided by Hun Cang. To their astonishment, they found that merely a spoonful produced effects akin to 7 days of cultivation. Everyone present received their share of the potion, and only a third of the powder was consumed. Xiao Ding and Xiao Li were utterly astonished. A 21-day cultivation speed increased tenfold, equated to saving 200 days of training time. Many among them experienced breakthroughs that very night. Su Guang exhaled a long breath, slowly opening his eyes filled with surprise. Having advanced to the 5th rank of the Great Dome Master, he could now easily crush Luo Bu, that scoundrel. If he dares provoke me again, I shall ensure he learns a lesson. A glint of cold determination flickered in Su Guang's eyes. Just then, the ground quaked violently, prompting everyone to rise. Their hearts raced, mirroring the trembling sands beneath their feet. Chapter 28, Fire Spirit Serpent, by snake with 3 flowered eyes and azure scales. A section of the ground in the pit suddenly bulged upwards. With a thunderous roar, copious amounts of sand were hurled into the air, mingled with red-hot lava, causing the onlookers Su Guang, Xiao Ding, and Xiao Li to change color and retreat in alarm. They sprinted a good distance before stopping to turn back, their pupils dilating in shock at the sight above. A figure shrouded in black mist descended slowly, its formidable black fog coalescing into a terrifying chain that bound a massive beast resembling a serpent. adorned with crimson scales and equipped with 2 enormous heads and 4 diamond-shaped eyes. As it surveyed the crowd, Su Guang felt an overwhelming sense of ferocity and madness emanating from it, prompting him to swallow hard. What manner of beast is this? So terrifying. Just a glance nearly made me soil myself. The revelation that such a monstrous creature lurked beneath Shimo City was utterly shocking. The surrounding mercenaries were swept by the piercing gaze of the fire spirit serpent, their bodies trembling uncontrollably, teeth chattering audibly. Chains lashed out, forcefully slamming the fire spirit serpent to the ground. As the black mist descended and dissipated, it revealed the stern visage of Hun Cang. He cast a glance at the fire spirit serpent, a flicker of exasperation crossing his features. This creature thrived in magma, like a fish in water. With its mere Dou Ling strength, capturing it proved to be quite a laborious task for him, a 5-star Dou Huan. Nevertheless, securing the fire spirit serpent indeed confirmed the presence of the Qinglian earth heart fire below. With this thought, Hun Cang let out a weary sigh. The air in the magma was thick with fire elements. Everything in sight radiated a crimson glow. He had initially searched for a long time upon entering, yet failed to locate the position of the Qinglian earth heart fire, even attempting to delve into the deeper, bluer regions of the magma, only to come up empty-handed. Reluctantly, Hun Cang settled on targeting the fire spirit serpent. Where are the members of the Mo Tai mercenary group? Come here. Retracting his gaze from the fire spirit serpent, Hun Cang called out to the crowd around him. What does he want with the Mo Tai members? Some murmured, glancing at a pair of brothers who bore strikingly similar features, both displaying expressions of shock and anxiety. Elder brother? Xiao Li's heart sank with worry. Could it be that the words he spoke to his brother earlier were overheard by this esteemed individual? Xiao Ding took a deep breath, avoiding his gaze, and hurried over. As he approached, he felt an overwhelming heat emanating from the nearby beast. Instinctively, he glanced over, only to see the fire spirit serpent glaring at him with wild eyes. Roaring fiercely, "Be calm." Just as Xiao Ding feared the beast might lunge at him, a low voice resonated in his ear, and he observed the chains on the beast suddenly glowing darkly, tightening abruptly. The 2 heads of the fire spirit serpent displayed expressions of agony as they struggled. Yet the more they fought, the tighter the chains became. Impressive indeed. Gathering his thoughts, Xiao Ding's gaze toward Hun Cang grew increasingly reverent as he respectfully addressed him. My lord, I am Xiao Ding, the leader of the Mo Tai mercenary group. Is there something you wish to instruct us? Hun Cang replied indifferently. Is there a girl named Qinglin in your group? Qinglin, Xiao Ding echoed silently before nodding. Yes, my lord. Bring her to me. Hun Cang commended, feeling a sense of relief. As long as Qinglin was within the Mo Tai mercenary group, it would save him the trouble of searching for her. With her possession of the Bai, Shi, San Hua Tong, if she could master the fire spirit serpent, it would lead them to the true location of the Qinglian earth heart fire. Otherwise, while Hun Cang could search himself, it would consume an excessive amount of time. Unfortunately, the underground magma world was vast. Before long, Xiao Ding returned with a petite girl. She was slender and appeared somewhat malnourished, dressed in plain servant attire. Her long sleeves and trousers seemingly indifferent to the heat of the desert. Standing before Hun Cang, Qinglin kept her head bowed, her body trembling faintly. She was bewildered as to why the leader had suddenly sought her out, claiming that a certain esteemed individual wished to meet her. Just as she was lost in her thoughts, a shadow loomed over her, and before she could react, she felt her sleeve being lifted. A cool sensation brushed against the scales on her wrist, triggering an instinctive response as she hastily withdrew her arm, burying her head lower, her body shaking more violently. Remember, that esteemed individual is at least a Douwang. Whatever he asks you to do, you must comply obediently, understood? The leader's earlier warning echoed in her mind, and trembling, Qinglin reluctantly extended her withdrawn hand back out. Do not fear, I merely require your assistance. Relax, a gentle voice whispered in her ear. Qinglin felt a warm hand rest upon her head, gently ruffling her hair. Startled, she lifted her gaze, her eyes reflecting disbelief as they met the charming young man's slightly upturned lips. What must I do, my lord? She stammered. Hun Cang took hold of her wrist, where the scales were growing, maintaining his calm demeanor as he pointed towards the fire spirit serpent not far away. Gaze into its eyes. Envision yourself controlling it, compelling it to obey. Noticing the unusual tremors coursing through Qinglin, Hun Cang followed her line of sight to the wrist he held, observing the delicate scales on her fair arm. He smiled faintly. Such beautiful scales. My lord, are you not afraid? Qinglin blinked, gathering her courage to ask. Hun Cang tousled her hair, chuckling. Why fear something beautiful? Others tremble because they lack the appreciation. Pausing, He continued, as long as you assist me in controlling it, I can take you to a better place to live. I will try, Qing Lin replied timidly, her eyes reflecting her trepidation as she fixed her gaze upon the fire spirit serpent, taking several deep breaths before cautiously approaching. Hun Cang stood still, watching her retreating figure with anticipation. The Baishi Sanhua Tong was reputed to be a bane to all serpents, capable of controlling them. Such an ability was undoubtedly worthy of cultivation. Why would my lord bring a young girl with him? Su Guang could not help but inquire as he observed Xiao Ding returning. Xiao Ding shook his head, expressing his own uncertainty. Curiously, he pondered how this esteemed individual, supposedly visiting Shimo City for the first time, knew about Qing Lin. A sudden gasp interrupted Xiao Ding's thoughts. The chains binding the fire spirit serpent shattered, dissolving into smoke that returned to Hun Cang's body, while Qing Lin stood before the beast. Be careful. Seeing the fire spirit serpent inch closer to Qing Lin made Xiao Ding's heart leap into his throat. However, the ensuing spectacle left everyone astounded. The fire spirit serpent affectionately nuzzled against Qing Lin's small hand like a pet. Though too far away to hear what Qing Lin and Hun Cang exchanged, Xiao Ding merely observed as the fire spirit serpent retreated back into the molten lava, with Hun Cang following closely behind. Chapter 29. The Qinglian Earth Heart Fire. An unexpected turn. Beneath the searing magma, two figures swiftly traversed, one following the other. Unlike the previous aimless searches, Hun Cang's path was now considerably clearer, devoid of any detours. Descending from the surface, the surrounding heat intensified, the color of the magma shifting from red to a bluish liquid. The immense pressure exerted by the magma caused the black mist enveloping Hun Cang to dissipate rapidly. Fortunately, his Dou Huang strength allowed him to withstand such minor depletion. After an indeterminate duration, Hun Cang sensed that his Dou Qi had dwindled significantly, and his mood began to darken. If I recall correctly, the fire spirit serpent possesses a temper. Having previously injured it so severely, could it be deliberately leading me astray? He speculated, observing the colossal serpent ahead. Just as this thought crossed his mind, the fire spirit serpent abruptly halted, navigating around the serpent. Hun Cang's gaze was drawn to a nearby area suffused with a bluish glow. Finally found it. Excitement surged within him as he rushed into the illuminated zone, gazing intently at a blue lotus gently swaying amidst the molten rock. The Qinglian Earth Heart Fire, the 19th of the Iowa, born deep within the earth, forged through countless trials of Earth's fire, merged, compressed, and sculpted into existence. It takes 10 years to attain spirit, a century to take form, and a millennium to blossom into a lotus. Fully matured, it radiates a blue hue, with a cluster of azure flames nestled within its heart, known as the Qinglian Fire. It is also referred to as the Qinglian Earth Heart Fire due to its origin in the Earth's core. Historical accounts describe its unpredictable power in proximity to volcanic regions. It can trigger eruptions, manifesting nature's destructive force, though whether this is fact or fiction remains uncertain. As these thoughts raced through his mind, Hun Cang's expression turned fervent. Now that he possesses his own cultivation method, all he needs to do is continuously gather Yao and ultimately unlock the ancient cave of the Tua Shi, where he can acquire the source energy within and ascend to the rank of emperor. The Qinglian Earth Heart Fire serves as the initial step on his path to imperial ascendance. He hastens towards the core, where the temperature escalates, and the consumption of Dou Qi accelerates once more. Yet, Soul Tsang is unperturbed by these factors, deftly avoiding the roots as he ventures deeper. Before him, a lotus that appears to be fashioned from exquisite green jade is slowly rotating, casting a brilliant azure glow that at that moment becomes the most beautiful color Soul Tsang has ever beheld. His gaze quickly shifts to the heart of the lotus, the very core of the Qinglian Earth Heart Fire. However, in the next instant, Soul Tsang stands frozen in disbelief. The position of the lotus heart on the jade lotus is inexplicably vacant. What on earth happened to my fire? Soul Tsang could no longer contain his agitation, exclaiming in shock as his emotions surged. How could someone have snatched the fire away before he arrived? It defies reason. Approaching closer, his attention is drawn to the blood-stained, multicolored scales atop the lotus platform. With a flick of his hand, 4 or 5 scales descend into his grasp. Medusa? Soul Tsang could scarcely believe his eyes. What an uncanny coincidence. Unless Medusa had long since discovered the Qinglian Earth Heart Fire and secretly set up surveillance, waiting for the opportune moment to seize it once her power was sufficient. Otherwise, how could she have arrived just before him? At that moment, a faint ripple of Dou Qi reaches him. As if startled by Soul Tsang's voice, it inadvertently reveals its presence. Soul Tsang's eyes flash with intensity, piercing through the layers of magma. Finally, he spots a flickering, multicolored figure in the distance, swiftly retreating. Not too far yet. There is still a chance. A glimmer of joy spreads across Soul Tsang's face. While he feels no pressure in seeking out Medusa in the Serpent Man clan's temple, securing the fire sooner would certainly save him some effort. Before departing, he does not forget to produce the prepared jade blade, severing the lotus platform and placing it into his spatial ring. The lotus platform, along with the seeds contained within, offers substantial benefits to those who cultivate fire attribute techniques. It will be of immense assistance to Soul Tsang himself, as he will need to restart his training when he transitions to the Jinfan technique. Having this lotus platform will expedite his progress. He may even pass these items to Xiao Yan, potentially reaping even greater treasures from his system. After all, to Soul Tsang, this item is akin to picking up something from the roadside. It would be foolish not to take it. Subsequently, Soul Tsang charges directly towards the source of the aura, perceptibly detecting the scent of blood along the way. Under normal circumstances, Medusa would return after half a year, at which point she would likely be fully prepared and possibly injured. This hasty venture likely leaves her in a more precarious situation. Soul Tsang uses. In the Gamma Empire, the fearsome and alluring reputation of Queen Medusa is inescapable. Any five-star would think twice before pursuing her, as evidenced by the fate of Hai Buodong. Back in the day, Hai Buodong was a five-star dog, yet after clashing with Queen Medusa, he was sealed and reduced to retreating to seclusion in the desert city. Before long, Soul Tsang spots a colossal purple serpent, its body entwined with Fuqi, swiftly navigating through the lava, occasionally oozing blood that evaporates in a mist under the intense heat. Medusa has retained the Qinglian Earth Heart Fire. Soul Tsang shouts, extending his hands as countless wisps of smoke transform into two chains, crashing forward with a deafening sound, swiftly disregarding the distance between them, aiming for Medusa's form. Dream on if you think you can keep this king. A cold, emotionless voice reverberates back, and Soul Tsang watches as the serpent's body thrashes violently, sending shockwaves that cause the approaching chains to shatter. Seizing this opportunity, Soul Tsang accelerates, closing the distance between himself and Queen Medusa. The purple serpent senses the encroaching presence behind it, irritation flashing in its triangular eyes. Before it lies a palm-sized azure flame, flickering ominously, the terrifying heat causing the surrounding Dou King to emit sounds akin to melting ice and snow. This king has safeguarded the Yao for a decade. No one shall take it away. Medusa's eyes gleam with determination as she abruptly alters her course, surging upward. In the depths below, she must expend some of her energy and Dou King to withstand the surrounding flame's oppressive heat. The Qinglian Earth Heart Fire, as potency, is further amplified by the magma as fire elements, creating immense pressure for Medusa as she strives to suppress it. Human, if you depart now, I may yet afford you a path to survival. Dare to pursue further, and you shall meet your demise. Hearing Medusa's threatening voice, Soul Tsang displays no signs of fear, continually activating his abilities to obstruct and disrupt her. Soul Tsang draws ever closer to Queen Medusa, even discerning the intricate patterns on her scales. Seal! A low shout reverberates through the magma, as dense black mist coalesces into chains, intertwining and producing a metallic clatter. In an instant, a vast net woven from black chains blocks Medusa's path, constricting as if preparing to ensnare her. Chapter 30. Rob is terrified. Queen Medusa flees. Above the desert, Su Guang, Xiao Ding, and others await with curiosity. Suddenly, a commotion erupts from behind as a group of individuals, flanked by surrounding mercenaries, approaches, led by Rob, the head of the Sand Mercenary Corps. Rob, what brings you here? Su Guang steps through the crowd, standing before Rob. Rob smiles. Lord Su, I heard from my subordinates that you obtained a spiritual herb capable of enhancing cultivation speed from that esteemed individual. Su Guang replies with a neutral expression. Yes, but it has nothing to do with you. You chose to withdraw yesterday. Rob waves his hand dismissively. That's not how it works. We are all developing in Shimo City, and we should share the good fortune. Leave. We've all toiled for an entire day and night. And you think you can claim benefits with just a few words? In your dreams. Xiaoli interjects bluntly, refusing to hold back against Rob. Xiaoli, do you have a say in this matter? Rob's eyes narrow slightly. Su Guang chuckles lightly. The words of Vice Captain Xiao also reflect my sentiments. Lord Su, this is rather ungracious of you. You've advanced. Rob attempts to threaten, but halfway through his words, he senses the rising aura emanating from Su Guang. his expression shifting dramatically, having fortuitously gained the favor of that esteemed individual. Su Guang gazes at Rob's face, contorted in disbelief, a smug smile creeping onto his lips. Rob's face twists in dismay, clearly distressed. Merely a single night, and Su Guang has distanced himself from me. What luck has this fellow stumbled upon? Had I known it would come to this, I would not have left yesterday. Behind Rob, some mercenary leaders, who initially planned to leverage their numbers against Su Guang and the others, now were expressions of uncertainty. The two sides find themselves in a stalemate, with silence prevailing. At that moment, a muffled sound emanates from the distant sand dunes, causing the mercenaries standing atop to remain oblivious until a tremendous force propels them dozens of meters into the air. As their screams emerge, they are engulfed by a surge of azure flames, incinerated into ashes before they even touch the ground. What was that? Xiao Li gasps in shock, his demeanor shifting to one of tension. Xiao Ding instinctively tightens his grip on his weapon, staring intently at the figure soaring into the sky. Su Guang and Rob, disregarding their earlier standoff, feel an unsettling anxiety as they gaze towards that area. The mere shockwave from the impact can propel a person several meters into the air, and that eerie flame disintegrated them in an instant. Should such a being, or flame, descend upon Shimo City, it would likely spell doom for them all. Soon, a colossal purple serpent, its surface shimmering with multicolored glimmers, bursts forth from the depths, unleashing an overwhelming aura across the area. Queen Medusa, Su Guang, Zop, Xiao Xing, Xiao Li, and others experienced an instantaneous change in their expressions, finding themselves unable to struggle against the overwhelming pressure. They collapsed onto the sandy ground. Rob's face turned ashen, his body trembling uncontrollably, his eyes fixated on the figure hovering in the air. How could Queen Medusa appear in Shimo City? Damn it, everyone is doomed now. Rob couldn't help but curse. He had operated his mercenary group in this area for so long without ever encountering the Queen of Medusa in person. She was a terrifying presence that even the mightiest of the Gamma Empire feared. It must have been that guy from yesterday. He must have lured Queen Medusa here. Perhaps he has already met his end. The image of Hun Cang flashed through Rob's mind as he cursed inwardly. What compelled him to provoke Queen Medusa? Did he truly believe that his meager talent could elevate him above his station at such a young age? At that moment, Rob's peripheral vision caught a glimpse of a black mist surging forth. The dense fog billowed, obscuring the situation within. But he could see chains glimmering with metallic luster launching toward the massive purple serpent. The serpent's tail whipped through the air with a force that seemed capable of shattering space itself. Yet, it merely broke 5 chains before becoming ensnared by the remaining ones. Give it up, Medusa. If you were at your peak, I might still have some trepidation, but in your current state, you are no match for me. A voice emanated from the black mist. On the ground, Rob was taken aback. Why did that voice sound so familiar? Fool, can't you recognize that esteemed one's voice? Xiaoli mocked upon hearing his words. That esteemed one is a Dou Huang? Did I really refuse a Dou Huang's command yesterday? A chill seemed to rise from Rob's spine, and despite being in the sweltering desert, he felt a cold sweat trickling down his back. What is that foul odor? Someone behind, Rob murmured, while pinching their nose. Rob dared not look back. He buried his head in the sand, frantically scooping up grains to cover himself. This spectacle prompted Su Guang, the Xiao brothers, and others to stifle their laughter. Who would have thought that the arrogant leader of the Sam Mercenary Corps in Shimo City, Rob, would experience such a humiliating moment? However, after laughing, the 3 of them revealed expressions of trepidation. That esteemed one appeared so youthful. Who would dare believe he was a Dou Huang, capable of contending with Queen Medusa without falling short? The young Dou Huang, Xiao Li, suddenly entertained an exhilarating thought, casting a glance at his brother, Xiao Ding, for confirmation. Yet, Xiao Ding bore the same expression. They exchanged glances before turning their attention back to the dense black mist above, their eyes suddenly filled with anticipation. Could that be their brother's elder brother? The massive serpent spoke, its voice icy. If this king were not injured, do you really think a mere 5-star Dou Huang could harm me? Such delusions are laughable. Medusa, what you say now is pointless. I advise you to yield and cease your resistance. Hun Cang replied with a faint smile. Having moved beyond the lava's reach, he no longer needed to expend his Dou Qi to withstand the terrifying heat, and his internal Dou Qi was recovering at an astonishing pace. In contrast, while Queen Medusa had also distanced herself from the lava, she was still grappling with the oppressive heat of the green lotus earth heart fire. Furthermore, she had sustained injuries in her prior attempt to seize the green lotus earth heart fire. Hun Cang was confident that if he could just hold on a moment longer, he would be able to subdue her. He harbored thoughts about this enchanting serpent, while everyone laughed at Su Xian, who could resist the allure of Bai Susu's beauty. Compared to Bai Susu, Queen Medusa's innate charm was indeed hard to resist. She is draining my strength. Realizing Hun Cang's intent, Queen Medusa unleashed a powerful strike, shattering the chains binding her, and then swiftly retreated deeper into the desert. As expected of a formidable beast on the verge of breaking through to Dou Zone, Hun Cang gasped in surprise, not anticipating her physical strength to be so formidable that she could break free from his soul chains. Countless black mists retracted into his body, coalescing into a pair of gigantic Dou Qi wings, and Hun Cang hastily pursued her. The green lotus earth heart fire was within reach, and he had no reason to give up. The onlookers below let out a collective sigh of relief as the two Dou Huangs departed, experiencing a sensation akin to surviving a calamity. Chapter 31. Securing the Yao, teasing Queen Medusa. In the Tagore Desert, two figures raced forward, exuding a powerful aura that compelled all surrounding magical beasts to cower in submission, trembling in fear. The sun hung high in the sky. It was already noon. Hun Cang halted, gazing at the half-human, half-snake form of Queen Medusa, and with a faint smile, remarked, "While you suppress the green lotus earth heart fire, you must also fend off my attacks. If I am not mistaken, you are approaching your limit, are you not? And if so?" Queen Medusa retorted coldly, showing no signs of panic as she cast a calm glance at the azure flames hovering beside her. The flames were enveloped in a layer of iridescent light, and no matter how much the flames within writhed and expanded, they could not break free. Hun Cang extended his hand over the green lotus earth heart fire. "Ha! You are the first to dare to snatch something from this king in the Tagore Desert." Queen Medusa assessed Hun Cang with her violet-hued eyes, a hint of curiosity sparking within her. "I wonder who you are? How did you come to know of the green lotus earth heart fire's location?" As the largest tribe in the Tagore Desert, the serpent people were not only powerful but also skilled in various aspects. Over the years, Queen Medusa had never heard of a promising descendant emerging from any other family. Hun Cang replied dismissively, "That is none of your concern. Quite the stubborn mouth you have. But I do enjoy a man with such tenacity." "I have my ways to make you speak," Queen Medusa said, flicking her tongue like a serpent, appearing less like a creature pushed to the edge and more like a hunter sizing up her prey. Hun Cang scanned the area, stating, "For what I remember, Queen Medusa is not one for idle chatter. If I am not mistaken, you are stalling for time, are you not?" Queen Medusa's expression shifted slightly before she seemed to sense something, her lips curling into a smirk. "You've caught on, but unfortunately, you discovered it a bit late." As soon as her words fell, several streaks of light dashed toward them from the distance, heading straight for their location. Those streaks of light were none other than serpent people warriors with wings formed from Dou Qi. Within moments, they had arrived. "Your Majesty, how are you? Are you unharmed?" One of the figures spoke, possessing a graceful figure. "I am fine, Hua Shi'er. You and you may, along with the others, work together to subdue that guy. He has pursued me for quite some time, and his Dou Qi is running low," Queen Medusa commanded. "Yes, Your Majesty." Hua Shi'er and the surrounding leaders of the 8 tribes of the serpent people replied respectfully before casting a fierce glance at Hun Cang. "What a handsome young man," one female serpent person said, unable to resist licking her lips after seeing Hun Cang's face. She wore revealing attire, her exquisite figure mostly displayed for all to see. Instead of feeling bashful under Hun Cang's gaze, she provocatively posed. "Enough, you may tone it down. The other party is a Dou Huang. Be careful not to trip and end up killed," a burly man adorned with serpent tattoos cautioned. The serpent people warriors quickly formed an encirclement around Hun Cang. "Are you not afraid?" Queen Medusa was taken aback upon seeing no hint of panic on Hun Cang's face. "Afraid?" Hun Cang echoed, a cold smile playing at his lips. "In truth, I discerned your intentions the moment you fled deeper into the desert. Then why did you not stop me?" Queen Medusa inquired, astonished. As a fellow Dou Huang, she could sense that he was not exerting his full strength. Otherwise, in her current injured state, she would not have been able to reach this place and wait for the serpent people's reinforcements. "Stop you? Of course I could, but that would have certainly left you gravely wounded. Given your regard for the Yao, there might even be the potential for forced evolution. Thus, with a single misstep, this enchanting beauty, endowed with both allure and a regal demeanor, might meet an untimely demise." Hun Cang mused quietly, pondering how a confirmed admirer of dominant women like himself could ever bear to let that happen. Consequently, upon discerning the intentions of Queen Medusa, he decided to play along with her scheme, although it would not be unfeasible for Hun Xiaoqiang to step in at Shimo City. The emergence of an unfamiliar Dou Zone would undoubtedly attract the attention of the royal family of the Gamma Empire. "Hun Cang, wishing to avoid trouble and simply desiring to grow stronger in peace, resolved to follow her deep into the desert. Reflecting on Queen Medusa's inquiry, he contemplated briefly before replying with a smile, "I shall reveal that to you in due time." Feigning mystique, Queen Medusa shot him an exasperated glance and commanded, "Seize him and bring him back. I must discover what schemes this fellow harbors." However, upon issuing her command, she noticed that none of her subordinates moved. Instead, their eyes were wide with terror as they gazed behind her. "What is the matter?" Queen Medusa's heart skipped a beat, a sense of unease gripping her as she slowly turned around to behold a figure that appeared utterly ordinary, indistinguishable from any common person. Yet, when she sensed that this individual stood effortlessly in the void without any support, her triangular pupils instantly constricted to pinprick size. "A Dou King!" Queen Medusa exclaimed in disbelief, turning her gaze toward the approaching Hun Cang. "What power do you possess that lies behind you? You are not of the Gamma Empire." Hun Cang replied with a faint smile, "What a pitiful place the Gamma Empire is to produce someone like me." At that moment, Queen Medusa observed Hun Cang extending his hand to retrieve the green lotus earth heart fire, and she cried out in fury, "Scoundrel, return that strange fire to me. It is something I have guarded for 10 years. You cannot take it. Put it down at once." The strange fire was crucial for her evolution and her potential to break free from the shackles of her race. Therefore, Queen Medusa momentarily cast aside her regal image and unleashed a torrent of curses. Alas, she was currently immobilized by spatial restraints, lacking even the capacity to resist. The chasm between a Dou King and a Dou Huang was not merely a matter of a single word. Gazing at the enraged Queen Medusa, Hun Cang found amusement rather than anger in her exclamations, and he even reached out to caress her cheek. "Am I being toyed with?" Queen Medusa felt the unfamiliar warmth of the stranger's touch against her skin, leaving her momentarily dazed. The other formidable members of the serpent tribe were equally stunned. Their queen, revered and exalted, was being trifled with by a male of a human race. Yu Mei swallowed hard, relieved she had not spoken recklessly earlier. Otherwise, if this man were to become the queen's favored consort, her own position as leader would undoubtedly be jeopardized. Meanwhile, the male serpents, such as Mo glared with barely contained fury. The queen, who commanded their respect, had allowed another man to touch her face. Ignoring Queen Medusa's murderous glare, Hun Cang smiled faintly. "I understand your desire to evolve with the strange fire. Rest assured, once I am finished with it, I shall come to assist you. Be a good girl and await my return home." The realization that he knew her true intentions sent a wave of terror and astonishment coursing through Queen Medusa's eyes. This plan had been disclosed to no one. How could he possibly know? Could he have seen through her innermost thoughts? Panic surged within her, and as she saw Hun Cang preparing to depart, she instinctively inquired, "Why would you help me?" "Because I shall need your assistance in the future," Hun Cang replied without looking back, before departing alongside Han Xiaoqiang. Chapter 32. Rob arrives. Do not scare us. Above the desert, the formidable members of the serpent tribe exchanged bewildered glances, still reeling from the recent events. The surreal nature of what had just transpired felt dreamlike to them. The once feared Queen Medusa had been toyed with by a male from the human race. Had they not witnessed it with their own eyes, the likes of Hua Shi, Yu Mei, and Mo would scarcely have believed it true. "Your Majesty, what shall we do now?" Hua Shi asked, glancing at the seemingly dazed Queen Medusa. They had hastened to her aid upon receiving news of her peril, only to discover that an unknown Dou King stood behind her, nearly leading to their total annihilation. Queen Medusa's expression regained its icy composure as she commanded, "Return to the tribe." After issuing her orders, she turned her back to them and added emphatically, "If anyone dares to speak of today's events, pray you do not fall into my hands, for you know all too well the consequences that await you." "We would not dare. We saw nothing." The members of the serpent tribe hastily professed their loyalty. With a slight sigh of relief, Queen Medusa's wings of Dou Qi unfurled, propelling her swiftly onward. Meanwhile, in Shimo City, as Hun Cang departed, the others gradually left the sandy pit and returned to the city. City Lord Su Guang instructed his subordinates to account for the mercenaries who participated in the task, informing them that they could return in 7 days to consume the potion once again until their supplies were exhausted. Upon hearing this news, the mercenaries felt as if a heavy stone had been lifted from their hearts. After all, if the city lord truly intended to seize the gifts bestowed upon them by the noble, they would have no recourse but to submit quietly. Such was the nature of a world that revered strength above all else. On another front, Xiao Ding and Xiao Li also returned to their encampment, carefully guarding the young girl Qing Lin amidst the crowd. "Captain, Vice Captain, will that noble return?" Qing Lin inquired softly, a hint of anxiety creeping into her voice. He wouldn't forget the promise he made to me, would he? Xiao Ding and Xiao Li exchanged a brief glance, momentarily taken aback. The affairs of a Dou Huang were beyond their comprehension. After some contemplation, Xiao Ding asked, Qing Lin, what did that noble say to you previously? Qing Lin obediently recounted her conversation with Hun Cang in detail. Upon learning that Qing Lin had caught the attention of such a powerful figure, the eyes of the two brothers sparkled with envy. A Dou Huang-level powerhouse was a rarity even in the Gamma Empire, and to be noticed by such an individual foretold an inevitable rise to prominence. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Ding remarked, since that noble has made a promise, I believe he will uphold it. Perhaps he was delayed in pursuit of Queen Medusa. Xiao Li nodded in agreement. Indeed, those of high stature often place great importance on their commitments. Qing Lin, for now, you shall reside with our mercenary group, and you need not concern yourself with menial tasks. Simply enjoy life. Thank you, Captain and Vice Captain, Qing Lin replied, her expression one of astonishment, her heart brimming with surprise. Upon realizing that a great figure sought her out, she felt an amalgamation of curiosity and trepidation. Little did she expect that this interchange would lead to a monumental shift in her life. Truly, only by becoming strong could one enjoy a life of quality. Shortly after returning to their encampment, Xiao Ding and Xiao Li conferred about changing Qing Lin's quarters when a commotion erupted outside. Qing Lin, please wait here for a moment. Xiao Ding reassured her, casting a knowing glance at his brother Xiao Li. The two stepped outside to discover Rob and his entourage arriving. At that moment, Rob wore a chilling smile, clearly indicating that he came with ill intent. Xiao Li's expression hardened instantly as he gripped a long spear. Faint flickers of lightning visible along its length. Rob, the Mo Tai mercenary group, does not welcome you, Xiao Ding stated coldly, gesturing for them to leave. Rob dismissed him with a scornful glance. What a joke. In all of Shimo City, is there a mercenary group that I, Rob, must regard? His tone shifted as he turned his gaze toward Xiao Li, sneering. You seemed quite amused earlier. Come, let's exchange a few blows. If we fight, I shall consider it as if nothing happened. Otherwise, your mercenary group may want to remain within the city walls, lest any unfortunate incidents occur. The humiliation of being laughed at earlier lingered in Rob's memory, marking it as the most disgraceful moment he had experienced in all his years in Shimo City. The city lord Su Guang has achieved a breakthrough, proving himself not to be easily intimidated. Consequently, he has chosen the two brothers from the Xiao family as his targets. Coincidentally, the Mo Tai Mercenary Corps ranks among the top 3 mercenary groups in Shimo City, making them an ideal choice to serve as an example and restore his dignity. Xiao Ding, known for his cunning, quickly grasped the implications of this situation. He raised his hand to stop Xiao Li, his expression solemn as he declared, Rob, do not overstep your bounds. Do not presume that your status as a grand fighter instills fear in us. Should it come to a confrontation, it is uncertain whether you would emerge unscathed. Behind Xiao Ding, the members of the Mo Tai Mercenary Corps were filled with righteous indignation, gripping their weapons tightly, ready to act at their leader's command. Come on, do you really think I, Rob, am easily frightened? Rob bellowed, his mercenaries displaying fierce expressions. Xiao Ding and Xiao Li exchanged glances, their faces betraying signs of trepidation, as a flicker of hesitation crossed their eyes. Engaging in combat would undoubtedly result in significant casualties for the Mo Tai Mercenary Corps. However, with the enemy at their doorstep, how could they possibly save face by not retaliating? At that moment, the ground trembled, and before anyone could comprehend what was happening, a colossal magical beast emerged from beneath the earth, its striking two-headed form causing the countenances of those present to shift dramatically. Rob instinctively retreated to the doorway, a malicious grin spreading across his face. Such a beast surely possessed power beyond that of a grand fighter. It appears the Mo Tai Mercenary Corps need not fear my intervention, for doomsday has already arrived. Rob laughed heartily. Xiao Ding and Xiao Li stood frozen, their expressions stiffening as they gazed at the beast, too apprehensive to move, though they had previously witnessed the beast being subdued by a certain powerful individual. That had only been possible due to overwhelming strength. As the beast's 4 diamond-shaped eyes scanned the room, Xiao Ding and Xiao Li felt their bodies tense, as if preparing to flee at any moment. Do not frighten it. At that moment, a clear, youthful voice rang out. Qing Lin stepped out from the room, puffing her cheeks as she glared at the fire spirit snake, which immediately curled up, extending its head toward her for a gentle pat. The sight left everyone in stunned silence. Noticing the attention directed her way, a blush crept across Qing Lin's face as she murmured, Captain, Vice Captain, please do not worry. Little Fire is my pet, It is quite well behaved and will not harm anyone recklessly. Xiao Ding was momentarily taken aback and inquired, "Did that also come from that esteemed individual? Gift?" Qing Lin pondered for a moment before nodding. "I suppose so. I was merely following the elderess instructions, and it seems I ended up being able to control little fire." Before Xiao Ding could process this revelation, Xiao Li burst into laughter, glancing toward the entrance, only to find himself dumbfounded. What the hell? Rob is actually fleeing. Chapter 33. The Six Seals of Jinfen. Planning for the future of Hun Cang in the Hall of Souls. With descending, Hun Cang made his way directly to his designated chamber. The room had been rearranged by the Vice Hall Master and was simply furnished. It was adequate for habitation, though lacking in the comforts of a pleasurable life. Hun Cang maintained a calm demeanor, revealing no other emotions. After all, the Hall of Souls was established primarily to collect various souls and assist the Soul Clan in their pursuits. Beyond the periodic appointment of a Hall Master from the Soul Clan, most individuals within the Hall of Souls were engaged in task execution, leaving little time for leisure. As the enveloping Dou Qi around the blue lotus heart fire began to dissipate, a formidable heat erupted, swiftly permeating the entire room. Hun Cang remained undaunted, his hands already poised in preparation, forming intricate seals with remarkable speed as a mystical energy converged at his fingertips. Before long, he directed his focus toward the blue lotus heart fire and commanded, "Seal the fire." A somewhat ethereal seal emerged. The struggling blue lotus heart fire instantly appeared to encounter its nemesis, condensing into a singular point of light, while the temperature in the room plummeted. Truly, the prowess of a system product is formidable. Witnessing the transformation of the Hun Cang exhaled deeply, releasing the Dou Qi enveloping the blue lotus heart fire. At that moment, it hovered in the air, resembling an inconspicuous firefly-esque glow. The System S reward for the Jinfen technique included 6 distinct sealing methods: seal, suppress, command, separate, merge, and divine. The seal, as its name suggests, can contain the power of flames, exemplified by the current blue lotus heart fire. Suppress serves to exert control, allowing Hun Cang to potentially overcome fire-wielding adversaries in the future. Command governs the flames, separate facilitates division, merge enables fusion, and divine represents the pinnacle of the Jinfen technique, capable of significantly enhancing the power of existing flames. Hun Cang had gleaned this information from the system's introduction, and currently, aside from the seal and suppress techniques, he found himself unable to employ the others. Perhaps their ranks were too elevated, and he would need to strengthen himself further to wield them. "Once I refine my abilities a bit more, I shall be able to utilize them," Hun Cang murmured, contemplating the blue lotus heart fire. Now that the blue lotus heart fire was in his possession, he considered embarking on the path of cultivating the Jinfen technique. However, he realized that such a decision would greatly influence his strength. Should he hold off for now? Perhaps he should collect 2 Moriola and absorb them simultaneously? Hun Cang found himself torn. At present, the Ioa he was aware of, aside from the elusive void swallowing flames, included the Bone Spirit Cold Fire from Yao Chun and the Golden Emperor Burning Heaven Flame from Xiao Suner, as well as the Fallen Heart Flame from the Jianan Academy. However, the Jianan Academy posed a challenge, as the personnel he could currently mobilize were limited. Following his takeover of the Gamma Empire, the previous Hall Master had been dispatched to handle other affairs. Moreover, due to the Gamma Empire's secluded location on the Dou Qi continent, there were not many formidable individuals in the vicinity. As a result, the strongest presence in the Hall of Souls was Vice Hall Master Hun Xiao Chang, a 3-star dozone. While Hun Xiao Chang was indeed powerful within the Gamma Empire, convincing him to accompany Hun Cang to the Jianan Academy to retrieve the Fallen Heart Flame seemed implausible. Additionally, there was another pressing concern that made Hun Cang wary. Beneath the Jianan Academy lay the hidden cave of the ancient Emperor Tua Shi. He could not bring too many members of the Soul Clan or any particularly strong individuals. Otherwise, there was a significant risk of attracting the attention of the void-swallowing flames. This would greatly expedite the plot of Dou Pu, leaving Hun Cang without sufficient in hand, allowing his father to obtain a half-finished imperial pill and embark on the path of blood sacrifice in the central continent. No, I cannot rely on others for the Fallen Heart Flame. I must depend on myself. As long as I can find a way to infiltrate, then with the Jinfen technique, devouring the Fallen Heart Flame should not be overly difficult. In his contemplation, Hun Cang gradually formulated a plan. Once he dealt with the Ioa in the Gamma Empire, he could set his sights on other locations. Furthermore, he had left Hai Bo Dong behind. While he had acquired the information regarding the Blue Lotus Heart Fire, he had not disturbed anything else. When his second brother arrived in Mo City, he might still enter that shop, where the remnants of the pure lotus demon fire should remain. In truth, if Hun Cang desired it, he could obtain it easily, primarily by inquiring about the specific information from Haibo Dong. However, after some reflection, he ultimately decided against it. After all, acquiring a single blueprint and then handing it over to Xiao Yan would not merit a more extravagant treasure map from the system, would it? Even if such a thing existed, considering his current strength, he would likely be unable to manage it. Thus, Hun Cang resolved to let Xiao Yan develop independently, intending to intercept him later once he had gathered enough resources. With this in mind, he decided to first obtain Han Feng's Sea Heart Flame. Along with Yao Chun's Bone Spirit Cold Fire, he would then possess 3 Oa. After sorting through his thoughts, Hun Cang's objectives became clear, and he focused his attention on Han Feng. At that moment, Han Feng was likely developing in the Black Corner region, his strength at the Dou Huang level. He decided to rest for a day before setting off for the Black Corner region. Having expended considerable resources to acquire the Blue Lotus Heart Fire, Hun Cang resolved to take a moment to recuperate, as a third of the 3-year agreement remained, granting him ample time. Just then, footsteps echoed from outside, growing ever closer until they finally halted at his door. Esteemed Lord of the Hall, began Vice Hall Master Hun Xiaoqiang. The Guardians Hun Wu and Hun Xian have heard of your return and have come specifically to pay their respects. Those two. Hun Cang paused for a moment, then stepped outside. Upon seeing the bowing Hun Xiaoqiang, he instructed, lead the way. They proceeded to the main hall, where the two men stood quietly. The Lord of the Hall has arrived, Hun Xiaoqiang announced, prompting both men to bow respectfully. Hun Wu pays his respects to young Master Cang, declared Hun Wu. Hun Xian greets the Lord of the Hall. He followed suit. Rise, Hun Cang replied, settling into the central seat of the Grand Hall and gazing at the two men. Within the Soul Hall, there exists not only a distinction between the main hall and the branch halls, but also varying levels among the Guardians, each with different positions and responsibilities. For instance, Hun Wu is an Earth-level Guardian, thus holding a higher rank than the fellow Guardian Hun Xian. He possesses a greater understanding of Hun Cang's status and addresses him accordingly, signifying a form of camaraderie. It is noteworthy that Hun Wu is regarded as a formidable presence within the 7-star Dou sect, capable of dominating a region in the outside world. Despite facing Hun Cang, who is merely a Dou Huang, he adopts a humble demeanor. As the two men regarded Hun Cang, he too observed them in return. Hun Veiyu, as an Earth-level Guardian, typically oversees the entire Gamma Empire, including the former leader of Yunlan's sect, Yun Shan, whom he is currently responsible for, and is reportedly preparing to assist Yun Shan in advancing to the Dou Zone level. Conversely, Hun Xian primarily operates within the Black Corner region, particularly around the Jia Nan Academy. Hun Xian, Hun Cang remarked casually, you seem to be quite acquainted with the alchemist Han Feng. I find myself intrigued by him. Indeed, Hun Xian replied, our relationship is decent. Primarily, Han Feng has some ties to our Soul Hall, and his alchemical skills are commendable. We have been in contact. Hun Cang mused internally about the earlier collaboration against Yao Chun, then inquired further, might you be able to bring him here? My curiosity about Han Feng has been piqued. Curiosity? A hint of puzzlement crossed Hun Xian's features. Hun Cang nodded, I am also an alchemist. Surprise flickered across the faces of Hun Wu and Hun Xian, silently acknowledging the fact that Hun Cang, the illegitimate son of the clan leader, had achieved the rank of Dou Huang at such a young age, while also being an alchemist. Standing nearby, Hun Xiaoqiang's eyes sparkled with realization, understanding why the Lord of the Hall had previously tasked him with seeking information on the Iwa. For an alchemist, such flames are invaluable, aiding the alchemical process. Hun Xian quickly recovered and agreed to Hun Cang's request. After exchanging a few more words, Hun Wu and Hun Xian expressed their intention to take their leave, to which Hun Cang showed no desire to retain them. Once they departed, Hun Cang returned to his chamber. Half a month passed. During this time, aside from his duties at the Soul Hall, Hun Cang had made a trip to Stone Desert City to fulfill a promise. However, Qing Lin expressed her desire to remain, having enjoyed improved treatment within the Mo Tai mercenary group due to her bond with the fire spirit snake. The captain and vice captain were kind and considerate towards her, which made it natural for the young girl to hesitate in leaving. Seeing her reluctance, Hun Cang felt no anger nor pressure. Instead, he gifted her a jade token, instructing her to contact him should she encounter any danger. Initially, he had pondered over how to arrange for Qing Lin's future, but her decision to stay relieved him of considerable effort. He resolved to let events unfold as they were meant to, allowing her to wait for someone to come for her. One day, after finishing a batch of medicinal pills, Hun Cang heard Hun Xiaoqiang's voice from outside. Lord of the Hall, Hun Xian has returned, accompanied by a man. Very well, I shall join you shortly, he replied. Within the grand hall, Han Feng stood side by side with Hun Xian, the space around them devoid of any other presence. Glancing around, Han Feng could not help but ask Hun Xian, "Can you now enlighten me as to why I was brought here?" Hun Xian replied coolly, "The Lord of the Hall wishes to see you." "Is that so?" Han Feng was momentarily taken aback, his gaze fixed on Hun Xian. If memory serves, did not the Gamma Empire recently appoint a new Hall Master? Why would he wish to meet me? We are not particularly acquainted. Hun Xian casually noted, "The Lord of the Hall has heard of your talents as an alchemist. And coincidentally, he too practices alchemy, hence his interest in you." Pausing for emphasis, he added with a serious tone, "When you meet the Lord of the Hall, remember to show respect. It will serve you well." What sort of person is this Hall Master? Han Feng furrowed his brow at Hun Xian's subtly cautionary words. Previously, he had collaborated with the Soul Hall, where he dealt with individuals of far greater stature than a mere branch Hall Master. Though contact had dwindled of late, he still retained the means to reach out. To others, a branch Hall Master might be intimidating, yet for him, it hardly warranted such a warning from Hun Xian. Hun Xian replied flatly, "He is the son of our clan leader. Indeed, even an illegitimate child holds significance. Otherwise, how could Hun Cang claim the position of Hall Master? He must have earned the clan leader's recognition in some capacity." Realization dawned upon Han Feng, his breath momentarily stilled. Over the years spent in the Black Corner region, he had not only built his own power, the Black Alliance, but had also uncovered many hidden truths. Among these revelations was the existence of the ancient 8 great clans of the Dou King continent, which included the Soul Clan. Reflecting on the might of the Soul Hall, Han Feng was profoundly shaken to learn that it represented merely the tip of the iceberg of that family's power. After all, even his master, a Dozun powerhouse, had been forced to flee in their presence. Determined to seize this opportunity, Han Feng resolved that should he forge a connection with Hun Cang, he would no longer be confined to the limitations of the Black Corner region. Since Yao Chen's disappearance, his fate uncertain, his friend Feng Zun had harbored suspicions about Han Feng, prompting him to retreat into the shadows of the Black Corner region. Of course, this was only one of the reasons. Another lay in the fallout from the Jia Nen Academy's decline. Hun Xian observed Han Feng's changing expression and recognized that he understood the underlying caution in his words, thus fell silent. In the ensuing quiet, faint footsteps echoed, and from the depths of the hall emerged a young man with a stern countenance, appearing somewhat aloof. Hun Xian pays his respects to the Lord of the Hall. Upon seeing Hun Cang, Hun Xian immediately bowed. Han Feng, regaining his composure, hastily knelt and respectfully declared, "Han Feng, the alchemist monarch, pays his respects to the Lord of the Hall. So young, he appears to be scarcely 20. A thought flickered through Han Feng's mind, leaving him increasingly astonished. At his age, he was still learning alchemy under his master's tutelage, while this individual had already ascended to the position of Hall Master. A mere utterance from him could summon Han Feng, a Dou Huang, across vast distances from the Black Corner region to the Gamma Empire. "Rise," Hun Cang instructed. Upon hearing a sound, Han Feng hastily rose from the ground, only to discover Hun Cang gazing at him. With a flick of his fingers, a palm-sized medicinal cauldron appeared in his hand. "My lord, I arrived in haste and had no time to prepare. I heard from Guardian Xian that you are also an alchemist. This is but a small token of my regard. I hope you do not take offense." Han Feng presented it with both hands. "No need," Hun Cang replied, taking a seat with an indifferent tone. "I summoned you for a different matter that requires your cooperation." Han Feng was momentarily taken aback, but his expression quickly brightened at the realization that he was of use. He promptly bowed and said, "Please, my lord, command me. As long as I can be of assistance, I shall comply with all my strength." Chapter 35. Request for the Ocean Heart Flame. Han Feng yielded. With a mixture of trepidation and anticipation, Han Feng beheld the youthful figure seated before him as he spoke slowly. "I desire the extraordinary fire known as the Ocean Heart Flame that resides within you." Hun Cang did not mince words and got straight to the point. Upon finishing his statement, he noticed the smile on Han Feng's face stiffen, the corners of his eyes twitching slightly. Guardian Xian lifted his head, his face filled with astonishment and incredulity. The Lord summoned Han Feng merely for his extraordinary flame? Would he be willing to part with it? Filled with doubt, Guardian Xian turned his gaze toward Han Feng. At this moment, the latter's smile gradually faded, replaced by a serious countenance. Han Feng looked at Hun Cang, forcing a strained smile. "My lord, you jest. I have heard that you are also an alchemist, and surely you understand the significance of extraordinary flames to one of our craft. Do you not? Do I appear to be jesting?" Hun Cang's expression remained impassive as his index finger rhythmically tapped the armrest of the chair, producing a crisp sound. In the tranquil hall, the sound resonated like a death knell, reverberating in Han Feng's heart. His smile twitched once more as he clenched his fists tightly and said, "My lord, the ocean heart flame is something I acquired after tremendous effort." Hun Cang replied blandly, "What concern is that of mine?" As soon as the words left his mouth, Guardian Xian could not help but grind his teeth, internally lamenting Hun Cang's utter disregard for others' feelings. However, compared to other members of the Hun clan, Hun Cang was relatively benevolent. If he truly wished to seize Han Feng's ocean heart flame, he would not have wasted words but would have acted directly instead. Could it be that Han Feng possessed the strength to retaliate against the Han clan? Taking a deep breath, Han Feng responded with resignation, "You speak wisely, my lord." With that, he formed a seal with his hands, a flicker of firelight emerging from within him, slowly materializing and hovering before him. The moment the firelight appeared, the temperature in the hall surged dramatically. Guardian Xian and Hun Xiaochang instinctively moved to protect Hun Cang. "Unnecessary," came Hun Cang's voice from behind. The two paused, exchanging glances before silently retreating to the sides. Hun Cang regarded Han Feng with an expression of detachment. He was well aware from his readings that Han Feng was not one to act impulsively. Even under pressure, he would choose to endure, awaiting a future opportunity to retaliate. However, given Han Feng's status, it would be quite difficult for him to realize that wish. "My lord, this is the ocean heart flame." With a reluctant glance at the blue flames, Han Feng knelt, speaking with reverence. Hun Cang beckoned with his fingers, and the ocean heart flame, drawn by some unseen force, floated before him. After a brief inspection, his gaze fell upon Han Feng on the ground. "You may leave now." "Yes, thank you for your mercy, my lord." Han Feng dared not hesitate, rising with his head bowed and retreating from the hall, immediately summoning his fighting spirit to take flight. Compared to before, when he was nearing the pinnacle of Dou Huang, his cultivation had now plummeted several levels and was still in decline. Damn it, I must quickly locate the remaining flames. Otherwise, the level of my burning technique will revert to its lowest tier. A thought flashed through Han Feng's mind as he refrained from looking back at the Soul Palace. Having dealt with the Soul Palace, Han Feng was acutely aware of their keen interest in souls, particularly those of alchemists. An alchemist's soul was stronger than that of an ordinary person, which made him wary, fearing that the young man might change his mind. "This is truly outrageous. Let me never cross paths with you again." The thought of Hun Cang ignited a palpable hatred in Han Feng's eyes. His teeth clenched tightly, his expression contorted. Within the grand hall, Hun Xian and Hun Xiaochang continued to gaze in the direction of the entrance, hesitating for a moment before Guardian Xian spoke. "My lord, shall I go and eliminate him?" "No need," Hun Cang replied coolly. Guardian Xian hesitated again before continuing. "My lord, Han Feng has a force in the Black Corner region known as the Black Alliance. If he—" "I said no need," Hun Cang reiterated firmly. Guardian Xian immediately dared not speak further. "You may return now." "Guardian Xian, I am quite pleased with your handling of this matter. When I return to the clan, I shall commend you." As he watched Guardian Xian exit, Hun Cang added, "You did well." Guardian Xian was overjoyed, quickly turning to express his gratitude. "Serving you is my duty, my lord." How infuriating that he has taken the lead. I was the one who first made contact with the lord. Witnessing the scene, Hun Xiaochang felt a twinge of jealousy. If the lord praised him before the clan leader, his strength and status would surely rise swiftly. No matter. It is merely an extraordinary flame. I shall strive to seek out my own. Hun Xiao resolved firmly. Upon returning to his chamber, Hun Cang sealed the ocean heart flame much like the heavenly lotus earth fire. Once he acquired the bone spirit cold fire from Yao Chun, he would possess 3 types of extraordinary flames. Observing the 2 flames of different hues, a smile curved at the corners of Hun Cang's lips. This is the advantage of foresight. It took Xiao Yan 3 years to obtain his first extraordinary flame, while I have only taken a fraction of that time. With 2 types of extraordinary flames already in hand, the third will soon follow. To his surprise, Han Feng was indeed quite decisive. Reflecting on the earlier encounter, Hun Cang could not help but marvel. He had thought he would need to exert more pressure. He paid little heed to Guardian Xian's warnings. A mere Han Feng could stir no significant turmoil. He was backed by the entire Hun clan. Were it not for concerns that an unexpected turn of events might accelerate the plot's progression, eliminating Han Feng would be a trivial matter. However, it was not a pressing issue. He had a second brother. Once he resolved the matters concerning Yun Lanzong and Nalen Yunran, the task of eliminating Han Feng could be entrusted to him. After all, young people should not be allowed to grow too comfortable. I wonder how far Xiao Yan has progressed in his training? Having not seen Xiao Yan for a while, Hun Cang felt a pang of nostalgia. I have not interfered too much. He should still be following the trajectory of the plot and developing normally. In that case, I need not worry that my father will receive news prematurely and obtain a half-finished emperor pill. Hun Cang then turned his thoughts to Xiao Yan Academy, murmuring, Xiao Mei and the others should have arrived. I must find an opportunity to visit. According to the method of revising his cultivation technique, after practicing the burning technique, even with the enhancement of 3 extraordinary flames, Hun Cang's strength would undoubtedly experience a significant drop. At that time, he might find a way to infiltrate Xiao Yan Academy as a student through Xiao Yu and others. This way, he could later gain legitimate access to the Fallen Heart Flame. But there was no need to rush. The Fallen Heart Flame possessed considerable strength, even Han Feng. A half-step Dou zone with the Ocean Heart Flame would suffer losses. I must restore my strength to Dou Wang or Dou Huang before considering any actions. After that, I could think about heading to the Burning Flame Valley and the Dan Tower, and then further afield. Chapter 36, Slaying the Lion King, Brothers Reunited. In the skies above the Beast Mountain Range, a figure stood aloft, stabilizing himself with his fighting spirit wings. What on earth is Xiao Yan doing? Did I not instruct him to keep the Jade Talisman close at hand? A hint of irritation crossed Hun Cang's face as his gaze swept over the lush forest below. Having decided to seek out Yao Chun for the Bone Spirit Cold Fire, Hun Cang immediately set his plan into motion. Initially, he intended to use a spatial jade slip for direct traversal, saving time and effort. However, upon sensing for the signal, he found no trace of the spatial jade slip and, feeling somewhat exasperated, had no choice but to fly over. Upon arriving at the Beast Mountain Range, locating someone proves to be a formidable task, considering the mountain range nearly traverses the entirety of the Gamma Empire, with its eastern edge nearing the city of Yuta. In such an expansive forest, Hun Cang contemplated utilizing a jade talisman to attempt to pinpoint Xiao Yan's location. However, just as before, this too was futile. It appeared that Xiao Yan had stored both items within his spatial ring. Exhaling softly, Hun Cang shifted his form once more, unleashing his soul power to scour the area. As he traversed a mountain peak, his soul energy swept across, seemingly provoking a response from an unseen entity, as a surge of ferocious aura erupted forth. Suddenly halting, Hun Cang had just altered his position when a streak of purple light, accompanied by a piercing wind, whizzed past him. Frowning slightly, he turned his gaze towards the colossal figure that gradually emerged atop the mountain. Before him stood a beast of considerable size, adorned with a menacing lion's head, its body shimmering with a faint purple hue. A pair of enormous purple wings gently fluttered at its sides, and clusters of purple flames erupted forth, stabilizing its stance while its blood-red eyes, akin to copper bells, fixated on Hun Cang. The purple crystal wing Lion King, upon recognizing his adversary, was struck by a sudden realization. Humans, what do you truly intend? Do you believe this king is so easily trifled with? If one fails, you simply send another? It bellowed in human speech. One fails? Send another? Hun Cang pondered, his gaze drifting to the remnants of the Lion King's broken horn, further validating his suspicions. Yin Yan had indeed been here. Human, are you even listening to what this king is saying? The purple crystal wing Lion King, receiving no response, spoke again. It seemed to harbor a sense of indignation from being ignored, its flames intensifying as it lightly pawed at the air. Clearly, if Hun Cang's reply did not satisfy, it would resort to aggression. Lion King, do not overstep your bounds. Others may tremble before you, but I do not. I seek merely to find someone and harbor no interest in your so-called purple spirit crystal. Step aside, Hun Cang replied, his brow furrowing slightly as he offered a calm explanation. Hypocritical human, do you take me for a fool? I have yet to utter a word, and you already mentioned the purple spirit crystal. You must be in cahoots with that woman. No wonder she was rendered powerless after I sealed her with my purple crystal, unable to command the surrounding beasts. So, they're accomplices. The Lion King's eyes, already blood-red, became wholly consumed by crimson as it charged at Hun Cang. Having faced a female Dou Huang and lost its horn, the Lion King realized that if it did not swiftly deal with Hun Cang, it would stand no chance against them united. Understanding the stakes, the purple crystal wing Lion King disregarded all else. It flashed forward, crossing the distance between them and appearing directly in front of Hun Cang, its massive claws raised to swipe at his head. With purple light radiating from its claws and flames flickering, the tremendous force produced a thunderous sound as it struck the air. Should this blow land, Hun Cang's head would undoubtedly explode like a watermelon. Yet, he remained still, calmly gazing at the towering beast before him. Seeing this, the purple crystal wing Lion King grinned, revealing a wickedly triumphant smile, envisioning its impending victory. However, at that moment, Hun Cang swiftly formed hand seals and pointed at the Lion King, declaring fire suppression seal. An insignia floated forth, appearing light and inconspicuous, seemingly fragile against the Lion King's ferocious assault. However, it zipped through the air and directly entered the Lion King's body, its crystalline scales offering no resistance whatsoever. Is this the extent of your attack? The purple crystal wing Lion King, seeing nothing amiss, continued to mock as its claws approached Hun Cang's head. But just as the words left its mouth, its smile froze, swiftly replaced by an expression of horror and chaos. Its crystalline claw halted mere inches from Hun Cang's face. No matter how hard the Lion King struggled, it could not advance a single inch. The flames atop its claws extinguished without warning, just as the purple flames enveloping its body receded, as if drawn back by an unseen force. What have you done to me? The purple crystal wing Lion King stammered in fear, observing the dimming glow of its once vibrant scales. Down, Hun Cang commanded, raising his hand as countless tendrils of black mist surged forth from his being, coalescing into a massive hand that descended heavily upon the Lion King's head. With a resounding crash, the sky seemed to tear open with a dim purple streak, crashing down into the forest below, producing a deafening roar. Surrounding beasts fled in terror, birds and animals scattering into the distance. The immense shockwave felled trees in a 100-meter radius, uprooting even the stumps from the earth. The purple crystal wing Lion King, inherently reliant on fire, had its entire strength tied to flames. Its crystalline body absorbed sunlight to empower itself, and with the robustness of a sixth-tier beast, it would typically pose a grave threat to any Dou Huang. Previously, Yan had experienced this firsthand, managing only to sever a single horn after exhausting her ultimate move. Yet the Lion King had not anticipated that Hun Cang was no ordinary Dou Huang, but one wielding the 6 doors of law, which countered flames with great efficacy. Even the most potent of heavenly fires would yield to Hun Cang's 6 doors of law, let alone mere beastly flames. As the descent continued, Hun Cang glanced at the struggling purple crystal wing Lion King, and a dark chain extended from behind him, piercing through one of the Lion King's eyes. A mournful roar echoed through the mountains as the last vestige of defiance faded from the Lion King's remaining eye, which reflected nothing but regret before succumbing to darkness. With the troublesome beast dealt with, Hun Cang averted his gaze and flapped his wings, resuming his search for Xiao Yan. The earlier events felt akin to swatting a mere mosquito. At that moment, he heard a voice brimming with excitement from behind him. "Big brother." Turning around, Hun Cang beheld a young man clad only in shorts, hastily emerging from the woods, rushing towards him. Xiao Yan's face radiated with joy, one hand gripping a sizable fish while a weapon, resembling a black ruler and nearly his height, was slung across his back. Chapter 37. Lavish Display of Strength. Xiao Yan moved to tears. "Second brother?" Upon recognizing the figure, Hun Cang could not suppress his joy. After a lengthy search and a confrontation with the purple crystal wing Lion King, Xiao Yan had come to him of his own accord. Touching down, Hun Cang awaited Xiao Yan's approach. Moments later, Xiao Yan drew near, but his attention was first captured by the enormous figure beside Hun Cang. "This is the purple crystal wing Lion King." Xiao Yan's eyes widened in disbelief as he circled the beast before finally approaching Hun Cang. Hun Cang nodded, affirming his words. "Wow, big brother, you are incredible," Xiao Yan exclaimed. Just yesterday, he and Yao Chun had witnessed a Dou Huang battle, the purple crystal wing Lion King. Despite the female Dou Huang's formidable strength, she had been unable to gain the upper hand. Now, with his own power sealed and waiting in a cave for restoration, even his basic needs fell solely upon him. Reflecting on this, admiration for Hun Cang grew more profound in Xiao Yan's gaze. "Second brother, what are you doing?" Hun Cang inquired with a gentle smile, assessing Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan scratched his nose awkwardly, replying, "It's all that old man's fault. He insisted on enhancing my physique and made me stand under the waterfall, so I figure I might as well forego clothing." Just then, Yao Chen's figure materialized from a ring, raising a hand to deliver several swift strikes to Xiao Yan's head. Xiao Yan scurried behind Hun Cang, grumbling, "Old man, don't go overboard. My elder brother has come to see me. Be careful lest I reveal all the moments you've tormented me during this time." Upon hearing this, Yao Chan was so infuriated that it seemed as though every strand of his hair was about to stand on end. He bellowed, "You ungrateful wretch. I have been kind enough to guide you, and not only do you fail to remember my kindness, but you also slander me and threaten to lodge complaints against me? Spare me. It is you who owes me. If you hadn't refused to absorb my fighting spirit back then, would I have fallen to this state today?" Xiao Yan retorted, one hand on his hip while the other pointed accusingly at Yao Chun, who was still holding a fish. The fish, with a rather temperamental disposition, flicked its tail, inadvertently delivering a slap to Xiao Yan. Ouch! Damn it! Xiao Yan yelped, curling up in pain. Hun Cang observed the scene, a few dark lines appearing on his forehead. What brings you here to the Monster Mountain Range with such enthusiasm? Yao Chun chuckled mischievously, then turned to Hun Cang. Upon hearing Yao Chun speak, Xiao Yan, despite his discomfort, gazed curiously at his elder brother. Hun Cang smiled and replied, I wish to borrow your bone spirit cold fire for a brief moment. What do you need the Iowa for? Yao Chun inquired, momentarily taken aback. If it were for alchemy, he could have simply requested it in Wu-Tan City, yet he had never mentioned it before. To conduct an experiment, Hun Cang casually remarked. An experiment? Both Xiao Yan and Yao Chun echoed in unison, subsequently casting displeased glances at each other. Hun Cang couldn't help but smirk slightly, shaking his head. He produced the Qinglian Earth Heart Fire and the Haixin Flame. Is this the 19th ranked Qinglian Earth Heart Fire and the 15th ranked Haixin Flame? Yao Chun, being an alchemist and well-versed in the intricacies of instantly recognized the treasures Hun Cang had unveiled. Yihua, two kinds at once? Xiao Yan, momentarily forgetting his pain, stood upright and leaned closer to Hun Cang, his eyes ablaze with fervor as he gazed at the two clusters of flames. It was difficult for him to hide his excitement. After all, his burning technique was eagerly awaiting a boost from the Iowa. The low-grade yellow tier was simply too weak, as the speed of his Dou Qi recovery could not keep pace with the consumption, and he had to rely on Qi restoration pills to maintain a fight. Be calm. The Iowa will be yours, but you're still too weak to absorb it. If you forcefully attempt to do so, there's a high probability you will be reduced to ashes by the Iowa. Noticing the expression on Xiao Yan's face, Hun Cang patted his shoulder with a smile. Half serious and half jesting. Given Hun Cang's current prowess, he could not guarantee that Xiao Yan would perfectly absorb the Iowa. Therefore, even though he was eager to witness what rewards the system would bestow for gifting the Iowa, he had to restrain himself. After all, Xiao Yan was his medium for reaping the system's benefits. He could not afford to lose him all at once. Xiao Yan, visibly moved, felt tears welling in his eyes and stammered, Brother, you are too kind to me, with so much bestowed upon me. How can I ever repay you? Beside him, Yao Chun shot Xiao Yan a look tinged with envy. Why was I born so many years earlier? Had I possessed such a brother back then, I would not have ended up in this predicament. Hun Cang smiled at Yao Chun and remarked, the burning technique is, after all, a defective product. I cannot allow my second brother to practice it recklessly, so I intend to find someone to test it first. Do you understand? Yao Chun nodded, then conjured a wisp of frosty white flame, carefully controlling it as it floated before Hun Cang and Xiao Yan. Hun Cang, the Bone Spirit Cold Fire is ranked 11th. Even though I have wielded it for many years, I must still handle it with utmost caution. You cannot afford to be careless. Be wary of playing with fire and getting burned. After relinquishing it, Yao Chun offered a cautious reminder, still mindful of Hun Cang's promise regarding the body comparable to a half-saint. Hun Cang smiled indifferently, forming hand seals, then pointed, causing the Bone Spirit Cold Fire to curl up just like the other two Iowa. Witnessing this, Yao Chun's pupils constricted, a look of astonishment crossing his face. What kind of technique is this? To think that with a single seal, one could tame such a fearsome Iowa? If only I had possessed such a method back then, I would not have been ambushed by that disciple, ultimately sacrificing my physical form and escaping only in a spiritual state. Yao Chun's thoughts drifted, but at that moment, Xiao Yan's voice broke through again. Brother, you truly are the best. This old coot has played with fire all his life, yet he cannot hold a candle to your prowess. I might as well become your disciple. What nonsense is this? Is that even a proper thing to say? Yao Chun's spirit was nearly shattered with rage. In a flash, he appeared behind Xiao Yan and kicked him, sending him sprawling in the dirt. Hun Cang's eyes twitched, but he pretended not to notice. After all, the love-hate relationship between Xiao Yan and Yao Chun was nothing new. With the Iowa secured, Hun Cang's objective had been achieved. He intervened to quell the impending quarrel between the two and presented a lotus platform to hold the Qinglian Earth Heart Fire, along with lotus seeds. Just as Xiao Yan was about to inquire, he heard Yao Chun exclaim in surprise. His curiosity piqued. Yao Chun's gaze was fixed on the lotus platform, murmuring, This is the lotus platform that gives birth to the Qinglian Earth Heart Fire. It takes at least a millennium for the Earth Fire to condense. If a fire attribute cultivator possesses this, their cultivation speed would increase not just tenfold, but at least 3 or 4 times. Truly worthy of being the medicine sovereign. Your eyesight is indeed sharp. Hun Cang, in a cheerful mood, praised him, a glimmer of anticipation flashing in his eyes as he turned to Xiao Yan. Second brother, this is a gift for you. Take good care of it. Xiao Yan had already prepared himself for this moment when Hun Cang revealed his offerings. However, hearing his brother's words brought forth an overwhelming rush of emotion, causing his lips to tremble as he was rendered speechless with excitement. Hun Cang continued to produce more items, each one meticulously explained by Yao Chun. Ultimately, Xiao Yan could no longer contain himself and burst into tears as he embraced Hun Cang. In this second life, having such a brother truly made it all worthwhile. As Hun Cang listened to the system's notifications in his mind, a smile spread across his face, accompanying Xiao Yan's emotions. Chapter 38, The Ink Jade Lotus Platform. The Anxious Yun Yun. Host has gifted Xiao Yan the Millennium Qing Jade Lotus Platform, triggering a reward of the 10,000-year Ink Jade Lotus Platform. Host has gifted Xiao Yan 11 Fire Lotus Seeds, triggering a reward of 100 Fire Refinement Lotus Seeds. Host has gifted Xiao Yan the Dou Technique Flame Dividing and Devouring Wave Ruler, triggering a reward of the Heavenly Tier Low-Class Dou Technique Flame Eroding the Skies. As Hun Cang absorbed the information provided by the system, a smile spread across his face, unable to be contained. The Qing Jade Lotus Platform aided in the cultivation of fire attribute techniques. However, its efficacy paled in comparison to the Ink Jade Lotus Platform. The latter could provide nearly a 100-fold increase in cultivation speed. For Hun Cang, this was undoubtedly the best treasure he had acquired recently. With the Ink Jade Lotus Platform, I no longer need to worry excessively about the risks of reconstructing the Zhenhua technique. Hun Cang had long been concerned about the lengthy recovery period for his cultivation. But now, the issue had been effortlessly resolved. Wiping the corners of his eyes, Xiao Yan grasped Hun Cang's hand, excitedly stating, "Brother, you traveled such great distances to see me and brought me so many gifts. I currently have nothing to repay you with. So let me treat you to some grilled fish." After speaking, Xiao Yan felt his face flush, embarrassment washing over him. Did that even sound appropriate? His brother gifted him Earth-tier Dou techniques, treasures for cultivation, and various items beneficial for training, and the best he could offer in return was to treat him to fish. With this thought, Xiao Yan felt an even deeper sense of shame and resolved to train diligently. In the future, should his brother ever need his assistance, he would not hesitate to venture through fire and water, unconditionally responding to his call. "No, second brother, I have important matters to attend to. I must take my leave." Hun Cang declined, his mind clearly elsewhere. After giving Xiao Yan's shoulder a hearty pat, he unleashed his Dou Qi, transforming it into wings, preparing to depart under Xiao Yan's reluctant gaze. However, just as Hun Cang soared into the air, he suddenly descended once again. "Brother, why not have something to eat before you go? My grilling skills have improved lately." Xiao Yan, thinking Hun Cang had changed his mind, exclaimed with joy. Having received so many precious items from Hun Cang, he felt he ought to do something in return. Hun Cang shook his head and replied, "I suddenly remembered something. I almost forgot to mention it to you. Oh, brother, if you have any instructions, please speak freely. I shall certainly take note with utmost seriousness." Xiao Yan held his breath, his demeanor solemn. Observing Xiao Yan's earnest expression, Hun Cang could not help but chuckle lightly. "It's not an exceptionally grave matter. I may soon find myself quite occupied and unable to assist you should you require help." Therefore, at this point, Hun Cang produced 2 porcelain vials, which Xiao Yan accepted with a puzzled look. Hun Cang continued to elucidate. "These contain a potion for unsealing and one for restoring your strength. Keep them well. Once you have departed from the magical Beast Mountain range, you should visit Mo City. There, seek out an old sea merchant, mention my name, and he will comprehend. You may then trade these elixirs for his protection for a time." Despite the unfolding of events adhering to their original trajectory, Hun Cang felt an undercurrent of unease. After all, with his prior intervention, any unforeseen circumstance could prove troublesome. Hence, he resolved to offer a measure of guidance. Xiao Yan's gaze fell upon the 2 porcelain vials in his hands, his eyes glimmering with the realization that the person his brother had arranged for his protection was likely a formidable Dou Huan. "My brother not only cares for me, but even arranges a bodyguard for himself amidst his own affairs. Such a brother deserves my utmost gratitude." As this was Xiao Yan's first experience of traversing worlds, having lived for over a decade in this foreign realm, he once again felt the warmth of kinship from his homeland. It was an exquisite sensation. "Brother, I have committed this to memory. Is your situation perilous?" After storing the vials in his spatial ring, Xiao Yan's face reflected concern and worry. "If there is danger, perhaps you could wait a moment. I shall strive to grow stronger swiftly, so I may assist you." Hun Cang smiled. "With your words, I'm already content. Focus on your cultivation. Do not trouble yourself with my matters for now. First, fulfill our 3-year agreement, understood? Xiao Yan nodded earnestly, watching as Hun Cang soared into the sky, his figure vanishing beyond the horizon. Oh dear, I forgot to mention something to my brother. Inspired by Hun Cang's encouragement, Xiao Yan had intended to inform him about acquiring the remnants of the pure Lotus Demon Fire map, but the thought slipped his mind. He shook his head, deeming it inconsequential to mention it next time. After all, it was merely a fragment. That rascal, your brother, truly cares for you. Should you become lax, it would be a grave disservice to his goodwill, Yao Chen remarked with a complex expression as he gazed at Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan shot him a glare. Scram. I shall focus solely on my training. You better devise a plan for me, or I will berate you in my dreams. Yao Chen merely smiled faintly and retreated into the ring without another word. Soon, the tattoo on Xiao Yan's back quivered and transformed into a pair of violet wings, lifting him back to a cave beside a waterfall. Upon entering, a beautiful woman, radiating an air of nobility, cast a wary glance in his direction. Her complexion appeared pale, and her soft armor bore evident claw marks. Why were you gone for so long? The woman's voice was icy, carrying an unmistakable chill. I have explained repeatedly, yesterday. I intended to tend to your wounds, not to take advantage of you. Seeing her expression, Xiao Yan felt a headache coming on. The previous day, the woman had been struck into the water by the amethyst-winged Lion King. Xiao Yan, moved by compassion, had rescued her and brought her to the cave. Noticing her injuries, he aimed to apply medicine, only for her to awaken and stab at him with a sword upon seeing him staring at her chest. At that moment, Xiao Yan had been terrified. Had he hesitated for even a fraction longer, he would have met a grim fate. Despite his many explanations afterward, the woman remained unconvinced, and ultimately, it was she who applied the medicine herself. Seeing her unyielding demeanor, Xiao Yan sighed. I caught a fish for you to help restore your strength. His gaze shifted to the fish, and the woman's expression softened slightly. Thank you. While Xiao Yan prepared the fish, the woman recalled the sound she had heard in the cave and could not help but inquire, what transpired outside? I believe I heard the roar of the amethyst-winged Lion King. A smile of happiness illuminated Xiao Yan's face as he replied, my brother has arrived. That beast, unaware of its own insignificance, dared to provoke him and was swiftly vanquished. The amethyst-winged Lion King is dead. Yin Yun's expression tensed, her gaze darting toward the cave entrance, her grip on her sword tightening. The magical beast had been formidable, and if her brother could slay it, it spoke volumes of his strength. The brevity of the commotion suggested a decisive blow. Such power was not to be trifled with, and he might even know her, while she was currently sealed and powerless. Xiao Yan, sensing the woman's tension, found it perplexing. Was her beauty truly worth such suspicion? He added, my brother had matters to attend to and did not come here. The woman remained skeptical, questioning, why would he venture into the magical Beast Mountain range? That is of no concern to you. Once you finish this fish, I shall take my leave, with the amethyst-winged Lion King defeated. Other magical beasts will no longer pursue you. You are safe now. Having received gifts from Hun Cang, Xiao Yan's ambition to grow stronger surged within him, leaving him unwilling to pause for even a moment. Back at the Soul Palace, Hun Cang instructed the others that he would soon enter seclusion and that no one was to disturb him. He then returned to his chamber. With a flick of his wrist, 3 flames of varying colors manifested before him. This marks the first step towards my ascension as a Dou Emperor. With resolute determination, he gazed at the for a moment before settling into a cross-legged position, an endless black mist emanating from his form, rapidly filling the entire room. Before long, the only sources of light in the chamber were the 3 flames. Perhaps due to Hun Cang's diminished strength, the seals on the Yoa seemed to loosen, their flames growing brighter and hotter. Even those outside the Soul Palace sensed the unusual occurrence. Soul Xiao Chong soared to a height where he could observe the black mist spilling from the chamber, his expression grave. There was an unsettling sensation that stirred his heart. This left even Soul Xiao Chong feeling incredulous. After all, he was already a Dou Zong, while Hun Cang was merely a Dou Huang. What on earth is the Lord Palace Master up to? Soul Xiao Chong mused curiously. Young Master Cang may be in the process of recultivating, a voice interjected. Soul Xiao Chong turned to see Protector Wu standing beside him, his gaze equally fixed on the chamber where Hun Cang resided. Soul Xiao Chong repeated in confusion, recultivating? Why? Haha, you probably have no chance to return to the clan, so you are unaware. Young Master Cang, despite being the son of the clan leader, had certain limitations and talent. After reaching Dou Wang, he faced insurmountable obstacles. Protector Wu explained with a faint smile. Soul Xiao Chong was taken aback. Having managed the Soul Palace for decades, he had indeed never had the opportunity to return to the clan and was unaware of many matters. Initially, he had been astonished and perplexed to learn that the new palace master was a Dou Huang. How could a Dou Huang lead the Soul Palace? Even in the branches, one would expect a minimum of a Dou Zone. In fact, the Soul Palace closer to Zhongzhou had palace masters at the Dou Zun level. Only after learning that Hun Cang was the son of the clan leader did Soul Xiao Yan connect the dots. It turned out there was a deeper layer of relationships at play. Now, hearing Protector Wu mention that Hun Cang could only cultivate to Dou Wang previously, Soul Xiao Yan felt bewildered. If he were indeed the son of the clan leader, such a potential flaw could not go unaddressed. Young Master Cang is a natural child. His mother was a maid from the clan leader's residence. After an incident during cultivation, the clan leader favored her, resulting in the birth of young Master Cang. Protector Wu stated matter-of-factly. Soul Xiao Yan was again struck by realization. Regardless of being the clan leader's son, there was a bloodline inheritance. How could such a risk exist? It turned out the clan leader's accidental favoring of the maid provided clarity. But is there truly a need for young Master Cang to recultivate? Can his methods possibly surpass those of the Soul Clan? Soul Xiao Yan pondered, somewhat perplexed. Even as a natural child, the techniques available to him should be superior to those accessible to the more peripheral branches. Now that the issue of his aptitude was resolved, diligent cultivation should lead to strength. Protector Wu shook his head, admitting that he too found the matter perplexing. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, "It may be related to young Master Cang's unique circumstances." He paused slightly, his tone imbued with a hint of envy. During the recent clan assessment, young Master Cang voluntarily expressed his desire to participate in the core disciple evaluation. The clan leader, considering his status, granted him an opportunity. Do you know how young Master Cang ultimately acquired the authority to govern the Soul Hall? Soul Xiaoqiang, upon being asked, shook his head in bewilderment, his heart filled with astonishment. The core disciple assessment is the most rigorous evaluation of the younger generation within the Soul Clan, typically reserved for those with the greatest potential and the purest bloodlines. Those who qualify are destined to become the backbone of the clan, often possessing the strength of Dou Zong or Dou Zun by the time they reach adulthood. According to Protector Wu's description, at that time, young Master Cang was likely at the pinnacle of Dou Wang. How could he dare to participate in such an evaluation? Was he courting death? Protector Wu gazed intently at the misty-emitting house and stated, "A 7th grade alchemist." What? 7th grade? You can't be serious. Young Master Cang is also a 7th grade alchemist? Soul Xiaoqiang was instantly taken aback. In the Dou King continent, who does not know the esteemed status of an alchemist, especially those of the 6th grade and above, who are revered and sought after? Now, Protector Wu informs him that Soul Cang is actually a 7th grade alchemist? How young is young Master Cang? With such talent, becoming an 8th grade or even a 9th grade alchemist in the future would be a mere formality. Protector Wu was quite pleased with Soul Xiaoqiang's reaction, as if he were witnessing his own astonishment upon first learning this news. He continued, according to young Master Cang himself, he acquired a legacy of alchemy, which not only resolved his issues with qualifications, but also endowed him with alchemical skills. He intends to undergo a recultivation, and I suspect this technique is related to that legacy. Soul Xiaoqiang inhaled sharply. Thank you, Protector Wu, for sharing this information. I, Xiaoqiang, shall remember this favor. All in service of the Soul Clan. Protector Wu nodded slightly. At that moment, an extraordinary phenomenon erupted outside the house, with blue lotuses materializing out of thin air, accompanied by the sound of crashing waves. Everyone, evacuate the Soul Hall. Protector Wu shouted upon witnessing this scene, channeling his Dou King to construct a barrier alongside Soul Xiaoqiang for protection. This was an extraordinary fire, immensely powerful. However, just as the two took action, the various manifestations vanished, replaced by a swirling vortex of Dou King rapidly coalescing at the ceiling. Inside the house, Soul Cang's body levitated, seated upon a suspended jet-black jade lotus platform, with 3 colored flames erupting from his body, continuously refining the surrounding black Dou King. The Dou King that had once filled the room gradually diminished, ultimately condensing into a crystal the size of a palm. The crystal, translucent and radiating a faint glow, slowly approached Soul Cang's chest before merging into his body. At that moment, Soul Cang's strength surged, nearing Dou Zong, only to swiftly plummet. From Dou Huang, he fell back to Dou Zhe, then gradually ascended once more. This process repeated numerous times, compounded by the fiercely burning extraordinary fire, creating an illusion of being repeatedly tempered. In reality, this was a side effect of the Zhenfan Ju, known as true fire body refinement. Being repeatedly tempered by flames eliminates impurities from within the body, refining the flesh and densifying Dou King. If an outsider were to witness this scene, they would surely be astounded. Being tempered by 3 types of extraordinary fire from the inside out was no different from cremation. Pain occasionally flickered across Soul Song's face, but he quickly suppressed it through clenched teeth, acutely aware of the changes occurring within his body, from flesh to meridians. Wherever the extraordinary fire passed, his skin and flesh gleamed, the radiance shining like diamonds, instilling a sense of invincibility within him. Truly a product of the system. If one were to utilize the Jinfan Ju, merely having 1 type of extraordinary fire enter the body would be enough to cause discomfort, let alone using 3 types simultaneously. Feeling the gradual transformation of his body, Soul Song knew he had escaped danger and could not help but reflect. Once this concluded, he would set off for the Xiao Yan Academy. Chapter 40. Departing the complex emotions of Soul Song. Outside the house. Noting that the energy had stabilized and only the Dou King vortex remained slowly rotating above, Soul Xiaoqiang and Protector Wu subsequently exited. After a considerable length of time, creak, the door opened and Soul Song stepped out, the previously imposing aura about him having considerably diminished, now exuding a warmth akin to jade. This exemplified the distinction between the Soul Clan's techniques and the Jinfan Ju. Upon reaching the main hall, Soul Song instructed someone to find Soul Xiaoqiang. Reporting to the hall master, the deputy hall master has been out for 2 days, a member of the Soul Hall respectfully replied, head bowed. How long have I been in seclusion? Soul Song was momentarily taken aback. 3 days. Very well, I understand. You may return to your duties. After dismissing the individual, Soul Song quietly seated himself in the grand hall, producing a jade slip from his spatial ring with a flick of his finger. Inserting Dou King into it, Soul Song transmitted a directive. Moments later, the jade slip shimmered, and a thought entered his mind. Not in the Gamma Empire? Have you found leads on extraordinary fire? Go gather extraordinary fire? Processing the information relayed from the jade slip, Soul Song felt a bit disoriented. No, why did you wait until now? Presently, Soul Song's strength hovered around a 3-star Dou Shi, and the journey to the Xiao Yan Academy in the Black Corner region would not be a trivial matter. If a Dou Zone were to escort him, it would certainly be much more comfortable. Forget it. Let him continue searching. I'll go on my own. If he can find me an extraordinary fire, that would indeed be a boon. Soul Song sighed, unperturbed by the so-called ruthless Black Corner region. For the Dou King he had previously cultivated had not vanished entirely, but had been refined into pure Dou King crystals by the extraordinary fire and preserved within him. Each time he practiced, he could rapidly recover using this latent power. Based on the sensations derived from the combination of the jet black jade lotus platform and the fire lotus seeds, Soul Song estimated that within a year, his strength would return. Under normal circumstances, ascending from an ordinary person to Dou Huang would take no less than 3 to 5 years, which would be considered relatively swift, even for those with exceptional talent. Of course, the Soul Clan, blessed with bloodline talent, would be an exception. Soul Song felt relatively satisfied with his current situation. Being a 3-star Dou Shi, there was certainly no issue with being admitted to Xiao Yan Academy. The subsequent challenge would be to approach the Qi Training Tower. Everything in the Gamma Empire had already fallen into place, and Soul Song felt no lingering attachment. Having made his decision, he promptly set about taking action. He first left the Soul Hall and then ventured to a nearby city, where, after paying a certain fee, he commenced his journey to the Black Corner region. Due to the considerable distance, Soul Song opted to ride a flying magical beast, but even so, the proprietor of the flying beast informed him that reaching the Black Corner region would take at least half a month. In terms of money, Soul Song was never stingy. As coming from the Soul Clan, he lacked for nothing and chose the most luxurious accommodation available. During the journey, Soul Song did not neglect his training. Leveraging the assistance of the jet black jade lotus platform, he found his strength increasing nearly every 2 days. In contrast, far away, Xiao Yan was laboring intensely. Despite having his elder brother's green jade lotus platform and various elixirs to aid him, breaking through even a single-star level required several days. Moreover, he was not only cultivating but also maintaining various body-tempering exercises, leaving him utterly exhausted by the end of each day. Time flew, and half a month passed. Through the attendance of the flying magical beast, it was conveyed that they were merely half a day away from the Black Corner region. Soul Song concluded his training, stowed the jet black jade lotus platform, and for the first time stepped out of his room, standing at the edge of the magical beast and peering down through the gaps in the clouds. The terrain below was predominantly marshy, shrouded in mist, with occasional glimpses of small teams engaged in battles with magical beasts. The chaos was indeed notorious. Within a brief moment, he witnessed at least 5 skirmishes ignited over treasures. Xiao Yan shook his head slightly, averting his gaze. At that moment, he sensed something and turned his head towards one of the windows, where the individual appeared taken aback by Xiao Yan's awareness, hastily closing the window in a flurry. On the back of the flying magical beast was a structure resembling an inn, remarkably stable, devoid of any turbulence despite the flight. From the perspective of Hun Cang, the exhilaration he felt surpassed even that of flying in an aircraft. Had he attracted attention? Diverting his gaze, he made his way back to his room, a bemused expression gracing his features. Although this world thrived on the principle of survival of the fittest, where murder, arson, and plunder were commonplace, Hun Cang, a formidable figure revered wherever he went, could not shake an odd feeling from within. Fortunately, he had been reborn into the Soul Clan. Before long, the flying magical beast descended gently, and figures began to emerge from the room, descending one after another from the creature. Casting a glance at the city, Hun Cang proceeded straight to the street. Since he had arrived near Canaan Academy, there was no need to rush. His plan was to find a place to stay and then establish contact within the academy to gather information regarding Xiao Yu and the others. However, as he walked, despite passing several inns, Hun Cang did not pause until he ventured into an alley. Just after rounding a corner, he quickened his pace and concealed himself around another bend. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of hurried, chaotic footsteps echoed, and soon a small team of 6 appeared, pouring into the alley. Huh? Where'd he go? The burly leader's gaze swept the area, momentarily taken aback. His companions shared a similar bewilderment. They had clearly seen the man enter. So how could he have vanished? Did he fly away? One of the subordinates exclaimed in disbelief. That shouldn't be possible. I observed him for quite a while, and his strength was only around 5-star Dou King. How could he have fled so swiftly? This group had boarded the flying magical beast partway through their journey, adhering to their usual practice of targeting wealthy individuals traveling to the Black Corner region after assessing their strength, subsequently robbing them in the chaos of that domain. The disorderly nature of the Black Corner region meant that killing a couple of individuals posed no risk. Once they had acquired their loot, they would leave promptly, reveling in their success before employing the same tactics once more. To date, they had successfully executed this scheme no fewer than 10 times, including a recent encounter with a mother and daughter duo who were reportedly seeking relatives in the Black Corner region. They had not only robbed them, but also taken them captive. This time was no different. As soon as they boarded the flying magical beast, they set their sights on Hun Cang, who occupied the best room and was alone. Are you looking for me? Just as the group was engulfed in confusion, a voice emerged from behind them. They whirled around, and upon recognizing Hun Cang, the lookout shouted, "It's him, boss. What are you waiting for? Attack!" The burly man's eyes glinted with ferocity as he barked the command. The surrounding individuals surged with battle energy, each a formidable Dou King, and the burly leader donned a battle aura that hinted at an impending breakthrough to great Dou King. Eagerly, he thought that once this endeavor was completed, he would have enough wealth to purchase materials to elevate his rank. However, just as this thought crossed his mind, he witnessed his companions suddenly engulfed in flames. Their screams stifled as they turned to ash. Run! As the realization struck the burly man, the area before him ignited in a blaze, plunging him into darkness. Shortly thereafter, Hun Cang emerged from the alley with his hands tucked into his pockets, making his way to a nearby inn. My apologies, esteemed guest, but our finest rooms are fully booked. With Canaan Academy currently enrolling students, accommodations are in high demand, the receptionist said apologetically, her gaze lingering on the striking young man before her. That's quite all right. A standard room will suffice, he replied. Chapter 41. No, thank you. The following day, preparations for the journey to Peace Town commenced, with only 3 spots remaining. Hurry if you want to join. A great Dou King and a 5 Dou King stood guard, welcoming those eager to participate in Canaan Academy's entrance examination. Based on the information provided by the receptionist, Hun Cang found himself in a bustling area of the city, momentarily taken aback by the lively scene. Dozens of groups shouted enthusiastically, accompanied by a procession of horse-drawn carts and throngs of waiting individuals. Most of the crowd comprised middle-aged individuals and children, clutching or carrying items, their expressions revealing a mix of anxiety and anticipation. Had he not been informed beforehand, Hun Cang might have mistaken this for an otherworldly spring travel rush. Are you still in need of participants? Approaching the largest group, he inquired. The distance to Peace Town was several dozen miles, making solo travel unwise as it would attract too much attention. His intention for visiting Canaan Academy was to seek the fallen heart flame, and he wished to avoid detection by the Soul Palace. We do need one more. Are you interested? The leader of the group, a middle-aged man, replied with a straightforward demeanor. Hun Cang nodded and paid the required fare. Before long, a grand procession set off, with Hun Cang seated in the last cart. The cart was drawn by two magical beasts resembling horses, and the spacious carriage accommodated 5 rows of seats, each capable of seating 4 individuals. Is this an interdimensional bus? As he settled in, Hun Cang swayed with the cart over the uneven terrain, his gaze drifting curiously around him. Beside him sat a middle-aged couple, their weathered faces adorned with smiles, as they imparted various details about the entrance assessments at Canaan Academy to the slightly plump youth seated between them. After leaving the city, figures on horseback began to patrol alongside the cart. The sounds of conversation among the passengers dwindled, replaced by an atmosphere of vigilance and concern, while Hun Cang maintained a tranquil demeanor, calmly appreciating the scenery. Every year, during Canaan Academy's enrollment, many parents from the Blackhorn region would opt to send their children to participate, hoping for their admission. After all, Canaan Academy offered a safer environment than the Blackhorn region, alleviating parental anxieties. However, this journey also attracted unwanted attention from others. This led to the emergence of a particular type of group, which, in a convoy-like manner, transported people to Peace Town in exchange for some monetary gain. The caravan departed early in the morning, and, as noon approached, they arrived at a hillside. The leader called for a brief rest and beckoned everyone to disembark. Noticing Hun Cang standing atop the cart, he approached him. In the distance, 2 majestic mountains loomed, standing guard like sentinels, and nestled between them lay a town barely visible. That is Peace Town, our destination, the leader informed him. Hun Cang nodded in acknowledgement, but remained silent. You seem quite young. Are you also here for the entrance examination at Canaan Academy? Why are you traveling alone? Aren't your parents concerned? The leader asked, attempting to engage in conversation. Observing the group, it was evident that any youthful individual was typically accompanied by at least one adult. No, he is my neighbor. We are traveling together. A serious-looking middle-aged man interjected, stepping forward to block the leader's gaze while signaling to Hun Cang. Although Hun Cang did not know him, he preferred to avoid unnecessary conversation and simply nodded. Seeing this, the leader awkwardly smiled and turned to leave. The burly man surveyed the surroundings and lowered his voice, saying, Young brother, I've heard that some groups engage in treachery, targeting individuals traveling alone. If you have no companions, it would be wise to sit with us. As he spoke, he glanced at a woman and a youth sitting a few steps away, who smiled and waved at him. No, thank you, Hun Cang replied, narrowing his eyes slightly as he shook his head. Just as he finished speaking, the burly man grasped his arm, insisting, Don't resist. The leader is still watching. Out of the corner of his eye, Hun Cang noted that the man was indeed truthful. When they reached the family of 3, they appeared especially welcoming, sharing their provisions with Hun Cang. I'm fine, truly. Hun Cang smiled as he glanced at the bread rolls and a fragrant piece of meat. The burly man leaned closer, his gaze fixed on a distance. Young brother, you should eat a bit. Otherwise, I fear the leader won't believe it and will come looking for you. Indeed, my friend. We are but a half-day's journey away from Peace Town. Let's strive to minimize any troubles, the woman advised. Brother, these steamed buns and meat chunks were personally made by my mother. They're quite delicious. Please do try some, the youth exclaimed, his mouth smeared with grease and a naive smile adorning his face. Under the expectant gazes of the 3, Hun Cang sighed helplessly and reluctantly began to eat. Nearby, other children glanced over but were sternly reprimanded by their parents. As Hun Cang consumed their offerings, the team leader seemed to genuinely believe in their neighborly connection, redirecting his gaze elsewhere. The trio, warm-hearted and generous, shared with Hun Cang various insights regarding the trials of Canaan Academy. Soon after, the convoy resumed its journey, and the 3 switched seats to sit alongside Hun Cang. The burly man glared back defiantly whenever the team leader cast a glance in their direction. As evening approached, the once indistinct outline of the town became clearer, and the sounds of conversation among the convoy gradually returned. Hun Cang sat with his eyes closed, brows slightly furrowed, appearing to drift into slumber. At that moment, the youth beside him spotted a butterfly flitting by and excitedly reached out to catch it, only to tumble from the carriage. In a split second, he instinctively grasped Hun Cang's clothing, pulling him down as well. The commotion stirred some unrest in the rear of the vehicle. You all head to Peace Town first. I'll catch up shortly, the team leader instructed, urging the convoy to continue as he spurred his horse toward the back. A fleeting look of helplessness crossed Hun Cang's face as he steadied the youth upon the ground. The middle-aged couple jumped down from the carriage, worry etched on their faces. You little rascal, what were you thinking? The burly man fumed. Apologize to the brother once. We're nearly there, and you still act foolishly. The woman chastised, her expression displeased. The boy lowered his head, tears welling in his eyes, and murmured, "I'm sorry. No need for that. Save those words for the souls you have slain." Hun Cang replied with a smile that bore no warmth, regarding the three and the retreating convoy, along with the hastening figure of the team leader. "Did you notice?" The family's expressions shifted drastically, soon replaced by a menacing glare. Tears still glistening in his eyes, the youth drew a dagger from behind him and shouted, "Attack!" Armor materialized upon the trio, and the team leader, sensing the shift, leapt from his horse and raced toward them. The four lunged at Hun Cang in unison. Moments later, Hun Cang mounted a horse and galloped toward Peace Town, the searing heat of the air behind him whisked away by the wind. Chapter 42. Yellow-ranked Minerhode. The convoy arrived at Peace Town. Everyone disembarked, lining up to receive a pill from a figure clad in a light blue garment, adorned with a deep blue emblem depicting a dagger stained with crimson blood, before entering the town successfully. It was not until this moment that the tension on many faces began to ease. Some turned to look outside, having heard a disturbance from the rear of the convoy. A young girl turned to her parents, asking, "Father, Mother, why did you stop me at noon from trying to help that brother?" Confusion and disbelief clouded her features. The dashing young man was evidently not a local of the Blackhorn domain, unaware even of the dangers of accepting food from strangers. Had she intervened then, she could have saved him. The robust man spoke sternly. "Have you forgotten my teachings? Never harbor a heart of compassion. Remember that." Years spent traversing the Blackhorn domain had imparted them with certain grim truths. For instance, such convoys often targeted outsiders, and individuals acting alone typically became their prey. Those who dared to intervene without belonging to factions like the Blood Sect, Black Skull Tomb, or Eight Gates often met with a tragic end. The girl fell silent for a moment before choking back tears. "I despise this place." Her mother gently ruffled her hair, her gaze reflecting a mixture of helplessness and resignation, offering no words of comfort. Though the harsh realities were difficult to accept, they served to minimize her daughter's errors, granting her a better chance at survival. The group then melted into the throngs of people. However, the convoy did not depart. They remained outside, controlling the carriages. They seldom chose to enter Peace Town due to the discomforting atmosphere and regulations within. "Why is the captain taking so long?" The group clustered together, glancing down the path they had traversed. One suggested, "Should we go look for him?" This idea quickly garnered consensus. And just as they selected a few individuals to set out, the sound of hooves echoed nearby. The group looked up, and upon recognizing the figure atop the horse, their pupils dilated sharply, their faces paling in dismay. Hun Cang paid them no mind and strode directly to the entrance. Upon learning that he needed to consume a pill, he raised no objections and swallowed it without hesitation. "Hello, I would like to inquire how to contact someone within Kane Academy," he stated, remaining where he was. "Greetings. I am Hode, the squad leader of the enforcement team's second unit and a yellow rank miner. Whom are you seeking?" A middle-aged man inquired. "Hun Cang," he replied politely, then added, "Xiao Yu, from the city of Wutan in the Jiamar Empire. That may take a while. Senior sister Xiao Yu went out to train the day before yesterday and won't return for at least a month," an eager student interjected. "Hoe de glänst apologetically at Hun Cang. Is this a matter of urgency?" "Not particularly," Hun Cang smiled, then inquired about the enrollment process at Canaan Academy before taking his leave. He refrained from mentioning other members of the Xiao family, as they had only recently arrived at the academy and seemed unlikely to assist him. After Hun Cang departed, several students behind Hode gazed intently at his retreating figure. One remarked, "This fellow is no ordinary person. Anyone can see that." Hode shot a glare at the speaker, admonishing him to mind his own business. "Once you're done with the registration, hurry to eat, then patrol. There have been many newcomers to Peace Town lately, and we must prevent any disturbances." For someone to arrive at Peace Town, aside from luck, strength was the remaining factor. Hode mused to himself, doubting that Hun Cang had merely relied on fortune to reach this point. Observing the youthful figure, seemingly not yet 20, already a 7-star dome master, he whispered to himself, "Perhaps my opportunity to ascend to a Shunjie Daoshi lies with him." Selecting a random lodging, Hun Cang's first night in Peace Town quietly passed. The following day, as he stepped outside, preparing to register, he noticed a young man clad in Canaan Academy's disciple attire approaching him. "Hello, I am Lin Gu, a disciple of Mentor Hode," the youth introduced himself. Hun Cang nodded slightly. "Is there something you need?" "My mentor would like to invite you to lunch, along with a discussion regarding the entrance examination," Lin Gu stated, his gaze filled with curiosity as he assessed Hun Cang. Having studied under Hode for some time, he had encountered numerous individuals applying to the academy. Yet it was unprecedented for Hode to extend such warmth towards someone who was not yet an official student. Certainly, let us go, Hun Cang agreed, recognizing that if there was a simple way forward, it would be the best option. As they walked, Lin Gu did not lead him to a restaurant, but instead took him to a residence. Hode sat in the courtyard, practicing when he heard the knock. He opened his eyes and, spotting Lin Gu's figure, approached with a warm smile. "Please, come in," Hode welcomed enthusiastically, leaving Hun Cang slightly taken aback, wondering if the mentor had somehow discerned his true identity. In reality, Hode had learned the previous night about the demise of the leader and the second and third in command of one of the escort teams. Their arrival had coincided with Hun Cang's by mere moments. Subsequently, he had invested some resources to ascertain Hun Cang's connection to that team. In other words, the young man before him not only possessed striking good looks, but also formidable strength, capable of contending with a grandmaster. Such a student, upon joining the academy, would undoubtedly breeze through the inner academy assessments. Hode could almost envision his hopes for promotion, making it impossible for him to suppress his enthusiasm. Lunch was held at Hode's residence, where his wife personally prepared the meal. As for the food, Sol Cang was not particularly picky. After a simple meal, they finally turned to the main topic of discussion. With your capabilities, passing the assessment is undoubtedly within your reach. However, I hope you will consider joining the class I lead, Hode said earnestly. Seated across from him, Sol Cang leisurely lifted his teacup and, with a smile playing at the corners of his mouth, replied, "Captain Hode, you yourself have stated that I will pass the assessment without issue. Thus, what reason do I have to join your class? After all, I am not truly here to learn, so it matters little who my instructor is. The key lies in the benefits offered." Hode was not the least bit surprised by Sol Cang's words. A person capable of arriving alone in Peace Town could not possibly be as innocuous as he appeared. He spoke in a low voice. "You may present your requests. As long as I am able to comply, I shall do my utmost to accommodate you. To be frank, I have been stuck at the rank of yellow tier mentor for quite some time, and I hope to ride on your coattails to ascend further." Sol Cang's gaze fell upon the teacup he was toying with as he inquired, "Can you facilitate my swift entry into the inner academy?" "Certainly. There is a competition in 2 months, and I happen to have a slot available for you," Hode responded without hesitation. Chapter 43. The Black Storm, I Come Prepared. The inner academy assessments at Canaan Academy occur only once a year, where 50 students are selected through competition from the multitude. From Hode, Sol Cang learned that this year's major assessment had concluded half a month prior. This meant that, following the standard procedure, he would have to wait until the next year to participate, which did not align with Sol Cang's plans. Consequently, after some contemplation, Sol Cang agreed to Hode's proposal. Upon receiving the affirmative response, Hode displayed a joyful smile. He called upon his disciple, Lin Gu, instructing him to register Sol Cang, and extended an invitation for Sol Cang to stay at his home for the next few days. However, Sol Cang declined the offer. Firstly, he was not short on funds and could easily afford to stay at an inn. Secondly, there were certain items he preferred to keep hidden from prying eyes, such as the inked jade lotus platform. Time swiftly passed, and 3 days later, registration had concluded yesterday. Today marked the day of the actual assessment. Peace Town was bustling with activity, and the streets were filled with the sight of people jostling against one another, accompanied by a cacophony of noise. Among the crowd were many parents who had failed to secure a spot for their children, offering gentle words of consolation. "My son, it's all right. Not getting in this year is not a bad thing, you know?" In the throng, Sol Cang was drawn to the conversation between a father and son nearby. The emaciated youth looked perplexed and asked, "Father, why do you say that?" The middle-aged man replied, "I have inquired, and this year's entrance examination is the most challenging in history. The pass rate is less than 1 in 10. 1 in 10 might not even pass." Sol Cang felt a flicker of surprise within, as others around him began to discuss similar sentiments. Could it be that I might not pass either? Sol Cang initially felt startled, but then quickly came to his senses, almost wanting to slap himself for thinking in such terms. After all, he was a battle emperor undergoing a rebirth. How could he possibly let himself be swayed by the anxieties of a battle master? Pushing to the front of the crowd, Hode spotted him and waved him over, pulling him out from the throng. This scene drew curious and envious glances from those around them. Who is this person? He isn't even wearing the academy's disciple attire. Why is that teacher so warm towards him? Sol Cang and Hode exchanged smiles, just as Sol Cang was about to speak when his gaze, along with the crowd's, shifted towards the heavens outside Peace Town. There, a mass resembling dark clouds churned ominously. Advancing rapidly, many in the vicinity displayed expressions of panic and fear, instinctively clutching their children and families. "Calm down, everyone. There's no need to panic. This is Peace Town, and the Black Storm dares not approach. Do not worry, Hode called out loudly to reassure them. As the dark storm drew closer, a tremor emanated from the depths of the primitive forest behind Peace Town. Heh. Laughter, faint yet sinister, echoed from within the Black Storm, which then abruptly changed direction, retreating away from Peace Town. Only then did the crowd begin to relax. Hode returned to Sol Tsang's side and, noticing his calm demeanor, remarked with a smile. What's the matter? Have you never encountered a black storm on your journey? Sol Tsang shook his head. Hode was taken aback and praised. You truly are fortunate. Why does this black storm not dare to approach? Sol Tsang inquired with curiosity. From the moment the black storm appeared, he sensed something familiar as it drew nearer. Coupled with the eerie laughter, he immediately deduced that it was from the Soul Palace. From its inception, the Soul Palace was established with the purpose of collecting souls. While others might be oblivious, Sol Tsang understood that this was to amass sufficient soul power to assist the Soul Emperor in completing the Imperial Realm Soul. The Blackhorn region was the most chaotic and blood-soaked territory on the continent, abundant in souls. These lingering spirits had once shown no restraint towards Canaan Academy, and it was rumored that it was only after the headmaster had decisively eliminated a number of them that they ceased to draw near. Hode responded, Indeed, some of the old-timers at the academy detest the aura of these entities the most. Sol Tsang's expression stiffened slightly, as he reflected on how he had undergone body tempering with the leaving behind a mark from the void-devouring flame, which should render him undetectable. Hode patted him on the shoulder, pointing to a large black stone tablet placed in the center. That is a cornerstone from within the academy's core, traditionally used to assess core disciples. For some unknown reason, it has been moved outside this year. Although he had confidence in Sol Tsang, Hode still felt a tinge of worry and cautioned. You must be careful. That stone tablet has been roasted by the falling heart flame for years, making it extraordinary. Even inner academy disciples find it challenging to endure for half an hour. Sol Tsang nodded in understanding. Subsequently, all candidates approached, settling around the stone tablet. Not wanting to be jostled by the crowd, Sol Tsang noticed a relatively empty space near the tablet and made his way over to sit down. Quite confident. RNTU, to sit so close, remarked a young man beside him, looking over. Sol Tsang smiled faintly. Aren't you doing the same? The young man grinned widely, revealing several pills nestled in his mouth. My father spent a fortune to acquire insider information. I am well prepared. This time, the first place in the new student entrance assessment will undoubtedly be mine. Is that so? Sol Tsang was somewhat taken aback, but merely smiled at the latter part of the young man's statement, choosing not to respond further. All those who can endure until the hourglass runs out, without fainting, will pass, announced a stern-looking man. After speaking, he struck the stone tablet with a palm. In an instant, a wave of scorching heat surged forth, rushing towards Sol Tsang. The young man seated beside him suddenly changed color, his throat constricting as he hastily swallowed a pill, his pallor easing somewhat thereafter. Casting a glance at Sol Tsang, who appeared unfazed, the young man curiously scrutinized him for a moment, but then closed his eyes to focus on maintaining his composure. The falling heart flame not only tormented the flesh, but also had extraordinary effects on the soul. The pills he had prepared catered to both aspects, ensuring his successful passage through the assessment without doubt. The young man reassured himself, restoring his calm demeanor. The crowd observing from outside changed their expressions as the wave of heat washed over them, hastily retreating a few steps until the student from Canaan Academy formed a formation using jade slips to shield against the heat, allowing them to resume watching. For those undergoing the assessment, time seemed to stretch endlessly, each passing second becoming an agonizing trial. After a few minutes, some individuals appeared flushed and drenched in sweat. After several more minutes, others swayed, on the verge of collapse. As the hourglass neared its midpoint, a series of thuds echoed through the venue. As one figure after another collapsed, the surrounding crowd sighed, clearly affected, for among the fallen were their children. Soon, the hourglass approached its conclusion. A vast area of the ground lay vacant, with only a handful of figures still persevering, many of whom appeared pallid, their temples throbbing, straining to endure. At last, time expired. Glancing at the relaxed and contented Hun Cang, Hoda let out a sigh of relief. Stability had been achieved. Chapter 44. The enrollment explosion at the sky-burning Chi Tower. Is it not yet over? Hoda inquired of the middle-aged man in charge. Everyone else had exited. The hourglass had completed its countdown, leaving only Hun Cang and a youth beside him. There's no rush, the middle-aged man replied slowly, his eyes seemingly shimmering with light as he scrutinized Hun Cang and the other individual. Before the stone tablet, the youth cracked his eyes open slightly, glancing at Hun Cang. cursing inwardly. What on earth is this person's background? I have but one elixir left. A thought flickered through his mind. Should I give up? First place is merely a hollow title. At that moment, a voice reached his ears. The one who endures the longest will receive an additional reward of 30 days of fire energy. 30 days? The onlookers, including Mentor Huoda and other disciples of Canaan Academy, widened their eyes in disbelief, staring at the middle-aged man who had spoken. Fire energy is a highly coveted resource for inner academy disciples, as it grants access to the sky-burning Chi Tower, a place of immense benefit for cultivation. Akin to wielding a cheat code, the youth, having prepared for the assessment, was aware of this information. Upon hearing of the 30 days of fire energy, his spirits soared, and he resolved to persist. Even if he could not utilize it immediately, he could trade it with senior disciples, for to those in the inner academy, fire energy held value equal to gold. With renewed vigor, the youth cast another determined glance at Hun Cang. Time continued to elapse, drawing near to an hour. When the world is this guy's origin? The youth had already consumed his last elixir, yet found Hun Cang utterly unmoved, unaffected by the heat radiating from the stone tablet. Gradually, his consciousness began to blur. Without the aid of elixirs, he was now relying solely on sheer willpower. The middle-aged man caught sight of this scene, his figure flickering as he silently appeared before the youth. At that moment, Hun Cang's brow twitched as he suppressed the urge to open his eyes, reminding himself, with my strength, sensing the other's presence would undoubtedly attract attention. Would you like another spirit cleansing pill? The middle-aged man asked gently, bending slightly. Yes, I want it. Quickly, give me one. I refuse to lose. I must secure first place. The youth grasped at the offer as if it were a lifeline. Just as he finished speaking, a man in the crowd suddenly changed countenance, regretfully striking his palm. Alas, it's been exposed. All my efforts are in vain now. The youth, realizing this, opened his eyes to see the middle-aged man before him, instinctively retreating in fright. How dare you cheat during the enrollment assessment at Canaan Academy? Have you consumed the heart of a bear and the gall of a leopard? The middle-aged man's expression darkened. The youth instinctively sought to defend himself, but upon meeting the middle-aged man's gaze, he felt as though he had been completely seen through, the words he had prepared evaporating. No, I refuse to accept this. I have clearly passed. He pointed at Hun Cang, exclaiming, he also cheated. He must have cheated. Otherwise, how could he endure for so long? His expression was frantic, akin to a mad dog barking wildly. He did not, the middle-aged man replied, glancing at Hun Cang, who had opened his eyes, speaking with unwavering certainty, though a flicker of curiosity passed through his own eyes. Before the youth could protest further, the middle-aged man casually unleashed a surge of energy that rendered the youth unconscious. An academy personnel promptly came to carry him away. Do not harbor fantasies of cheating. Such individuals will never be accepted at Canaan Academy. Mark my words. The middle-aged man declared, surveying the surroundings with a profoundly serious tone. He then turned his gaze to seek out Hun Cang, only to find him curiously reaching out to touch the stone tablet. Be careful, the middle-aged man cautioned, taken aback. Hun Cang withdrew his hand, offering a sheepish smile. He had merely sought to sense the remnants of the fallen heart flame upon the stone tablet to gauge its intrinsic power, roughly at the Dou zone level. He mused internally. The middle-aged man approached him. You seem unperturbed by the power of the fallen heart flame. Perhaps it is because of this, Hun Cang replied, already prepared, extending his palm to reveal a cluster of white flames erupting forth. An extraordinary flame? The middle-aged man's eyes widened in astonishment, nodding in realization, casting another profound glance at Hun Cang. Such youth possessing extraordinary flames indicated that his backing was anything but ordinary. He could not help but recall another young girl within the academy, whose backing was equally formidable. Huoda hurried over from a distance. Elder Lin, this is Hun Cang. My disciple. What? Afraid I might steal him? Elder Lin shot Huoda a glare before turning back to Hun Cang. Listen here, boy. I don't care about your background. Once you enter Canaan Academy, focus on your studies. I welcome you with open arms, but should you seek to cause trouble, you had better weigh the consequences. I understand. Hun Cang replied with a slight, sheepish smile. The renown of Canaan Academy is largely attributed to the sky-burning Chi Tower, which, due to the presence of the fallen heart flame, aids in accelerating the cultivation speed for beginners. Elder Lin nodded, cradling the black stone tablet as he departed from Peacetown. Take a moment to rest. Later, I will take you both to Canaan Academy. It was not until Elder Lin was out of sight that Huoda turned his gaze back to Hun Cang, smiling. I did not expect you to be so profoundly unfathomable. From here on out, focus on your cultivation. I will strive to secure your place in the inner academy. Then I shall thank Mentor Hua in advance. Hun Cang replied with a faint smile. By the way, why has that stone tablet been taken back? With the residual aura of the fallen heart flame on the stone tablet, leaving it in Peace Town could provide some cultivation assistance to the station students. It would be quite beneficial, Huo explained. However, that stone tablet has been subjected to the relentless heat of the fallen heart flame, resulting in extraordinary changes. The academy typically returns it to its original position after use. Back to the fallen heart flame? Hun Cang's expression stiffened slightly, a sense of foreboding washing over him. He had just touched it, leaving behind the aura of the Zhen Huoju. Huo nodded, oblivious to Hun Cang's reaction, assuming he was merely curious, and proceeded to attend to other matters. After about 10 minutes, all those who had passed the assessment were lined up and gradually mounted flying magical beasts, heading towards Kane Academy. Many experienced the sensation of being airborne for the first time, their spirits lifted, peering down at the primordial forest below. Hey, look over there! Someone exclaimed, pointing into the distance, where the sky seemed to be painted red by flames, a colossal blaze bursting forth like fireworks. Shortly thereafter, several figures emerged, their dazzling forms momentarily suppressing the fiery display. Mentor, what part of the academy is that? A curious student inquired of Huo, wondering if the previous scene was part of an experiment. Huo's lips twitched, his expression darkening slightly. That is not an experiment. That is the sky-burning chi tower that has exploded. It seems the last time the fallen heart flame erupted was over a decade ago, by that pattern. It shouldn't have reached a critical point yet. Huo mused, perplexed. Chapter 45. The Elder's Confusion. Xiao Mei's Troubles. Deep within Canaan Academy. At the center of a sunken expanse, an odd structure, only its spire and a layer of the tower visible, loomed ominously, indicating that the majority was buried deep underground. This was the sky-burning chi tower. At that moment, countless students hurriedly evacuated, the speediest among them glancing back at the figures suspended mid-air, who stood free of any reliance on wings or other means of flight. Lin, what did you just do? An elderly man cast a furious glare at the middle-aged individual, who appeared somewhat disheveled, with singed hair, beard, and clothing. For a long time, the fallen heart flame had remained in a stable state, only exhibiting sporadic agitation at designated intervals, which could be entirely subdued by the formation set by the former dean. However, today, during his watch, the fallen heart flame erupted unexpectedly. This outburst was unlike any prior. It was wild and ferocious, resembling a prey desperately fleeing from a formidable predator. Fortunately, there were few students within the tower today, and the elders were present. Otherwise, the fallen heart flame might have indeed surged forth. In such a case, the entire Canaan Academy would likely suffer dire consequences. Elder Lin stood awkwardly in midair, under the scrutiny of the gathered crowd, reminiscing, I didn't do much. I merely removed that stone. After a brief pause, he quickly added, but I returned it immediately. The elder who had initially posed the question pondered, it seems that the change in the fallen heart flame occurred right after that stone returned to its original position. It might be related to a particular student, perhaps? Elder Lin expressed uncertainty. Noticing the inquisitive gazes directed at him, he clarified, that student possesses a unique fire. Could it be that the fallen heart flame sensed a kindred spirit? That possibility cannot be dismissed, someone responded. The singed individual sighed, speaking of which, the power of the fallen heart flame has been growing stronger over the years. Who knows when the old dean will return from his travels across the continent? Next time the fallen heart flame erupts, I wonder if we will be able to contain it. Elder Lin and the others lowered their gazes, staring at the tower's pinnacle, lost in contemplation. Subsequently, they each returned to their respective tasks. An elder approached Elder Lin, curious as to why he hadn't brought that student along. To be accepted into Canaan Academy, the student must be quite young and possess unique fire, suggesting an extraordinary background. Such an exceptionally talented individual would undoubtedly be a prized asset anywhere. Elder Lin chuckled and succinctly explained, Hode has been eager to advance to the Xian level mentor, yet he has always lacked suitable disciples. This time, he finally encountered one. If I were to snatch him away, he would surely go mad. The elder nodded in understanding. And then Elder Lin continued, regardless, that child will inevitably enter the inner academy. I'll have my opportunity then. That makes sense. By the way, what is that child's name? Another person inquired casually. What are you doing? Trying to disrupt the rules? Elder Lin shot him a glance. It was agreed that whoever is responsible for the assessment gets to choose first when encountering a promising talent. Don't make me resort to violence. Meanwhile, Hode was guiding 70 students who had passed the test, gently descending on a flying magical beast. Old Hode, you've worked hard. It's rare to see you back. Let's have a drink tonight. Brother Hode, how did it go? Any promising talents? As Hode stood on the flying beast, he noticed several figures resembling mentors crowding around him, engaging in friendly conversation. Behind them loomed an ancient-looking academy, its walls mottled and overgrown with verdant foliage, with the pathway to the academy paved with cobblestones. Junior brother, you should come down now. Lost in thought, he heard a voice calling out, realizing someone was waving at him below. He smiled slightly and gracefully dismounted from the beast. Soul Tsang, Hode beckoned, smiling at the student who came to assist. I'll handle this. You needn't trouble yourself. The mentors exchanged surprised glances, and one slender mentor playfully punched Hode's chest, saying, Are you stealing from your own watch? Hode chuckled. I've grown tired of staying in Peacetown. This chance to advance to Xian level mentor is one I cannot miss. As he spoke, the mentor's eyes widened in astonishment, glancing back at Soul Tsang with newfound seriousness. What manner of student could provoke Hode to express such sentiments? Moreover, from Hode's tone, it seemed he was not merely looking ahead to a year later, but was eager to return very soon. This suggested that the newly enrolled student was confident enough to participate in the upcoming tests within the next 2 months. To prevent the mentors from competing with him, Hode shielded Soul Tsang from their gazes and led him into the academy. I'll prepare a separate courtyard for you. Each day, your meals will be arranged by a disciple. If there's anything specific you'd like, feel free to tell him, Hode said enthusiastically. Soul Tsang nodded with a smile, accepting the arrangement openly, as their relationship was one of mutual transaction, devoid of any awkwardness. The courtyard Hode arranged was actually the one he had previously occupied, located in the mentor's area, offering a pleasant and tranquil environment, along the same road as the students but diverging at a different path. As Hode and Soul Tsang walked down a narrow path, another path led out from the academy. Among the figures was a strikingly beautiful girl, her gaze sorrowfully fixed on the ground. Suddenly, as if sensing something, she looked up and caught sight of a familiar silhouette. Lord Songwang. The girl froze in place. Xiaomei, why have you stopped? Another girl beside her inquired. Xiaomei murmured, I think I just saw someone I know. You know someone who works at Canaan Academy? The girl asked in surprise. Dan Dan, what are you talking about? Xiaomei turned her head. Tang Yin pointed in the direction Xiao Mei had been looking. You must know that area leads to the teachers' dormitories, right? Is Lord Song Wang returning to teach at the academy? That seems unlikely. Xiao Mei nodded. Perhaps I misjudged. Tang Yin scrutinized her. Really? Because you look just now like a lovesick kitten. Could it be you're smitten with that teacher? No wonder Senior Luo Ling pursues you. I never thought you had such grand ambitions. What nonsense are you spouting? Xiao Mei glared at her. Tang Yin, let me reiterate, I have someone I like. Stop bringing up Luo Ling in front of me. Yes, I know, Tang Yin replied with a weary expression. However, I've heard that Luo Ling has been planning to make a move against your Xiao family. After entering Canaan Academy, Xiao Mei and Xiao Suner quickly attracted the attention of numerous boys, and Luo Ling was among those fervently pursuing Xiao Mei. After several unsuccessful attempts, he threatened to show the Xiao family a thing or two. Consequently, Xiao Ning had been beaten up several times for no reason. If only Lord Song Wang or Brother Xiao Yan were here, Xiao Mei sighed inwardly. Chapter 46, Block Xiao Mei, Xiao Yu returns. Upon reaching the small courtyard, Soul Tsang glanced around and nodded in satisfaction. Mentor Hode, I await your news. Rest assured about the quota. Hode smiled, though hesitantly added. The midterm assessments for entering the Inner Academy are significantly more challenging than the annual ones. Soul Tsang raised a hand to interrupt him. You needn't worry about that. I'm confident of success. Just wait for my advancement to Xian level mentor in 2 months. Very well. Hode swallowed the words he was about to utter, and, as he reached the courtyard's entrance, turned to glance at Soul Tsang's retreating figure, a flicker of doubt crossing his eyes. For some reason, every word and action of Soul Tsang exuded a compelling charm that made even Hode unconditionally trust him. Perhaps it was related to the events outside Peacetown on the day Soul Tsang arrived. He mused. Even if Soul Tsang had relied on his unique fire abilities, the fact that he could handle 3 great fighters demonstrated his formidable nature, suggesting he would undoubtedly pass the assessments. In the days that followed, Soul Tsang settled into the small courtyard. During this time, aside from the student responsible for delivering meals, no one else visited. Soul Tsang relished the tranquility, establishing a simple barrier within the room to ensure that his aura would not leak before immersing himself in rigorous cultivation. In the floating hall of the ink jade lotus platform, Soul Tsang sat cross-legged, surrounded by swirling fire attribute battle energy, which surged from beneath the ink jade lotus platform and flowed into his body. Soul Tsang was clad merely in a pair of shorts, his exposed skin not fair and lustrous, but shimmering with a kaleidoscope of hues akin to that of exquisite glass. The fire attributes battle chi coursed through his meridians, ultimately converging within his dantian. Time flew by, and soon over a month had elapsed. Unbeknownst to Sol Song, numerous events unfolded elsewhere, particularly within the Canaan Academy. Ever since that fleeting glance when she seemingly spotted Sol Song, Xiao Mei became somewhat distracted. Whenever she found a moment, she would venture to the main road connecting the junctions. Sometimes it was in the morning, at other times in the afternoon, or even for an entire day. Alas, she never laid eyes on that familiar figure again, although some teachers frequently did. Could it be that she had truly mistaken him? After so many days of waiting, doubts began to creep into Xiao Mei's mind. In the distance, a group approached, led by a tall young man whose elongated face and narrow eyes exuded an air of lewdness, suggesting he was no good. Upon spotting a figure in the pavilion, the young man halted, a look of delight spreading across his face as he hastened over. Xiao Mei, my junior, were you waiting here for me, knowing I would return today? Xiao Mei turned her head, a look of disgust marring her features. Luo Ling, can't you have some dignity? Huh, what use is dignity? Can it be eaten? Luo Ling strode boldly into the pavilion. Observing this, Xiao Mei stood to leave, clearly wishing to distance herself from him. However, Luo Ling's companions swiftly blocked her exit. Step aside. Xiao Mei's brows knitted together as she coldly commanded. Regrettably, they remained unmoved, and her expression darkened. Passers-by cast curious glances their way. I no longer need to worry. What are you staring at? Excessively about the risks of she's constructing the Zhanhua technique. Merely having been rebuked by Luo Ling, they quit. Hun Cang had longly averted their eyes. They had been concerned about the lengthy recovery, too intimidated to linger. Who in the Canaan Academy, South Outer Court, did not know of Luo Ling. Not only was he unattractive, but he also had a reputation for causing trouble, often bullying the newly admitted junior girls, relying on the backing of his brother within the inner academy. Of course, Luo Ling was not audacious enough to openly defy the academy's regulations or cause chaos. He employed various underhanded tactics instead. For instance, if a junior girl arrived with family members, he would orchestrate confrontations that led to brutal duels with her family, leaving them in a pitiful state. The academy did not discourage competitions among students. Thus, even if complaints were lodged with the teachers, little could be done. After several such encounters, not only did the junior girl become increasingly vexed by Luo Ling's harassment, but she also risked disdain from her family, ultimately yielding to Luo Ling's whims. In truth, his initial target had been Xiao Sun, a girl truly pure and enticing. Unfortunately, on the very next day, he received a severe beating that left him terrified, realizing he had provoked someone he should not have. However, unwilling to relinquish his desire for the Xiao family and feeling humiliated, he shifted his focus to Xiao Mei. Though she could not match Xiao Sun, she was still quite appealing for her age, radiating a faint allure that Luo Ling found irresistible. He had fantasized more than once about what it would be like to have Xiao Mei succumb to his advances. At first, he proceeded cautiously, but upon realizing she no longer paid him any mind, he grew increasingly brazen. He employed similar tactics, assaulting a meddlesome Xiao Ning from the Xiao family a few times. Sitting unabashedly in the pavilion, Luo Ling leered at Xiao Mei, stating, I fail to understand why you find it so difficult to cooperate with me. Or do you think I wouldn't dare to act against your Xiao family? Xiao Mei's expression turned icy. This is Canaan Academy. If you have the guts, then try it. Indeed, within these walls, you may be safe, but outside, I could arrange for my brother to assign Xiao Ning an external task. And should any unfortunate incident occur, it would be unavoidable, don't you think? Luo Ling's lips curled into a sinister smile. It seems that Xiao Ning is quite fond of you girls, claiming to be your brother and promising to take care of you. Yet his strength is utterly pathetic. And if one Xiao Ning isn't sufficient, I could always arrange for another, until you yield. Do you believe that? Xiao Mei's breath quickened. Her hands clenched tightly as battle chi shimmered upon her skin. Luo Ling, do not overreach. If you truly dare to harm anyone from the Xiao family, I assure you, you will regret it in the future. Huh, we shall see about the future. I care only for the present. Luo Ling replied with a roguish grin. It must be about a week now. Who will help loosen Xiao Ning's bones? Speaking of which, his sister is not too shabby either. I bet those long legs are quite delightful. The group surrounding him began to chatter, their crude and unpleasant remarks piercing Xiao Mei's ears, causing her chest to heave with indignation. Luo Ling, what are you doing now? At that moment, a sharp rebuke echoed through the air, and with it, the wall of encirclement crumbled as one of the assailants was sent flying. Xiao Yu, clad in rugged attire, appeared, her face and body covered in dust, clearly having just returned from a task. In truth, she had indeed just completed a mission, and, upon witnessing Xiao Mei cornered, her temper flared, prompting her to rush in. So it was Xiao Yu, the senior sister. It seemed her mission had not gone well, given her furious demeanor. Luo Ling boldly cast a glance at Xiao Yu's legs as he swaggered past her. You're still concerned about others? If you failed to retrieve the task items, Xiao Ning may well be expelled from the academy. If it comes to that, you might as well plead with my brother. He has been waiting for you. You two brothers are truly despicable. You are like a single rat droppings that spoil the entire pot of soup in Canaan Academy, Xiao Yu retorted coldly, grasping Xiao Mei's hand as they departed. Chapter 47. A Deceptive Scheme. The 7-star Great Battle Master. Outside the pavilion, Luo Ling finally withdrew his gaze, stroking his chin with a chuckle as Xiao Yu and Xiao Mei disappeared from view. Boss, that woman struck me. Are we just going to let her go? One youth, holding his waist, inquired. That's what you deserve, Luo Ling scoffed, casting him a disdainful glance. No rush. Let us calculate the time. The trouble your brother caused is about to catch up with him. She will soon come seeking us. Just wait. Xiao Yu and Xiao Mei, silent, swiftly approached a 2-story small house and pushed the door open to enter. Sister, you're back. A youth seated by the window, practicing, opened his eyes upon hearing the commotion, revealing a glimmer of anticipation on his face. The youth was none other than Xiao Ning, though his countenance was less than pleasant, with remnants of bruises still visible. Xiao Yu nodded slightly, remaining silent, her entire demeanor exuding a sense of melancholy. Noticing her, Xiao Ning's mouth opened slightly before closing again as he fetched tea and food. Xiao Yu devoured the food ravenously, disregarding any semblance of a ladle-like image, though she had no intention of cultivating such an image. Nevertheless, Xiao Ning gradually grasped the underlying issues, his expression dimming. Over a month prior, while he was training as usual, he was ambushed by Luo Ling and his gang. Xiao Ning, not wishing to wait for a beating, instinctively fled, inadvertently shattering an item in the process. Initially, he thought it to be of no significant value, only to discover it was a gift from a senior in the inner academy to his teacher. Upon learning of the incident, the senior demanded compensation from Xiao Ning, threatening expulsion from Canaan Academy if he failed to comply. Afterward, Xiao Ning relayed this matter to his sister. Upon hearing it, several members of his Xiao family were convinced that it was a calculated ploy against them. Xiao Ning himself contemplated the situation and concurred, declaring that he would simply drop out if necessary. The item in question held significant value. It was the core of a 3rd-tier magical beast known as the Shadow Leopard, which prowled the primal forest outside Canaan Academy. The Shadow Leopard excelled in concealment, its elusive form making it exceedingly difficult to capture. And such magical beast cores were nearly non-existent within the academy. To acquire what is essential, one must venture into the forest to capture it. Xiao Yu, unwilling to see her younger brother lose the opportunity to study at Canaan Academy, sought out a team to hunt the Shadow Leopard. During this period, she spent over a month in pursuit, ultimately discovering its trail, yet the elusive creature managed to escape. Consequently, Xiao Yu found herself in a particularly despondent state, unsure of what to do next. Sister, you needn't worry about me. I will take responsibility for the mess I've created, Xiao Ning declared, slapping the table. That Luo Ling has persistently targeted our Xiao family. Regardless of my impending expulsion, I will find an opportunity to eliminate him before I leave. Xiao Yu's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. What madness has overtaken you? You are my brother. How could I possibly ignore your plight? We are far from that point. You must curb those reckless thoughts. Furthermore, have you assessed your own capabilities? Do you truly believe you can contend with Luo Ling? He has been rampaging with the strength of a 9-star Dome Master, bolstered by a powerful and well-connected brother in the inner academy. Xiao Ning retorted defiantly. Even a corner dog will leap over a wall, let alone a human. If I must leave, I will at least take a bite out of him, so others will see that our Xiao family is not to be trifled with. I see you're itching for a fight, Xiao Yu threatened, raising her hand in a gesture of admonishment, though Xiao Ning adeptly dodged her attempt. Dear cousin, this is all my fault, Xiao Mei said, lowering her head with a tone of self-reproach. Xiao Yu replied, Cousin, this is not your doing. Everyone at Canaan Academy has long been aware of Luo Ling's deeds. We can only lament our misfortune as the Xiao family. It is regrettable that despite arriving at the academy before my younger siblings, I have yet to become a student of the inner academy. Otherwise, perhaps Luo Ling would be more restrained. Sighing deeply, Xiao Yu stood up. I have just returned and am quite fatigued. I shall take my leave to rest. As she reached the staircase, She paused and turned back Xiao Ning. Listen closely. Before the time is right, should you dare to act recklessly, do not blame me for being heartless. Understood, sister. Please, go rest. Xiao Ning responded obediently, nodding. Once Xiao Yu ascended the stairs, a shadow flickered in his eyes. As the sun set and the moon rose in the dimly lit room, an orange glow emanated from a lotus-shaped platform suspended in mid-air, upon which a figure sat in meditation. Suddenly, the surrounding Dou Qi began to swirl with increased intensity, converging upon that figure. Before long, a faint sound akin to a cork being pulled from a bottle echoed through the air. Hun Cang opened his eyes, exhaling a breath as he descended from the lotus platform, his strength restored to the 7-star Great Dome Master level. In less than 2 months, his cultivation had soared from Dome Master to 7-star Great Dome Master, a feat that would astonish many, for such a rapid progression was virtually unheard of in the Dou Qi continent. Yet, Hun Cang felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. For having encountered bloodlines and ancient tombs in the latter stages of his cultivation, even Dou Zun or Dou Shang could swiftly elevate their prowess. Yet here he was, still at the foundational level, and the pace of his improvement felt sluggish. Shaking his head, Hun Cang's gaze shifted towards a certain direction, where he sensed a powerful aura of Ya, precisely where the Tianfen refining Qi Tower was located. After 6 months of cultivation there, I should be able to restore my strength to its original level. He was well aware of the reputation of the Fallen Heart Flame as a cultivation accelerant. Knock, knock. Just a moment. Upon hearing the sound, Hun Cang waved his hand to stow away the black jade lotus platform and don a robe before opening the door. Standing outside was Huoda, who instinctively took a step back as a wave of heat washed over him. He peered past Hun Cang into the room and sighed. The Yoa is indeed formidable. Even cultivation can provoke such high temperatures. The inner academy assessments are about to commence. Hun Cang inquired, noting that Huoda had not visited in nearly a month. Roughly, Huoda replied, observing the expression on Hun Cang's face. In 3 days, the academy will conduct a simple assessment to ascertain the likelihood of those who have registered passing the evaluations, so you need to attend. The regulations at Canaan Academy are not immutable. Otherwise, some individuals with qualifications would languish for an entire year, wasting precious time for advancement. Thus, in addition to the annual assessments, there are opportunities every 2 months, though the requirements for participants are considerably higher. Hence, prior to the formal assessments, a preliminary test is necessary. Hun Cang had gleaned some understanding of this from the individuals delivering meals, so he asked Huoda to wait a moment, returned to his room, and shortly thereafter emerged, fully prepared. Let us go, Hun Cang declared, shutting the door behind him. Right, Huoda nodded, leading the way and briefly explaining the procedure, which was a basic strength test requiring one to place their hand on a stone tablet. Chapter 48, A Monster. You know nothing. The testing location was a room where a queue had already formed by the time Hun Cang arrived, which surprised him. Did you not expect so many people? Huoda Chakiv. Hun Cang nodded in acknowledgement. Huoda glanced around and nodded slightly to a few familiar instructors before elaborating. Since its establishment, Canaan Academy has operated on a 5-year system, with new students enrolling each year, resulting in a steady stream of challengers to the inner academy. Each instructor has the opportunity to recommend their students, with a number of recommendations varying based on the instructor's rank. So the quotas differ. For instance, Huoda has only 2 recommendations each time. Regrettably, he has not seen a promising talent among his students for a long time. Hence, he has not recommended anyone for midterm participation in the inner academy assessments. The midterm assessments are considerably more stringent than the annual ones, accepting only 10 exceptional candidates each time. Hun Cang observed the crowd and estimated that at least 300 individuals had signed up, indicating fierce competition. This round will likely eliminate a good portion of them. Rest assured, Huoda encouraged, noticing Hun Cang's demeanor. Hun Cang was taken aback. When did he appear anxious? Immediately curious. Soon, it was Hun Cang's turn. Old Hua, it seems you haven't recommended a student for half a year. An instructor commented as he sidled up to Huoda, puffing out his chest, as if concerned Huoda might overlook the shitty Dosher badge adorning his chest. Huoda is Northed, Sino. Do not get too cocky. I will soon have my turn. Zino smiled. Are you that confident in your student? I heard he has only been at Canaan Academy for less than 2 months. And so what? Hua decrossed his arms, casting a sidelong glance at him. Zino was momentarily at a loss for words and chose to remain silent, preparing to observe what abilities Huoda's student possessed that warranted such confidence. Simply place your hand upon it, the nearby instructor instructed as they arrived at an unassuming stone tablet. Hun Cang nodded slightly and placed his hand upon it, instantly feeling the Dou Qi within him stir. Should I suppress it? Hun Cang hesitated internally for a moment, but ultimately decided against it. He was unaware of the nature of the test ahead. If he concealed his strength and inadvertently failed, it would be quite the predicament. 19 years old. 7-star Great Dome Master. Impressive. You may return, the instructor noted, recording the information before handing Hun Cang a jade token, informing him that it was a pass for the assessment. Relieved to have passed, Hun Cang turned and waved to the astonished Huda as a gesture of farewell before departing. Old Hua, what expression is that? It's merely a 7-star Great Dome Master, an Arcane Academy. That is hardly remarkable, Zino remarked, noting Huda's astonished countenance, a hint of irritation in his tone. After all, the 3 disciples he had recommended this time were all peak Great Dome Masters, with one faintly showing signs of breaking through to Dou Ling. Yet even so, he did not display such a naive expression as Huda. You know nothing. Huda snapped back to reality, glaring fiercely at him before leaving. Once outside, Huda could not help but gasp for breath, murmuring to himself, what on earth have I brought into Canaan Academy? In a moment of introspection, Huda acknowledged that, having reached middle age, he indulged in a cup of red jade goji tea after dinner each day, yet this did not imply any deterioration in his memory. The last encounter he had with Sol Cang in Peacetown was over a month ago, during which Sol Cang appeared to be merely a Dome Master. Yet, in the blink of an eye, how had he ascended to the status of a 7-star Dome Master? At this rate, if he were to participate next year, wouldn't he at least be a Dou King, or perhaps even a Dou Emperor? Something was amiss. Such a rate of cultivation was decidedly unusual. Hode shook his head repeatedly. No previous prodigy at the academy had exhibited such rapid advancement as Sol Cang. He contemplated reporting to the school. A fleeting thought crossed his mind, but as he took a step forward, he hesitated. No, he was just one position away from becoming a Xian-level mentor. Missing such a golden opportunity would mean waiting an eternity for the next. Perhaps it was best to dismiss the matter, with so many seasoned veterans at the academy. Sol Cang alone could hardly stir any significant trouble. After all, Canaan Academy possessed no treasures worth coveting. The only recent object of desire was the fallen heart flame beneath the sky-burning refining tower. That entity, it seemed, even a medicine Emperor Han Feng from the Black Corner region could not seize. How could a mere Great Dome Master like Sol Cang accomplish such a feat? Hode shook his head, realizing that the effects of the midday wine were taking hold. Subsequently, he eagerly rushed to share his impending promotion to Xian-level mentor with his wife. Completely casting this matter aside, upon departing from the examination site, Sol Cang made his way towards his modest courtyard. Though Canaan Academy was immensely renowned across the continent, he found little inclination to explore it. His primary focus was on cultivation, enhancing his strength, and acquiring the fallen heart flame, which was of utmost importance at this juncture. Speaking of the fallen heart flame, Sol Cang harbored a concern. What if it sensed the several foreign flames he had devoured and took preemptive action? After all, the more potent the flame, the greater its sentience. Particularly since the fallen heart flame was confined within the sky-burning refining tower, according to the usual narrative. By the time Xiao Yan encountered it years later, it would already possess consciousness and form. Even Han Feng, a half-step Dozong, had suffered significant losses at its hands. It should be fine, taking things one step at a time. Once I recover to the level of Dou King, I should be able to test the waters. Sol Cang felt confident in dealing with the fallen heart flame. What troubled him more was how he would extricate himself once he had acquired it. As he pondered while walking, a figure staggered toward him from a distance, trailed by 7 or 8 menacing individuals. Stop! Don't run! The group shouted, entirely oblivious to the other students passing by. Conversely, those students, upon sighting the group, fled in terror as if they had encountered a ghost. Make way, make way! Clear the path for me. At that moment, Xiao Ning bore blood on his lips and a battered appearance. His sole thought was to find Mentor Roland immediately. Tomorrow marked the final day of his promise to that senior, yet he was still without a magic core. To his dismay, he had received a message instructing Xiao Yu to engage in a duel with Chunhe in the southeastern corner of the forest. Victory would yield the coveted magic core. Furthermore, he was required to bring Xiao Mei along, despite Xiao Ning's fervent attempts to dissuade them. Xiao Yu was resolute in her decision to assist her brother in reclaiming a shadow leopard magic core, while Xiao Mei, filled with guilt, was willing to help as well. Unable to persuade them otherwise, Xiao Ning anxiously awaited their return, but when they did not appear, he went in search, only to be cornered by a few subordinates of Luo Ling, learning from them that this was a scheme devised by Luo Ling Frantic. Xiao Ning broke free from their encirclement, intending to seek help from the Academy as mentors. Mentor Roland held great regard for his sister and would surely be willing to assist him. With a flicker of hope in his heart, he collided with a figure, crashing to the ground. He looked up in astonishment, exclaiming, "Lord Song Wong?" Chapter 49, Dread. Anyone would feel angered if collided with from behind, and Sol Tsang was no exception. However, upon recognizing the individual who had bumped into him, he was somewhat taken aback. Xiao Ning? When Canaan Academy was recruiting in Wutan City, Sol Tsang had been present and was aware that a portion of the Xiao family had enrolled at Canaan Academy. Yet, as Sol Tsang had come for the fallen heart flame, he had no desire to become entangled too deeply. Thus he had refrained from seeking out Xiao Mei upon his arrival at Canaan Academy. Initially, he had considered using Xiao Yu to establish contact with the Academy's mentors, but now, with his relationship with Hode, he had abandoned that notion. "Is it really you, Lord Song Wong?" Xiao Ning exclaimed as he rose from the ground, his face alight with incredulity. Encountering him here was nothing short of a miracle. Just as Xiao Ning was about to relay the situation regarding his sister and cousin Xiao Mei, the group of pursuers had caught up, surrounding him and Sol Tsang. "Oomph. Xiao Ning, you certainly have a knack for running," one of them sneered. "Damn it, I can barely catch my breath. I must break a leg for that brat." He even thought of reporting to the mentors. Thankfully, young Master Luo had the foresight to keep an eye on him, or else he would have truly wreaked havoc. Malevolent glares were directed at Xiao Ning. A young man stepped forward from the crowd, scanning Sol Tsang with disdain, and arrogantly asked, "Do you know Xiao Ning?" Sol Tsang ignored him and turned to Xiao Ning, inquiring, "Why are they pursuing you? Have you offended them?" Seemingly finding a semblance of support, Xiao Ning could no longer contain his tears and cried out, "Lord Song Wong, please save my sister and cousin Xiao Mei. They are under Luo Ling's command. After Luo Ling failed to win over my cousin, he has been seeking to harm me and has even framed me. My sister agreed to their terms to prevent my expulsion from the academy and went outside with them, but she has yet to return." Sol Tsang's expression turned icy, his face darkening. Did they seek death by laying hands on his woman? Previously, through a twist of fate at the Xiao residence, he had developed an unusual bond with Xiao Mei. The surrounding individuals, witnessing Xiao Ning's tearful display, could not help but mock him. "Crying? Did you see that? What a loser. Xiao Ning, why are you crying? This is a good thing. Soon enough, you'll be family with young Master Luo. And our brothers won't beat you anymore. Enough." Sol Tsang snorted coldly, his figure suddenly shifting. Within moments, all those encircling him were sent flying over 10 meters, crashing heavily to the ground. Once he had dealt with them, he turned to Xiao Ning and asked, "Do you know where Xiao Yu and Xiao Mei are?" Xiao Ning nodded. "Follow me, I'll take you there." "Very well, Lord Song Wong." Xiao Ning wiped his tear-streaked face and led the way. Feeling reassured with Song Wong by his side, there was no longer any need to seek help from the mentors. Along the way, upon hearing Sol Tsang's queries, Xiao Ning recounted his recent tribulations. The audacity of Luo Ling to target Xiao Suner was truly reckless. Sol Tsang, upon learning that Luo Ling had been dealt with, realized it was undoubtedly the handiwork of Ling Ying. Originally, Ling Ying had been assigned by Xiao Suner to follow Xiao Yan, ensuring his safe passage from Yunlan sect. However, with Sol Tsang's intervention, Ling Ying had shed that responsibility and now accompanied Xiao Suner to Canaan Academy. Exiting the courtyard, Xiao Ning turned down a narrow path leading directly to the ancient forest. Before long, faint sounds could be heard ahead. "Cousin Xiao Yu, be careful, you bastard Luo Ling." In a clearing surrounded by trees, two groups faced off, one led by Luo Ling, the other by Xiao Mei and Xiao Suner. At the center of the arena, a man and woman were engaged in combat, the woman being none other than Xiao Yu. At that moment, Xiao Yu was breathing heavily, her hair drenched in sweat. Clinging to her forehead, her expression weary. Yet, she dared not rest, striving to evade her opponent's strikes. Nearby, Xiao Mei looked anxious and frustrated. Yet her lack of strength rendered her helpless. "Yield at once, for your victory is unattainable, Xiao Yu." Luo Ling yawned, exuding an air of boredom. His gaze swept over the two women outside the combat circle, and with a cold smirk, he addressed Xiao Mei. "Are you still unwilling to acquiesce to my demands? Do you truly wish to witness Xiao Ning's expulsion? Tomorrow, Senior Ku will be demanding the magic core of the third-tier Shadow Leopard. Surely, you do not harbor any illusions of hope." Upon finishing his words, Luo Ling's wary gaze flickered over to Xiao Suner, his brow furrowing slightly. Why had this woman chosen to join the fray? She rarely made an appearance, and this complicates the execution of my plans. Beside Luo Ling, a man lowered his voice to inquire, "Boss, shall we take action? The time is ripe, and I fear that any prolonged delay may lead to unforeseen complications." As he spoke, a flicker of fervor passed through his eyes, darting between Xiao Mei and Xiao Yu. They had executed such deeds innumerable times before, after all. The students of Jianan Academy were plentiful, with the majority hailing from the Black Corner region or obscure, lesser-known cities. In the strictly hierarchical environment of Xiao Yan Academy, they possessed numerous advantages. Do not act recklessly, Luo Ling admonished sharply. The last time he had been attacked by a mysterious individual, the sheer aura emitted felt potent enough to snuff out his life with a mere flick of a finger. With Xiao Yan present, he could not guarantee that the adversary was not lurking in shadows. Bang! In the arena, Xiao Yu momentarily faltered, receiving a kick to the shoulder from her opponent, sending her careening sideways. You have lost, the young man stated, clasping his fists in respect, refraining from pursuing the advantage. Cousin, Xiao Mei rushed over, assisting Xiao Yu to her feet, and together they cast their eyes toward Luo Ling, who was laughing heartily. Luo Ling twisted his neck and lamented, Alas, I provided you with an opportunity, yet it was your own inadequacy that brought this upon you. If you cannot present the required items tomorrow, Xiao Ning shall indeed face expulsion. He paused briefly before adding, Of course, there are alternative methods. It merely depends on your willingness. After all, anyone in my room could confirm that I shan't be locking my door tonight. Understand my implication? You are truly shameless and despicable. If glances could kill, Xiao Yu and Xiao Mei would have reduced Luo Ling to mere fragments. At that moment, Xiao Ning dashed over, relieved to see her sister and cousin unharmed. Oh, Xiao Ning, what a pleasant surprise to see you again. Where have you fallen this time? You look quite pitiful. Luo Ling feigned ignorance with a smirk. Xiao Ning fixed him with a steely gaze, stating, Luo Ling, do not revel too soon. I shall be forthright. Your days of ease are numbered. Luo Ling scoffed dismissively, ready to retort, when a stranger stepped forth, dragging behind him a massive beast, entirely black with intricate patterns faintly visible on its hide. Is this merely a third-tier beast? Xiao Yu, is this the extent of your abilities? If I were to claim it as my maid, I would feel utterly humiliated, Hun Cang remarked nonchalantly. Lord Song, Brother Hun, Xiao Yu, Xiao Mei, and Xiao Yan were momentarily taken aback at the sight of Hun Cang. He smiled gently at them before turning to Luo Ling. Be cautious in your endeavors henceforth, lest your fate mirrors that of this beast. As he spoke, the shadow leopard spontaneously combusted, leaving behind only a magic core, which Hun Cang grasped effortlessly in one hand. He then tousled Xiao Yan's hair and departed with the group, leaving Luo Ling and his companions in stunned silence, their expressions a mix of shock and horror. Chapter 50. Teasing Yan, the internal assessment approaches. In the woods, it wasn't until Hun Cang had led Xiao Mei and the others away, leaving no trace of their footsteps, that Luo Ling snapped back to reality. Who on earth was this formidable figure? From Xiao Ning's words, he inferred that the Xiao family was now to have a powerful ally. Boss, what should we do? The man beside him spoke first. The duck we had in hand has flown away. Damn it, my eyes are not deceiving me, Luo Ling fumed, unleashing a tirade of curses upon the man, which somewhat alleviated his frustration. He fixated his dark gaze in the direction where Hun Cang and his group had vanished. Once we return to the academy, I want each of you to investigate this individual. I must ascertain his origins. To handle a shadow leopard alone, his strength must be at least that of a great fighter, and that unknown flame. How could it incinerate a magical beast in an instant? Given the formidable nature of a third-tier beast, even ordinary blades would struggle to leave a mark, yet this man had effortlessly reduced it to ashes. Upon returning to the academy, Xiao Ning led Hun Cang directly to their residence. I have some matters to attend to and cannot divulge anything, he stated, effectively silencing the curious glances of the three. Clutching the shadow leopard's magic core, Xiao Yu expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Lord Song. Hun Cang waved his hand dismissively. But you, why have you yet to break through to the fighter level? Xiao Yan has already achieved that. Before Xiao Yu could explain, the words died on her lips. When she departed Wutan City, her cultivation exceeded that of Xiao Yan, having reached 6-star fighter, yet she remained merely a 9-star fighter to this day. Noticing Xiao Yu's silence, Hun Cang realized, for Xiao Yan's rapid progress, he bore a significant share of the credit. Lord Song, I shall take my leave to deliver this. Xiao Yu excused herself, hastening out the door with Xiao Ning in tow. Xiao Mei's gaze lingered on Hun Cang, as if she had much to say, but with Xiao Yan present, those words were inconvenient to voice. Go fetch something to eat. Hun Cang instructed Xiao Mei to leave. He then turned to Xiao Yan. You, my dear, could easily assist yet choose to feign ignorance. Xiao Yan huffed. Why should I help? They have bullied my brother Xiao Yan in the past, particularly that Xiao Ning. It brings me joy to see him get beaten. Enough. If you truly felt that way, you wouldn't have been present at the scene today, Hun Cang retorted, as Xiao Yan, in her position, held no leverage over Xiao Yu and Xiao Mei. With a smile, Xiao Suner refrained from countering, turning the conversation instead. Brother Huna, when will you return my brother Xiao Yan to me? With that, she shot Huna Tsang a fierce glare. Had he not proposed that 3-year agreement, she would not have had to part with her brother. Xiao Yan, enough already. How sentimental. In just over a year, he will arrive at Jia Nan Academy. What's the rush? Huna Tsang mimicked Xiao Suner's tone, prompting her to hurl whatever was within reach at him. Once she had exhausted her ammunition, as if releasing pent-up frustration, she declared, Brother Huna, what brings you to Jia Nan Academy? Don't tell me it's for Xiao Mei. With your status, you should not lack for women. Speaking of which, how is it that you fell from Do Huang to great fighter? No, it must be a recultivation. Xiao Suner, unlike those from ordinary families, possessed insights beyond others and immediately discerned the changes in Huna Tsang's demeanor. That's a secret, Huna Tsang replied, unable to restrain his laughter at the sight of Xiao Suner resembling an irate kitten, perhaps influenced by Huna Tsang's actions. Xiao Yu and Xiao Ning retrieved the magic core with remarkable ease, the other party displaying no inclination to make things difficult. As the siblings walked back, Xiao Ning cast several glances at her sister. Speak your mind, Xiao Yu finally said, unable to contain herself, and playfully slapped Xiao Ning on the head. Rubbing his sore head, Xiao Ning chuckled, Sister, your opportunity is at hand. You must seize it this time. Xiao Ning, has your brain been damaged by Luo Ling and his ilk? Must you incessantly think of selling me off? Xiao Yu ground her teeth in frustration. What do you mean? My opportunity? Do you think I haven't worked hard before? The issue is that Lord Song is completely unmoved. What can I do, if not for returning to the academy? Xiao Yu would doubt her allure, as she found herself perpetually pursued. Ultimately, she could only attribute it to her identity. Perhaps her status was too humble for Lord Song to regard her. Xiao Ning stepped aside, her voice tinged with reluctance. Sister, you and Lord Song Wang have clearly caused him distress. How could you possibly describe it as selling yourself? Do I not wish for your well-being as well? Rather than being coveted by those fellows at the academy, it would be far better to forge a connection with Lord Song Wang. After all, he is genuinely a commendable person, as evident from Xiao Yan's transformation. In just a short span of 6 months, he has ascended to the rank of Dou Master. This is simply more astonishing than advancing from the 3rd to the 9th tier of Dou strength within a year. Xiao Ning had endured numerous reprimands. To claim she did not wish to retaliate would be disingenuous, yet the lack of strength rendered her powerless. Xiao Yu, opting for silence, hastened home. That night, Hun Cang had a modest meal before returning to his small courtyard. Shortly after departing, Xiao Mei called out that Lord Song Wang had left something behind and hurried after him, only to return an hour later. Xiao Mei, are you all right? Your face is so flushed. Are you feeling unwell? Xiao Yu, practicing on the 1st floor, inquired with concern upon seeing Xiao Mei enter. Xiao Mei, slightly lowering her head, waved her hand dismissively. No, I just ran too fast. Xiao Yu, you continue your training. I will head upstairs to rest. Very well. Xiao Yu cast a suspicious glance, but thought little of it. The persistent troubles that had plagued her were alleviated significantly by Lord Song Wang's intervention, allowing her tense demeanor to relax considerably. 3 days later, the day arrived for the outer disciples of the Jianan Academy to undergo assessments for promotion to the inner court. Figures began to assemble in the plaza, standing quietly. Among them Hun Cang, who, sensing the gazes upon him, turned his head toward Xiao Mei and the others, offering a smile and a nod. Lord Song Wang is truly impressive. In just 2 months, he has joined the inner court. Sister, you ought to reflect upon yourself, Xiao Ning marveled, entirely oblivious to the dark expression on Xiao Yu's face. It was only when her ear was pinched by Xiao Yu and twisted that he hastily begged for mercy. Xiao Yu then released her grip, cautioning him, do not become too complacent. While Lord Song Wang is amiable, he is not without his temper. Just the other day, she had inadvertently overheard Xiao Ning brazenly referring to Lord Song Wang as brother-in-law, nearly causing her to explode with rage. Reminding herself that he was her own younger brother helped her suppress her murderous impulses. At that moment, a group of several dozen individuals approached, their voices rising in a clamorous din, their expressions solemn and their aura imposing. Xiao Yu's gaze swept over them, a flicker of envy crossing her eyes. Those who did not become inner disciples felt embarrassed to admit they were students of Jianan Academy. Sister, look over there, Xiao Ning raised his hand. Following his gesture, Xiao Yu spotted Luo Ling coincidentally. Luo Ling glanced in their direction and, upon noticing Xiao Yu's gaze, revealed a cold smirk, whispering something to the tall youth beside him while pointing at Hun Cang amidst the crowd. Brother, that is the one, Luo Ling's eyes were fixated on Hun Cang. Upon returning, he immediately arranged for someone to investigate, and soon, information regarding Hun Cang was presented to him. To his dismay, he discovered that Hun Cang had merely enrolled less than 2 months ago and was only at the level of a 7-star Dou Master, which incensed Luo Ling. After all, with his extensive experience in the outer court, when had he ever regarded a mere Dou Master with any significance? He attributed his earlier retreat to Hun Cang's peculiar techniques. Originally, Luo Ling had intended to confront Hun Cang himself, but upon learning of his participation in the inner court assessment, he reconsidered. The man standing beside Luo Ling had a more mature visage, and as he surveyed the outer court, a proud expression involuntarily crossed his face. His name was Luo Fei, 2 years older than Luo Ling, having joined the inner court 4 years prior. Now a 5-star Dou spirit. He was also a core figure within the inner court Su Luo sect. Casting a glance at Hun Cang, Luo Fei turned to his companion, a Ling. You disappoint me. You've been at Jianan Academy for nearly 3 years, and I previously let you be, thinking you would exert effort in your training. Now, you are even afraid of a Dou Master. You must participate in next year's inner court assessment. You know well the consequences of failing to enter the inner court. Luo Ling shrank back, reluctant. Come on, brother, let me wait another year. The inner court is too rigorous. There are so many prodigies. Life is much easier in the outer court. I am informing you, not consulting you. Luo Fei replied coolly. If I had known, I would not have sought your guidance. What waste of time, Luo Fei sighed. Luo Ling, hearing the uncompromising tone of his brother, dared not continue to argue and instead urged, brother, promise me you will teach him a lesson. It would be best if he fails the assessment. While speaking, Luo Ling's gaze remained fixed on Hun Cang. Luo Fei dismissed him with disdain. Is this the extent of your ambition? Unfazed by the insult, Luo Ling continued to smile. With you around, what need do I have to strive so hard? Luo Fei waved his hand, disinterested in further conversation, and turned to the few accompanying individuals. Did you all hear what my brother just said? We did, they replied in unison. A glimmer of ferocity laced Luo Fei's voice. When the assessment begins, you're to seek him out. Remember, do not incapacitate him all at once. Take it slow. The group appeared to harbor some trepidation toward Luo Fei's tone, their faces betraying a hint of fear, and they nodded solemnly. Luo Fei twisted his neck, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he murmured, It has been too long since I last made an appearance. It seems there are those who dare threaten my brother. How amusing. At that moment, a man approached, his physique formidable and monstrous. He happened to overhear Luo Fei's words and shook his head. No wonder you are from Jianglinyu. Your self-importance is quite remarkable. Giskivik. Luo Fei turned, momentarily taken aback. What brings you a top 30 contender here? Then, as if recalling something, his voice rose. Are you also one of those responsible for the assessment this time? Kuyu chuckled. Is that surprising? Not particularly, Luo Fei mused. It's just that the participants this time are in for a rough time. Within the inner court, there existed a ranking known as the Strong List, which documented the Academy's strongest. Rankings were determined by performance. Defeating an opponent would allow one to claim their position. As Luo Fei was aware, Kuyu had held the 36th spot for a full 6 months. Typically, with the fierce competition in the inner court, the rankings would fluctuate every week, except for the top 10 prodigies. Kuyu's longevity on the list indicated his formidable strength. It seemed unlikely that he lacked fire energy, as the rewards for assisting the Academy in a single assessment were meager, leaving Luo Fei puzzled regarding Kuyu's presence. Kuyu gazed ahead, casually remarking, I heard that a rather interesting newcomer has arrived in the outer court recently. It seems that people are saying Xiao Yu is his maid. Have you heard about it? Upon hearing this, Luo Fei's eyes widened in realization. No wonder. It was well known that Kuyu held an interest in Xiao Yu, especially given her long legs, which drew the attention of many. Not long ago, Luo Fei had heard his brother mention that he and Kuyu's cousin had concocted a scheme to compel Xiao Yu and Xiao Mei to relent. If I had known you would intervene, I would not have bothered. What a waste of time, Luo Fei sighed. I just happened to break through the other day. I had nothing better to do. 8-star Dou spirit? Luo Fei raised an eyebrow. Seeing Kuyu nod, he chuckled. Someone on the strong list must be getting anxious. Kuyu won't be participating too, will he? Xiao Ning's expression shifted, revealing concern. Xiao Yu, uncertain, replied. I heard he has been in seclusion for months. How could it be that he appears just in time? Xiao Ning turned to her sister. Sister, it must be because of you. I overheard someone say that his pursuit of you has been ongoing, particularly in these past few days. With the rumors of you being Lord Song Wang's maid, he must feel embarrassed and is likely seeking to regain his face. Anyone would feel humiliated to discover that the goddess they had been ardently pursuing was merely a servant to another. It is entirely natural to wish to regain one's dignity. If that is the case, then the assessment overseen by Lord Song Wang may prove to be quite troublesome. Xiao May clenched her fists against her chest. Her eyes filled with concern. Over the past few days, they had become aware of the situation regarding the soul restoration of Song, knowing full well that he was still merely a great fighter. However, both Luo Fei and Kuyu, as well as those under Luo Fei's command, were all at least spirit fighters. The disparity between a great fighter and a spirit fighter is not trivial. Can Lord Song Wang truly manage this? Xiao Yu and Xiao Mei felt a sense of uncertainty, their hearts gradually tightening with the arrival of the others. Nearby, Xiao Sun noticed their expressions and, with an unhappy pout, turned to leave. Was there truly a need to worry so much for Song? If I were to utilize the resources of my clan, I could handle this myself, Xiao Sun thought inwardly. The thought of her brother, Xiao Yan, enduring hardships while Song, the root of all troubles, was about to gain a multitude of admirers, left her feeling quite unsettled. Scoundrel! Song is nothing but a scoundrel. Alas! How could the examiner for this assessment be Luo Fei from the Yu Luo sect? The last time Luo Fei conducted an assessment was half a year ago, during which 90 participants took part, and only 10 succeeded. Moreover, Luo Fei's methods were notoriously ruthless, leaving most participants with lasting psychological scars. I wish to withdraw. With both Luo Fei and Kuyu, two monsters together, I do not wish to endure such torment. Standing among the competitors, listening to the grievances around him, Song maintained a stoic expression. Feeling the gazes that occasionally swept over him, he murmured, "Is this grand display intended for me? That is rather intriguing. I wonder how much fire they possess." Chapter 52. The Elder Seeks Disciples. I have no interest. Before long, as an elder appeared, all participants, onlookers, and even the examiners, Luo Fei and Kuyu, fell silent, their eyes fixed upon him. This was due to the elder's esteemed identity as the dean of the outer court, Hun Cang. Hun Cang addressed the crowd with a few brief words. Since this was not an annual assessment, he refrained from elaborating further. After all, if it were held every 2 months, would he still maintain his dignity as the dean? Through his concise introduction, Song gleaned that the assessment in which he was participating had some subtle distinctions from the annual ones. Nevertheless, these differences bore little significance. The rules remained the same, with each participant receiving a jade token. Shortly, everyone would be transported to a special space along with the examiners. As long as they could remain in that area for 7 days, they would fulfill the requirements to qualify for entry into the inner court. It felt somewhat like a game of hide and seek. It was likely that the others would not allow anyone to hide indefinitely. Sensing the pressure emanating from those around him, Song understood that this would not be an easy endeavor. Soon, after the instructions were completed, each individual received their jade token. Song lifted his gaze to observe the descending griffins. Following this, they would be carried to their destination by these majestic creatures. "Hello, I am Lin Fong." A young man greeted him as they boarded a griffin. Each griffin carried a group, and he added, "I look forward to your support." "Song," he replied politely. However, the expressions of the 4 other participants on the griffin shifted dramatically. One girl sighed, "How unfortunate. Why did it have to be Song?" "Brother, you might want to act alone," another young man suggested. "Apologies, but you've attracted Luo Ling's attention. For the sake of us all, you'll have to go it alone." The remaining individual, though silent, wore a grim expression that conveyed his sentiments. "Very well," Song said, unperturbed, understanding their apprehensions. He relished the prospect of solitude. As for Luo Fei and Kuyu, despite the admiration others expressed for their prowess, Song had not placed much stock in them. Lin Fong, unable to stand by idly, interjected, "We're all placed in the same group. It's fate. It would be nice to assist one another." The lone girl retorted sharply, "Can you cease your pretense of goodwill? What strength do you possess to contend with Luo Fei and Kuyu, who have trained in the inner court for years? You think you could defeat them?" The notion of strength in numbers surfaced. If they failed this time, they could always return in 2 months. Lin Fong replied, "If you wish to court disaster, do so on your own. I will not agree to form a team." "Lin Fong, I actually prefer to be alone. I appreciate your kindness, but I would rather not listen to further chatter," Song interjected, cutting off Lin Fong's attempts at persuasion. The group then ascended on their griffins, soaring deeper into the forest under Hu Qian's guidance. Although the sky-burning refining Qi Tower was within sight, Song soon realized that they had been flying for quite some time, and the distance had not lessened. Rather, it seemed to be expanding. Song quickly deduced the spatial anomaly. marveling at the renowned Xiao Yan Academy's application of spatial principles within its inner court. Had he summoned the protective law enforcers, Xian and Wu, it might have been a challenge just to locate the sky-burning refining chi tower. Of course, he possessed the burning heart technique, which allowed him to locate the fallen heart flame, but the strength of the two protectors might not suffice against the might of the Xiao Yan Academy. After a while, the griffin descended into a ravine nestled within the forest. Upon entering, the light was obscured, casting a dim ambience. Elder Su, Elder Qing, what brings you here to oversee the examination? Hu Qian greeted amiably, only to notice another elder in attendance. Elder Lin smiled faintly. What other reason could there be that you do not comprehend? Hu Qian was taken aback, subtly turning his gaze to scan the figures disembarking from the griffins. Was there a promising candidate among them? Historically, Elder Su and another Elder Qing had been responsible. The sudden change indicated that Elder Lin had taken an interest in one of the participants. All the competitors lined up, greeting the elders, after which Elder Su waved his hand, conjuring a portal of swirling silver light. The assessment participants shall enter first, Elder Su commanded, explaining that to allow the competitors time to acclimate. All assessment members would first be concentrated in a designated area before being granted the freedom to move after half a day. As the participants regarded the inner court students responsible for the assessment, many displayed a flicker of anxiety in their eyes. Just as Luo Fei was about to enter, he paused, turning to a figure in the crowd. Song, do not be too quick to be eliminated. At that moment, a circle cleared around Song, as all the participants, fearing a misunderstanding from Luo Fei, hastily distanced themselves. Song merely smiled faintly, shaking his head. Bold of you, Song. Should you pass my test, I extend an invitation for you to join my faction in the inner court. Yu, following closely behind Luo Fei, remarked with a smile. Though it appeared to be an invitation, the faces of the surrounding participants turned pale, casting glances of schadenfreude at Song, as if to say they were relieved it wasn't them under scrutiny. A boy who shared a griffin with Song shook his head. If I were targeted by Luo Fei and Yu, I would rather forfeit than enter the examination space. Could you refrain from such ominous predictions? A girl accompanying him glared, clearly anxious about the prospect of encountering Luo Fei or Yu. Elder Lin, may I venture a guess? The person you have taken an interest in must be Song, correct? Hu Qian inquired, having observed the exchange. Elder Lin nodded calmly. Hu Qian shook his head. Elder Lin may be wasting a trip. His words implied doubt regarding Song's ability to withstand the challenges posed by Luo Fei and Yu. Elder Lin smiled slightly. Dean Hu, do you recall the last time I took an interest in a student? Hu Qian paused, realizing that it had indeed been 7 or 8 years since Elder Lin had taken on a disciple. Could it be that the student named Song possessed some exceptional qualities? At this moment, Hun Cang was about to pass through the passage when Elder Lin called out to him with a smile. Hun Cang, should you succeed in the assessment, I would be willing to take you as my disciple. You? Hun Cang glanced at him, shaking his head. I have no interest. With that, he strode straight inside, leaving Elder Lin with a frozen smile, and Elder Su and Hu Qian looking on in astonishment. What on earth is Hun Cang's background? The elder is actually trying to take him as a disciple? What does that mean? Did you not hear that he outright refused? The other contestants in line were dumbfounded. To be favored by an inner academy elder and offered a discipleship was a privilege even the likes of Luo Fei and Yu had never experienced. Lin Fong observed the 3 dazed individuals beside him and scoffed. See, I told you not to refuse to team up. Now you know, Hun Cang must possess formidable strength. Otherwise, how could he catch the elder's eye? The girl's expression stiffened, and she retorted, what are you so smug about? The elder has his own standards, you know. Let's see if he can even pass the assessment first. Subsequently, they too entered the passage. Chapter 53, Darkness Under the Light, the 3 elders in shock. In the lush forest, light intertwined, casting patches of radiance upon the ground. In this tranquility, a sudden gleam erupted. Once the light faded, a figure stood quietly. Hun Cang slowly opened his eyes, surveyed his surroundings, and walked straight ahead. The assessment was time-based. I could consider finding a cave, Hun Cang pondered. This space was established by the predecessors of the Canaan Academy, and he could not guarantee that the elders lacked any means of surveillance. Thus, out of caution, he decided that within a cave, at the very least, there would be a layer of obstruction, and taking out the ink jade lotus platform would have minimal impact. Suddenly, Hun Cang halted. A gust of wind brushed against his face. A snake, arm length and as thick as a thumb, slithered past, its body perfectly blending with the surrounding environment, even appearing to shift towards transparency while suspended in midair. However, before it could fully transform, a flame ignited from its tail, and by the time it landed, it had completely turned to ash, leaving only a magic core behind. Hun Cang remained unfazed, as if nothing had occurred, continuing onward. Along the way, various magical beasts emerged. Yet their fate mirrored that of the initial snake. Often, before they could approach him, they were reduced to mere ashes. Estimating that he had been walking for about an hour, Hun Cang had encountered no one and seen no caves. Could it be that this area consists solely of forests and flatlands? He felt puzzled and climbed the nearest tree for a better view, confirming his suspicion. Then, I shall remain atop this tree for 7 days. Hun Cang selected a large, leafy tree and sat cross-legged at its summit, entering a state of cultivation. Initially, he found it uncomfortable, repeatedly opening his eyes. How nice it would be to have my powers activated, without the acceleration effect of the ink jade lotus platform. It feels as if I've made no progress after several minutes of cultivation, Hun Cang muttered, mentally encouraging himself until he finally entered a focused state of practice. In the outside world, once all participants of the assessment had entered, Elder Su closed the passage. With a flick of his right hand, a palm-sized mirror appeared in his palm, which he then threw forward, causing it to rapidly enlarge. The scene reflected in the mirror was none other than the interior of the space. Let us see Hun Cang, Elder Lin urged. Elder Susmaid, it's been years since I've seen you this impatient. Very well, I shall see what kind of disciple can make you so eager. Hu Qian remained silent, though curiosity shone in his eyes. The mirror flickered and soon displayed Hun Cang's figure. Capturing the moment, a serpentine magical beast attempted to ambush him. Reifaling Hun King es unflappable demeanor. A glimmer of surprise flashed in Elder Su's eyes at such a young age to possess this state of mind. He must have undergone considerable experiences. Moreover, that flame, if I'm not mistaken, is it not? Elder Lin nodded, indeed. Yihua, Hu Qian murmured, his tone laced with confusion. Which rank is that flame? I have no recollection of it. Elder Su turned his gaze toward Elder Lin, who was well versed in flames. Being a fire attribute elder and also an alchemist, in the past, Elder Lin had attempted to subdue the falling heart flame. But that Yihua could generate heart fire within the human body, and a moment's inattention could provoke thoughts that led to internal combustion. Elder Lin had made extensive preparations, but ultimately failed. He had opted for a compromise, establishing a room for alchemy near the lowest level of the sky-burning refinement tower, where he could readily access Yihua's flames. The color resembles that of the 11th bone spirit cold fire, yet lacks that coldness, unless observed from close range. I cannot determine it definitively. Elder Lin recalled the previous events in Peacetown, shaking his head. Ha, so you think the student harbors many secrets, Hu Qian remarked, worry evident in his voice. Elder Lin shot him a glance. What is there to fear? He is merely a great fighter, even if he enters the inner academy. With so many elders watching, what kind of storms could he possibly stir? TSK, he doesn't even wish to take you as his master. And yet you're defending him, Hu Qian pointed out. Elder Lin replied with pride. That is of no concern to you. I have faith in this child. Regardless, I shall take him as my disciple. At your age, you too. Oh, Elder Lin, don't rush. Looking at Hun Cang's path, your wish to take him as a disciple may be thwarted. Elder Su indicated the scene in the air. Elder Lin raised his eyes to observe, murmuring, Why is this lad heading toward the assessment team? This is troublesome. If he encounters them alone, he will surely be unable to resist. In the image, Hun Cang was heading directly toward the area where the closed assessment participants were located. Due to time constraints, those assessment members were currently in a waiting state, needing to wait until time was up to test the contestants. Since most of the assessment members hailed from the inner academy, their strength surpassed that of the contestants, and typically they would avoid confrontation, who would voluntarily approach them like Hun Cang was doing. Elder Lin's heart raced, wishing he could call out to Hun Cang to turn back. If he were to encounter them, he would undoubtedly be outnumbered, and his plan to take him as a disciple would have to be postponed for another 2 months. Hu Qian smiled slightly. Elder Lin, it seems your destiny to take him as a disciple is not yet fulfilled. The three of them had been monitoring the other contestants to see if anyone was in danger, and when they turned their attention back to Hun Cang, an hour had already passed. Ha ha, Elder Lin, Hun Cang lying there is truly delivering a feast to those hungry wolves. Hu Qian laughed upon witnessing Hun Cang's intentions. Several hundred meters away sat a group of figures, including Luo Fei, Ku Yu, and others. Elder Lin was both frustrated and perplexed. In this situation, once the assessment members' confinement time ended, Hun Cang would surely be eliminated. What was this lad thinking? Why choose such a position to cultivate? Time ticked by and, finally, the barriers surrounding those members dissipated, and one by one, The figures stood up. Luo Fei rose and instructed in a low voice, "Remember my words. Quickly find Hun Cang. As soon as you spot him, signal immediately." Understood. The others nodded and quickly departed, with several other team members following suit. "Why are you following me?" Luo Fei glanced at Kuyu in confusion after taking a few steps. Kuyu shrugged. "I didn't bring anyone this time. Rather than searching aimlessly, I might as well stay by your side and wait for news. Just as I expected from you." Luo Fei smirked, somewhat speechless at Kuyu's shamelessness. Yet he did not refuse. After all, Kuyu had a knack for stirring up trouble, and trusting Hun Cang to him might indeed yield more interesting results. In an instant, all the figures had departed, moving toward the forest perimeter in search. Hey, what's going on?" Within the mirror, numerous figures passed directly beneath the tree where Hun Cang was situated, none pausing or even glancing upward. Upon witnessing this scene, Hu Qian and the two elders found themselves utterly bewildered, their expressions frozen in astonishment. Chapter 54. Is that so? A few spirit fighters. Does my Soul Cang truly need to hide? Throughout the entire episode, Soul Cang remained with his eyes firmly shut atop the treetops, maintaining his meditative state until the surroundings fell silent. Is there a possibility? Elder Lin glanced at the two individuals beside him, swallowing hard. Long-standing habitual thinking led Luo Fei and Kuyu to believe that no participating students would dare to approach. Over the years, there had been no shortage of students bold enough to resist. However, those students merely banded together at the periphery, the likes of Soul Cang. Venturing deep into enemy territory alone had never occurred before. Hu Qian pondered. This possibility cannot be dismissed. Soul Cang, being a solitary figure, silent and motionless, could indeed go unnoticed by those around him. Moreover, it was unfathomable for them to conceive of someone hiding right under their noses. For at least the next 3 to 5 days, they would likely not turn back to search. Elder Lin deduced, a smile creeping onto his lips under these circumstances. It would be quite simple for Soul Cang to pass the trial. The bond between himself and Soul Cang as master and disciple still persisted. Hu Qian did not refute this. Based on his observations over the years, Elder Lin's analysis held a significant degree of truth. After all, the assessment members might not be able to react in time unless they thoroughly explore the search area. Yet, such an endeavor would require an extensive amount of time. Elder Su smiled faintly. Once this assessment concludes, it will be necessary to provide some training for the participating members. Otherwise, who can assure that similar incidents won't occur in the future? The inner courtyard of the Jiaolan Academy demands elites. We cannot allow those who thrive in murky waters to infiltrate. As time passed, the examination space grew increasingly chaotic as the 7th day approached. "Boss, we found no trace in the east." "Boss, no one has seen Soul Cang in the west either." "Boss, the south is the same." "Boss." On a stone, Luo Fei stood with his hands on his hips, his face etched with irritation as he cast a scornful glare at the dozen figures standing ahead. Ever since the assessment had commenced, he had dispatched his men to search for Soul Cang, determined to properly thank anyone who dared to bully his younger brother. Yet, contrary to his expectations, 6 days had passed without a single sign of Soul Cang. He had not only sent his own men, but had also intimidated and threatened other assessment members to assist in the search. The result was akin to turning the forest upside down, and still, there was no trace of Soul Cang. Luo Fei spat contemptuously at the ground, disgruntled. "Damn it. This space isn't that large. Can Soul Cang fly or burrow underground? Are you people from Yu Luo sect even capable? Kiskiviko Yu Mokket." Luo Fei shot him a sidelong glance. "Less chatter. If you're capable, find him yourself. I can't find him, but I enjoy having my say. If you're displeased, I'm more than willing to spar with you," Kuyu retorted, his smile unwavering. It wasn't just Luo Fei who was furious. He felt equally exasperated. Instead of focusing on their cultivation, they had come to participate in the assessment primarily to teach Soul Cang a lesson. Yet now, they cannot locate him. "Boss, should we summon those students as well?" someone suggested. Luo Fei lowered his gaze. Addressing them with a commanding tone, "I don't care what methods you use. I have but one demand. Before time runs out, you must find Soul Cang." Understood. The forest had remained quiet for 2 days, with many participating students clutching their jade talismans, awaiting the conclusion of the final day. However, the assessment personnel seemed to have gone mad, dragging them out one by one. Originally thinking they would be eliminated, they were unexpectedly informed that they were required to assist in the search. Finding someone could mean passing the trial. As dusk descended, the forest was ablaze with flickering lights and cacophonous voices, causing even the magical beasts to seek refuge in fright. "Stop! I'm talking to you, do you hear?" 3 frantic figures darted through the woods, glancing back at the few relentless pursuers behind them. "Ah, I swear I'll never eat barbecue again," one girl cried, her voice tinged with tears. "I told you not to celebrate too early. The assessment isn't over yet." "You didn't listen, and now look," Lin Fong remarked coldly, casting a glance at the others. The 4 of them had entered the forest together, cooperating until the 3rd day when one was eliminated due to an unfortunate mishap. Leaving the remaining 3, they had found a secure hiding spot, successfully evading several searches and managing to last until the 6th day. However, the girls suddenly declared that they were on the verge of passing the assessment and suggested celebrating with a barbecue. Despite Lin Fong's repeated objections and emphasis, the other boy eagerly fetched ingredients and started a fire, presenting the cooked food to the girl. Just as she opened her mouth to eat, a commotion was heard, and several figures emerged from the distance, drawn by the firelight. Upon realizing it was the assessment personnel, the group was terrified and took flight. After running for a while, they heard noise ahead, and then 5 figures appeared, brandishing torches. "You run pretty fast," one of them panted, a mocking smile on his face. "Please, senior, spare us," the girl pleaded pitifully. "We had no intention of eliminating you, but since you've run so far, I'm quite displeased now. One of you must be eliminated. As for who it is, you'll have to decide among yourselves." Another coldly laughed. Following his words, the others joined in their laughter. Such tactics, forcing them to turn against one another, were often the most amusing, especially as they neared the end, having persevered together until now. Betrayal at this juncture would be the most delectable twist. "What are you looking at me for? What do you want?" Lin Fong felt a chill run down his spine as he noticed a boy and a girl gazing at him, stepping back several paces to maintain distance. The girl coldly stated, "Lin Fong, you heard what the seniors said. Please make the sacrifice." "Why should I? Without me, how could you 2 have made it this far?" Lin Fong's expression twisted in disgust. The other boy interjected, "You enjoy being the good guy, so why not see it through to the end?" The 2 sides squared off. "Hurry up, we have things to attend to. If you dawdle, we'll eliminate all 3 of you." The surrounding crowd began to urge as they remained motionless. "All right, senior," the girl smiled, nodding repeatedly, exchanging glances with the other boy. And then they commenced their advance toward Lin Fong. Their attacks bore no mercy. Lin Fong was cornered against a large tree, with nowhere left to retreat. "Apologies, Lin Fong." The boy and girl sneered as they approached. Lin Fong, exasperated, declared, "Had I known you were this kind of person, I would have preferred to walk with Soul Song than associate with you. It's simply an affront." "Humph, didn't you hear what the senior said? You really think Soul Song is faring any better? He might be hiding in some corner right now." The girl couldn't help but scoff at the mention of Soul Song. However, just as her words fell, a clear voice resonated from the treetops. "Is that so? A few spirit fighters. Does my Soul Song truly need to hide?" Chapter 55, An Appearance, the Recruitment of Shatai. Before the crowd, a shadow flickered, followed by a thunderous roar. In the heart of the forest stood a figure, tall and youthful, with a hint of coldness upon his countenance. The boy and girl who had intended to approach Lin Fong were taken aback, instinctively retreating several paces. Panic etched across their faces as they turned their gaze toward the emerging figure. "Soul Song," the girl exclaimed in astonishment as she recognized his features. She had merely mentioned him in passing, never expecting Soul Song to be so close by. Now, everything she had just said had undoubtedly reached his ears. "Fear not." The young man turned his head to offer comfort, surrounded by individuals seeking the soul of the dead. His audacity to show himself was akin to willingly stepping into a trap, leaving him no time to concern himself with us. We must seize an opportunity to flee when it arises. A glimmer of understanding flickered in the girl's eyes, clearly in agreement with the boy's words. As long as they could escape this place and find somewhere to hide, with only 1 day remaining until the deadline, enduring until then would grant them the status of inner courtyard students. Even if Lin Fong and the others bore a grudge against her, they would be powerless to act against her. Having grasped the stakes, the girl's previous panic evaporated, replaced by a surge of excitement. Meanwhile, as the 2 conversed, the assessors holding torches had shifted their gaze towards the soul-seeking figure. "Is it him?" one man inquired of his companion, noting that he seemed no different from the other candidates. What audacity he had to provoke the brother of Luo Fei. There were many participants in the assessment, and aside from those who had been explicitly warned about the appearance of the soul seeker, others had only a vague recollection of him. After a moment of scrutiny, the man nodded confidently. "Indeed, it is he." With arms crossed, the man chuckled. "I never expected to encounter you here, soul-seeking. It's quite intriguing. After evading for so many days, you are just a day away from passing the assessment. Why emerge now? His expression was one of regret, which agitated those around him, as Luo Fei had declared that whoever assisted in capturing the Soul Seeker would earn a favor from him. Less chatter. Quickly subdue him and deliver him to Luo Fei. Someone urged. With a low command, several individuals unleashed their fighting spirit, forming protective armor as they charged forth like arrows loosed from a bow, swiftly closing in on the Soul Seeker. Sensing the movement, the boy and girl exchanged a glance and then turned to flee in the opposite direction. The girl glanced back, her heart racing with exhilaration upon realizing no one was pursuing her. Fantastic! We've managed to escape. Deal with those two, the man with arms crossed instructed, nodding towards the retreating figures of the boy and girl, maintaining an impassive demeanor. Immediately, two individuals dashed forth, pursuing the fleeing pair. Regardless of their cries for mercy, they shattered the pair's jade talismans, enveloping them in a burst of light before they vanished. Be careful, soul-seeking, Lin Fong shouted, noticing the Soul Seeker standing still, his voice urgent. However, his warning fell on deaf ears. 5 figures approached the Soul Seeker, each reaching out to grasp his shoulders and arms, one particularly focused on his hands, ready to prevent him from shattering his jade talisman to escape. Yet, in the next moment, accompanied by a sound as clear as jade, the 5 froze in astonishment. What? The 4 who had attempted to seize the Soul Seeker's arm and shoulder wore expressions of disbelief. They held a degree of confidence in their abilities, certain that even if the Soul Seeker employed his fighting spirit to defend himself, they would surely overpower him. However, the Soul Seeker did not exhibit any fighting spirit armor or even any sign of defense. Under these circumstances, they felt as if their fingers were not gripping flesh, but rather a substance as hard as jade, yielding no indentation whatsoever. How dare you seek me out with such meager strength? What gave you the audacity? The Soul Seeker's gaze swept over their faces, absorbing their expressions. Then, with a slight tremor of his shoulder, a surge of immense power erupted from him, causing the 4 to instinctively release their grasp and recoil. Before they could take further action, the 5 felt the ground shift beneath them, and as pain surged through them, their vision faded to black, plunging them into unconsciousness. Ah, so there is some strength here. No wonder you dare to threaten Luo Ling. After a moment of surprise, the leading man smiled, clapping his hands together, signaling for Luo Fei and Kuyu to join him for some leisurely play. Even before the Soul Seeker had made his move, the 2 beside the man had already assumed defensive postures, sensing the impending danger. At this moment, upon hearing his words, they unhesitatingly unleashed 2 beams of light into the sky, which exploded with a resounding boom, illuminating the area as if dawn had arrived. Soul-seeking, you must flee. Luo Fei and Kuyu's strength is formidable. They rank highly in the inner courtyard. We are no match for them. Lin Fong's face paled in concern. You should leave. This matter does not concern you, the Soul Seeker replied, shaking his head and ignoring Lin Fong's warning. He lowered his gaze to his hands, fingers curling into fists. Upon landing earlier, the Soul Seeker sensed a change in his physique. It felt unusually solid. His mind immediately recalled the moment he had absorbed the Ika, when he had been engulfed in flames of 3 distinct colors, akin to a dazzling glass. At that time, he had felt his body attain an extraordinary hardness, though he had never tested it. Thus, he refrained from employing his fighting spirit, opting instead to rely on his physical strength, and it proved that his assumptions were correct. With his current physical resilience, even an ordinary Dou Wang would struggle to move him. The Soul Seeker mused silently. Interestingly, it seemed there was someone within the inner courtyard of the Xiao Yan Academy who shared a similar experience. Lin Fong attempted to persuade him further, but upon realizing the futility of his efforts, he gritted his teeth and turned to leave. One of the 3 individuals opposite prepared to intervene, but the Soul Seeker halted him. You are now surrounded by me. None shall leave without my consent, the Soul Seeker declared calmly. How amusing. It has been a while since I encountered such an arrogant outer courtyard disciple. The young man with crossed arms chuckled. I am Shatai. If you manage to become an inner courtyard student, I might consider allowing you to join my team. The Soul Seeker shook his head slightly, remaining silent. The Xiao Yan Academy is known for its reputation of seizing the energy of flames, and various teams and organizations exist as a means for individuals to band together for protection against theft. The Soul Seeker thought to himself, I am the one they should be wary of. How could I possibly join a team? Not long after, a series of rumbling sounds echoed from a distance, growing increasingly distinct until dozens of figures leaped into view before the Soul Seeker. At the forefront were Luo Fei and Kuyu. A closer inspection revealed that while Kuyu lagged slightly behind Luo Fei, his expression appeared notably more relaxed. Soul-seeking, You truly excel at hiding. It's no wonder we couldn't find you here, Luo Fei remarked in surprise. Enough chatter. Who else is with you? Let us take him on together. The Soul Seeker beckoned with a wave of his finger. Chapter 56. With a single step, it's your turn. The forest fell into a hushed silence. The crackling of the torch, flames the only sound breaking the stillness. The catalyst of this change was the Soul Seeker's proclamation. Ha! My heavens, did I hear that correctly? Am I hallucinating? Surely he doesn't believe he is a Dou Wang. Challenging both Luo Fei and Kuyu at once? With a cascade of laughter, the tranquility shattered, and those gathered around began to voice their opinions in succession. After all, throughout the years of assessments for outer courtyard disciples to ascend to the inner courtyard, very few possessed strength surpassing that of a Dou Ling. Yet, the situation at hand revealed that aside from Luo Fei and Kuyu, there were numerous peaked Dou sure present. Surely he has lost his mind. Luo Fei shook his head, recognizing that even the few he had brought along would be more than enough to handle the Soul Seeker. Kuyu chuckled, adding, that is a possibility. Surely you don't think we could be bested by a mere Dou sure? With a pause, as if unable to contain his laughter, he continued, if such a thing were to occur, I would have no face to remain in the inner courtyard. As if I were the one lacking face. Luo Fei laughed heartily, then waved his right hand. Chen Mo, Li Hong, all of you, come together and show him the vast disparity between the inner and outer courtyards. Understood. Rest assured. I will engrave a deeply memorable impression upon him. The five stepped forward from the crowd, cracking their knuckles and casting fierce glares at the Soul Seeker. Elder Lin, I cannot shake the feeling that Hun Cang's demeanor is rather lacking. He appears excessively arrogant, does he not? It is natural for the youth to possess a temper. Yet such ostentation seems ill-advised. Upon hearing Hun Cang's words, Elder Su could not help but turn his head. Elder Lin stroked his chin, his expression one of bewilderment. He had not witnessed such arrogance during the assessment in Peacetown. The individuals surrounding them were no ordinary folk. They had all undergone training in the inner courtyard. Their strengths formidable, with each surpassing Hun Cang in power. In such a scenario, from whence does Hun Cang derive his confidence? Could it possibly be the Yoa? His countenance shifted, and he spoke with gravity. This is not good, Elder Su. Be prepared. If the situation escalates, we must intervene promptly. Hui Qian, taken aback, replied Elder Lin. Are you not overestimating Hun Cang? There are still Luo Fei and Kuyu present, and Kuyu is renowned on the strength rankings. Could Hun Cang truly harm anyone? Elder Lin's expression turned serious. It is different. Should Hun Cang employ these individuals may indeed be unable to withstand it. Yihua, Hui Qian was momentarily stunned, but as realization dawned, his expression darkened. Indeed, the potency of Yihua is exceedingly terrifying, especially considering they had yet to ascertain the level of Hun Cang possesses. It is worth noting that the fallen heart flame within the Xiao Yan Academy is sealed, and even the energy that occasionally escapes can instill dread in the Academy elders. At times, students who are not vigilant may even fall victim to self-immolation. In that instant, the three men's expressions turned grave, their gazes fixed intently on the unfolding scene. May such a calamity be averted. The loss of even one student would not bode well for the Xiao Yan Academy. The five individuals had commenced their assault, approaching Hun Cang without drawing weapons, relying solely on their fists and feet infused with the qi. Their expressions were relaxed, seemingly dismissing Hun Cang as a genuine adversary. How fearsome could a great fighter truly be? However, in their eyes, Hun Cang suddenly sprang into action, his speed akin to that of lightning. Before they could react, he was upon them. One individual, struck by the terrifying velocity, found his expression contorted in fear. He attempted to raise his hands in defense, yet a fist, swifter than he, landed squarely on his chest. Crack! In the profound silence, the sound of shattering bones resonated clearly, and the crowd stared in astonishment at the figure that flew backward, struggling to comprehend the situation. In a single exchange, a peak great fighter had been dispatched. Before they could recover their wits, the sound of heavy objects hitting the ground echoed in their ears. Turning to look, they discovered that Hun Cang had remained in his original position, while the five assailants lay motionless on the ground, their fates unknown. Gulp! The sounds of swallowed breaths reverberated throughout the area, as some peak great fighters silently retreated. Ultimately, this incident stemmed from Luo Fei and Kuyu. They merely sought to curry favor, to amuse themselves. Now confronted with an unexpected challenge, their instinct was to withdraw, for enduring injuries post-assessment would serve no purpose. Concealing his strength? Luo Fei regarded Hun Cang with intrigue. Indeed, he piqued my interest. Bullying the weak is a pastime of Luo Ling, while I prefer genuine adversaries of considerable strength. With that, Luo Fei's feet shattered the earth as he charged towards Hun Cang, his hands forming claws. Faint traces of wolf shapes flickering to life upon them. Wind Wolf Devour. This was indeed Luo Fei's signature move, and he employed it without hesitation. Get Iwis gaze sharpened, astonished. Even I would need to exert 80% of my strength against this technique, and he intends to face a great fighter with it? Kuyu shook his head, a hint of regret crossing his features. Had he known he should have acted, now the opportunity to teach him a lesson was lost. Observing Luo Fei's advance, Hun Cang maintained a calm demeanor, his right hand raised, revealing no discernible fluctuations of the qi. Luo Fei, witnessing this, smirked coldly. He was no mere great fighter, but a genuine. Did Hun Cang dare to underestimate him? A flash of cruelty flickered in his eyes as he brought his hands down upon Hun Cang's shoulders, intent on delivering a blow that would at least shatter bones, rendering him unable to raise his arms for half a year. As Luo Fei envisioned the pain he would inflict upon Hun Cang, he suddenly felt an obstruction. His hands were caught by Hun Cang, unable to descend. How could this be? Luo Fei was filled with disbelief, his gochi surging violently towards his arms. Release me. Yet, even as he strained, his veins pulsing, his hands remained utterly immobile. Did you not wish to teach me a lesson? Hun Cang looked up at Luo Fei, a cold smile gracing his lips as he exerted tremendous force with his arms. In an instant, Luo Fei felt a dreadful power erupting from Hun Cang, and without any means of resistance, he was yanked to the ground. Before he could rise, he felt a foot pressing down upon his head. Hun Cang glanced down at him, applying pressure, slowly forcing Luo Fei's head into the earth. What is this? The onlookers were stunned, gazing bewilderedly at Luo Fei, whose hands flailed futilely. Could it truly be that Luo Fei, the esteemed senior of the Jade Luo sect, had been so easily subdued? When had he become so feeble, unable to handle a mere great fighter? As Hun Cang's gaze swept over the crowd, those surrounding him shuddered, instinctively retreating. Beckoning with a finger, it is your turn. Chapter 57. Kuyu kneels. Luo Fei inserts himself. Kuyu's previously cheerful expression froze, his thoughts seemingly crystallizing as he stared blankly at the ground beneath Hun Cang's foot. Just moments ago, Luo Fei had been boasting about how he would teach Hun Cang a lesson. How had he so swiftly found himself beneath Hun Cang's foot? Shaking his head, Kuyu questioned his own perception, wondering if he was hallucinating. Yet, as he focused once more, the scene remained unchanged. Despite Luo Fei's qi surging and his arms straining with all their might, he could not escape the foot pressing down upon him. Shatai was also taken aback for a considerable time. As he regained his senses, he inhaled sharply, producing a hissing sound. The esteemed Luo Fei of the Jade Luo sect had been so easily subdued? No way. Elder, you allowed such a person to participate in the inner courtyard assessment? Shatai was in disbelief. To speak candidly, he believed that Hun Cang's strength was already sufficient to qualify for the assessment. Elder Lin, how do we explain this? Elder Su's astonished gaze shifted from the scene to the dazed expression of Elder Lin. At this moment, Elder Lin's eyes were filled with confusion. To be honest, he did not possess extensive knowledge of Hun Cang, merely aware that he harbored a and was a promising candidate to become an alchemist. He had not anticipated that Hun Cang would not only possess a, but also exhibit such extraordinary strength. Although he had not witnessed the event firsthand, the seasoned eyes of the three elders had observed that Hun Cang's actions had barely utilized Dou Qi at all. This indicated that Hun Cang's physical prowess was remarkably formidable, perhaps even rivaling that of the young woman in the inner courtyard. Returning to his senses, Elder Lin spoke with caution. Elder Su, Hua Qian, I must stress that today's events must remain confidential. At least until I successfully take him as my disciple, you cannot disclose this. Merely possessing Yaoa, while valuable, was something Elder Lin felt he could manage. However, should his talent for cultivation be so exceptional, the elders of the inner courtyard would undoubtedly take notice. Hua Qian chuckled, rubbing his fingers together. Elder Lin, I could agree to your request, but what assurance do I have that you will keep this a secret? Elder Lin's expression darkened as he tossed a porcelain vial into Hua Qian's hands. Inside is a clarity pill. When consumed during cultivation, it will cleanse impurities from the body, rendering your Dou Qi more refined. Ah, I shall have my girl express my gratitude to you later, Hua Qian said with a smile as he accepted the vial. Elder Su smiled as well, not making any excessive demands. Witnessing a talent join the Jianan Academy was already a source of great joy for him. The three men turned their attention back to the unfolding scene, where Kuyu emerged with a grave expression, a long spear now in his grasp. Swish! The icy tip of the spear glimmered with a chilling radiance, aimed directly at Soul Song. Kuyu spoke slowly. You have hidden yourself quite well, but unfortunately for you, I'm not a fool like Luo Fei. When hunting a rabbit, a lion must use its full strength. From this moment on, I shall demonstrate to you what true inner court student prowess entails. Soul Song merely curled his finger, remaining silent. Kuyu felt an immense provocation and charged forward with great speed, the spearhead enveloped in a layer of pale green energy, as if the air itself were being torn asunder. In the blink of an eye, the spear tip was poised at Soul Song's throat, a lethal strike indeed. Yet, his words rang true. A lion spares no effort, even against a rabbit. Kuyu's gaze was locked on his Soul Song, the spear tip drawing closer, a faint smile betraying his anticipation. Why did Soul Song remain motionless? Where was his weapon? Was he truly intending to receive the blow at his body? Shatai's eyes were glued to Soul Song, anxious. Kuyu's Gale Spear was renowned even within the inner court, and even the top 20 on the strength rankings could be toppled by a single misstep. Perhaps he was too shocked to react, as the forest was already dimly lit, and now it was nighttime. Among the crowd of onlookers, some speculated. Amidst the flickering flames, they saw Kuyu flash before Soul Song. Such speed made it difficult to even discern his silhouette, let alone notice the sharp spear tip. Simultaneously, Luo Fei, whose head was pinned down by Soul Song, heard Kuyu's voice and struggled more fiercely, evidently preparing to assist Kuyu in disrupting Soul Song's movements. Oomph! A cold snort escaped Soul Song's nostrils, and with a sudden surge of force, he pressed Luo Fei's half-buried body deeper into the ground, while the remaining two legs flailed helplessly in the air. Facing the oncoming spear tip, Soul Song did not even blink. His hands, unbeknownst to Wen, were already raised to shield himself. In the next moment, his fingers curled together. At that instant, a long spear appeared perfectly in his grasp. What? I can barely discern when he lifted his hands. How could he possibly catch it? What immense strength must he possess? This is insane. How confident must he be in his own abilities? As the cold spear tip halted mere centimeters from Soul Song's throat, gasps of astonishment erupted around them. He actually caught it. With his bare hands? Kuyu's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. He alone understood the true power of the Gale Spear. Combined with the energy within him, even the hardest boulders could be pierced through. Even a tree that required 4 or 5 people to encircle could be impaled by a single strike. And just moments ago, he had exerted no restraint, making it impossible for anyone to catch it barehanded, let alone someone of lesser rank. Kuyu's expression twisted, as if he could not accept the reality he was witnessing. He bellowed, gripping the spear with both hands, attempting to pull it away. Unfortunately, even with all his might, he could not budge it in the slightest. Kneel! Soul Song's gaze swept over, his hands flipping, and he effortlessly seized the spear, bringing it down forcefully onto Kuyu's shoulder, causing him to kneel on the ground immediately. Yet, this was not the end. The spear fell again, a sharp crack resonating through the woods, mingling with Kuyu's anguished cries. Finally managing to crawl out, Luo Fei's eyes were bloodshot, disregarding the dirt on his face as he lunged at Soul Song. However, upon turning his gaze and seeing Kuyu wailing on his knees before Soul Song, he froze, his hands suspended above his head, rigid as a statue. As Soul Song's gaze fell upon him, Luo Fei leapt up, diving back into the pit as if diving into water, his legs trembling, yet standing straight. Next, Soul Song retracted his gaze, sheathing the spear by his side, and looked at the others. The dozens of figures surrounding them exchanged glances, and one by one, they knelt down. We did not intend to cause you trouble. It was all instigated by Luo Fei and Kuyu. We had no choice. Indeed, grievances have their roots. Please spare us. We are merely responsible for the assessment. We truly meant no harm. Soul Song, please do not misunderstand. They had all witnessed Soul Song's actions and understood there was no leniency in his strikes. To be implicated and suffer injuries for half a month, or to spend money on medicinal remedies, was not a prospect they relished. Chapter 58, Elder Lin. I, too, did not foresee him behaving in such a manner. With Luo Fei and Kuyu successively brought to their knees by Soul Song, the others all bowed their heads in admission, no longer daring to provoke him. Observing this, Soul Song clapped his hands, instructing them to pull Luo Fei out and bring Kuyu before him. What now? Do you still wish to teach me a lesson? Soul Song inquired languidly while seated upon a stone. Before him, Luo Fei and Kuyu knelt side by side. Soul Song, do not take pride in this. Once you enter the inner court, our Luo sect will make you pay. Luo Fei's resentment was palpable, fury still flickering in his eyes. As a notable figure in the inner court, being bested by an outer court disciple had left him utterly humiliated. Naturally, he refused to submit verbally. Shall we exchange a few more moves? Sol Cang shifted his posture, beckoning with his finger. Luo Fei turned his head aside. He was not foolish. If even Kuyu could not match Sol Cang, what chance did he have? He would merely serve as a punching bag, even when pressed into the dirt. Luo Fei was unwilling to accept that it was his own carelessness that had led to his downfall. Upon finding an opportunity to rise from the ground, witnessing Kuyu's pitiful state, he finally understood. Oh, it truly was due to my own ineptitude. Beside him, Kuyu, grimacing in pain, retorted defiantly. You have offended the Yu Luo sect and me. Once you enter the inner court alone, you shall have days of regret ahead. I am aware that you belong to a team, a faction. Sol Cang replied with a faint smile. I do not care. Whatever tricks you have, feel free to unleash them. I will receive them all. Though he had yet to enter the inner court, Sol Cang was fully aware that the Tian Fan Refinement Tower required fire essence. Rather than laboring to gather fire essence through tasks, it was more prudent to wait at home for others to deliver it to him. After all, it was acceptable for the inner court to collect fire essence as a form of protection fee from newcomers, so he had no qualms about taking it. Moreover, it was those very individuals who had delivered themselves to him. With this thought in mind, Sol Cang cast a sidelong glance at the two, stating, speaking of which, since you sought me out and now find yourselves outmatched, should you not offer some compensation? Luo Fei and Ku Yu exchanged incredulous glances, turning to Sol Cang in disbelief. Are you speaking sensibly? Yes, we did seek trouble, but how have you been harmed? Sol Cang ignored them, continuing, the assessment should conclude tomorrow. I am about to become an inner court student, and I happen to lack sufficient fire essence. As inner court members, you must possess ample fire essence, yes? The two instinctively attempted to retreat, but alas, they were held firmly from behind, struggling fruitlessly. Fire essence was indeed a precious resource, vital for training within the Tian Fan Refinement Tower, enhancing one's cultivation speed. Suddenly, a thought struck Luo Fei, and he chuckled. Sol Cang, even if we wish to give it to you, you could not take it. Until you officially become an inner court disciple, you lack any means to record fire essence. However, if you truly desire it, you may come to our Yu Luo sect to claim it, provided, of course, that you have the courage. Kuyu chimed in, eyes brightening. Exactly. Every student has their own exclusive credentials. Even if you were to seize ours, you could not utilize them. When the time comes, if Sol Cang dares to step onto our turf, how could he possibly contend with so many of us? He will undoubtedly have to reclaim the face he lost today. Is this what you mean? While the two were lost in their scheming, a faint smile crept across Sol Cang's lips as he flicked his fingers against the spatial ring, revealing a small black object resembling a seal in his palm. This small object was pitch black, with a prominent red number 30 inscribed upon it. How do you possess this? You are not even an inner court student yet, Luo Fei exclaimed in shock. Kuyu found it equally hard to believe. Where did you find that? Hun Cang offered no explanation. Hand over your fire energy. If you refuse, go ahead and try me. There is still a day left until the assessment ends, and I have plenty of time to entertain you. Naturally, Luo Fei and Kuyu's first reaction was to refuse. It was already humiliating enough to have failed to trouble an outer court student. If they were to have their fire energy taken away, how could they possibly show their faces in the inner court afterward? Seeing their reaction, Hun Cang was unfazed. The Soul Clan had never lacked methods for tormenting others, especially when it came to the soul. The pain inflicted was far beyond what mere physical suffering could convey. When he unleashed his methods upon the two, within less than a quarter of an hour, Luo Fei and Kuyu emerged as if they had been pulled from water, drenched in sweat and utterly drained, reluctantly offering their fire energy. Witnessing this scene, someone spoke up. Hun Cang, can we leave now? Hun Cang cast a glance at him. What? Did you not hear what I just said? Huh? The person was taken aback. Hun Cang pointed to the rapidly increasing fire energy counter in his palm and stated, I was referring to you. Do you understand what I mean? You? Isn't this excessive? Hun Cang, protested another. We haven't caused you any trouble. What right do you have to take my fire energy? Indeed, added another, there are so many of us. Don't think we're truly afraid of you. If we join forces, you'll regret this. Realizing Hun Cang's intentions, the other onlookers were first stunned, then banded together, deciding to resist collectively. Hun Cang shook his head, appearing somewhat resigned, and without further ado, he chose to take action. In less than a minute, Hun Cang was once again seated on the stone from earlier, facing a neatly arranged line of students, each wearing expressions of pained resentment as they stood before him, relinquishing their fire energy. A few female students even broke into tears. They had assisted the academy in assessing outer court students, hoping to earn some fire energy, only to find that after all their hard work, they had not only failed to gain any, but had also forfeited their own. Pathetic. You're only worth 3 days of fire energy. How can you claim to be an inner court student? Hun Cang muttered discontentedly as he accepted another senior's fire energy. The person fled, covering his face, and in the flickering light, one could faintly see tears escaping his eyes. Soon, everyone present had surrendered their fire energy. Now, how can we leave? Someone asked again. Hun Cang raised a finger and shook his head. What do you want? We've given you our fire energy. What more do you desire? Someone exclaimed, clearly agitated. Hun Cang smiled slightly. It seems that there are more participants in the assessment than just you. Contact them. I wish to see all the assessment personnel before it concludes. Outside, Elder Su, Dean Huiqian, and Elder Lin exchanged glances, falling into silence. After a long pause, Huiqian asked, whose fire energy is Hun Cang holding? He has been in the outer court for less than 3 months. How could he possess such a thing? Elder Su nodded. In all my years overseeing assessments, this is the first time I've seen someone seize so much fire energy from so many seniors. The root cause of all this lay in the fire energy counter in Hun Cang's hand. In the heavy atmosphere, Elder Lin offered an awkward smile. I gave it to him. Huiqian and Elder Su turned their eyes towards him, questioning. What is with those looks? Elder Lin glanced at them. Here, that's the thing. When Hun Cang was taking the entrance assessment, someone cheated. I didn't want to expose it directly, so I added a rule. Whoever lasts the longest would be rewarded with 30 days of fire energy. He lowered his voice, sounding somewhat bewildered. I didn't expect him to take advantage of it in such a manner. Chapter 59, Journey to the Sky-Burning Refining Tower. As the sun rose, the 7th day came to a close. Shadows passed through the passage, returning to the plaza at the bottom of the gorge. But this time the crowd had divided into 2 factions. One group was large, but mostly hung their heads, appearing dejected. The other consisted of only 10 individuals, who held their heads high, their faces brimming with excitement and enthusiasm, for they were the ones who had successfully passed the assessment. Hun Cang, you passed too? Did they not give you a hard time? Among the 10, Lin Fong spotted a familiar figure approaching, his eyes widening. It was merely a misunderstanding. Hun Cang replied with a faint smile. The other seniors were quite understanding. They realized the misunderstanding and even compensated me with fire energy. As he finished speaking, Luo, Fei, Kuyu, and the other inner court students emerged from the passage. Upon hearing this, the faces of the 10 contorted in disbelief. Compensated with fire energy? Lin Fong expressed envy, thinking that such a stroke of luck was remarkable. However, as his gaze swept over the inner court seniors, he noticed their eyes were fixated on Hun Cang with a predatory intensity. He quickly realized that the situation was not as favorable as Hun Cang had portrayed. Among the eliminated group, a girl noticed Lin Fong and Hun Cang, her eyes filled with deep regret. In such circumstances, she had failed to escape, while Lin Fong had managed to pass the assessment, undoubtedly due to Hun Cang's influence. She regretted not having held back when the opportunity arose. As the group gathered, the griffins began to descend one by one. Everyone was divided into 2 groups, led by Dean Huiqian and the 2 elders, boarding the griffins that flew off in different directions. Feeling the wind rush through his fingers, Hun Cang wore a smile of anticipation. Entering the inner court brought him closer to the fallen heart flame. Hun Cang, had it not been for you, I doubt I would have passed the assessment. Lin Fong said earnestly. Once we enter the inner court, come with me. I have a cousin inside who is formidable and will surely be able to protect you. Is that so? Are you certain he can? Hun Cang shot him a sidelong glance, scanning their surroundings. The inner court students were also aboard the griffins, returning together, but their expressions were grim, with fleeting glances of disdain directed at Hun Cang. Some even wore expressions of gritted teeth. Lin Fong swallowed hard, feeling a sudden lack of confidence. What exactly had Hun Cang done? It felt as if he had offended all the seniors in the inner court. After a winding journey, they finally arrived at the inner court. Luo Fei, Kuyu, and the others had completed their tasks and exited first. Meanwhile, Hun Cang and his group had just joined the inner court and had many instructions to follow. After the elders provided their guidance, they led them to their lodgings, distributing identification information before departing. Elder Lin, aren't you going to recruit disciples? Why not have a word with him? Elder Su inquired curiously as they left. That lad has offended so many people. The days ahead will be difficult for him. If I approach him now, he'll certainly be unwilling. I'll wait until he finds himself cornered by bullying, then I'll step in. At that point, recruiting him will be a natural course of action. Elder Su was taken aback, shaking his head with a wry smile. It was well known that in the inner court, if Elder Lin expressed a desire to take on disciples, Even students who had been there for 3 to 5 years would scramble to sign up. Who would miss such a golden opportunity like Hun Cang's? Unbeknownst to Hun Cang, he was oblivious to Elder Lin's plans and paid them no mind. After a cursory glance at the living arrangements, he stepped outside, heading straight towards the sky-burning refining tower, having plundered the fire energy from those seniors. His own fire energy surged from 30 to 150, which meant he could remain in the sky-burning refining tower for a staggering 150 days. In fact, it was quite rare for students to stay for such extended periods. The reason the sky-burning refining tower accelerated cultivation lay in the fallen heart flame, which could directly manifest heart fire within each individual. When controlling fighting energy through the flames, it had a purifying effect. However, this situation also carried a hidden danger: fire poison. The longer one waits, the deeper the accumulation of fiery toxicity within the body becomes. Over time, not only will cultivation face obstacles, but one's temperament may also be adversely affected. However, these hidden dangers pose little threat to Hun Cang, who possesses the unique fire. As he approached the edge of the pit, he beheld a structure with only its pinnacle remaining above ground. Upon entering the tower, he noticed several figures clad in inner courtyard attire pausing to cast their gazes upon him. Another newcomer has arrived. It was evident that he had just passed the entrance and was now headed for the Qi refinement tower. It seems a spectacle is in store. Groups of students stood there, their eyes gleaming with a hint of mockery. Unperturbed, Hun Cang strode into the tower without a moment's hesitation, making his way toward the downward entrance. How can he remain so unruffled? It is truly perplexing. When I first entered the tower, discovering the flames within me nearly caused me to soil myself. Had it not been for the elder's timely intervention, I might have spontaneously combusted. Observing Hun Cang's actions, the onlookers were left dumbfounded, their expressions betraying their confusion. At that moment, a few more students arrived in pairs, their faces a blend of anticipation and anxiety. Clearly also new entrants to the inner courtyard. The surrounding crowd ceased their discussions, their attention now fixated on the newcomers as they slowly entered the heavenly flame Qi refinement tower, only to freeze in place, their faces turning pale, trembling and unable to move. Indeed, this is the appropriate reaction for those entering the heavenly flame Qi refinement tower for the first time. Satisfied nods followed as those onlookers chuckled and departed. The deeper one descends into the heavenly flame Qi refinement tower, the higher the temperature and the fewer the people. Hun Cang, his expression as inscrutable as ever, traversed layer after layer until he was confronted by a black door. Access below is prohibited. Standing before the door, Hun Cang heard a voice behind him and turned around. In the corner sat an elderly man, his complexion a dull yellow, with flickers of flame occasionally dancing in his eyes. As Hun Cang regarded him, the old man scrutinized Hun Cang in return, his gaze gradually revealing a trace of astonishment. From Hun Cang's attire and appearance, he could ascertain that he was indeed a newcomer, freshly admitted to the inner courtyard. The strength of a great Dou master is quite impressive to have ascended to this level with such momentum. Pardon me, what conditions must be met to pass through this door? Hun Cang inquired politely. The old man cast a fleeting glance at him. The chamber below seals the fallen heart flame, and only those ranked within the top 10 of the annual strength list are granted permission to enter. Are there any alternative means? Hun Cang's brows knitted. The upcoming strength competition was nearly a year away, an unreasonably long wait. The old man shook his head. For you, there are none. Aside from the top 10 students who possess quotas, only the elders are permitted free access. With that, the old man closed his eyes, seemingly disinterested in further conversation. Hun Cang cast one last glance at the door, expressed his gratitude, and sought out a nearby training room, stepping inside. Chapter 60. Hai Bo Dong. Do you truly believe this is your home? Hun Cang planned to remain for an extended period. He first established a rudimentary barrier to prevent the leakage of his aura, then retrieved a MOU lotus platform and took out a medicinal cauldron. Before commencing his cultivation, he concocted several potions beneficial for his training. Having completed these tasks, he placed the object recording the fire energy into a groove. As the fire energy diminished, Hun Cang began his cultivation. In the heart of a golden desert stood a city. Within a shop, an elderly man wielding a cloth busily dusted the counter. In the desert, the wind inevitably stirs up dust. If left unattended for long, the room would be enveloped in grime. After wiping the last corner, the old man tossed the cloth onto the table with a heavy sigh. It's been nearly half a year, yet not a single word has reached me. Hai Bo Dong felt a twinge of doubt creeping into his heart, wondering if that fellow had deceived him. How could he have forgotten to ask for a precise time frame? Each time he recalled the moment Hun Cang departed, he felt an overwhelming sense of regret. Day after day, the uncertainty of when he would receive news weighed heavily on him. What if he left, and upon returning, he found that the other had come and gone? Yet, what if he had to wait another decade or so? Daily reflections had become an essential part of Hai Bo Dong's life, transforming into a mental knot that troubled him. At that moment, footsteps echoed from outside, accompanied by a voice. "Hey, are you the old man, Hai?" Hai Bo Dong raised his head to see a young man striding into the shop, his posture proud and upright, a weapon towering behind him, distinctly eye-catching. Frowning slightly, he replied, "I don't know you. You must have the wrong person." The wrong person? Xiao Yan was taken aback, stepping back to the entrance, glancing up at the sign, then re-entering. "This is indeed the right shop. Others said the owner's surname is Hai. How could there be a mistake? Listen, old man. Bring your boss out. I have business with him." "Who are you? What business do you have with him?" "Hai Bo Zong Vitka Him Wadi Li." "That's none of your concern," Xiao Yan replied nonchalantly, casually rummaging through the shelves until a peculiar ancient map caught his eye. Surprised, he exclaimed, picking it up to discover that the map bore evident signs of having been cut, and judging by the notches, it seemed to match the one he had previously found in the cave of the Beast Mountain. Realizing this, he produced his own map, and the two fit together perfectly. Unexpectedly, he had stumbled upon a valuable find. Thrilled, Xiao Yan tucked the two maps away. They contained crucial information regarding the pure Lotus Demon Fire. Nearby, Hai Bo Dong slammed his hand on the table. "Kid, do you really think this is your home? You just take things without anyone else's permission?" Xiao Yan shot him a glance. "Are you Hai Bo Dong?" "Indeed," Hai Bo Dong admitted, dropping any pretense. He had observed the young man for a while and determined that he was merely an ordinary 7-star Dou master, not even a great Dou master. Even if his strength was sealed, he still possessed the essence of a Dou Ling and had no reason to feel intimidated. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan's eyes brightened. Was this the bodyguard his elder brother had arranged for him? Just as he was about to speak, he sensed a chill creeping in. The shop's door closed on its own, causing him to pause. "Old man, why are you closing the door? What do you think?" Hai Bo Dong's tone turned icy as he waved his hands, conjuring several ice crystal spears from the gathered cold air, launching them toward Xiao Yan. The whooshing sound of the spears slicing through the air sent chills down Xiao Yan's spine, though he had yet to engage. He could feel the formidable power contained within, far beyond what a mere Dou master could withstand. "Old man, help me out," Xiao Yan shouted. Hai Bo Dong was taken aback, scanning the surroundings warily. Was there someone hidden in the shadows? TSK, what had someone just said? Who claimed that a bodyguard would arrive soon, looking down on this old man, and now they were asking for help. A voice rang out. Simultaneously, several ice spears seemed to be ensnared by an invisible force, suspended in midair, unable to move. Xiao Yan exhaled deeply, gazing at the ice spears that hovered just within arm's reach, radiating a chilling aura. He let out a sigh of relief. Hai Bo Dong's gaze sharpened as he looked at the transparent figure that had emerged beside the young man. A soul body? Who exactly are you? I have traversed the Gamma Empire for many years and do not recall having offended your kind, although they had yet to engage in battle. Years of experience had instilled a warning in his heart, as if to inform him that the soul body was not something he could provoke. Xiao Yan reached out, grasping the ice spears in his hand, and forcefully threw them to the ground, watching as they shattered into several pieces. He then looked up at Hai Bo Dong. "I say, old man, have you lost your marbles? Why act before asking any questions?" Taking a breath, he continued. "Do you have any idea what kind of consequences await you if you injure me? Do you know who stands behind me? Who is this elder brother?" Hai Bo Dong's expression tightened, silently cursing his misfortune. After decades of living in seclusion without incident, this year seemed to have brought a cascade of troubles. First, a young Dou Huang appeared out of nowhere, and now another reckless youth has barged in, treating the store like his own home, grabbing items and stuffing them into a storage ring without so much as a greeting. It's truly bewildering. Initially, he thought this was merely a brash young man. But to his astonishment, the newcomer not only possesses a formidable soul protection, but also harbors hidden power behind him. No, once today's events are over, I must change locations. This place is far too perilous. Hai Bo Dong's mind raced as he made his decision, only to hear the youth across from him declare, "My elder brother is Hun Cang. You've heard of his illustrious name? Haven to you?" "What?" Hai Bo Dong was taken aback. An excitement surged across his face. "Could you repeat that? You're not jesting, are you? You truly know Hun Cang?" Xiao Yan scoffed. "What would I gain from deceiving an old man? To be candid, my elder brother instructed me to deliver something to you." With that, he retrieved a porcelain vial containing medicinal pills from his storage ring and tossed it over. Hai Bo Dong gasped, anxiously vaulting over the counter to catch it with care. Opening the vial, He peered inside at the pills, incredulous as he asked, "What are these called?" "I forgot," Xiao Yan mused after a moment. "Hai boarding sleep dwight." How could such a significant detail slip one's mind? Should he consume them or not? He regarded Xiao Yan, feeling a twinge of doubt. While the youth could mention Hun Cang's name, their connection raised concerns about the possibility of a mix-up with the pills. Yao Chen observed Hai Boating's expression, glanced at Xiao Yan, and sighed in resignation. "This is the Pia Dan. If I am not mistaken, your strength is not merely that of a Dou Ling, but rather sealed by some force within you. Am I correct?" "Indeed, your knowledge is quite extensive, old sir." Hai Boating responded, his gaze fixed on the porcelain vial, the joy in his eyes scarcely concealed. He excused himself and hurried to the back of the room. It was evident that after decades of seclusion, he was eager to regain his strength. Chapter 61. "You want me to be your bodyguard?" "Deal." Inside the shop, prompted by Yao Chen, Xiao Yan began rummaging through the shelves. After all, the matter concerned the pure lotus demon fire. If he could find everything directly, that would be splendid. "No, not this. This one's not it either," he muttered, casting ancient maps haphazardly around him, his expression gradually shifting from cheerful to calm. Indeed, it was fortunate to find even one or two pieces of information regarding such treasures. At that moment, a powerful surge of Dou Qi erupted from behind the room, accompanied by an overwhelming aura that sent shivers down the spine. Although situated in a desert city, Xiao Yan felt as if he were in a climate-controlled room, reveling in comfort. "Ha ha ha!" Hai Boating emerged, laughing heartily, only to halt upon witnessing the disarray in the shop. The veins on his forehead visibly throbbed as he admonished. "You brat, do you intend to demolish my establishment? Ah, you've broken through. Perfect timing. I have a question for you." Xiao Yan feigned ignorance, approaching him with two fragmented maps. Hai Boating glanced at them and quickly recognized them as maps he had obtained from a certain location, which he later divided into two pieces. "No other information?" Xiao Yan scrutinized him skeptically. "Do you think I would deceive a mere brat like you?" Hai Boating Vito, puffing his cheeks indignantly. "Very well." Xiao Yan committed the location to memory, resolving to visit it when the opportunity arose. He then tucked the maps away and beckoned. "Let us go." "Where to?" Hai Boating asked, momentarily taken aback. The Pia Dan was a transaction between himself and Hun Cang. Now that the deal was completed, he intended to tidy up the shop before returning to the imperial capital. Xiao Yan slapped his forehead, exclaiming, "My elder brother said you were to be my bodyguard for a while. Once I resolve my entanglements with Yunlan sect, you will be free. Have you lost your senses, or am I the mad one? A dignified Dou Huang like myself serving as your bodyguard? Huh, your audacity is remarkable." Hai Boating shot him a disdainful glance, internally thinking that even if his seal was lifted and he had no desires, he would never stoop to being a bodyguard for a junior. At that moment, he caught sight of Xiao Yan withdrawing another porcelain vial from his storage ring, the sound of clinking indicating it was filled with numerous pills. "Do you know what this is?" Xiao Yan inquired, shaking the vial. Hai Boating shook his head slightly. "This is," Xiao Yan said, revealing a hint of pride. I forgot the name." "Oh man, you explain it." Yao Chen, visibly exasperated, nearly stumbled at Xiao Yan's words, lamenting his misfortune in having such a disciple. Seeing Hai Boating's gaze fixed on him, he sighed and said, "Have you heard of the revitalizing purple pill?" Hai Boating looked utterly bewildered. "To be so ignorant after all these years, and you call yourself a Dou Huang? Have you been living under a rock?" Xiao Yan mocked, observing the anger rising in Hai Boating as the ground beneath him began to frost over. He quickly clarified, "This is a fifth-tier pill that can fully restore those whose powers have waned due to seals or internal injuries. Do you understand now?" Hai Boating nodded at this point. If he still did not grasp the pill's significance to his situation, it would truly be a waste of his years of experience. He was acutely aware of his own condition. Even if the seal imposed by Queen Medusa was lifted, he was still far from his peak power. In his estimation, he currently possessed strength equivalent to a one-star Dou Huang. To return to his former glory through mere cultivation would take at least a decade, perhaps even longer. Hai Boating Imquit, how long will it take for me to regain my peak strength if I use the revitalizing purple pill? Xiao Yan held up a single finger. 1 year. Deal. Hai Boating exclaimed impulsively, then added, "But let us be clear, unless at the life or death crisis, I won't act lightly." Before his strength was sealed, Hai Boating had been a man of considerable standing, renowned throughout the Jiama Empire. Thus, to now serve as a bodyguard for a junior was already a humbling position. If he were also expected to maintain appearances, he would be left with no dignity at all. Xiao Yan hesitated. Having a Dou Huang by his side was not something to flaunt, akin to marrying a wife one could only admire but never touch. Yao Chen interjected, Don't forget your elder brother's instructions. Otherwise, when I see him next, I will surely have words with him. Fine, Xiao Yan sighed, tossing the porcelain vial to Hai Boding. I've agreed. For the time being, you will accompany me. Is that acceptable? Hai Boding note that, exhilarated as he grasped the vial tightly. Before long, the shop's door swung open, and the two figures, an old man and a youth, strolled side by side toward the city gates. Disappearing into the boundless depths of the desert, Xiao Yan began his days of training in the desert. His fire attribute techniques melding seamlessly with the scorching environment and the Qingyu Lotus platform, causing his strength to surge at an extraordinary pace. During this time, Hai Boding witnessed countless treasures being extracted from Xiao Yan's storage ring. Initially, he was curious and inquired several times, only to receive the same answer each time. This was given by my elder brother. Hai Boding was utterly flabbergasted. What kind of person is this? His luck is astonishing. To have such an elder brother. Training resources? Delivered. Training techniques? Provided. Even a bodyguard was arranged. At times, Hai Boding would secretly contemplate whether he should also recognize Hun Cang as his elder brother the next time they met. Perhaps there was a chance to ascend to Dozong. He just wondered if Hun Cang would mind his age. As days passed, one day Xiao Yan stumbled upon a group of mercenaries surrounded by the serpent people in the desert. He gallantly intervened to rescue them, only to discover that the mercenary group's name was strikingly familiar, the Mo Thai mercenary group. Accompanying them to Shimo City, Xiao Yan felt a surge of excitement. He was on the verge of reuniting with his elder brother and second brother. Before Xiao Yan was born, he had two older brothers who, after reaching adulthood, ventured out into the world and rarely returned home. The Mo Thai Mercenary Corps stands as the foremost mercenary group in Shimo City. Along their journey, Xiao Yan listened to the mercenaries' introduction with a hint of astonishment. His elder brothers had indeed proven formidable over the years, single-handedly establishing the leading mercenary group. The mercenaries spoke with pride. Rest assured, you'll witness the authenticity of our prowess shortly. You saved us, and our captain will undoubtedly treat you well. Chuckling, Xiao Yan waved his hand dismissively, his gaze fixed ahead. Before them lay a vast expanse, enclosed by wooden and stone barriers, crowned by a grand metallic gate at its center. A sign hung above the entrance, Mo Thai Mercenary Corps. As they approached, the gate swung open, and several figures dashed forth. A burly man exclaimed, Xuelan, are you all right? We heard you were besieged by snake men. Our captain has rallied the brothers to rescue you. Xuelan smiled slightly. All is well. We encountered a kind soul who helped us deal with the snake men. Turning, she instructed the others to rest before beckoning Xiao Yan to follow. Come, let me introduce you to our captain. Chapter 62, Brothers Reunited, the Pinnacle of Dowang. At the Mo Thai Mercenary Corps base, a youth with a fierce countenance was rallying his comrades. Deputy Captain, we have returned safely, a voice called from behind. Xiao Li turned in surprise to see Xuelan. Weren't you surrounded by snake men? He asked, perplexed, for snake men were treacherous and skilled in poison. Xuelan tossed her hair and replied with a smile. Thanks to this young man here, he came to our aid. Remembering something, she turned to Xiao Yan. By the way, what is your name? Xiao Yan. Upon hearing the deputy captain's voice, Xuelan froze momentarily. Did they know each other? Her gaze darted between the two, noting their striking resemblance. Elder brother. Xiao Yan beamed, opening his arms wide. Xiao Li reciprocated the smile, rushing forward to embrace Xiao Yan. Xuelan's mouth fell agape in astonishment. He was the deputy captain's younger brother. The surrounding onlookers were equally astonished, as Xiao Li's face was typically marked by a cold demeanor, making this warm smile a rare sight. Elder brother, the third brother has arrived. Xiao Li called out loudly toward the interior. A young man in a white robe stepped out, and upon seeing Xiao Yan, rushed forward with enthusiasm. In the front hall, the three brothers settled down. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Xiao Yan's face displayed incredulity. Elder brother, second brother, am I mistaken? Did my elder brother truly visit once? Yes, about half a year ago, Xiao Ding replied, a nostalgic glimmer in his eyes as a smile graced his lips. He asked us to help dig something out. Do you recall? At that time, your second brother suggested that if we found a treasure, we should hide it and send it to you. Xiao Li nodded. Indeed, I never imagined it would be so fortuitous. I had been away and had never seen your elder brother's visage, so I had no clue he was the esteemed individual in question. Curious and touched, Xiao Yan inquired, how did you all come to know? Xiao Ding recounted the tale of Qing Lin and how the Mo Thai Mercenary Corps rise to prominence as the top mercenary group in Shimo City was tied to Lord Songwon. It turned out that after Qing Lin expressed her desire to stay, she had lived with the Mo Thai Mercenary Corps, her magical beast becoming their greatest asset. The former Xiao mercenary corps, under the leadership of a weaker captain, had found themselves outmatched by the Dou Ling-level magical beasts, leading to their eventual retreat after multiple failed confrontations. With a serious tone, Xiao Ding advised Xiao Yan, "You must remember the kindness Lord Song Wang has bestowed upon the Xiao family. In the future, should the opportunity arise, we must repay that debt, even if it requires great sacrifice. Do you understand? Elder brother, I am no longer a child. Please refrain from lecturing me as a father would. I have always cherished your kindness, and I shall repay it when the time comes," Xiao Yan replied earnestly. Xiao Li smiled faintly. "You should stay with us from now on, little brother." "Certainly," Xiao Yan agreed without hesitation. After all, he sought to train in the desert, and Shimo City was conveniently close, with 2 elder brothers nearby. As night fell, during a shared meal, Xiao Yan encountered a young girl named Qing Lin. After a brief introduction, upon learning that Xiao Yan was a subordinate of Hun Cang, Qing Lin displayed remarkable courtesy, confidently asserting that anyone who dared to bully him in Shimo City should seek her out. Xiao Yan couldn't help but chuckle at her earnestness. For the subsequent half-year, Xiao Yan ventured into the desert ceaselessly, rapidly enhancing his strength. When he first joined the mercenary group, Xiao Li had jokingly wanted to gauge his younger brother's abilities, only to be bested by Xiao Yan in 3 moves. Now, having reached the rank of a 4-star Great Dou Master, Xiao Yan's meteoric rise left both Xiao Ding and Xiao Li feeling somewhat unsettled, particularly when Xiao Yan took the time to visit the Alchemist Guild and attain the status of a second-tier alchemist. The 2 brothers felt a sense of existential crisis. In comparison, they were Xiao Yan's blood brothers, yet they found themselves overshadowed by an outsider who treated their younger brother with greater kindness. The 2 couldn't help but regret their years spent wandering. After all their toil, it seemed far easier to have a good elder brother than to struggle on their own. Though Xiao Yan was younger, his strength now surpassed theirs, and as an alchemist, he would command more respect wherever he went than they would as mere mercenary captains. Meanwhile, at the Jianan Academy, time progressed, and the flames of energy gradually dwindled, finally extinguishing. Sensing the change in his surroundings, Hun Cang slowly opened his eyes atop the Mo Yulian platform. Rising to his feet, he flexed his hands and exhaled deeply, the turbulent Dou Qi within him gradually settling. "I have reached the pinnacle of Dou Wang sooner than I anticipated. The acceleration effect of the fallen heart flame is truly formidable." Hun Cang had estimated that it would take him 150 days to ascend to Dou Wang, yet he had surpassed even that expectation. It might be prudent to expedite the retrieval of the fallen heart flame. With his return to the pinnacle of Dou Wang, Hun Cang felt a newfound confidence in subduing the fallen heart flame. However, a troublesome matter loomed. The fallen heart flame had been sealed at the base of the tower by a senior from Jianan Academy using a special method. Gaining access to the tower's base was no simple task. Gathering his belongings, Hun Cang suppressed his strength, exuding an aura reminiscent of a Dou Ling as he exited the door. He scanned the corners, noting that the elder had been replaced. As he stepped out, the new figure did not even lift their gaze. After leaving the Tian Fun refining tower, Hun Cang decided to return to his quarters first. Along the way, he noticed curious glances directed his way, accompanied by hushed whispers. Paying little heed, he made his way back to his residence, where he began his evening routine. Suddenly, a rapid knock disrupted his thoughts. He opened the door to find Lin Fong, panting heavily. "I've finally found you. These past few days, Luo Fei, Ku Yu, and the others have been trying to find trouble with you. Unable to locate you, they have turned their attention to Xiao Yu and Xiao Mei, and now they are being pressured to withdraw from the academy." Having been helped during the assessment, Lin Fong had been eager to find an opportunity to repay Hun Cang's kindness. Unfortunately, the chance had not presented itself until now. Thus, Lin Fong decided to approach the situation from a different angle. Knowing that Hun Cang had a good relationship with the Xiao family, he often offered assistance. Over time, they became familiar, and Lin Fong learned that Hun Cang's care for the Xiao family stemmed from their kinship with one of his subordinates. Upon discovering this, Lin Fong was taken aback but did not dwell on it, merely offering help as needed. Subsequently, Luo Fei and Ku Yu, alongside others from the Inner Academy, had united in an attempt to teach Hun Cang a lesson. Unexpectedly, it seemed that Hun Cang had vanished as if into the heavenly flame refining tower, remaining elusive for nearly half a year. Many students from the Inner Academy abandoned all hope. However, the incident of Luo Fei being trampled upon spread throughout the Inner Academy, causing him to lose face. He then targeted the members of the Xiao family, issuing threats that they would suffer in the Outer Academy, ensuring that everyone understood the repercussions of crossing paths with the Yu Luo sect. Today, in fact, marked the day of the final duel. Several contenders had already faced off against Xiao Yu and Xiao Mei, all meeting with defeat. If they were to lose once more, expulsion would await them, and even the teachers would be unable to intervene. Chapter 63. The Misfortune of Luo Ling, Hun Cang's Bloodlust. Canaan Academy. Outer Academy, Plaza. A throng of students encircled the area, their voices a cacophony as all eyes turned to the center. There stood a platform where two teams faced each other in tense opposition. Luo Ling, truth be told, your treatment of those girls has been rather ruthless. A middle-aged man remarked to the youth beside him. Teacher Yang, spare me your pretentiousness. Others may criticize me, but you have no right. Besides, you have long coveted Xiao Mei yourself, Luo Ling retorted, wrinkling his brow in disdain as he laid bare the truth. Instructor Yang Fan chuckled, betraying no hint of embarrassment on his face, his narrow eyes glancing at the girls opposite, licking his lips in anticipation. He then turned to address another, Jiang Xiaolan. You are confident in facing Xiao Yu, are you not? No problem, a girl replied succinctly. If Hun Cang were present at that moment, he would recognize Jiang Xiaolan as the girl who had participated in the assessment alongside him but was ultimately eliminated. Yang Fan cautioned, do not underestimate her. Xiao Yu has somehow acquired potent pills and has rapidly increased her strength during this period. She is now also a combat master. Jiang Xiaolan nodded slightly, her gaze flashing with resentment as it swept over Xiao Yu. Had it not been for Hun Cang, she believed she too would have advanced to become an inner academy student. On the other side of the platform, Xiao Yu steadied her breath, her expression grave, for the outcome of this battle would determine her fate as well as that of Xiao Ning and Xiao Mei. The pressure was immense. Perhaps I should take her place, suggested Xiao Suner, noticing Xiao Yu's heavy demeanor, her autumn-like eyes shimmering with a flicker of golden fire as they passed over Luo Ling and the others. Xiao Yu shook her head. The Dou King entrusted us with so many pills before entering the inner academy. I cannot disappoint his expectations. This battle I must face alone. Indeed, sister, fight with all your might. Regardless of the outcome, I will not blame you, Xiao Ning declared loudly. Nearby, Huada was conversing with a female instructor when he overheard the commotion. The woman approached, saying, no matter the outcome, I will not allow their schemes to succeed. Rest assured, my years in the academy have not been in vain. Thank you, Instructor Ruolin, Xiao Yu nodded earnestly. Huada added, the academy has been monitoring Luo Ling's actions over the years. Canaan Academy has not yet fallen to the whim of a few inner academy students. Soon, an instructor ascended the platform to announce the competitors to prepare. Xiao Yu stepped onto the stage, clasping her fists together. Do not blame me. If you seek someone to blame, direct your ire at Hun Cang. I bear no grudge against you. Yet because of him, I failed the inner academy assessment. And I have not forgotten. Jiang Xiaolan retorted coldly. Less talk. In my eyes, the Dou King does not seem to possess a destructive nature. It must be your own foolishness. As soon as the words left her lips, it was as though she had struck a nerve, prompting Jiang Xiaolan to initiate the attack. With Xiao Yu refusing to back down, the two figures collided instantaneously, exchanging blows amidst the relentless thuds of impact. Jiang Xiaolan, being a participant in the inner academy assessment, possessed superior strength compared to Xiao Yu. After only a few exchanges, Xiao Yu found herself on the defensive, frequently adopting a guarded stance. At the edge of the platform, Xiao Ning clenched her fists, worry etched on her face, while Xiao Mei furrowed her brow, anxiety evident. Each time Xiao Yu was struck, both refrained from gasping, fearing it would distract her. After approximately 40 exchanges, Xiao Yu stumbled, losing control of her stance. Seizing the moment, Jiang Xiaolan launched a punch enveloped in fighting spirit directly toward Xiao Yu's unprotected chest. The force of this blow was formidable. If it landed, it could result in severe injury or worse. The spectators surrounding the platform grew tense. Jiang Xiaolan, seeing a slight smile on Xiao Yu's lips, felt a jolt of alarm and widened her eyes. To her astonishment, the seemingly faltering Xiao Yu stabilized herself with one hand against the ground, then straightened her leg with lightning speed, kicking toward Jiang Xiaolan's head. Caught off guard, Jiang Xiaolan raised her arm to block the attack, the force of the blow causing her to stagger. However, she quickly regained her footing and retaliated with a kick to Xiao Yu's abdomen. Xiao Yu was sent sliding across the ground, crashing down to the platform's edge. You have lost, Jiang Xiaolan stated coldly, supported by Xiao Ning and Xiao Mei. Xiao Yu wiped the blood from her lips, her eyes dimmed, and she remained silent. The earlier instructor announced the result, and Luo Ling immediately leaped onto the platform. Striding towards them, standing at the edge, he surveyed the Xiao family with a condescending glance, addressing the crowd. You all witnessed this, did you not? This is the fate of those who dare to offend me. Luo Ling. Anyone who remains blind in the future can expect to be expelled from Canaan Academy. Luo Ling, do not be so arrogant. When the Dou King returns, you shall face the consequences, Xiao Ning shouted furiously. Hun Cang? Luo Ling scoffed, revealing a hint of disdain. You're unaware, I presume? He has been inside the heavenly flame refining tower for 5 months now. After such a long silence, he is likely dead in there. Do you still expect him to intervene? No, that is impossible. The Dou King cannot be dead. Luo Ling, cease your nonsense, Xiao Mei interjected, her expression tightening with fury as she pointed a trembling finger at him. Luo Ling shrugged. If you choose not to believe me, that is your prerogative. Perhaps Hun Cang hid away in the heavenly flame refining tower out of fear after offending so many seniors during his assessment. However, he may not realize that the longer he stays inside, the more severely he will be affected by the fire poison. This information had been gleaned from his brother, Luo Fei. It was said that during that time, numerous individuals had been stationed at the entrance, waiting for Hun Cang, yet days, weeks, even months passed without a glimpse of him. It was precisely this knowledge that emboldened Luo Ling. Xiao sooner raised her gaze, casting a disdainful glance at Luo Ling. About to speak, when she seemed to sense something and glanced skyward behind him. Soon, Xiao Yu, Xiao Mei, and the others followed suit. Observing their reaction, Luo Ling paused, turned to see a figure leap down from a griffin. Boom! In the center of the platform, a tremendous impact resonated, sending dust billowing into the air. I do not typically repeat myself. Hun Cang's gaze swept over Luo Ling as he spoke slowly. Luo Ling raised a hand to point at Hun Cang, about to speak. When he stumbled, collapsing towards the ground, he looked down to see his left leg engulfed in flames, a terrified scream escaping his lips. Ah, my leg, my leg. Put out the fire. Someone help me. Chapter 64. Who dares to speak so boldly without the strength of a fighting emperor? Instructor, save me. Yang Fan, please help me. Luo Ling's face turned pale as he watched the flames continue to spread, too terrified to touch it. The sudden turn of events left everyone present momentarily stunned. On one hand, Hun Cang's appearance was far too abrupt. On the other, his decisive actions were shocking. Even Lin Fong, who had accompanied Hun Cang, stood frozen in place. Yang Fan leaped gracefully before Luo Ling, his palm extended towards him, unleashing a surge of energy. The flames flickered violently, showing no signs of extinguishing. Instead, they caught onto the fabric of Luo Ling's other leg, igniting it as well. You bastard! Yang Fan, are you trying to kill me? Luo Ling shouted, tears streaming down his face. What flames? Yang Fan momentarily faltered, turning around with a serious expression. You, extinguish the fire at once. As fellow students of Canaan Academy, how can you harm someone? Are you instructing me? Hun Cang shot him a disdainful glance. What do you think you are? Yang Fan's face stiffened. He had not anticipated being treated so disrespectfully by a student. Anger flashed across his face. As a mentor, I command you, now, immediately, extinguish the flames on Luo Ling. Scum like you is a waste of air in this world. Hun Cang replied indifferently. Do you even realize what you are doing? Yang Fan's expression darkened. Your actions are a deliberate assault on a fellow student, a provocation against the dignity of the academy. Lord Song, do not pay him any mind. He is in cahoots with Luo Ling. Xiao Ning's fiery gaze was fixed on Yang Fan. Impudent! Yang Fan bellowed, unleashing a wave of fighting spirit toward Xiao Ning. The air rippling with force, his intent not to reprimand a student, but to bring harm. Yet, Xiao Ning remained unperturbed. Before the energy could reach him, it was effortlessly blocked by Hun Cang. With Lord Song here, no one can harm me, Xiao Ning declared, a newfound admiration shining in his eyes. How dare you strike at an academy mentor? Do you think being an inter-academy student gives you the freedom to act recklessly, disregarding your teachers? Yang Fan's chest heaved with indignation. Everyone expected him to retaliate against Hun Cang. Ruolin sought to mediate, but was firmly restrained by Hode. It's fine. That guy Yang Fan cannot contend with Hun Cang. He has done so many wrongs, and encountering someone like him for a lesson is only fitting, Hode chuckled. With Elder Lin keeping a watchful eye on Hun Cang, even if Hun Cang were to strike Yang Fan, there would be no repercussions, he added. Ruolin was bewildered, realizing Hode seemed to have misunderstood her intentions. However, Yang Fan swiftly turned to Luo Ling, launching 2 attacks that severed the flames-covered legs at their roots. Blood gushed forth, instantly staining the ground crimson. This scene left the surrounding students in shock. Many boys felt a chill as they witnessed an object akin to a severed pinky drop, instinctively tightening their bodies. Good heavens, has Teacher Yang just severed Luo Ling's third leg? Luo Ling, I'm saving you. I had no other choice. I couldn't handle the flames either, Yang Fan explained apologetically, facing Luo Ling's murderous glare. He then produced medicine to staunch the bleeding. Luo Ling's breath grew faint, the excruciating pain from his severed body causing him to claw at the hard arena, etching grooves into it, oblivious even to the damage he was inflicting upon his own nails. It's all right, Luo Ling. The fire will no longer spread, Yang Fan reassured him, then called upon the surrounding students to assist in taking Luo Ling away for treatment. Yet not a single person moved at his command. Hun Cang, is it? Today, with so many witnesses to what you have done to Luo Ling, just wait. I will report you to the dean without fail, even as an inner academy student. You shall face punishment, Yang Fan declared, his tone resolute. Seeing Hun Cang's calm demeanor, unperturbed by his words, Yang Fan felt his breath grow heavier. After all, as a mentor, being so openly disregarded by a student was a significant blow to his pride. Yet, Yang Fan merely spoke bravado. In truth, he dared not take action, unsure of how to contend with the flames engulfing Luo Ling. Interesting. Did you not hear Luo Ling cursing me earlier? Hun Cang shook his head lightly, a hint of mockery in his tone. If this were not Canaan Academy, given your attitude towards me, you would have turned to ashes long ago. Upon finishing, Hun Cang pondered, perplexed why, when Xiao Yan first arrived at Canaan Academy, there had been no chaos of this magnitude. Why did it now appear that Canaan Academy, while seemingly splendid on the surface, was rotting like a worm-eaten apple within? This fellow speaks without restraint. Those from the outside world dare not address a Canaan Academy teacher in such a manner. None would have the courage without the strength of a Dou Huang. Wouldn't you agree, Mentor Roland? Ho remarked. After a moment's silence, he turned to find Roland intently gazing at Hun Cang. What's the matter, Mentor Roland? Hode inquired, puzzled. Nothing. I was just thinking you're indeed correct, Teacher Hode, Roland responded, regaining her composure. Of course, I have spent some time with him. Do not be deceived by his fierce demeanor. If you do not provoke him, he is quite amiable, Hode smiled slightly. In fact, my rise to the Xiantier mentor status is largely due to him. Roland forced a smile, her heart tumultuous. How could he possibly be here? Having once glimpsed Hun Cang while recruiting students in Wutan City, Roland had been taken aback to learn that such a young man was a Dou Huang. Recently, she had overheard a mentor mention someone who had seized fire energy from inner academy students during an assessment. At that time, she had simply assumed it was a case of sharing the same name. Now, the realization struck her. It was indeed Hun Cang. A trace of pity flickered in her eyes as she glanced at Luo Ling. Given Hun Cang's attitude toward Xiao Yan, those who dare to provoke the Xiao family would likely not live long. The roar of magical beasts echoed through the air, shattering Roland's thoughts. One griffin after another descended from the sky, and figures leaped from their backs. The foremost among them was Luo Fei. Alongside him were several others, including Kuyu, all adorned with various insignias on their chests, clearly indicating they belonged to two distinct groups. Brother. Upon landing, Luo Fei could no longer contain himself at the sight of Luo Ling's dire state. I must avenge you. You must help me get revenge. He did this to me. I want him dead. Dead. Pointing towards Hun Cang, Luo Fei's voice was filled with anguish. Why did you attack my brother? You're already a student of the inner academy. How could you strike a student from the outer academy? Perfect timing. I shall send both of you on your way today, Hun Cang scoffed, conjuring a flame with his fingers. He flicked it towards the Luo brothers. The fire splitting into two. Luo Fei instinctively dodged, but Luo Ling was not so fortunate, watching helplessly as a flicker of flame landed on his chest. His clothes and flesh melting away like snow in the sun. Not even a scream escaped his lips before he was reduced to a cloud of ash. Chapter 65. The flames devour the sky. Exterminate them all. Luo Fei stood frozen, as if struck by lightning. After all, with so many students and several mentors present, Hun Cang's willingness to kill was entirely unexpected. Who gave him such audacity? You kill my brother. I will fight you. Luo Fei roared, drawing a pair of claws and lunging at Hun Cang. Compared to months prior, Luo Fei's momentum was more refined, and his speed of eruption had quickened. Among those who followed Luo Fei, many were familiar with him. At that moment, their gazes towards Hun Cang were tinged with pity. Luo Fei's protectiveness over his brother was well known among the inner academy students. While he typically appeared composed, anyone who dared to harm his brother would face his relentless wrath. Get lost. Hun Cang uttered a single word in response. In an instant, he appeared before Luo Fei, delivering a kick before Luo Fei even had time to react. Boom! The sound reverberated only after Luo Fei was sent reeling backward. His speed surpassed even the sound itself. Impressive. Is this truly a freshman who has just joined the inner court for less than half a year? This is utterly outrageous. The expressions of all those summoned by Luo Fei changed dramatically, their faces filled with shock as they began to murmur in disbelief. They had anticipated merely providing a semblance of support, as had been the case in the past. But it now appeared that the situation was far more serious than they had imagined. A monster, indeed a genuine monster. Hode was completely taken aback. He had formed a preliminary impression of Sol Tsang, yet now he felt compelled to elevate that impression even further. At that moment, Hode noticed Roland's calm demeanor and, in disbelief, exclaimed, "Roland, do you not find this shocking?" "It's rather acceptable," Roland replied, offering an awkward yet polite smile. Given the strength of Sol Tsang as a Dou emperor, such commotion is hardly surprising, she thought to herself. Yet, she overlooked one crucial detail. The Sol Tsang known to Hode was not the same as the one she was familiar with. Bang! Luo Fei crashed to the ground, his body rebounding 2 or 3 meters before landing again, blood erupting from his mouth like a fountain. "Kill him," Luo Fei shouted, disregarding his pain as he called out to those who had followed him. The others hesitated for a few seconds, seemingly intimidated by Sol Tsang's overwhelming power. Kuyu stepped forward, his voice solemn. "Sol Tsang has been driven insane by the fire poison. We must act together to prevent him from harming more students. Do not fear. With our numbers, he cannot possibly prevail against us." As soon as he finished speaking, a wave of agreement swept through the crowd, many eyes lighting up. Using the fire poison as an excuse was indeed clever. Even if they killed Sol Tsang, it would not be a problem. Furthermore, the inner court had no need for such a troublemaker, as he would hinder their faction's development. Dozens of individuals drew their weapons and, in unison, advanced towards Sol Tsang on the arena. "Stop!" Hode's expression shifted immediately upon witnessing this. Sol Tsang's advancement to the Xian-level mentor was of paramount importance to him. He could not stand idly by. Yet his words fell on deaf ears. The inner court students ignored him, and he was blocked by a figure. "Yang Fan, what are you doing? Get out of the way!" Hode fumed, his anger palpable as he glared at the figure before him. Yang Fen smirked wickedly. "Hode, as a member of the Academy's enforcement team, do not break the law. Sol Tsang has killed Luo Ling before so many witnesses and is now attacking the students of the inner court. He must be punished." "Shut your mouth, Yang Fan. Do you wish to fight me?" Hode retorted, fury twisting into a derisive smile as he rolled up his sleeves. Yang Fan shrugged, glancing at Roland. "Look at how calm and open-minded mentor Roland is. Some students have no place in the school. They will only disrupt the atmosphere." Roland shot him an exasperated glance, bewildered by his words. Did he truly believe that even 100 such students could rival Sol Tsang? On the arena, Sol Tsang, expressionless, brought his hands together once more. As they parted, thick flames danced in his palms, which he cast upwards like confetti. Whoosh! The previously small flames transformed into a gushing fountain of fire, rapidly engulfing the entire area. Heavenly tier low grade, flame devouring the sky. This was the first time Sol Tsang unleashed this power since receiving his reward, and his internal Dou Qi felt as if it were being drained in an instant. In mere moments, the area was suffused with a terrifying heat, sending all the students retreating in a frenzy, even the mentors unable to conceal their fear. Even though the flames did not descend upon them, a sense of impending doom gripped their hearts, as if mere contact would spell death. In stark contrast, those who had charged at Sol Tsang found their thoughts paralyzed by the terror of death, especially for some, like Kuyu, who charged with blinding speed and without any intent to hold back. He became one with his weapon, shooting towards Sol Tsang like a bolt of lightning, a triumphant smirk on his face. But when he witnessed the flames surging forth, the hardened spearhead forged from refined iron melted like ice. Panic flooded his features. He opened his mouth to scream, tears welling in his eyes, yet he had no chance to struggle, as he was swiftly consumed by the flames. In just a few blinks, a vast area around the arena was cleared. Apart from Sol Tsang, not a single figure remained. It was as if the dozens of shadows that had fallen from the sky were merely a figment of the imagination. "Madman, you absolute madman!" The surviving Luo Fei cried out, utterly unable to fathom that Sol Tsang would dare to attack the students of the inner court, even going so far as to kill dozens before their very eyes. As he felt Sol Tsang's gaze upon him, he wasted no time in turning to flee. Having witnessed life being extinguished before Sol Tsang as if it were mere grass, Luo Fei's courage evaporated. Even the desire for vengeance for his brother slipped from his mind. Nothing was more important than survival. Yet, Luo Fei failed to notice a flickering flame drawing near, a spark that seemed as though it could be extinguished with a mere breath, settling behind him. Stumbling, he froze in place. his wide eyes gradually dimming as a flicker of fire ignited, consuming him entirely. The scene fell into a deathly silence, horrified gazes fixated upon the arena, where the space appeared distorted, as though warped by the searing heat. Hode trembled, unable to comprehend the spectacle before him. He cared little for the deaths of Luo Fei and Luo Ling. Many within the academy harbored disdain for them. Impulsive, far too impulsive, he slaughtered so many at once. Hode muttered to himself, "What can be done? Is there any way to rescue them?" Rescue? Yang Fan, catching Hode's words, felt a surge of triumph. According to the Academy's regulations, Sold Song would soon meet his end. Arcane Academy is no mere trivial institution, and the elders will surely intervene. As he spoke, Yang Fan noticed Soul Song's gaze upon him, causing him to tremble involuntarily, instinctively wanting to flee. At that moment, several figures soared into the air, bolstering Yang Fan's confidence. His legs no longer trembled, his back straightened. Chapter 66, Academy Self-Examination. The fallen heart flame erupts again. In mid-air, among the rapidly approaching figures, Elder Su led the way, accompanied by Dean Huiqian, Elder Lin, and 2 other elders. Before they could draw near, Elder Su felt the terrifying heat radiating from the area, remarking, "The strange fire truly deserves its reputation as a rare flame in the world. Its might even instills a sense of trepidation in me." He wondered where Soul Song is so ranked. It was said that the top 3 had developed sentience, capable of making even a Dou Saint retreat in fear. Elder Lin shook his head slightly, a look of satisfaction appearing in his eyes. Such a performance is truly regrettable for one not to be my disciple. However, this time, the opportunity has presented itself to me. The group descended, and just as Huiqian was about to speak, he caught sight of a figure rushing toward him. "Dean, you finally arrived. He just killed dozens of inner court students. Had you arrived even a moment later, I might have been killed by him." Yang Fan lamented dramatically, tears streaming down his face. He wiped his eyes, casting a venomous glance at Sold Song. However, Huiqian and the others remained unfazed, their expressions unchanged by Yang Fan's words. This shift unsettled Yang Fan, causing his heart to skip a beat. "Sold Song, why did you attack the inner court students?" Elder Su inquired. Before Sold Song could respond, Xiao Yu and others began to voice their accusations against Luo Ling's misdeeds. Subsequently, several students among the onlookers stood up to loudly condemn others who had abused their connections to the inner court. In an instant, the scene descended into chaos. "Silence. What are you all clamoring about? Have the elders spoken to you?" Yang Fan, still with tear-streaked cheeks, boomed to quell the surrounding noise. Many students, upon hearing their mentor's voice, gradually quieted down. Yang Fan raised his eyebrows with a hint of pride, eager to claim credit before the elders. However, he was abruptly interrupted by Huiqian's voice. "No need for concern. I never anticipated that the external academy under my management would accumulate such a plethora of grievances. Please, speak freely, I am listening." Yang Fan's complexion rapidly drained of color, turning pale before the eyes of those around him. The other students were momentarily stunned, quickly realizing that the academy was finally preparing to take action. In an instant, a multitude surged towards Dean Huiqian. Meanwhile, Elder Su, Elder Lin, and others ascended the arena, standing opposite Hun Cang. At this moment, Xiao Yu, Xiao Ning, Lin Fong, and others were all present. Elder Su said, "Elder Lin, today's events cannot be solely blamed on Hun Cang. I bear responsibility as well." To everyone's astonishment, Lin Fong was the first to speak up. He took a deep breath, appearing somewhat anxious. Xiao Yu interjected, "Greetings, Elder Su, Elder Lin, esteemed elders. Please do not hold Hun Cang accountable. It is Luo Ling, relying on his brother Luo Fei within the internal academy, who has persistently targeted us, even going so far as to make threats. Esteemed elders, Luo Ling is truly inhumane, practically a beast. If you do not believe me, I can summon numerous witnesses. Since my arrival at Canaan Academy, I have been assaulted by him and his cohorts multiple times." Xiao Ning exclaimed in indignation. The group clamored, leaving Hun Cang no opportunity to respond. A flicker of astonishment crossed the eyes of Elder Su and the others. They had not expected this seemingly solitary cultivator to have friends. Elder Lin spoke gravely. "Why did you not seek help from the mentors?" "Mentors? Do you think that would be of any use?" "Those mentors have long since colluded with certain individuals from the internal academy, agreeing to assist those in the external academy when their students participate in the internal academy assessments. The internal academy will ensure leniency. Given these circumstances, Elder, do you truly believe seeking help from the mentors would be effective?" Xiao Ning challenged. "Is that so?" Elder Lin was taken aback. He rarely paid attention to the promotions within the external academy, and his previous involvement in assessments was due to his connection with Hun Cang. Xiao Ning nodded emphatically. Indeed, and one of the mentors is present right now. He is Yang Fan. He has colluded with Luo Fei and even threatened female students, coercing them into complying with Luo Fei's demands, lest they be denied qualification for the assessments. You scoundrel, do not slander me. Yang Fan, who had been closely observing, was thoroughly flustered. Elders, allow me to explain, I would never commit such acts. However, before he could finish, several students in the crowd began to voice their discontent. Elder Su waved his hand, and one of the accompanying elders seized Yang Fan. Meeting Yang Fan's gaze, the elder grinned coldly. Rest assured, Canaan Academy has always upheld the highest standards of fairness. We shall not wrong any innocent person, but equally, we shall not spare those who violate the Academy's regulations. With that, Yang Fan appeared as though he were a defeated dog, ready to collapse, if not for the elder-esque grip. Elder Su turned his attention to Hun Cang, about to speak when he suddenly turned around. Elder Lin and the other elders followed suit. Sensing something amiss, Hun Cang looked towards the direction of the sky-burning refinement tower, where a powerful wave of fire energy was emanating. This is bad. The fallen heart flame has erupted again. Elder Lin exclaimed in alarm. Elder Su's expression turned grave. He disregarded Hun Cang's situation and shot forth like a cannonball, with Elder Lin closely following, hastening towards the sky-burning refinement tower. The refinement tower not only suppressed the fallen heart flame, but also served as a training ground for students. If they could not calm the situation swiftly, students might be injured. Meanwhile, Hu Qian summoned the mentors, diligently compiling the students' grievances. For the time being, Hun Cang resided in the vicinity of the Xiao family. Initially, Xiao Yu suggested that Hun Cang take advantage of the elders' preoccupation to leave quickly, but Hun Cang outright rejected the notion. I have yet to secure the fallen heart flame. If I depart now, wouldn't my time here be wasted? Instead, Hun Cang reassured them that no one should target them further, should that occur. They were to inform him without hesitation. Upon returning from gathering information, Xiao Ning wore a beaming smile. It seemed that after so long, the dean and elders had finally discerned the darkness lurking beneath the academy's glamorous facade. They were also devising ways to eradicate those individuals once and for all. According to Xiao Ning's findings, over 50% of the mentors in the external academy faced punishment, nearly 30% of the students were expelled, and even within the internal academy, numerous students were assigned arduous tasks, with several elders receiving stern reprimands. As I walk about, many classmates express their gratitude to Lord Song Wang. He has restored the academy's focus on the purity of cultivation, Xiao Ning remarked with a smile. Hun Cang chuckled, not paying much heed, and then returned to the internal academy. Along the way, he encountered Lin Fang. Due to his involvement, he had been promoted by the academy elders and assigned to oversee the situation of the internal academy students, ensuring that individuals like Luo Fei would not re-emerge. Hun Cang, it seems I have benefited from you once more, Lin Fang said with a hint of embarrassment. Hun Cang replied cheerfully. I have heard that some individuals become corrupted when they hold power. You should be cautious. If I discover you have gone astray, I will not show any mercy. After a brief exchange, Hun Cang returned to his quarters, only to be taken aback by the figure standing at his door, revealing a wry smile. Chapter 67. Elder Lin. Why not take me as your disciple? Looking at the visitor, Hun Cang greeted politely. Inviting the person inside, Elder Lin seated himself in a chair. He regarded Hun Cang with curiosity. Why do you seem so unyielding? Although your actions in the external academy fortuitously aligned with the academy's plans, the open killing of academy students has created a detrimental impact. You were to face punishment, yet I intervened on your behalf to mitigate the consequences. Do you understand? With his words, Hun Cang relinquished the motion of pouring water. Elder Lin, if you intend to use this as leverage against me, I advise you to abandon that idea. Hun Cang said, a hint of frustration flickering in his eyes. Previously, there were elders within the academy who believed his character to be excessively cruel and sought to confine him beneath the sky-burning refinement tower for a period of tempering. Hun Cang had been exhilarated at the prospect of entering the dark gates and interacting with the fallen heart flame. However, the ultimate outcome had been that, due to Elder Lin's intervention, that splendid opportunity was lost. I failed to understand. As a 7th grade alchemist on the cusp of reaching 8th grade, how could taking you as a disciple be seen as a slight? Elder Lin pondered, perplexed. Hun Cang waved his hand dismissively. It is not a slight, but rather you, esteemed elder, truly have little to impart to me. Oh, you little brat, are you being overly presumptuous? Elder Lin's eyes widened in indignation. I am merely stating the truth. Hun Cang replied coolly. Elder Lin sighed, having made a mental decision before arriving that he would, without fail, establish a master-disciple relationship with Hun Cang. Since the abstract approach was ineffective, he decided to be more direct. Elder Lin took a deep breath to calm the tumultuous emotions stirred by Hun Cang. Forcing a smile, Hun Cang, do not be so quick to decline. Are you not curious about the benefits of becoming my disciple? Benefits? Hun Cang hesitated. He had not considered that aspect. After all, he was not genuinely seeking education at Canaan Academy. All his efforts were merely aimed at obtaining the fallen heart flame and fleeing. Elder Lin nodded, adjusting his collar with a touch of pride. Indeed, as one of only 2 top-tier alchemists at Canaan Academy, I'm not just an elder of the academy, but also its core. If you are willing to become my disciple, without further ado, you are aware of the sky-burning refinement tower, correct? Noticing Elder Lin's eager expectation, Hun Cang could only nod slightly in acknowledgement. Elder Lin flashed a hint of satisfaction and continued, as an alchemist, the higher the grade of the elixirs we refine, the more stringent the demands on the flames. I possess an alchemical chamber at the base of the celestial flame refining tower. Should you become my disciple, you will have direct access to my chamber for your cultivation, allowing you to conserve all the fire energy required by the tower. Noticing a glimmer of excitement in Sol Cang's eyes, Elder Lin added, furthermore, what you are currently experiencing is merely the illusory flames projected by the fallen heart flame. In my alchemical chamber, you will be able to feel a trace of its true essence. You are aware of the top 10 in the inner court strength rankings, are you not? Their relentless efforts to seize the opportunity to refine their bodies with real flames is precisely why they strive so hard. With such an excellent opportunity before you, are you certain you will not cherish it? Elder Lin skillfully lured Sol Cang, meticulously outlining his advantages, one by one. With confidence radiating from his gaze, he looked at Sol Cang, knowing that the celestial flame refining tower was an irresistible temptation for any inner court student whose strength was below the Douwang level. Fire energy was a core component of the tower, and if one could avoid expending it while receiving daily acceleration in their training with the fallen heart flame, Elder Lin believed no one could refuse such an offer. Is it truly the case? Sol Cang tilted his head in contemplation and inquired. Upon hearing this, Elder Lin's heart leaped with joy, and he promptly replied, of course. Would I deceive you? This indeed could facilitate Sol Cang's swift access to the fallen heart flame. Sol Cang stroked his chin, pondering earnestly. He had not previously considered that he could enter the base of the celestial flame refining tower in such a manner. However, Elder Lin aspiring to be his master might not be quite sufficient. After all, Sol Cang had obtained the alchemical insights of the ancient Emperor Tua Shifram system, and after a significant period of digestion, he had absorbed most of that legacy. Now, he had already become an 8th grade alchemist. The reason he had yet to ascend to the 9th grade, or even the imperial tier of alchemy, lay entirely in the realm of his soul. As alchemy required a harmonious synergy with soul power, the soul's realm is divided into the mortal, spirit, celestial, and imperial levels. Having received the system's reward legacy, Sol Cang's soul realm was already at the spirit level. Once he elevated his soul realm to the celestial level, he would undoubtedly become a 9th grade alchemist. When Elder Lin observed Sol Cang's prolonged silence, and then felt his gaze return to him, he straightened his posture, a slight smile of anticipation curling his lips. Did he finally come to the realization that he wished to take me as his master? Elder Lin mused internally. However, the words that escaped Sol Cang's lips caused Elder Lin's smile to freeze abruptly. Elder Lin, would you like to take me as your master? Having uttered this, Sol Cang weighed the matter in his heart. If he could indeed gain some benefits, acknowledging a teacher would not be a bad idea. The problem was that within the entirety of the Dou King continent, no one possessed the qualifications to be his teacher in the realm of alchemy. Yet, he did not wish to miss such an excellent opportunity to engage with the fallen heart flame. Thus, he chose a compromise. Elder Lin's lips twitched, his eyes involuntarily twitching as well. Clenching his fists, he took a moment before he saw Sol Cang's serious expression and exclaimed in astonishment, "Are you serious?" Of course. Sol Cang nodded. You need not feel embarrassed. Alchemy is quite similar to martial cultivation, where the capable lead the way. I am undoubtedly more proficient than you, so it is only natural that I should be the master. Ha ha ha! Elder Lin burst into laughter, pointing at himself. You are more powerful than I? Do you have any idea how many years I have devoted to mastering alchemy? It has taken me a full century to barely attain the 8th grade level. How could you possibly surpass me? Even if you had been learning since birth, it would be impossible. Absolutely impossible. Sol Cang sighed and stood up. Elder Lin, if it is truly the case, we can settle this through a comparison. You wish to compete with me? Elder Lin's smile faltered, his expression slightly disoriented, as he realized that Sol Cang was indeed not joking. Subsequently, the two made their way to the Celestial Flame refining tower. Sol Cang did not wish to take advantage of the situation. Within the tower, Elder Lin could harness the power of the fallen heart flame, which would essentially utilize the This arrangement ensured fairness for both parties. Upon arriving at the alchemical chamber, Sol Cang faced no hindrances this time. Since they were merely competing, he proposed to assess their skills through a test elixir. This method would not consume vast amounts of precious materials, as preparing 8th grade elixirs will be quite costly and time-consuming. At this moment, Elder Lin's demeanor grew serious as he listened intently to Sol Cang's explanations, beginning to believe he truly understood alchemy. Good heavens! Could he genuinely be stronger than me? Chapter 68. 9th grade elixir? Elder Lin's mindset began to unravel. Upon entering the alchemical chamber at the base of the Celestial Flame refining tower, they were greeted by a vast hall, which was divided into several rooms. As they entered, a woman emerged from one of the rooms. Both parties paused momentarily upon seeing each other. Master, the woman greeted Elder Lin, then her curious gaze fell upon Sol Cang, scrutinizing him for a few seconds. You're Sol Cang, correct? Indeed, Sol Cang nodded slightly, not engaging in further conversation. As he beckoned Elder Lin to enter the alchemical room, the woman, intrigued, attempted to follow, but was halted by Elder Lin. Yener, I have matters to discuss with Sol Cang. Do not interrupt us. Master, are you going to refine elixirs? Muyun tiptoed, peering over Elder Lin's shoulder and noticing that Sol Cang had already settled into position. Approximately, yes. You should go and cultivate. If you have any questions, I will address them later, Elder Lin replied vaguely. In truth, he lacked confidence, fearing that if Sol Cang truly surpassed him, his reputation would be irrevocably tarnished. Was it possible that Sol Cang needed to witness his alchemical prowess to consider taking him as a disciple? Watching the barrier obscure her view, Muyin stood for several seconds before departing. Inside the room, let us begin, Sol Cang said to the seated Elder Lin, then produced an alchemical cauldron. Gasp! He is serious. Upon seeing the cauldron in Sol Cang's hands, Elder Lin's expression grew grave. The cauldron was indeed an essential tool for any alchemist, and the fact that Sol Cang could produce one so readily suggested that he possessed genuine alchemical skills. Furthermore, with his prowess might indeed be considerable. However, as Elder Lin's gaze swept over Sol Cang's youthful visage, a flicker of confidence ignited within him. It would be fine. After immersing myself in alchemy for so many years, I cannot possibly be outdone by a mere youth. Encouraging himself inwardly, Elder Lin also entered a focused state. The test elixir was a straightforward measure of one's ability to control the temperature of the flames and the fusion of medicinal properties. The quality of the elixir was ultimately assessed by the patterns and luster displayed on its surface. As the materials for the test elixir lacked medicinal properties, they were not particularly expensive, and Elder Lin had them readily available for assessments during his instruction. After obtaining the materials, Sol Cang tossed them directly into the cauldron, rubbed his hands together, summoned flames, and cast them into the vessel. Similarly, Elder Lin raised his hand to open a nearby tubular object, extracting a wisp of ethereal flame from within. Both began their alchemical endeavors in complete silence, the room devoid of any noise. Time passed incrementally. While the specific contents of the cauldron remained unseen, the expressions on their faces conveyed a palpable sense of progress. In contrast to Sol Cang's calm demeanor, beads of sweat began to form on Elder Lin's forehead. 3 days swiftly elapsed. Elder Lin's expression grew increasingly solemn, with blood vessels surfacing in his eyes as he focused intently on the cauldron before him, his breathing slowing as he appeared to be stifling something. From the tremors in his gaze, one could sense the excitement brewing within Elder Lin. Before long, he thrust his palm forward, launching the lid of the cauldron into the air. A streak of radiant light surged forth at an astonishing speed, seemingly attempting to escape. However, the alchemical chamber was sealed, and the brilliant light was immediately captured by Elder Lin, his fingers curling as he drew it into his palm. As the brilliance dissipated, it revealed a round, flawless elixir. The elixir was adorned with intricate patterns that entwined from head to tail, boasting no less than 8 distinct lines. Alas, it still fell short of perfection. As Lin Elder's gaze fell upon a flaw in the uppermost line, he let out a sigh and shook his head in disappointment. If that line could have been seamlessly connected, it would have validated his eligibility to pursue the certification of an 8th grade alchemist. Nonetheless, it was fortunate that this was the final test elixir he had ever concocted, securing victory over Hun Cang was undoubtedly within his grasp. As he toyed with the elixir, a wave of fatigue seemed to dissipate entirely. At that moment, a sound emerged from behind. Had Hun Cang concluded his own endeavors? Without turning around, Lin Elder discerned that the noise was the unmistakable sound of a cauldron being opened post-refinement. A single elixir floated serenely about a meter above the cauldron, its brilliance shifting and flowing, as pure and clear as the radiant light of the moon spilling from the heavens. Lin Elder, with keen anticipation, observed as Hun Cang exhaled deeply, gesturing with his fingers. The elixir, seemingly imbued with a spirit of its own, soared towards Lin Elder, who instinctively raised his hand to catch it. Upon opening his palm, he beheld an elixir that gleamed with the perfection of white jade. The faint vibrations emanating from the elixir surpassed anything he had ever created. Each line etched upon its surface was flawlessly executed, harmoniously interlinked, forming a mesmerizing chain. Suddenly, Lin Elder's body trembled slightly, his pupils constricting as he stared intently at the elixir, noticing an elusive ninth line concealed amidst the 899 lines. Lin Elder raised his head, astonishment etched across his features as he gazed at Hun Cang, his voice quivering. Hun Cang calmly nodded, sighing, alas, I'm still but a youth. If only I could cultivate longer until my soul ascends to the heavenly realm, ninth-grade elixirs would be within my grasp. Lin Elder's muscles twitched involuntarily at the mention of the heavenly realm, incredulously inquiring, you have already attained the soul realm? You were unaware? How can you be an 8th-grade alchemist then? Hun Cang replied, a hint of surprise crossing his face before he slapped his forehead. Oh, I forgot you mentioned 7th grade. Nearing 8th, with a frustrated grunt, Lin Elder crushed the elixir he had painstakingly crafted in his fury, the powdered remnants trickling through his fingers. So, how about you take me as your master? Would that be too much to ask? Hun Cang cleverly reframed Lin Elder's earlier words, returning them to him. Why do I feel such an urge to hit you? Lin Elder's chest heaved violently as he fixed a fierce gaze upon Hun Cang, rendered speechless. It was undeniable. Hun Cang's abilities clearly surpassed his own. To take a 9th-grade alchemist as a master would be no disgrace, even across the entire Dou King continent. Naturally, this was contingent on the individual not being a mere youth. How did you achieve this? Lin Elder could no longer suppress his curiosity. With a gentle smile, Hun Cang refrained from teasing Lin Elder further, aware that he still needed to rely on Lin Elder's guidance to approach the fallen heart flame. He recounted a modified version of his previous conversation with Emperor Hun, confident that given the atmosphere at the Xiao Yan Academy and his interactions with Lin Elder, the Elder would not act detrimentally towards him or attempt to seize anything. Indeed, after the initial shock, Lin Elder's emotions gradually stabilized. That is more like it. Gaining a legacy is merely a stroke of luck. Otherwise, after 100 years of arduous training, to fall short of a young one, what's the point of living? I might as well throw myself onto a rock. About the apprenticeship, can we not mention it any further? Lin Elder rubbed his face, feeling a twinge of embarrassment. Hun Cang replied nonchalantly, do you not wish to continue improving your alchemical skills? Lin Elder fell silent. Had it not been for his genuine passion for alchemy, how could he have dedicated over a century to it? With a slight smile, Hun Cang said, I have a method. He beckoned Lin Elder closer to whisper a few words, causing Lin Elder's eyes to light up as he nodded repeatedly. Excellent. That's a splendid idea. Youth truly possesses a nimble mind. Lin Elder exclaimed, his satisfaction evident. Days passed, and when Hun Cang and Lin Elder emerged once more from the alchemical chamber, the first figure they spotted in the hall was none other than Yuner. You know? Lin Elder hesitated momentarily. You must have been waiting here all along? Muyan nodded. As Lin Elder's disciple, it was her first time witnessing her master treat a student in such a manner, sparking her curiosity. Oh, I really shouldn't praise you. At your age, your heart remains unsettled, so indecisive. Such behavior is a grave taboo for an alchemist. Lin Elder chided, shaking his head. Mu Yun chuckled softly, her gaze falling upon Hun Cang, who trailed behind Lin Elder. Greetings, junior brother. Allow me to formally introduce myself. I am your senior sister, Mu Yun. She extended her delicate hand, offering a playful smile. However, Hun Cang did not reciprocate the gesture. Instead, he turned to Lin Elder with a perplexed expression. Mu Yun was taken aback, glancing questioningly at her teacher. Was there a problem with taking on disciples? Lin Elder's face flushed with embarrassment. He had not anticipated that his disciple would remain waiting outside. With a stiff upper lip, he declared, Yuner, do not be rude. Hun Cang is your master uncle. Hurry and greet him. Master uncle? Mu Yun's beautiful eyes widened, her mouth agape in disbelief as astonishment enveloped her visage. Typically, The term master uncle is reserved for the senior brothers of one's teacher. Mu Yun grasped the principle, yet she found it perplexing how, within just a few days, Hun Cang had become her teacher's master brother. Most bewildering was the fact that her teacher displayed no reluctance. On the contrary, he seemed genuinely pleased at the prospect of becoming Hun Cang's junior. Teacher, you clearly stated you intended to take Hun Cang as your disciple. Why the sudden change? Mu Yun felt somewhat dazed. What is this girl thinking? Lin Elder mused, mentally preparing to admonish her to keep this matter confidential from others. However, seeing Mu Yun remain silent, he refrained from pressing her. After all, such news would undoubtedly create quite the stir among any elder. Yet, Lin Elder was genuinely eager to enhance his alchemical skills. Thus, at Hun Cang's suggestion, they devised a compromise. Hun Cang would take on disciples in Lin Elder's stead. This arrangement allowed Lin Elder to learn alchemical techniques without formally becoming Hun Cang's apprentice. Greetings, Master Uncle, came voices from the surroundings. Lin Elder's expression froze, his head turning slowly like a rusted puppet as he spotted several figures lingering at the doorways of other chambers. His toes instinctively curled. Why are all these people, who usually vanish, gathered here today? Lin Elder felt as though he might lose his mind. Is this what social death feels like? Hun Cang cast a sympathetic glance at Lin Elder before retreating into the alchemical chamber. In the ensuing days, Hun Cang remained largely unaware of the developments. He spent most of his time in the depths of the Tianfeng refining Qi Tower, occasionally checking in on the Xiao family to ensure there were no further incidents like that of Luo Ling simultaneously. He would spend time with Xiao Mei, alleviating the internal fire poison to some extent. During this period, an unexpected event occurred. While Hun Cang was purging poison with Xiao Mei, he inadvertently collided with Xiao Yu. Without hesitation, Hun Cang simply withdrew Xiao Yu from the situation. Later, he learned from Xiao Mei that the entire incident had been orchestrated by her. Xiao Mei, after divulging the truth, appeared anxious, fearing Hun Cang's disapproval. However, he remained silent on the matter. This routine continued for 3 months, during which Xiao Yu successfully passed her assessments to enter the Inner Academy, while Xiao Mei and Xiao Ning steadily improved in strength. With entrance to the Inner Academy looming on the horizon, Xiao Suner, however, remained resolute in her refusal to participate in the assessments, despite the persistent persuasion from Xiao Yu. Xiao Mei, and even tutor Wolin, Hun Cang understood well that the girl was undoubtedly waiting for her brother, Xiao Yan. Time has swiftly passed, and the 3-year agreement between Xiao Yan and Nalin Yanran is drawing near. With a heavy sigh, Hun Cang lamented that he likely would not have the opportunity to witness such a significant moment in person. Despite being closer to the fallen heart flame within the depths of the heaven-burning refinement tower, the presence of numerous elders stationed there rendered any chance of interaction nearly impossible. The constant vigilance of these elders left Hun Cang with little opportunity to act. He had considered taking a more forceful approach, but doing so would render the arduous efforts of the past 6 months utterly futile. After months of rigorous training, Hun Cang had successfully regained his status as a Dou Huang, currently at the 4-star level, with only a few days remaining until he could break through to 5 stars. This outcome was satisfactory to Hun Cang. In pursuit of devouring the he had sacrificed his previous cultivation to start anew. Although this endeavor had cost him nearly a year, it was undeniable that his current talent, forged through the baptism of surpassed his former self by countless degrees. Furthermore, the techniques he now practiced were far superior to those of the Han clan, aimed directly at achieving imperial status. He decided to wait 2 more months. If nothing came of it, he would resort to force. Shaking his head to dispel his wandering thoughts, he exited the refinement tower. Thanks to Elder Lin's influence, Hun Cang now had a private courtyard within the Inner Academy, where Xiao Yu resided in his absence. Upon entering the courtyard, a figure darted out from the room, her long, fair legs captivating his attention. Lord San Wang, you have returned. Would you prefer to dine first or attend to your poison? Xiao Yu asked, holding a spatula, her cheeks tinged with a hint of embarrassment. Let's do both together, Hun Cang replied with a gentle smile. In the Black Corner region, in a dimly lit and silent room, shadows flickered, revealing figures cloaked in black robes, their faces and forms obscured. The sound of footsteps approached, and the door swung open, allowing a figure illuminated by the light to enter. Ladies and gentlemen, the newcomer spoke without pretense, surveying the room. I have assisted you in your times of need, and now I seek your assistance in a matter of my own. Once this matter is resolved, we shall owe each other nothing. A nearby figure in a black robe, voice raspy, inquired, Yao Huang, what is it you wish to discuss? An assault on the Jia Nan Academy, Han Feng declared, enunciating each word deliberately. A collective gasp echoed through the room. Are you out of your mind? With our strength, attacking the Xiao Yan Academy would be tantamount to seeking death. Indeed, the Xiao Yan Academy has endured in the Black Corner region for many years, supported by its formidable foundation and power. Others echoed, expressing their dissent. Unfazed, Han Feng raised his hands in reassurance. Rest assured, I'm not asking you to march to your doom. I have also contacted the Blood Sect and the Heavenly Serpent Mansion for this operation. The atmosphere shifted, as the mention of the Blood Sect and the Heavenly Serpent Mansion quelled the objections. Yao Huang, has the Xiao Yan Academy wronged you in some way? Someone questioned, perplexed. Han Feng shook his head. No, I simply wish to leverage your strengths to draw out the elders of the Xiao Yan Academy, providing me with the opportunity to seize the fallen heart flame. But isn't it sealed within the depths of the heaven-burning refinement tower? How do you intend to retrieve it? A voice from the corner challenged. I am confident, Han Feng asserted, exuding self-assurance without elaborating further. Having spent years in the Black Corner region, he had observed the fallen heart flame closely. Its recent erratic behavior, occurring multiple times within a year, contradicted its prior patterns. Han Feng surmised that the seal was weakening or that the fallen heart flame had encountered a formidable foe, prompting it to seek escape. In either scenario, without the constraints of the elders, the fallen heart flame would undoubtedly emerge from the tower, presenting him with the opportunity he sought. A glint of determination flashed in Han Feng's eyes as he clenched his fists tightly, and soon enough, the proposal was met with unanimous agreement, finalizing the timing for the operation. Chapter 70. Crisis? No, an opportunity. On this day, as per his routine, Hun Cang made his way to the heaven-burning refinement tower. Along the way, he encountered Elder Lin, Elder Su, and several other elders. Upon meeting, Hun Cang offered a polite smile. Once Hun Cang's figure disappeared around the corner, Elder Su could no longer contain himself and turned to Elder Lin, asking, I hear you failed to take on a disciple and instead found yourself a senior brother? Ha ha. Indeed, old Lin. Why didn't you introduce Hun Cang when you saw him just now? Such a lack of courtesy. Another elder laughed heartily. The remaining elders chuckled at Elder Lin's flustered expression. Elder Lin retorted indignantly, You all have no idea. We alchemists value merit over age, judging solely by ability, understand? Elder Su shook his head, suppressing his laughter and addressing Elder Lin seriously. Is it true that Hun Cang's alchemical skills surpass your own? The other elders adjusted their expressions, recognizing the gravity of the claim. After all, if it hadn't come from Elder Lin, few would have dared to believe it. In the realm of alchemy at Xiao Yan Academy, Elder Lin was renowned, with only one individual able to claim superiority. Yet now, a young man had bested Elder Lin. An astonishing revelation. A fleeting look of reminiscence crossed Elder Lin's face as he sighed. Yes, I hesitate to admit it, but it is the truth. From the moment I saw Hun Cang harboring you, I sensed something unusual. Looking back, it has become clear. Elder Lin, could you elaborate? What specifically sets Hun Cang apart? Compelling a veteran like you to yield? One elder inquired curiously. After all, even the top alchemist in Xiao Yan Academy had never managed to make Elder Lin relent over the years. The notion of him bowing to a young man was indeed surprising. Elder Lin smiled. In every aspect, you know that for alchemists, controlling fire is a fundamental skill. The refinement of medicinal liquids and the crafting of pills require precise control over the flames. Even I falter at times, yet for Hun Cang, the flames seem like an extension of his very being. With but a thought, the fire obeys him without question. As he spoke, a glimmer of envy shone in Elder Lin's eyes. It was the first time he had witnessed someone wielding fire with such mastery. Elder Su, astonished, gasped, fully aware that Hun Cang wielded a, which was no stranger to Xiao Yan Academy, residing even in the depths of the heaven-burning refinement tower. The ferocity and terror of the fallen heart flame had not diminished even after years of suppression. For Hun Cang to command it with such finesse was indeed impressive. The other elders mirrored similar expressions of awe as they listened intently to Elder Lin's continued observations. Upon reaching the lower levels, Hun Cang's gaze was immediately drawn to the well-shaped aperture, a flicker of excitement igniting within him. There, the essence of the fallen heart flame lay sealed. However, the sight of several figures meditating nearby extinguished his hopes. Retracting his gaze, Hun Cang entered the alchemy room, methodically gathering his materials before swiftly entering a meditative state. Time passed, though Hun Cang could not discern how long, when suddenly the heaven-burning refinement tower trembled violently. Startled, he opened his eyes, gathering his belongings in confusion. What is happening? Upon stepping outside, he found that only 3 of the 7 elders remained. One elder turned to him, urgency etched across his face. You must leave the lower levels immediately. What has happened? Hun Cang inquired. The lunatics from the Black Corner region have launched a surprise attack on the Xiao Yan Academy. The elders have rushed to provide support, the elder explained rapidly. You must hurry and evacuate. If the fallen heart flame stirs at this moment, remaining in the tower could be perilous. Understood, Hun Cang nodded, a flicker of curiosity crossing his features, quickly replaced by exhilaration. This is fortuitous. Originally, the gathering of elders within the heaven-burning refinement tower had thwarted his attempts to act. Now, with the elders drawn away, he must seize the opportunity. As he rounded a corner, Hun Cang swiftly concealed himself within a room, ensuring no one was present. Subsequently, he masked his aura, settling down to await the right moment. Although the inhabitants of the Black Corner domain may be deemed mad, they are far from being lunatics. Their audacity to besiege Canaan Academy undoubtedly harbors a sinister plot. Hun Cang pondered silently. And indeed, such a grand commotion could only arise from a deep-seated ambition, a notion I scarcely dare to dismiss. As time trickled by, a sudden surge of terrifying energy emanated from below. Hun Cang's gaze sharpened. It was the fallen heart flame, sensing the external turmoil, poised to break free from its seal. Almost as soon as this thought crossed his mind, a chorus of furious roars and the violent surges of battle energy erupted outside. The air within the tower was instantly suffused with a terrifying heat, as if everything were on the brink of ignition. Maintaining his composure, Hun Cang summoned a faint flame that enveloped his body, immediately dissipating the newly arisen warmth. He leaned out to survey the scene, his vision entirely consumed by the crimson inferno. Descending the corridor towards the ancient well that sealed the fallen heart flame, he found no trace of the elders. The well's mouth was besmirched with copious amounts of magma. The fiery liquid, still in its molten state due to the intense heat, flowed languidly, shimmering with a reddish hue. A pair of battle energy wings coalesced behind Hun Cang, and without hesitation, he leapt into the chasm. Following his instincts, he sensed that the essence of the fallen heart flame was still concealed below. His opportunity had arrived. A joyful expression could not be contained on Hun Cang's face as he plunged into the magma. Outside, above the celestial flame refining tower, countless flames flickered, dominating the heavens, the oppressive heat rendering the elders' expressions grave. Numerous students fled the tower with remarkable speed, many glancing back, their gazes trembling as they beheld the flames that blotted out the sky. Elder Su, upon sighting a figure racing towards them, the elders atop the celestial flame refining tower appeared somewhat reassured. Elder Su cast his gaze downward, seemingly able to pierce through the building's concealment, gravely proclaiming, "The seal has been breached?" An elder nodded solemnly. "We were deceived by the fallen heart flame. Its recent silence was but a ruse to gather strength, and it has now erupted, leaving us utterly incapable of containment." Elder Su's gaze swept over his fellow elders, noting many with singed hair and beards, and he sighed in resignation. Over the years, the fallen heart flame had grown immensely, its power now unfathomably greater than when it was sealed. Elder Su inhaled deeply. "Let us unite our efforts to prevent the fallen heart flame from spreading. I've already notified the Grand Elder, who will arrive shortly." Understood. The surrounding elders replied in unison, channeling their internal battle energy. Waves of battle energy transformed into barriers, interlinking to form a colossal shield around the flames. The flames churned violently, and an indistinct force began to surge, attempting to breach the barrier. "With me here, you shall not succeed." Elder Suskoft, raising his hand to unleash a wave of battle energy, causing the formless entity to vanish, only to re-emerge elsewhere. Yet Elder Su was taken aback. So weak. What could this mean? Chapter 71. The power that instills fear in the fallen heart flame. Elder Su, having long guarded the celestial flame refining tower, was among the few in the academy who possessed profound knowledge of the fallen heart flame. To find that his strike met with no resistance astonished him. Before he could ponder further, a few figures cloaked in black robes, racing from afar, interrupted his thoughts. "Attack!" A voice filled with exhilaration rang out from the central figure in black. In the next instant, a torrent of formidable battle energy surged forth, crashing into the barrier erected by the elders of Canaan Academy, shattering their painstakingly constructed defenses. "Please, hold them off for a moment," the central figure commanded, plunging directly into the flames. "This is bad. They are targeting the fallen heart flame." An elder exclaimed, alarm flashing across his face. Just as he attempted to intervene, he was intercepted by another. Glancing around, he noticed that everyone, including Elder Su, had been ensnared, leaving no chance to thwart the intruders. They could only watch helplessly as the figure vanished into the flames. Countless vials were shattered, releasing a chilling fog that immediately caused the encroaching flames to retract. As the flames diminished, an ethereal fire began to materialize, coalescing into a fire dragon that roared as it opened and closed its jaws. Fallen Heart Flame, you are mine. The figure in black exulted, engulfing the fire dragon in waves of battle energy. Subsequently, the figure unfurled battle energy wings, propelling himself rapidly away from the celestial flame refining tower. The other figures in black followed suit, retreating from the battlefield. However, the elders of Canaan Academy were unwilling to let this transgression go unpunished. They fought with all their might, resulting in the demise of several black-robe intruders. No need to pursue. Elder Su raised his hand, halting those prepared to chase after them. Why not pursue? The Fallen Heart Flame has been stolen. Without it, the celestial flame refining tower is rendered useless. An elder questioned, confusion etched on his face. Noticing the questioning glances from his peers, Elder Su smiled slightly. Fear not. What they took was but an illusion. What? Not the essence of the Fallen Heart Flame? At his words, many elders displayed palpable astonishment. Elder Sunadith, Indeth, having coexisted with the Fallen Heart Flame for so long, it has developed intelligence. It is quite cunning. What we encountered was merely a projection, possessing a fraction of its power, incapable of lasting long. One elder mused, reflecting on Elder Su's words. I too recall that during our confrontation, the power exhibited by the Fallen Heart Flame seemed feeble. I initially assumed it was due to the energy expended in breaking the seal, but now it appears we have all been deceived. Several other elders echoed similar sentiments, expressing their disbelief at the weakened state of the Fallen Heart Flame. The remaining elders, upon hearing this, breathed a sigh of relief. The Celestial Flame refining tower's ability to accelerate cultivation is largely predicated on the purifying effects of the heart fire of the Fallen Heart Flame. Although it has become increasingly difficult to suppress in recent years, as long as it has not fully erupted, we can still make use of it for a time. Elder Su's expression turned serious. Now is not the time for relaxation. First, we must locate the essence of the Fallen Heart Flame. Should it indeed be hiding within the academy, it poses a grave threat to the lives of the students. Secondly, those who dare to strike at Canaan Academy must be dealt with in kind. Understood, the elders replied, their expressions solemn. Subsequently, the elders divided into two groups, one to search the Celestial Flame refining tower for the Fallen Heart Flame, while the other would interrogate the remaining captives to ascertain who orchestrated the attack. Elder Su led the way, with Elder Lin and others closely following, their expressions grave as they swiftly descended to the base of the tower. The well that once suppressed the Fallen Heart Flame now showed no signs of energy fluctuations. The formation having failed, a scorching aura continuously emanated from within. Elder Su stepped aside, allowing Elder Lin to proceed. Old Lin, you have had the most contact with the Fallen Heart Flame. Quickly, sense whether its essence remains, Elder Su urged anxiously. Indeed, Elder Lin nodded, closing his eyes as a faint energy radiated from him. Observing this, Elder Su silently retreated a couple of steps. After a few moments, Elder Lin opened his eyes, his expression troubled. Strange. One thing I can confirm is that the aura of the Fallen Heart Flame did once appear at the cave's mouth, but he hesitated, a look of disbelief crossing his face. But what? Speak swiftly. An elder urged impatiently. Elder Lin's gaze met Elder Su's, but did not emerge, no. That is not right. More accurately, it seems to have encountered something it feared, originally intending to seize the opportunity to escape, but ultimately retreated, even fleeing further away. Hiss! As Elder Lin finished speaking, a collective intake of breath echoed around them, several elders wearing grave expressions, their eyes scanning the surroundings warily. The Fallen Heart Flame is an extraordinary fire, sealed at the base of the heavenly burning refining tower for countless years, continually augmenting its power. Recently, even the combined efforts of several elders have struggled to suppress it. Now, an entity has emerged that instills fear even in the heart of the Fallen Heart Flame. A chill permeates the hearts of those present. Elder Su furrows his brow in contemplation. This matter must be reported to the old dean. It exceeds our capacity to handle. For now, let us reinforce the seal and focus on addressing the group that is currently assaulting the Canaan Academy. Elder Lin nods in agreement, recognizing this as the most prudent course of action. The situation below remains uncertain. To act recklessly could very well be a scheme devised by the Fallen Heart Flame itself, potentially leading to their utter annihilation. After all, beneath them lies a world of magma, rich in fire attribute energy, an ideal battlefield for the Fallen Heart Flame. Swiftly, the well's entrance is resealed, and the elders meticulously inspect each level of the heavenly burning refining tower, declaring a temporary lockdown of the refining tower. As it stands, the tower is devoid of the fallen heart flame's heart fire, rendering it incapable of expediting cultivation. At the base of the heavenly burning refining tower, amidst the blinding magma, a figure moves swiftly, engulfed in flames. You cannot escape, Sol Tsang asserts, his gaze firmly fixed on a formless, ethereal flame ahead, hastening his pace. Previously, through the burning suppression technique, he sensed that the true form of the fallen heart flame still resided at the tower's base, prompting him to leap into the well without hesitation. To his surprise, the fallen heart flame was just preparing to emerge when it was momentarily stunned by his actions. As it contemplated an attack, it suddenly recognized the aura emanating from Sol Tsang, reminiscent of the energy from the stone tablet brought back long ago. In the next instant, the fallen heart flame decisively turned and dove into the magma to flee. Although the aura from the stone tablet was weak, it carried an instinctual dread that resonated deep within its essence. The fallen heart flame had initially intended to rush out and eliminate him, but was thwarted by the elders. Chapter 72. Cleverness leading to misfortune, suppression. The underground magma realm is vast yet bounded. The fallen heart flame, unable to shake off its pursuer, veers deeper into the abyss. Having lingered here for so long, it is well acquainted with the surroundings. Moreover, it is not alone. Other creatures exist within the magma. As Sol Tsang notices the change in direction of the fallen heart flame, he immediately follows suit. The relentless chase leaves him feeling exasperated. Due to the burning suppression technique, he harbors no fear of the fallen heart flame, even hoping for it to turn and confront him, thus providing an opportunity to capture it. However, the fallen heart flame seems acutely aware of his presence, fleeing without hesitation at their first encounter. After a prolonged pursuit, Sol Tsang finds himself unconcerned about the depletion of his internal fighting spirit. Yet, with his current speed, the likelihood of catching up to the fallen heart flame remains slim. All around him, the fiery red magma stretches endlessly, and he loses track of time. Eventually, the color of the magma shifts, reminiscent of his previous search for the heart of the blue lotus. The difference this time, however, is that he feels no pressure at all. After another stretch of pursuit, Sol Tsang suddenly feels a lightness envelop him, the oppressive force from the surrounding magma dissipating. He halts, scanning his surroundings, murmuring, "It seems I have entered another space." Suddenly, he recalls the fate of Xiao Yan in the original narrative. After seizing the fallen heart flame, he returned to the molten world at the base of the heavenly burning refining tower, where he discovered the remains of a being claiming to be the revered fire of the sun, alongside a group of lizards. A shiver runs down his spine as he senses a gaze upon him. Shifting his attention from a motionless fallen heart flame, he is confronted by a swarm of enormous lizards that seem to have emerged from nowhere. Each lizard is colossal, their bodies covered in scales, seemingly impervious to the magma's heat, their limbs gliding gracefully as they stabilize themselves. Is this your strategy? Sol Tsang realizes. The fallen heart flame twists its ethereal, translucent form. Appearing somewhat smug, Sol Tsang shakes his head, "Apologies, but you have miscalculated." He swiftly forms hand seals, summoning 3 types of extraordinary fire from within him, weaving them together in a swirling vortex that causes the magma to churn. The surrounding lizards sense the disturbance and attempt to flee, only to discover that their internal strength is rapidly depleting. In an instant, their once vibrant scales dull, and the light in their eyes vanishes. A vast amount of fire attribute energy is forcibly drawn to Sol Tsang by the seal of the burning suppression technique, subduing the lizards. At this moment, the fallen heart flame's body ceases its tremors. Continue moving. Sol Tsang scoffs, drawing closer. If you persist in your escape, I might find myself at a loss for how to deal with you. Yet, alas, you have chosen to be cunning, and now you find yourself caught in your own web of cleverness. As he speaks, Sol Tsang forms another series of seals, the character for seal materializing and embedding itself within the fallen heart flame. Regardless of how the fallen heart flame's consciousness fluctuates, it remains unable to find any means of liberation, ultimately succumbing to tranquility. Sol Tsang gestures with his hand, and the vortex above gradually calms, the absorbed power returning to its source. The lizards regain the light in their eyes, only to be filled with overwhelming terror as they flee the area without a backward glance. Retrieving his gaze, Sol Tsang secures the fallen heart flame. Now that I am here, should I not descend to see that person? He hesitates, remembering that the revered fire of the sun was once a person of stature, known as the revered fire. A Dou Zun, regardless of their circumstances, is not to be underestimated. Even a deceased Dou Zun carries weight, as evidenced by the renowned Yao Chun. Ultimately, After a moment's reflection, Sun Cang resolves to retreat for prudence's sake. However, after an indeterminate period, his figure reappears in the area. Damn it, what is that waste Han Feng doing? The seal has been reactivated. If I emerge now, I will certainly be apprehended on the spot. Sun Cang curses under his breath, thoroughly displeased. He estimates that he has not wasted much time. Why have the elders returned and resealed the exit? He sighs. I hope the revered fire remembers another exit. I am not inclined to search aimlessly. That would be too troublesome. Following the fluctuations of the fallen heart flame, Sun Cang successfully locates a glowing area, drawing near until he feels a thin membrane yielding before him. This area is maintained by a force that prevents the magma from encroaching. His gaze quickly falls upon the corner where skeletal remains lie, shimmering with a faint light. After a moment of contemplation, Sun Cang states plainly, "Revered fire of the sun, you have been watching me for quite some time. Why not come forth for a brief chat?" Silence envelopes the space. Sun Cang furrows his brow at the absence of a response. The fluctuations of the fallen heart flame had indeed originated from this place. It cannot be mistaken. He repeats, "Stop hiding. If you do not emerge now, you will not have the chance to meet future visitors." He reveals the fallen heart flame he had sealed. He recalls vividly how Xiao Yan, after acquiring the fallen heart flame, followed its call to find this very spot. The revered fire had once stated that he was the master of the fallen heart flame, having released it upon sensing his impending demise. As anticipated, with the fallen heart flame's emergence, a phantom figure rises from the skeletal remains. The revered fire of the sun narrows his eyes, regarding Sun Cang with confusion, and asks, "Do you know me? Why do I not recall you at all?" "That is of little importance," Sun Cang replies nonchalantly. "Revered fire of the sun, let us engage in transaction." The revered fire shakes his head. "I am but a remnant of my former self. What value is there in a transaction? More importantly, clarify your intentions. It is difficult for me to place my trust in you. My name is Sun Cang. The character Cang is rare. You should recognize it to some extent." With a sigh of resignation, Hun Cang realized he could not reveal that he had read about this in a book. Instead, he could only place his hopes upon his lineage. "What connection do you have with the Soul Palace, or even the Soul Clan?" Yao Tianhua gasped in alarm, a wary expression crossing his face. His current situation could be stabilized for a few more years, but should he encounter someone from the Soul Palace, it would spell disaster for him. Even in his era, rumors had circulated regarding the Soul Palace, a formidable force with the ominous goal of collecting souls. "I hail from the Soul Clan. Your situation is one I have encountered in the texts of my clan." Hun Cang exhaled, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. "Given your connection to the fallen heart flame, I naturally thought of its master, and to my surprise, it truly is you." Upon finishing his statement, he could not help but display an expression of astonishment. This revelation instilled a measure of trust within Yao Tianhua. He raised his hand. "May I see it?" Hun Cang promptly tossed the fallen heart flame towards him, for he had no fear of the other using the exotic fire against him. However, Yao Tianhua appeared merely to wish to reminisce. He toyed with the fallen heart flame for a while before returning it to Hun Cang. "What kind of transaction do you wish to propose?" he inquired curiously. "Take me away from this magma world," Hun Cang replied succinctly, noting Yao Tianhua's expression. He added, "The entrance I descended from has been sealed by someone, and I prefer not to attract their attention." Yao Tianhua nodded in understanding. "That can be easily resolved. I know a way." He paused momentarily before shifting the conversation. "I want you to take me with you, and once we leave, assist me in finding a powerful alchemist to address my physical issues." Perhaps worried that his request might not hold equal value to Hun Cang's, he quickly added, as compensation, "I can teach you a fire control technique of no lesser rank than the heavenly level. The 5-wheel separation fire technique, is it not?" "Very well." Hun Cang agreed readily. Yao Tianhua blinked in surprise, feeling as though he had revealed all his secrets before Hun Cang. In truth, he had not intended to divulge such an ancient technique. Chapter 73, Departure and Return, 2 Exotic Fires. Yao Tianhua pondered for a moment before summoning a storage ring from a skeleton, flicking it with his finger to reveal a pale white scroll. The scroll depicted various fiery avian creatures. "Since you can name the 5-wheel separation fire technique, I shall refrain from elaborating further. You should understand it well," he said, tossing the scroll to Hun Cang. Receiving the scroll, Hun Cang opened it briefly before stowing it away in his storage ring. The 5-wheel separation fire technique is, in essence, a fire control method divided into 5 tiers, discerned by the forms of wolf, leopard, lion, tiger, and flood dragon, with each tier housing a corresponding fire spirit. Its greatest strength lies in the ability to condense these 5 fire spirits to form the 5-wheel separation fire array. the true might of this combat technique. While this technique is indeed valuable, it merely equates to heavenly level combat techniques. It would be prudent to seek out his second brother for enhancements before utilizing it. Hun Cang then wasted no time in retrieving Yao Tian's skeletal remains. This scene left Yao Tian momentarily agape, wondering how Hun Cang seemed to anticipate his every move. What are you waiting for? Let us depart. Hun Cang beckoned to the venerable Yao Tianhua, feeling a sense of urgency as he wondered how far Xiao Yan had progressed. If his strength were sufficient, he could consider bestowing an exotic fire. In due course, what rewards would the system offer? A more potent flame, perhaps? Yao Tianhua snapped back to reality, guiding the white ring onto Hun Cang's finger before promptly entering it. Hun Cang cast a final glance as he prepared to leave, catching sight of the faint, intangible fire. After a moment's contemplation, he summoned it forth. As the sun set beyond the western mountains, in a dense forest by a tranquil lake, a sudden surge of foam erupted from beneath the surface, accompanied by a resounding roar. Animals drinking by the lake raised their heads in alarm, witnessing the tumultuous waters and promptly fleeing. Shortly thereafter, a figure burst forth from the depths, wings of fighting spirit unfurling behind him to stabilize his descent. Flames flared, and a thick cloud of white steam enveloped Hun Cang's form. In an instant, the dampness of his clothing and hair vanished, leaving him dry. A glimmer emanated from a ring upon Hun Cang's hand, and a figure emerged from it. At last I am free. I never anticipated I would see the light of day again, Yao Tianhua exclaimed, exhilarated as he soared into the sky, greedily surveying the forest, the heavens, and the setting sun. With his wings of fighting spirit unfurled, Hun Cang ascended to match Yao Tianhua's elevation, scanning the surroundings until he finally caught sight of the faint outline of the Xiao Yan Academy on the horizon. Where are you headed? Yao Tianhua inquired. Puzzled by Hun Cang's trajectory, the Xiao Yan Academy lies that way. Why are you flying in the opposite direction? Hun Cang replied nonchalantly, my objective has been achieved. There is no reason to return. Yao Tianhua, still confused, questioned, then why did you place the fallen heart flame into the seal when you left? Regardless of its diminutive size, it was still an exotic fire. With proper nurturing, it could evolve into a formidable entity. Such treasures would have been fervently sought after even in his era. Hun Cang chose not to elaborate, urging Yao Tianhua back into the ring and instructing him not to emerge without consent in the future. He then produced a jade slip, casting it forth to reveal a spatial wormhole into which he stepped. At Xiao Yan Academy, within the depths of the sky-burning refining tower, Elder Su, Elder Lin, and others gathered around the well, gazing in bewilderment at the formless flame within. What is happening? Even the well-versed Elder Su appeared momentarily flummoxed. Why had the once mighty fallen heart flame, upon breaking its seal, returned in such a diminished state? Had it perhaps gone off to reproduce during its absence? One elder whispered. Instantly, Elder Lin and the others fixed their gaze upon him. The elder chuckled awkwardly. Just a jest, just a jest. Elder Su inquired, Elder Lin, what is your perspective? I, too, am at a loss, Elder Lin lamented, scratching his head. Nonetheless, the return of the fallen heart flame is indeed good news, though it is currently weak. With proper cultivation, we can restore the efficacy of the sky-burning refining tower. Elder Su nodded, though with a hint of concern. That is true. But the previous inability to locate the fallen heart flame remains a lingering threat to the Academy. We are unaware of the circumstances below, and it would be unwise to recklessly intrude. We shall await the return of the old dean to make any determinations. Elder Lin proposed. What shall we do about the seal? An elder inquired. Previously, the fallen heart flame was immensely powerful, necessitating multiple elders to oversee it day and night. Now, its deterrent effect resembles that of a newly promoted fighter. They felt no sense of threat. Elder Su suggested that they could reduce the number of guardians and, in their spare time, seek out powerful fire attribute treasures to nurture the flame, thereby enhancing the sky-burning refining tower's capabilities. This proposal garnered the approval of many elders, particularly those who had guarded the sky-burning refining tower for centuries, finally feeling a sense of impending retirement. In the Black Corner region, within the Medicine Guild, a cacophony of loud, crashing noises echoed from a room, causing passing servants to tread lightly, not daring to breathe as they hurried away. Ever since the guild's master returned from an outing a week prior, he had initially been exuberant, but soon thereafter had inexplicably transformed, unleashing a torrent of rage, howling, and destruction. Inside the room, Han Feng, disheveled and disheartened, felt he was teetering on the brink of madness. Slumped against the wall, he sat on the floor, his facial muscles twitching, occasionally contorting into a smile that resembled a cry. Fake. I can't believe I ended up with a counterfeit. Ha ha ha. In my fervent attempt to gather the likes of the Heavenly Serpent Manor, Blood Sect, and the Black Skull Tomb, I nearly emptied my decades of savings, only to seize a mere fragment of the fallen heart flame. Ha ha. In the Gamma Empire, within the Soul Hall's branch, the diligent soul, Xiao Yan, suddenly opened his eyes. Vanishing from his original spot, he materialized in the main hall, gazing intently at the spatial wormhole that had manifested in the void. Upon seeing a familiar figure emerge from within, a smile of joy graced his countenance. Greetings, Hall Master. Soul Xiaoqiang knelt before him. Soul Tsang nodded slightly and took his seat in the Grand Hall, stating, "Rise." "Thank you, esteemed Hall Master." As Soul Xiaoqiang stood, he eagerly presented 2 clusters of flames, exclaiming, "During your absence, I diligently sought the whereabouts of the exotic flames, and, through perseverance, I have indeed discovered 2 types." With a flick of his hand, Soul Tsang summoned the 2 clusters of flames before him. The left cluster displayed a mesmerizing interplay of black and white, intertwining and separating as it slowly rotated. The right cluster possessed a deep hue, continuously morphing into various beastly forms. The 22nd ranked 10,000 Beast Spirit Flame, and the 21st ranked Yin-Yang Dual Flames. "You have worked hard," Soul Tsang remarked with a faint smile. "It was no trouble at all. Serving the Hall Master is an honor," Soul Xiaoqiang replied. Chapter 74. Devouring the Dual Sovereign Soul Tsang. In truth, Soul Tsang's desire for the lower-ranked was not particularly intense. To put it plainly, such flames provide limited enhancement to his being. However, the prospect of acquiring them without expending effort brought him a sense of satisfaction. After all, even the smallest mosquito is still meat. Accepting the 2 clusters of Soul Tsang inquired, "During my absence, have any significant events transpired?" After a moment's contemplation, Soul Xiaoqiang responded, "Not long ago, Protector Wu visited seeking you, but you were not present, so he departed. Other than that, the main hall has urged the search for the remnants of the Dou Emperor's bloodline. It had been a millennium since the last appearance of a Dou Emperor on the Dou continent, aside from the 7 ancient clans that still existed. Finding remnants of that bloodline was no easy feat." Soul Tsang feigned indifference, remarking, "The so-called task from the clan is merely to locate the ancient jade of the Tuo Shi ancient emperor belonging to the Xiao clan." He had always been aware of this matter, but chose to remain silent, biding his time to accumulate strength. Unbeknownst to Soul Xiaoqiang, who nodded in agreement, he stated, "Indeed, Hall Master, you are correct. However, if the higher-ups inquire, lacking an answer may prove troublesome." Soul Tsang pondered for a moment before replying, "You need not worry about this matter. I have a solution." Upon hearing this, Soul Xiaoqiang felt a wave of relief wash over him. After discussing some other trivial matters, Soul Tsang stood and informed Soul Xiaoqiang that he would be entering seclusion. If Protector Wu returned, he was to awaken him, but otherwise, he should refrain from disturbances. Soul Xiaoqiang promptly acquiesced. Subsequently, Soul Tsang retreated to his chamber, presenting the 3 before him. He pondered whether he could break through to the Dou sovereign level. After a moment's contemplation, he opened his mouth and inhaled the 3 clusters of directly. He retrieved the Bura Ink Jade Lotus platform, seated himself cross-legged upon it, and swiftly formed seals with his hands at his abdomen. Boom! A tremendous force erupted from within Soul Tsang. Upon losing their seals, the fallen heart flame, Yin-Yang Dual Flames, and 10,000 Beast Spirit Flame unleashed their wild power in a frenzied outpouring. 3 colors of flames surged forth from Soul Tsang's body. The fallen heart flame was formless and shapeless, yet through the twisted air, its position could be faintly discerned. The Yin-Yang Dual Flames entwined around Soul Tsang from either side, emitting completely opposing temperatures. In the blink of an eye, the surface of Soul Tsang's body transformed into 2 extremes, one half glowing crimson, while the other was cloaked in a layer of white frost, showing signs of ice formation. The 10,000 Beast Spirit Flame did not relent either. It morphed into a colossal and menacing beast, issuing a silent roar as it lunged towards Soul Tsang with its gaping maw. On the Lotus platform, Soul Tsang faced this tumult with an unparalleled serenity. A seal manifested between his hands, expanding as he spread them apart. At that moment, Soul Tsang uttered a single word, "Subdue." In the next instant, the 3 clusters of flames froze in midair, unable to move, as the surrounding terrifying temperatures rapidly retreated back into the flames. A flame sprouted from the crown of Soul Tsang's head, swaying until it gradually morphed into his likeness, and he parted his lips slightly. Boom! Suddenly, an overwhelming suction force erupted, distorting the beast form from the 10,000 Beast Spirit Flame. spinning and condensing into a slender line that flowed into Soul Tsang's mouth. Burp! The three-colored figure of Soul Tsang let out a satisfied belch. Releasing a puff of warm air, originally comprised of three colors, a new hue began to emerge. Following suit, he continued to devour the yin-yang dual flames and the fallen heart flame. The flames subsequently retracted into Soul Tsang's body, and his aura began to soar. 5 stars, 6 stars, 7 stars of Dou Sovereign. As effortlessly as one might consume a meal, Soul Tsang directly transcended the limitations of Dou Emperor and entered the realm of Dou Sovereign. His level did not cease to rise and continued ascending. However, at that moment, Soul Tsang's brow furrowed slightly, and his aura gradually diminished, ultimately stabilizing at the peak of 9 stars Dou Emperor. Outside the chamber, the Dou King within a 1,000-mile radius was instantaneously drained, converging toward the dwelling of Soul Tsang. A vortex of condensed Dou King materialized. An overwhelming and boundless power continuously surged toward Soul Tsang, where it was refined and purified by the transforming into the most exquisite of energies. A figure soared into the sky. It was Soul Xiao. At that moment, his face was filled with astonishment. The strength of the Hall Master is even more terrifying than a year ago. He reflected that had Soul Tsang possessed this power a year prior when assuming control of the Soul Hall, even if he were merely a Dou Emperor, he would not have dared to harbor even a trace of contempt, regardless of Soul Tsang's identity. In that instant, Soul Xiaoqiang's resolve to follow Soul Tsang solidified entirely, vowing to obey his every command in the future. After observing for a while, realizing that such commotion might not conclude soon, Soul Xiaoqiang dispersed the onlookers to prevent disruption to the Hall Master's cultivation. Time swiftly passed. Unbeknownst to how long had elapsed, Soul Tsang's body underwent another transformation, becoming increasingly pure and transparent, with his very soul growing more resilient. The Dou King within him also thickened, heavier than before. Each drop was equivalent to 100 drops he had previously consolidated while practicing the Soul Clan's techniques. During this period, Soul Tsang's strength surged to an apex of 7 stars Dou Sovereign, only to be repeatedly refined and tempered by the at times dropping back to 9 stars Dou King. This roller coaster-like fluctuation did not instill worry in Soul Tsang. Rather, it exhilarated him. He could distinctly feel the transformation occurring within and without. On this day, Soul Tsang stabilized his strength at the level of 2 stars Dou Sovereign and slowly opened his eyes. A dazzling glimmer flashed in his gaze. The suppression of flames technique. I had always believed this method merely suppressed flames, unaware that the true essence of subduing was to dominate the firmament, to assert control over heaven and earth. Through these days of cultivation, Soul Tsang had developed a profound understanding of the system's rewarded technique. As for breaking through to the Dou Emperor, he now possessed immense confidence. The Dou Emperor was no longer a distant goal. It was merely a matter of time. If a fragmented technique could achieve such heights, what then could he accomplish? Soul Tsang felt a parched sensation, his eyes brimming with anticipation. After some simple movements, a crisp sound akin to popping beans resonated from within him. He experienced a sense of rebirth, though he was unaware of how long this process had taken. Suddenly, a look of surprise crossed Soul Tsang's face. He snapped his fingers and retrieved a jade slip. Previously, he had left a piece for Xiao Yan, to be used for mutual communication, yet Xiao Yan had never utilized it. What prompted him to send me a message today? Soul Tsang pondered with curiosity as he focused his consciousness upon it. Brother, tomorrow I shall fulfill the 3-year agreement at Yunlan's sect. Will you come to witness it? A message materialized in Hun Cang's mind, prompting him to blink in reflection. How swiftly time passes. This day marks a significant moment in the Dou King continent. For without my intervention, the future Flame Emperor would have been compelled out by the Yunlan sect after several years. A smile crept across Hun Cang's face as he recalled how he had initially encouraged Xiao Yan to propose the 3-year pact, shaking his head in amusement. Subsequently, he replied with a single word, "All right." Chapter 75, Journey to Yunlan Sect, The Appointment, he replied, "My brother has responded." In Shimo City, at the residence of the Modi Mercenary Corps, Xiao Yan was as joyous as a fool. Some onlookers were puzzled, casting curious glances at the leader, Xiao Ding. Xiao Ding scratched his head and raised his hand to calm the excitement. Xiao Yan, do not be overly exuberant. What did your brother say? He stated he would come tomorrow. Xiao Yan's face was flushed with uncontainable excitement. Xiao Li chuckled. You must perform well tomorrow. Losing to Nalan Yinran would be a tremendous embarrassment. How could that be possible? Upon hearing his second brother's words, Xiao Yan's expression hardened. As a 9-star Great Dome Master, how could I possibly lose to her? The confidence and conviction in his voice were palpable. Even Xiao Ding and Xiao Li could only offer wry smiles, unable to refute him. After spending so long together, they had witnessed Xiao Yan's impressive array of treasures, stirring envy within them. Items such as the Qingyu Lotus platform, fire lotus seeds, and various elixirs, all of which could incite a frenzy among mercenaries, were treated as commonplace by Xiao Yan, who could produce them with ease. Observing the expressions of the two brothers, Xiao Yan felt a surge of satisfaction. To this day, he often reflected on his decision at the miter auction house with immense gratitude. Having an elder brother to shield him was truly a comforting sensation. The next day, as dawn broke, sunlight crested the horizon, casting its golden rays upon the mighty army stationed at the foot of the mountain. Clad in armor, the soldiers bore the flags of the Gama Empire, fluttering in the breeze. They were tasked with guarding the base of Yunlan's sect. At this moment, figures began to ascend the mountain, eliciting expressions of respect and admiration from the surrounding soldiers. Leading the procession was an elder clad in a coarse robe, known as Elder Jia, the protector of the Gama Empire. Beside him stood General Mu Chun and Tang Shan, the patriarch of the Miter family. What a pity, Tang Shan lamented. Old Nalan Jia is unable to attend due to the torment of the poison. On the ascent, Mu Chun shook his head, expressing his regret. What is there to lament? You cannot truly believe that a child from such a remote city could contend with the young master of Yunlan sect? How about we place a wager? Tang Shan replied with a sly grin, a glint of cunning in his eyes. Mu Chun hesitated. This old fox was notoriously shrewd and never engaged in a losing venture. Could it be that Xiao Yan truly possessed the capability to triumph? Before he could ponder further, Tang Shan provoked him a bit more, igniting Mu Chen's temper, and he agreed to the wager. They each proposed their terms. And upon noticing Elder Jia and F.A. Ma's gazes upon him, Tang Shan, undeterred, inquired if they wished to join. As he spoke, a fervent fire flickered in his eyes. One was the royal protector, and the other the president of the Gama Empire's Alchemist Guild. Both held treasures aplenty. However, these two old men, seasoned and astute, were not easily swayed by Tang Shan's evident confidence. With a sigh of disappointment, Tang Shan regretted his earlier eagerness. Had he played his cards right, he might have extracted some valuable items from them. After all, among those present, he was perhaps the most knowledgeable about Xiao Yan, largely due to his association with Ye Fei, who had been reassigned to the imperial capital. The group ambled leisurely up the mountain. At the gates of Yunlan's sect lay a vast platform, typically utilized by disciples for training and recruitment. Today, the square was meticulously cleaned. Disciples clad in Yunlan's sect garb sat in silence, meditating, the air thick with a subtle yet palpable tension. Elders stood nearby, engaged in hushed conversations, their gazes occasionally drifting toward the elegant figure seated in the forefront, Nalan Yinran. Among the elders, one elderly man was under scrutiny, his expression somewhat awkward. Elder Ge, as a long-standing member of Yunlan's sect, how could you mishandle such a trivial matter? Indeed, allowing a junior to issue a challenge, where does that leave the dignity of Yunlan's sect? Had I been present, I would have effortlessly obliterated a mere family from Wutan City for even daring to utter a word of defiance. The elders exchanged remarks, thoroughly voicing their dissatisfaction. As a premier sect in the Gama Empire, even the three great families from the imperial capital treated them with respect. The notion of allowing a small, obscure family from Wutan City to establish a 3-year agreement was met with considerable discontent. Even if they won, it would still be a significant loss of face. At that moment, one elder, wearing a stern expression, interjected, "Enough of this. Let us refrain from casting blame entirely upon Elder Ge." Who could have anticipated that a Dou Huang would intervene at that time? Upon hearing the grand elder Yunling's words, the other elders fell silent. Suddenly, with a resounding beastly roar, a figure approached the Yunlan sect from the horizon. It was a flying magical beast, upon which stood Hai Buodong Xiao Ding, Xiao Li, and Xiao Yan. The Xiao brothers had originally hesitated to attend, but Xiao Yan's insistence, coupled with the city lord of Shimo City offering the use of the flying beast, compelled their agreement. "Brother, second brother, prepare to witness my prowess. I shall make that woman regret her decision," Xiao Yan declared, his spirits soaring as he leaped off the back of the beast, much to the astonishment of his two brothers, who feared he might fall and injure himself. However, in the next instant, they beheld a pair of wings unfurling from Xiao Yan's back, their eyes widening in disbelief. Wings of Duki. Hai Buodong glanced at their expressions and remarked nonchalantly, "It is merely a rather rare flying Dou technique." As he spoke, a flicker of envy crossed his gaze. Secretly wishing that when he encountered Hun Cang, he too could call out brother. How delightful it would be to have such a sibling. Upon hearing Hai Buodong's words, the astonishment on Xiao Ding and Xiao Li's faces lessened somewhat. They exchanged glances, silently conveying their relief. If their younger brother were to ascend to the rank of Dou Wang at such a young age, their own status as older brothers would indeed be a source of embarrassment. Beneath the canopy of trees, several figures stood in anticipation. Mu Chen's eyes widened in alarm as he muttered Dou Wang. Panic surged within him. If this were truly the strength of a Dou Wang, Nalin Yanran would undoubtedly lose, and he would be the one to face defeat. At that moment, he heard Elder Jia's voice beside him. No, it is merely a flying Dou technique. Hearing this, Mu Chen let out a sigh of relief, his heart temporarily at ease, but was abruptly tensed once more as an overwhelming wave of Duki surged toward them. The powerful pressure, though slightly less than what he had felt from Elder Jia, left Mu Chen on high alert. Elder Jia, momentarily taken aback, felt a sense of familiarity wash over him. "Ice Elder, it's him. That old rascal is still alive," Tung Shan exclaimed, recognizing the approaching figure with excitement. Elder Jia's furrowed brows relaxed as he too remembered. It was none other than the Ice Emperor, once one of the 10 Dou Huang powerhouses of the Gamma Empire. Chapter 76. You have Yunlan's sect. I have an elder brother. Tung Shan was elated upon seeing Hai Buodong. Elder Jia, standing beside him, understood the sentiment. After all, the Mitre family owed their current standing among the 3 great families of the Gamma Empire to the support of the Ice Emperor. Their reunion was marked by a flurry of pleasantries. At this moment, Xiao Ding and Xiao Li also alighted from their flying magical beasts, landing gracefully upon the branches of a nearby tree. Upon meeting each other's gaze, the two exchanged somewhat awkward nods. Their discomfort was particularly palpable after Hai Buodong casually mentioned the identities of the elders present, for each of these individuals was a formidable figure of great renown, whose names resonated like thunder in their ears. They had only heard of them in passing, never imagining they would have the chance to meet them in person. When questioned about his appearance, Hai Buodong briefly recounted his dealings with Xiao Yan. Subsequently, the crowd's attention turned toward Xiao Yan, who had just landed on the plaza. Nalin Yanran opened her eyes and followed the descending figure of Xiao Yan with her gaze, rising to her feet. "I truly did not anticipate that you would have the audacity to approach the Yunlan sect," she remarked, her expression complex. It was important to remember that 3 years ago, their statuses were worlds apart. Xiao Yan, with a serious demeanor, replied, "Indeed, I must thank you. Without your presence, I would not have realized the extent of my potential." Nalin Yanran, unfazed by the barbs in Xiao Yan's words, responded coolly, "Let us engage in battle. I wish to see just how capable you are to have caught the eye of a Dou Huang." Even now, Nalin Yanran could hardly comprehend how a once inept individual, unable to break through the 3rd tier of Dou Qi for 3 years, could forge a connection with a Dou Huang. How could they even refer to each other as brothers? The echoes of 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Do not underestimate the youth in their poverty reverberated in her mind, causing her to clench her delicate hands. She had been chosen by the sect master of Yunlan's sect as a personal disciple. Could a mere genius from the small town of Wutan truly overturn her standing? Amused by her own thoughts, Nalin Yanran was interrupted as the Grand Elder Yunling approached, explaining the rules of their duel. Victory must be achieved without intentionally causing harm. After a few succinct words, he stepped back, yielding the arena to the 2 young combatants. "Xiao Clan, Xiao Yan." Xiao Yan clasped his fists together, grasped his robe, and forcefully tore it away, revealing the Xian Zhongsher he had drawn from his back. Nalin Clan, Nalin Yanran. In stark contrast, Nalin Yanran maintained a stoic expression, a glimmer of light flashing from the ring on her finger. As she tightened her grip, a long sword materialized in her palm. In the next instant, both rushed towards one another, unleashing a fierce onslaught. Being of the wind attribute, Nalin Yanran's cultivation method significantly enhanced her speed. She moved with remarkable agility and struck from unexpectedly acute angles. Upon their initial clash, Xiao Yan found himself at a disadvantage, twirling the Xian Zhongfer to deflect her attacks. The sound of metal clashing rang out sharply across the tranquil plaza, startling all present. Such swift reflexes, coupled with impeccable defensive maneuvers, were astonishing for someone of his age. Mu Chen couldn't help but exclaim his admiration. Even in a military setting, one would require years of rigorous training and battlefield experience to attain such proficiency. However, he quickly changed his tone, adding, "Yet, if he continues to be suppressed, defeat is inevitable." Hai Buodong, unfazed by Mu Chen's skepticism, remarked indifferently, "That is not necessarily true. Xiao Yan is yet to unleash even half of his true strength." With this declaration, The gazes of those present shifted towards the Xiao brothers. The prowess Xiao Yan displayed was already that of a 3-star Dou King. If he were only utilizing half of his strength, did that imply his actual capabilities were at least 6, 7, or even as high as 9-star Dou King? Yao Lao's heart sank at this realization, struggling to accept it. After all, Nalan Yanran and Xiao Yan were of similar ages, yet she, supported by the Yunlan sect, had only reached 4-star Dou King. How could youth from the small town of Wutan possibly compete with her in terms of training resources? Fa Ma remained silent, but the skepticism in his eyes mirrored Yao Lao's disbelief. The strength Xiao Yan exhibited was already exceptional among the younger generation, even in the imperial capital. If he were still concealing his true abilities, then the talented youths of the capital would seem no different from ordinary townsfolk. In the arena, the battle raged on. Seizing an opportunity, Xiao Yan delivered a horizontal strike, sending Nalan Yanran flying. With the tip of his shirt pointing to the ground and his chin raised, he taunted Nalan Yanran, "Unleash your abilities if you possess any. Otherwise, you may find there will be no opportunity left for you." Arrogant, Nalan Yanran retorted with a sharp cry, her foot barely grazing the ground as she propelled herself toward Xiao Yan once more. In response, Xiao Yan summoned his Dou Qi, manifesting a faint purple flame armor that enveloped his entire body, bracing himself for the impending assault. Is it possible? He's a 9-star Dou King? This must be a lie. The disciples of Yunlan's sect, witnessing the Dou Qi armor encasing Xiao Yan, were struck dumb with disbelief. The elders, initially seated, sprang to their feet, their expressions transformed with astonishment. The Grand Elder Yunling widened his eyes, even rubbing them in disbelief. On the branches above, Yao Lao, Fa Ma, and others similarly displayed shock. Xiao Ding and Xiao Li, witnessing this display, couldn't help but puff out their chests with pride. This is our third brother, they thought. However, their elation quickly waned as they understood that their brother's current strength was undoubtedly tied to the influence of Lord Songwon. As Nalan Yanran's sword struck, it failed to penetrate Xiao Yan's Dou Qi armor, sending her hurtling back once more. She crashed to the ground, her lovely face filled with incredulity. "You're a 9-star Dou King." Nalan Yanran's voice trembled with disbelief. Since returning from Wutan City, she had never slackened in her training. In such circumstances, how could she be overtaken by someone she deemed a mere 3-tier Dou Qi waste? Xiao Yan observed Nalan Yanran's reaction with a hint of pride, choosing not to press the attack, standing confidently in place. Look who's left in disbelief now, he thought to himself. In this world, it is not just talent that matters. It is also about background and connections. I have an elder brother. Can I not surpass you? Suddenly, a thought struck him. Where is my elder brother? He scanned the surroundings, and, upon spotting the figures of his eldest and second brothers, a smile of excitement spread across his face. My elder brother has truly arrived. Xiao Ding and Xiao Li, still unaware of the shift in atmosphere, watched as Nalan Yanran rose once more, launching a fierce attack. They gestured frantically, urging Xiao Yan to be cautious. Sensing the surge of energy behind him, Xiao Yan turned to confront the airborne Nalan Yanran, who was now surrounded by a whirlwind as she brandished her long sword. The sect master even entrusted that move to her. He pondered, astonished. But can she truly execute it at her current strength? That technique exceeds the Xian rank. Yunling, recognizing Nalan Yanran's intentions, exclaimed in shock. Hearing his exclamation, Xiao Yan's eyes gleamed with disdain. Isn't it merely an earth rank technique? As if that's something extraordinary. Chapter 77. Flame separates, devouring the wave. Sure, victory. With a flourish, a cluster of purple flames erupted in Xiao Yan's palm, swelling against the wind and rapidly enveloping the Xianzhongfu. The surging energy emitted ripples, visibly expanding outward. The smile that had briefly graced Grand Elder Yunling's face faltered, replaced by disbelief. Could it be that Xiao Yan truly possessed an earth rank technique? How was that possible? Such treasures were rare even in a place like the Yunlan sect, the pinnacle of the Jiama Empire. Yet, the charge of Xiao Yan's impending attack seemed genuine, not a facade. In the air, Nalan Yanran's eyes flashed with intense reluctance. Why did Xiao Yan possess such fortuitous luck? He was merely a 3-tier Dou Qi waste. Why would even a Dou Huang invest such significant resources in him? Confusion and doubt swirled within her, and instinctively, she summoned more Dou Qi from within, channeling it into her technique. The arm gripping her sword trembled visibly, a testament to the fierce struggle unfolding within her. It is not fear that grips her, but rather the overwhelming inability to wield the terrifying power of this formidable technique, which elicits such a response. Xiao Yan, do not blame me. I have no desire to lose, nor can I afford to. Nalan Yinran uttered in a voice only she could hear. Then, she proclaimed loudly, "The extreme wind descends upon the setting sun. A blinding radiance erupted from the longsword, its brilliance nearly rivaling that of the sun in the sky. A monstrous energy surged forth from the tip of the sword, hurtling towards Xiao Yan on the ground, the fierce sword aura causing the earth beneath to fissure and crack. The disciples of the Yunlan sect, sensing the dreadful energy above, hastily retreated, channeling their battle aura into a defensive posture. It was astonishing that the wind's extreme, Yun Yun, had imparted such a technique to her. Yet, Nalan Yinran was indeed audacious to wield it at her level of cultivation as a great fighter. Observing the sword aura that resembled the sun plummeting to the earth, Yao Lao felt a jolt of shock. The ability to execute such a technique at this stage was a testament to Nalan Yinran's innate talent. As Yao Lao's gaze shifted to the young lad named Xiao Yan, he was about to render a judgment when his pupils suddenly contracted. Although Xiao Ding and Xiao Li were positioned at a distance, they too felt the terrifying fluctuations emanating from the sword light, causing their faces to pale momentarily as concern for their brother arose. At that moment, Xiao Yan's voice thundered, "Flame separates and devours the waves." Under the watchful eyes of countless spectators, a colossal purple ruler was thrust upwards by Xiao Yan, summoning a searing wave of fire that surged from below to confront the sword light. Boom! In that instant, the sky appeared to be divided into two hues, one half blindingly white, the other radiantly purple. With a series of explosive sounds, countless fragments of stone were sent flying by the rippling energy, shrieking through the air like arrows. The elders of the Yunlan sect hurriedly raised their defenses, fearing collateral damage to their disciples. The energy clash persisted for some time before dissipating, enveloping the center of the arena in a thick cloud of dust. Who emerged victorious? The elders of the Yunlan sect, the disciples Yao Lao, Fa Ma, Xiao Ding, Xiao Li, and others all shared the same question at that moment. It was undoubtedly Xiao Yan. A gentle voice laced with a hint of amusement resonated behind Xiao Ding and Xiao Li. The two initially froze, then turned to see a somewhat familiar face, smiles breaking upon their features as they respectfully greeted Lord Songwang. Indeed, Songwang nodded, "Do not mind me. Today is Xiao Yan's stage, and I have merely come to observe the spectacle." The dust did not linger for long, and as it cleared, the figures within were revealed. Nalan Yinran knelt on the ground, her hair disheveled, cascading over her shoulders as she muttered repeatedly, "I lost? How could I possibly have lost?" In the distance, upon witnessing this scene, Xiao Yan felt a pang of sentimentality. Had he not encountered his elder brother back then, he might have found himself humiliated by Nalan Yinran. Even if he had proposed a 3-year bet, he might not have been able to triumph over her so effortlessly. Indeed, even traversing realms, the unwavering truth remains that having a good elder brother is invaluable in the world. After sheathing the heavy ruler behind him, Xiao Yan clasped his hands together and offered a respectful nod to the elders of the Yunlan sect, who wore grim expressions, saying, "I concede." He then turned, flicking his fingers to release a slip of paper that fell into his palm. "Nalan Yinran, this is my divorce letter to you. From this day forth, we shall no longer be bound by any engagement." As the words left his lips, he flicked his fingers again, sending the paper drifting before Nalan Yinran. Having completed this act, Xiao Yan laughed heartily 3 times, feeling an exhilarating sense of liberation as if he had shed heavy shackles. Ever since Nalan Yinran had come to annul their engagement, the matter had lodged itself like a thorn in his throat, a constant reminder to cultivate diligently and prove himself. Even if not for his own sake, he had to strive for the sake of his elder brother, determined not to bring shame upon him. Now, Xiao Yan had finally achieved that. The sound of his laughter echoed, grating on the ears of the Yunlan sect, from disciples to elders alike. Even an elder approached Yunling, inquiring what should be done about the situation. The gathering was not solely composed of Yunlan sect members. There were also individuals from the Gamma Empire present. If word spread that the young master had been defeated by a youth from a remote town, it would tarnish the reputation of the Yunlan sect. Yunling's gaze swept over Xiao Yan's retreating figure, a flicker of malice crossing his face before he suppressed it. Shaking his head slightly, this matter arose because of the young master. Now that he has been outmatched, we can hardly say anything. If all else fails, we can wait until he descends from the mountain and seek an opportunity to deal with him or concoct an excuse to detain him. Fromafar, Yao Lao, Fama, and others observed, knowing that any rash action could lead to being caught and subsequently harm the sect's reputation. Today's events were beyond what any elder could have envisaged had they not witnessed them firsthand. The young master, meticulously nurtured by the sect, had indeed lost. However, The reality lay bare before them, and they could not contest it. All that remained was to find a suitable opportunity to recover from this setback through other means. At that moment, among the disciples of the Yunlan sect, a young man glanced at the disheartened Nailan Yin Ran, gritted his teeth, and summoned the courage to rush toward the elders. Elder, I, M.O. Li, have something to report. I seek the sect's justice. M.O. Li knelt down earnestly. Montak Li, save it for later. Yin Ling waved his hand dismissively, aware that this was not the time to address sect matters, given that he was preoccupied with restoring the Yunlan sect's honor. M.O. Li raised his head, pointing emphatically at Xiao Yan's figure, sorrowfully declaring, Elder, Xiao Yan has slain numerous elders and relatives of my M.O. family. I implore the sect to uphold justice. What did you just say? Upon hearing this, Yun Ling jolted upright, electrified with astonishment, directing a penetrating gaze at M.O. Li, who reiterated his claim. Yun Ling spoke gravely. M.O. Li, do you stand by your words? If it is discovered that you have falsely accused him, you too shall face punishment. M.O. Li's eyes brimmed with malice as he shot a glance at Xiao Yan. Nodding vigorously, Elder, I have spoken no falsehood. Under the scrutiny of numerous elders, he recounted the time and place of the incident with clarity. The M.O. family had suffered significant losses, creating a considerable uproar within the clan. M.O. Li had learned of the events during that tumultuous time. Upon hearing this, Yin Ling felt that the claim bore weight. Turning to the seemingly departing Xiao Yan, he called out, Wait. Chapter 78. What's the matter, teacher? If not, then it's just the old man. After a long time without seeing Tsang Wang, Xiao Yan was eager to greet him. However, upon hearing a voice from behind, he turned, his impatient gaze landing on the man surrounded by a crowd. Is there something else? I am Yun Ling, the Grand Elder of the Yunlan sect. Yun Ling introduced himself nonchalantly, noting Xiao Yan's unyielding demeanor, devoid of the slightest respect, which irked him. Yun Ling gestured toward M.O. Li beside him, saying, Xiao Yan, a disciple has accused you of murdering his family's elders and kin. Him? Xiao Yan frowned, recognizing the youth as somewhat familiar. His name is M.O. Li. Yun Ling clarified, his family's Grand Elder is one of our outer sect stewards. This matter requires your cooperation with our investigation. Oh, Xiao Yan recalled, remembering that when Nailan Yanran had visited the Xiao family, she had indeed been accompanied by this young man. He replied, bewildered, M.O. Li, you should provide evidence when you speak. When have I ever harmed anyone from your M.O. family? M.O. Li shouted, it was a month ago in Shimo City. Have you forgotten? M.O. Li was not fully informed of the particulars, as his family seemed wary of discussing the incident, but he remembered the time and place. This incident had led to the M.O. family suffering the loss of several elders, severely undermining their strength and affecting their standing in Yan City. So those individuals were from your M.O. family. A glimmer of murderous intent flashed in Xiao Yan's eyes as he thought. I had intended to seek out the true culprits after dealing with matters of the Yunlan sect. This makes it all the more convenient, since entering the Taggart Desert, Xiao Yan had been residing with his two elder brothers, focusing on cultivation in his spare time. During this period, he had a harmonious relationship with Qinglin, likely due to her being under the protection of his elder brother. Xiao Yan treated her as if she were his own sister. A month ago, a group of individuals suddenly appeared, intent on seizing Qinglin without any regard for reason, even injuring several members of the M.O. Tai mercenary group. When Xiao Yan returned and witnessed the chaos, fury surged within him, and alongside Hai Buodong, he annihilated those intruders. In the aftermath, with a 3-year agreement looming, he refrained from investigating further. Moreover, having secured Hai Buodong's promise to leverage his connections once they reached the imperial capital, Xiao Yan decided to temporarily set the matter aside. On another front, Xiao Ding meticulously recounted the sequence of events to Hun Cang, expressing his concern that Hun Cang might misconstrue his younger brother as intentionally provoking the Yunlan sect and causing unnecessary trouble. Hun Cang, however, merely smiled dismissively. He held no concern for the Yunlan sect. Such a sect might instill fear in Xiao Ding and the others, but to him, it could be extinguished with a single word. Nevertheless, one matter piqued Hun Cang's interest, prompting him to inquire. What became of Qinglin? Xiao Ding's expression stiffened as he candidly replied. A woman claiming to be from the Heavenly Serpent Manor, a Dou Huang herself, arrived with a 6-tier magical beast and took Qinglin away. He quickly added, however, Lord Xiao Yan and Lord Hai intervened. A soul entity appeared, claiming that Qinglin's journey to the Heavenly Serpent Manor would be beneficial, which is why Xiao Yan allowed them to take her. There's no need to be anxious. Hun Cang chuckled warmly, patting Xiao Ding on the shoulder. I initially intended to send that girl myself, but she declined, so I did not press the matter. Upon hearing this, both Xiao Ding and Xiao Li exhaled a long breath, their tense bodies relaxing somewhat. They feared that Hun Cang might misunderstand Xiao Yan or create a rift between the two. At that moment, the commotion in the plaza drew everyone's attention once more. Xiao Yan, it seems my Yunlan sect has not wronged you after all. Today, you shall not escape our grasp. Elder Yunling's chilling demeanor surfaced as he listened to Xiao Yan's words. As his voice fell, the surrounding elders moved in unison, encircling Xiao Yan, startled by their swift actions. Xiao Yan raised an eyebrow. Mocking, huh? I suspect that since nailing Yunran's defeat, you have not prepared to let me leave the Yunlan sect, have you? This is the so-called top sect of the Gamma Empire? With such a lack of resolve, you might as well close your doors and abandon the notion of accepting disciples. How embarrassing. He could hardly believe that their coordinated movements were not prearranged. Nonetheless, he remained unfazed, reassured by the presence of his elder brother. Brat, cease twisting the facts. What we wish to discuss is your slaughter of members of the Yunlan sect's outer sect. Yunling declared, raising his hand to signal the elders to subdue Xiao Yan. With onlookers present, they could not allow Xiao Yan's sharp tongue to further tarnish the reputation of the Yunlan sect. As the elders exchanged knowing glances, they advanced toward Xiao Yan with a sheer determination. High above, Yao Lao observed the scene and couldn't help but shake his head. I've heard of Yunling's narrow-mindedness before, but witnessing it firsthand is a first for me. He is in for a rough time. Had he played the fool a bit longer, he might have left the Yunlan sect unscathed. Now, however, he is in a precarious situation. Muchin sighed. The Yunlan sect, a colossal entity, valued a justified cause for their actions. They had not found an excuse, which was unfortunate. In his view, Xiao Yan's willingness to admit guilt was a testament to his youth. How could a mere boy from a small place like Wutan City hope to confront the Yunlan sect? Miter Tingshan, noticing Hai Buodong's unwavering gaze on a young man, couldn't help but nudge him with the shoulder. Ice old man, what is it about that young man that has you so transfixed? None of your business, Hai Buodong replied curtly. Though known as the Ice Sovereign, his temper was more volatile than that of a firebrand. Having once been an elder of the Miter family, he bore no fondness for Miter Tingshan. Not deterred by the rebuff, Miter Tingshan shifted the topic. Xiao Yan is in trouble. Will you not intervene? I refuse to believe you are merely here by coincidence. Me? Intervene? Hai Buodong cast a disdainful glance at Yunling and his entourage, confident that Yunling would soon regret his attempt to subdue Xiao Yan. He crossed his arms, unwilling to elaborate, musing internally about whether he would even have the chance to act. It had been some time since he had last encountered Hun Cang, and the oppressive aura he exuded was more formidable than before. Truly, a fearsome youth. Miter Tingshan's astonished gaze fell upon Xiao Yan, who faced the assembly of elders with a youthful countenance that betrayed no hint of trepidation. What confidence did he possess? Miter Tingshan pondered. Yao Lao Muchun and Fa Ma also observed Xiao Yan's unwavering demeanor. Their curiosity piqued. At that moment, Xiao Yan was internally communicating with Yao Chun. Master, quickly, lend me your strength. I wish to display my prowess. Scram. When you need something, it's master, but when you don't, it's old man. I can't be bothered with you. Yao Chun retorted irritably. Please, master, Xiao Yan implored, realizing he could not contend with the elders of the Yunlan sect alone. He swiftly altered his approach. If you lend me your power, I will extol your virtues before my elder brother later. You desire a body, do you not? I could advocate for you. Upon hearing the mention of a body, Yao Chun jolted with excitement. Do not deceive me, you brat. I promise. Trust me, Xiao Yan insisted, as the elders approached him menacingly. Without waiting for a response from Yao Chun, Xiao Yan felt a surge of formidable energy rising within him. He fixed his gaze upon Yunling, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Chapter 79. Envy run amok. Everyone desires to acknowledge an elder brother. Placing his palm upon the handle of the Xian Zhongfu, Xiao Yan exerted a slight force, extracting the weapon with ease. A flicker of delight shone in Yunling's eyes upon witnessing this, and he exclaimed, Xiao Yan, do you dare to resist? Then do not blame me for my ruthless hand. Had Xiao Yan surrendered obediently, he might have been spared, as the presence of outsiders would have deterred Yunling from acting recklessly. However, now that sword were drawn, should an accident occur, it would be understandable. Contemplating this, a cold smile crept across Yunling's face as he infused more douqi into his sword, preparing to strike Xiao Yan down. Yunling dashed forward faster than the other elders, positioning himself directly before Xiao Yan. As the Xian Zhongfu descended, he did not flinch. Can a mere 9-star great Dou sure contend with me? A Dou Wang peak? Yunling mused smugly, lamenting Xiao Yan's ignorance. Clearly, he hailed from a small place and had no understanding of the vast disparities in strength at higher levels. Clang! The sword tip collided with the Xian producing a sharp sound. Yunling's triumphant expression abruptly froze. Blocked? How is that possible? In his imagined scenario, Xiao Yan's attack should have been effortlessly deflected, the sword piercing through Xiao Yan's body. Xiao Yan observed the transformation of Yunling's expression with amusement, a triumphant grin spreading across his face. You old fool, thinking you can bully me? You are not worthy. With a fierce shout, Xiao Yan amplified the force behind the Xian, bending Yunling's sword and unleashing a tremendous surge of energy that sent Yunling flying. In midair, disbelief and terror etched Yunling's features as he grappled with the reality that he, the esteemed elder of the Yunlan sect, had been struck down by a mere youth, all witnessed by numerous elders, disciples, and high-ranking officials of the Gamma Empire. Instantly, the force of the blow disrupted Yunling's Zuqi, causing him to cough up a mouthful of blood. As the other elders closed in, they saw Xiao Yan hurling the peculiar like weapon toward the ground. Boom! The ground shattered, a terrifying explosion of energy erupting forth, more formidable than his previous clash with Nalan Yinran. The elders' expressions shifted dramatically as they were caught off guard and sent flying back by the shockwave. The scene fell into a profound silence, the only sound being the whisper of the wind as it swept through the air. The disciples of the Yunlan sect gazed at Xiao Yan with an expression of ineffable astonishment. This was truly formidable. Even the elders were no match for him. In the distance, Nalan Yinran stood dumbfounded, initially filled with resentment and determination to strive harder, planning to seek out Xiao Yan in the future to reclaim the dignity lost today. However, it seemed that Xiao Yan had concealed his true strength during their previous battle. Deep down, Nalan Yinran knew all too well that she could not possibly contend with so many elders. A sense of defeat welled up within her, and her mind wandered back to the scene from 3 years ago when she had gone to Yuten City to call off her engagement. I appear to be the punchline of a joke. High above, Mitre Tangshan staggered precariously, nearly toppling from the tree had it not been for Hebedong's timely intervention. The impact of the scene was so profound that he struggled to maintain his fighting spirit. What do you think? Am I mistaken? Hebedong remarked smugly, raising an eyebrow at him. Previously, during the confrontation with the two Dou Kings in Shimo City, he had merely played a supporting role while Xiao Yan spearheaded the offensive. Mitre Tangshan muttered, "Is this display a reflection of his genuine abilities, or has his elder brother lent him aid?" How could he know? Hebedong paused momentarily, casting a furtive glance towards Hun Cang's direction. Noticing that Mitre Tangshan seemed unaware of him, he inquired curiously, "How do you know Xiao Yan has a powerful elder brother behind him?" With a dismissive curl of his lip, Mitre Tangshan replied, "Do you truly believe I am merely a figurehead as the clan leader? I recently sent a girl to Yuten City." Observing Hebedong clench his fist, he quickly added the latter part. "An elder brother? This little fellow has someone backing him? Who is it?" Yao Lao's ears perked up, subtly shifting closer to Mitre Tangshan and Hebedong. If such a figure had emerged from the Jiama Empire, the future would surely be limitless, provided the Yunlan sect incident could be resolved. Hebedong shrugged. "You are not mistaken. That lad possesses the soul of a Dozun. In critical moments, he can harness that power." "Dozun?" Mitre Tangshan gasped, his eyes gleaming with envy. "Good heavens, what does it mean to have a Dozun?" In the Jiama Empire, a peak Do Huang can stride confidently, provided they avoid provoking the Medusa Queen of the desert. Yet a Dozun has not graced us for many years. Even Yao Lao, revered as a guardian, is merely at the peak of Do Huang. The fact that Xiao Yan possesses a Dozun is preposterous. Throughout my years in the Jiama Empire, I have only heard of the title of Dozun, and never have I encountered a living one. Evidently, sharing the burdens of his frustrations with another was the best remedy. Hebedong observed Mitre Tangshan's reaction and felt significantly better. If I were in possession of a Dozun soul, I too would gladly call him elder brother, Yao Lao murmured instinctively. He had suffered due to the lack of guidance, and, despite living a considerable life, had only reached the peak of Do Huang, with no sight of breaking through to Dozun. Hebedong and Mitre Tangshan instinctively turned to him. Yao Lao cleared his throat twice, just a fleeting thought. Simultaneously, he silently chastised himself for inadvertently voicing his inner musings, relieved that he had not spoken too loudly. Hebedong discreetly glanced at Hun Cang's side, noting his unchanged expression, and thought to himself, the competition is fierce. They do not yet recognize Hun Cang, which present an opportunity for me. After all, even the guardian of the Jiama Empire wishes to acknowledge an elder brother. I have no reason to feel embarrassed. Meanwhile, after falling to the ground, Yinling could not restrain himself and turned his head to vomit a mouthful of blood. "Aren't you a Grand Master?" Yinling's gaze was fixed intensely on Xiao Yan. "What does that have to do with you, old fool?" Xiao Yan placed the Xian Zhong Qi upon his shoulder, wiping his nose as he said, "Come on, let us continue. Weren't you rather formidable just now? I am eager to witness what capabilities your Yunlan sect truly possesses. How dare you act so arrogantly before me? Do you not inquire whether you are someone I can be trifled with?" Yunling's complexion fluctuated between green and red, his chest heaving with rage, threatening to spew blood once more. Did he truly believe that the Yunlan sect was without defenders? A chilling voice emanated from the mountaintop behind Yunling, followed by a figure soaring downwards. A gleam of joy crossed Yunling's face as he coldly smiled at Xiao Yan. "Young man, you are finished. Our sect master has arrived. Teacher has returned." Nalan Yinran lifted her head, gazing at the newcomer, tears welling in her eyes. Simultaneously, Heibadong felt an exhilarating surge of excitement. Splendid. He had a chance to make his entrance. The newcomer was a woman clad in a pale green gown, the fabric evenly colored, cinched at the waist with a white jade belt roughly 2 fingers wide. The belt accentuated her slender waist, and her tall stature, complemented by her long legs, was enhanced by the fighting spirit wings that unfurled behind her as she descended gracefully. This scene resembled that of a celestial maiden descending from the heavens. The woman's indifferent expression, coupled with the inherent authority of one who has long held power, instilled a subconscious fear of overstepping boundaries within those present. The disciples and elders of the Yunlan sect exhibited great excitement, as if they had glimpsed a savior. Yin landed slowly, her brow furrowed. She had been keenly observing the events unfolding in the square, and she was taken aback by Nalan Yinran's defeat. After all, she had genuinely regarded Nalan Yinran as her cherished disciple, consistently nurturing her development and providing resources. Yet, under such circumstances, Nalan Yinran had still suffered a crushing defeat. Yin found it difficult to accept, and thus had no desire to make her presence known. However, the ensuing events left her with no choice. If she did not appear, the entire Yunlan sect would be utterly humiliated by a mere youth, and she could not bear the thought of remaining in the Jiama Empire any longer. As she contemplated this, Yin Yun's gaze fell upon the young man's face. Then, she froze. "How could it be you?" "You." Xiao Yan was equally astonished. Yunling also paused, turning to look at Yin Yun. "Sect master, you know him?" Yin Yun did not respond, but instead asked, "Are you Xiao Yan? So, you're the sect master of the Yunlan sect?" Xiao Yan regained his composure, feeling somewhat irked. No wonder Nalan Yinran had agreed to call off her engagement with the Xiao family. It turned out that you were the esteemed teacher of this exceptional disciple. Xiao Yan's words were laced with barbed undertones, his mood clouded. Little did he know that this woman was Nalan Yinran's mentor. He had wasted his efforts saving her, when he could have simply let the purple crystal-winged Lion King finish her off. He recalled how he had carried her, avoiding the encirclement of magical beasts, seeking refuge in a cave, intending to tend to her wounds. Yet, unexpectedly, the woman had acted like a mad woman, and before he could even remove her armor, a blade had thrust towards him. The memory caused Xiao Yan to shudder. Had he reacted even a moment slower, he would have been rendered a eunuch. Yin Yun's face twitched slightly. She understood Xiao Yan's implication, and a hint of embarrassment flickered across her features. After all, nearly facilitating the castration of her savior was indeed excessive. However, the circumstances had been sudden, and they had been strangers. Who could have known if he was friend or foe? "Teacher, do you know Xiao Yan?" Nalan Yinran, still with traces of tears on her face, asked in confusion. Yin Yun nodded. "Yes, I mentioned that I had ventured to the magical Beast Mountain range and encountered some peril. Had I not been rescued by someone, I might not have returned." "Ah, the benefactor you spoke of is Xiao Yan?" Nalan Yinran's words slipped out before she could catch herself. But upon seeing her teacher's sharp gaze, she quickly corrected herself. She remembered clearly how astonished and shocked she had been upon hearing her teacher's account. The fact that he was of the same age as she was, yet possessed the courage and audacity to venture alone into the magical Beast Mountain range for training, had left her in awe. At the time, she had wondered who could be so daring. It was indeed Xiao Yan who had rendered Nalan Yinran momentarily speechless, recalling that she was the one who had compelled him. Meanwhile, atop the tree canopy, Hai Buodong, ensnared by Maitel Tingshan, was on the brink of madness. "Damn it, why are you dragging me into this? If I'm late, and Hun Cang takes matters into his own hands, won't I lose my chance to shine?" Maitel Tingshan implored earnestly. "Calm down, Hai Lao. It is not easy for you to return to the Jiama Empire. Do not jeopardize yourself for someone you do not even know. The Maitel family still needs you to return as an elder and maintain our status. Let go. Release me immediately. You understand nothing." Hai Buodong's hands were enveloped in frost, and had it not been for his relatively amicable relationship with Maitel Tingshan, he would have already resorted to violence. Do not impede me. Damn it, I want to make an impression. The more I am beaten, the happier I become. At that moment, the dialogue between Yun Yun and Xiao Yan reached his ears. Hai Buodong froze in place, as if a film had been paused. Hai Lao, what's wrong? Are you alright? My tell Tung Shan, noticing Hai Buodong's sudden stillness and the sorrowful expression upon his face, grew concerned. Isn't it a good thing that a fight doesn't break out? Why does Hai Lao appear so despondent? Puzzled, my tell Tung Shan's astonished gaze shifted to Xiao Yan. This fellow has even saved Yun Yun? What extraordinary luck. A life-saving favor, which effectively equates to a debt of gratitude, means that today's altercation is certainly not going to occur. I must seek out Xiao Yan later, with Hai Buodong's connection. It should be a manageable task to draw him into our Maitel family. Xiao Yan, considering the fact that you once saved me, I can overlook today's incident if you apologize to Elder Yun Long and the other elders, Yun Yun asserted calmly. With so many witnesses present, it was impossible to simply brush it aside. The reputation of the Yun Lan sect must not be tarnished. Apologize to you? In your dreams. Xiao Yan retorted with a cold smile. Not only are you beautiful, but your expectations are also quite lofty. You think I will heed your words simply because you are the leader of the Yun Lan sect? Not a chance. He silently added, unless you were my sister-in-law. All along, Xiao Yan had been pondering what he ought to repay his elder brother. As for women, he felt confident that his brother was not lacking in that department. Youthful and powerful, surely he would not be short of female admirers. However, a beautiful and equally formidable woman was indeed a rarity. As he appraised Yun Yun, he inwardly queried Yao Chen, old man, do you have the confidence to win this woman over? The moment I recall her as Nailan Yunran's master, instigating her disciple to call off the engagement, I feel a surge of resentment. I yearn for revenge. You brat, I knew you would only think of your own interests. You truly do not regard me as your master when not faced with challenges, Yao Chen grumbled, initially displeased. He then pondered Xiao Yan's words and hesitated. This young lady is indeed a Dou Huang, but if I truly wish to win her over, it would not pose a problem. What? You want to take revenge on her apprentice for humiliating you by targeting her teacher? Nonsense. You old fool. Your mind is devoid of any seriousness. Xiao Yan nearly erupted, defending himself. What I meant was, this woman possesses a respectable status and strength, and she seems quite suitable for my elder brother. What do you think? Yao Chen mused for a moment. It is a commendable idea, but the question remains, does your elder brother have any interest? Sometimes, I wonder if he harbors ulterior motives towards you. You, who are destitute. Why would he treat you so well unless he has taken a liking to you? Xiao Yan, do not be hasty. I speak with reason. Having lived for so long, I've seen all sorts of matters. Let me emphasize once more. Hun Cang is my elder brother. Our relationship is purely fraternal. Spare me your sordid thoughts. Xiao Yan shouted inwardly, wishing he could reveal the secret of his transmigration to Yao Chen. What nonsense was this old man dreaming up? What did he mean by thinking too beautifully? Yun Yun's face flushed crimson. Since becoming the sect leader, no one had ever dared to speak to her in such a manner. Furrowing her delicate brows, she declared, Xiao Yan, I shall now show you whether my position as the leader of the Yun Lan sect is sufficient to compel you to bow your head.